Chapter 651 External Thinking Equipment Parallel Brain. Get out of here. Bai Yu watched Nagato fly towards the rain village and punched the outer path statue. This punch made the outer path statue lean back slightly, but soon, this deadwood-like monster opened its arms again and hugged Bai Yu tightly. Even if Bai Yu broke its head in half, it was still attached to its neck like a dough, making a terrifying sound. Bai Yu was restrained by the outer path statue and had difficulty moving forward. He could only walk on the solid ground with the outer path statue. The two tall giants walked towards the rain village step by step. This won't work. The speed is too slow. When I get to the rain village, Itake will definitely be killed by him. Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki must be planning to go back and get another samsara eye. Bai Yu was anxious. He was worried about Itake's life safety and also worried that Nagato would get another samsara eye. Now Nagato only has one samsara eye and his strength is not yet in full victory. If Nagato gets another samsara eye and possesses Shinra Tensei, it will be even more difficult to deal with. So many people died. Is it only this far? Bai Yu was unwilling. At this time, the outer path demon statue was still stopping Bai Yu's progress. Bai Yu was annoyed and a sharp spike appeared in his hand again. He turned around, knocked down the outer path demon statue, and nailed the outer path demon statue to the ground with the spike in his hand. The outer path demon statue was struggling and roaring. The head that was broken in half by Bai Yu had healed, leaving only a mouth full of sharp teeth. The outer path demon statue wanted to bite Bai Yu's hand, but the mouth had not healed and the sharp teeth could not exert force and could not tear Bai Yu's flesh and blood. Bai Yu grabbed the palm of the outer path demon and used a thorn spear to pierce through the palm of the outer path demon, nailing the outer path demon to the ground. He grabbed the other hand of the outer path demon and condensed the second spear. Nail again. Bai Yu used a total of 18 thorn spears that were 100 meters long to nail the outer path demon to the ground alive. The last one even pierced through the head of the outer path demon. After all this was done, the outer path demon had no power to resist and it was considered to be successfully sealed. But Bai Yu didn't know how long he could suppress the outer path demon in this way. This monster was so powerful that it might escape soon. He needed to find Nagato as soon as possible. At this time, Bai Yu's mentality had changed. He had a premonition that his original body was about to die, but it was still a long way to kill Nagato and get the samsara eye. This couldn't go on. Even if he couldn't get Nagato's other samsara eye, he had to kill Nagato. Otherwise, how could Itake escape from Nagato who had the power of the samsara eye? I don't believe that all the abilities of the Rinnegan are in Nagato's Rinnegan. Itake's Rinnegan must have the Rinnegan technique. Without any other options, we can only go all out to kill Nagato, even if it means destroying the Rinnegan in Nagato's hand. Bai Yu was ruthless and he formed seals with his hands, using the instant body technique to speed up his own speed. His huge figure flashed continuously between heaven and earth and moved to the rain village. Bai Yu has the chakra energy of thousands of people and he also has a magical fruit like Rokakaka. His flesh and blood cells are no longer the same as normal creatures and he has a strong self-recovery ability. Under the nurturing of this powerful life force, as long as the spiritual power can keep up, Bai Yu's chakra energy will be infinite beyond human imagination. It is not an exaggeration to say that Bai Yu is a tailed beast. Before, Bai Yu had always used physical skills in fighting and had never used ninjutsu because he was worried that the power of ninjutsu was too strong and Uzumaki Nagato would not be able to cope with it and destroy the samsara eye. Now his body is almost unable to hold on, so naturally he can't wait any longer. Bai Yu plans to try again. If he still can't get the samsara eye, he will give Uzumaki Nagato a thunderbolt. Even if it will destroy the samsara eye, he must do his best to kill Uzumaki Nagato. At this moment, Nagato had already entered the rain village when Bai Yu sealed the outer path demon statue. However, he did not go to find trouble with Itake as Bai Yu imagined, but went to collect corpses in the rain village. Most of the ninja corpses were collected by Bai Yu, but some were still scattered around the rain village. Nagato carefully found these corpses. He was in a hurry, and after finding more than 100 bodies in a row, he stopped looking. The weakness of the outer path demon statue is that it has power but no wisdom, and it will not be able to exert this power. If the enemy of the outer path demon statue is like the ninja army with the ability of the outer path demon statue, there is no need to worry. It can break through any ninja army in the world. But Bai Yu is an opponent of the same level as the outer path demon statue. Bai Yu has more combat capabilities than the outer path demon statue, so he can naturally crush the outer path demon statue. Now, I want to give the outer path demon statue wisdom. Let the outer path demon statue get the human brain and truly fight on the same level as Bai Yu. Nagato immediately began a large-scale Ashura transformation. He collected the corpses in the rain village and used the power of the human way to extract all the memories of these people, leaving their minds blank. Then he connected the brains of more than 100 people and connected them to himself, and then used the chakra receiver to continuously provide thoughts and chakra energy to the outer path demon statue. When Nagato gave an order, the brains of more than 100 people in parallel would begin to process the order and finally form thoughts and wills to be transmitted to the outer path demon statue. But this is not enough. The correct way is to send these bodies and brains connected in parallel to the head of the outer golem. Only in this way can the outer golem receive complete signals. Otherwise, there will be signal delays when thinking outside the body to convey commands. With Bai Yu's ability, only the outer golem can act. If there is a little incoherence, Bai Yu can beat the outer path demon statue to the point where it can't find its way. Just when Nagato succeeded in casting the spell, on the rooftop of the building, the brains of more than 100 people piled together in parallel transmitted a signal which was amplified by the chakra energy receiver and transmitted to the outer path demon statue sealed on the ground by Baiyu outside the rain village. The outer path demon statue was still struggling and roaring. After receiving the signal, it suddenly became calm as if it had a mind. Uzumaki Nagato's order echoed in his mind. Get up, hold Baiyu back, and create conditions for me to use Chibaku Tensei. The outer path demon statue is the body of the 10 tails. In ancient time, the 6 path sage and Kagaya Otsutsuki used yin and yang Chibaku Tensei to seal it outside the ninja world. Chibaku Tensei formed the moon. When Nagato Uzumaki was a teenager, he was emotional and summoned the outer path demon statue. But in fact, the outer path demon statue was summoned from the moon to the ninja world by Uchiha Madara decades ago, and it continued Uchiha Madara's life with its powerful life force. After Uchiha Madara's death, the outer path demon statue was transferred to Uzumaki Nagato, and during these years, the outer path demon statue has been in an unstable state, and Nagato needs to use huge chakra energy to suppress the outer path demon statue. But no matter who holds the outer path demon statue, it is just a shell, just like a human corpse, unable to speak or think. Nagato's actions, although a method of controlling the outer path demon statue, can give the outer path demon statue a power that no one has ever given it. That is wisdom. This is something that the 10 tails never had in its heyday. The outer path demon statue receives the result of the parallel brain thinking, and a strange signal is also fed back from the outer path demon statue's brain, forming a band and reversely connecting to the external thinking equipment created by Nagato. This kind of thing was unexpected by Nagato, and he noticed this change at the first time. However, Nagato was not worried, as Baiyu's priority was still above the outer path demon statue. After dealing with Baiyu, he would communicate with the outer path demon statue. I want my remaining power. The outer path demon statue conveyed its will. This is also what I want to give you. Come with me to create light. Chapter 652 Breaking Free from the Seal. Outside the rain village. Unlike the outside world with a little bright light, the area around the rain village is still covered with dark cloud. At this time, in a wet forest, the sky was dark and drizzling. 1800-meter-long thorn spears pierced the body of the outer path demon, like nails in a coffin, piercing into the limbs of the outer path demon, nailing this humanoid deadwood-like monster to the ground. At first, the outer path demon could only try hard to get up from the ground, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not get up again. The earth broke, and the soil and rocks on the ground were pulled up, but the outer path demon had too few points to exert force, and there was no other way except roaring. However, just after the outer path demon received the brain signal from the rain village, the outer path demon changed. The external thinking equipment that Nagato made for the outer path demon was just to give better orders so that this external brain could help the outer path demon deal with some combat problems. But the outer path demon itself is very special. Even if the 6 path sage has extracted all the power and only a body is left, the body contains a huge life force. As long as there is life force, this thing is a living thing. The outer path demon is a living being. It has no wisdom in the long years. Whether it is in its heyday or in its current body, it does not know how to think. But this connection is like a low probability event. After receiving the signal, the outer path demon's brain has undergone an unknown change, and it began to actively accept and connect to the external thinking equipment transformed by Uzumaki Nagato with the power of the 6 path. This allows the outer path demon to operate the parallel brain in front of Nagato from a long distance, think about things through the human brain, and generate some sporadic wisdom from its own long-term experience. As soon as the outer path demon has wisdom, it has passed its childhood and entered adulthood, and at the first time, it discovered its own incompleteness and began to actively seek to recover all its power. This is exactly what Nagato wants. He wants to collect all the tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails, let all the humans in the ninja world live in fear of the 10 tails, and then let these people understand the rarity of peace and force humans to actively seek peace. Now that the outer path demon has wisdom, it is almost equivalent to the 10 tails coming back to life. At this time, one monster reached a consensus with another monster. The outer golem began to break free from the restraint. With wisdom, the outer golem began to use brute force skillfully. First, the left hand. The outer golem exerted force with his left hand and stretched his palm outward. The long spikes that pierced through the palm of his hand and pierced into the ground were also pulled out from the ground little by little. After the left hand had enough room to move, the outer golem burst out with even more powerful power and pulled the long spikes in the ground out at once. Since then, the left hand of the outer golem has regained its freedom. Then the right hand. The outer golem used his left hand to pinch the long spikes that were stuck in his right hand and pulled them out little by little. The purple long spikes themselves had thorns, and as they were pulled out little by little, these thorns also had flesh on them. The outer path demon statue thought the action was too slow, and when it was halfway through pulling it out, it used force on its right hand and pulled its right palm off the long nail alive. After pulling its right hand off the long nail, half of its palm was rotten and the other half was stuck to the long nail. The outer path demon statue ignored it, and its right hand recovered quickly and its palm healed completely. Finally, it pulled out the purple long nail stuck in its forehead with both hands. The purple 2 long nails were like thorn vines, and the sharp spikes scraped blood, flesh, and dead wood from the wound on the forehead of the outer path demon statue. One by one, the nails were removed and pulled out. The outer path demon statue released its own seal bit by bit. At this time, Baiyu flashed into the rain village, and as soon as the huge body appeared, it was discovered by Uzumaki Nagato. Why did you come back so soon? Nagato didn't know the situation of the Outer Path Demon statue and only thought that the Outer Path Demon statue was useless. Who knew that in the next moment the purple giant standing tall in front of him suddenly disappeared. Nagato took a step back, feeling something was wrong. He did not see the purple giant that suddenly appeared behind him. Baiyu read and wrote where Nagato was and immediately moved again, appearing out of thin air above the building behind Nagato. Baiyu saw Nagato Uzumaki observing from the rooftop with a scary smile on his blood-covered face. He clasped his hands together, intending to give Nagato a hard blow. At this moment Baiyu suddenly saw more than 100 bodies crowded on the rooftop behind Nagato. These bodies were densely piled together and each one was pierced on the ground by a black stick, just like the people eaten by Rokakaka. These people actually had the reaction of cell retention and their limbs moved irregularly, appearing twisted and evil. What was even more bizarre was that the heads of these people were opened, revealing the living brains inside. Baiyu could even see signs of the movement of these brain tissues. Baiyu was surprised and was a little confused about what Nagato Uzumaki was doing. At this time, the disadvantage of Nagato's transformation into Shurido came out. He could not detect Baiyu through other senses other than sight. So after not finding Baiyu, Nagato planned to put away the external brain of the Outer Path Demon statue and move it to a safe place. Who knew that when Nagato turned around, he happened to see a huge purple head outside the rooftop behind him. This head was extremely large and the position of the eyes was filled with flesh and blood, but there were hundreds of eyeballs distributed regularly on both sides of the cheek. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 652, Breaking Free from the Seal. Now, these eyeballs are staring at him motionlessly. Nagato was so scared that he took a few steps back. After finding out that it was Baiyu, he unfolded the golden cloth without saying a word and rushed towards Baiyu with the diamond blockade. Baiyu didn't know what the purpose of Nagato making these things was, but he knew that he must not let the enemy succeed in what he wanted to do. So Baiyu decided to destroy this building cleanly and tear down all these brains. Baiyu raised his hands and hugged the tall building in front of him. Under the huge force, the tall building was broken by Baiyu, and a part of it lost balance and fell from Baiyu's arm. Nagato's face was livid. What he was about to do was destroyed by Baiyu. He was angry in his heart and rushed to Baiyu without saying a word. The scattered diamond blockades overlapped, driving the powerful wind attribute chakra energy surging from the heart and chopped towards Baiyu's head. Baiyu realized the horror of Nagato's attack and quickly raised his hand to protect his cheek. The golden knife light flashed in the black eye and a purple arm fell smoothly from the sky. Baiyu immediately used his remaining hand to grab the rooftop of the collapsed building. The purple palm crushed the rooftop in an instant and the corpses inside were crushed into meat paste. Several corpses fell from the fingers. Ha 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 ha, I won't let you have your way with the things you protect so well. Although Baiyu lost an arm, he felt that it was worthwhile to destroy the things that Nagato cared about in one go. Nagato noticed that the things were destroyed and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He just wanted to kill Baiyu again. If I can't defeat you once, I will beat you thousands of times and cut you into pieces little by little with the diamond blockade with wind attribute chakra energy. Baiyu didn't say anything. He took a step back and saw Nagato flying into the sky. He feinted a punch, turned around and swept out with his right leg, hitting Nagato's body. Nagato was immediately knocked out. Just like a cannonball, it was bombarded into the tall buildings of Rain Village at a very fast speed. It penetrated 7 or 8 buildings in a row and flew from the center of Rain Village to the edge of Rain Village in one fell swoop. How can he move so fast? Nagato couldn't figure it out. Logically, as the size increases, the movements will inevitably slow down. Just like the Akimichi clan of Konoha village, their movements will slow down after they become giant and only their strength will increase. Why is it not the same for Baiyu? Baiyu picked up the purple arm that fell on the ground and connected it to the wound. Step by step he walked towards Nagato. Behind the purple thin figure with his face covered by darkness, lightning flashing in the sky, thunder roared in the cloud, lightning illuminated the dark village, and the shadow of the purple giant passed between the buildings. Who told you that giants must move slowly? Baiyu connected his arm. The flesh and blood at the wound squirmed and healed quickly, and he walked towards Nagato step by step. Compared with insect, the size of humans is equivalent to a towering giant, but will humans kill ants slowly? The strength I used before was less than 10% of this body. It was only equivalent to a warm-up exercise for human body movement. Next, let's use chakra energy and go all out. Chapter 653, The Outer Path Demon Statue. Trust Nagato. Nagato looked at the purple giant who was walking towards him step by step, and his body without physiological influence gave rise to fear that should not have been there. What supported Nagato all the way was the ideal of the Akatsuki organization. This was the pillar that allowed him to endure pain and torture and gave him strength in his heart. But at this moment, Nagato suddenly felt depressed. If the body he made was not strong enough, he would have died long ago after being attacked by Baiyu so many times. And how could he have survived until now? If it is true as Baiyu said, the power Baiyu is using now is only equivalent to warm up using 10% of the power, then how should he fight next? The external thinking equipment of the Outer Path Demon statue was destroyed, and the Outer Path Demon statue once again lost the wisdom to use power. Without anyone to restrain Baiyu, how can he accumulate the power of Chibaku Tensei? Nagato suddenly didn't know how to fight. He could tell that Baiyu was not lying. Baiyu did use ninjutsu when he came back to Rain Village, but now it was only 10%, so what about 20%, 30%, 50%, and what about in the future? Nagato suddenly wanted to run away. Apart from wanting to kill Baiyu to prove that he was the child of destiny and avenge the villagers and to get Xionin back. He had no other reason to fight Bai Yu. Although it would be difficult to resurrect Xionin without her body, but the full use of the reincarnation technique can create a body out of thin air, so Xionin's body is not a necessary condition. Bai Yu can take it if he wants it. As long as he has enough chakra energy, it is very simple for him to resurrect people, and he doesn't need to consume his vitality at all. When he hides and finds Bai Yu's body, it will be a meaningful fight. Instead of fighting with a powerful clone like now, there is nothing to gain even if he wins. This real body is in the land of fire, and he sent a clone to fight his big bitch. Even if he can beat Bai Yu's clone, he still has to go to the land of fire to fight Bai Yu's real body. After all, if Bai Yu's real body is not killed, all the fighting is meaningless. On the contrary, if he loses, everything in the Akatsuki organization will be over. So be it. Nagato figured it out and decided to run away. If Bai Yu showed all his strength, he would still have the heart to continue fighting, but now Bai Yu has only exerted 10% of his strength, so what's the point of fighting? Just run away. When he masters the power of the current Samsara Eye, develops the Samsara Eye to the extreme, learns the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and installs a brain in the outer path demon statue, he will have the strength to continue fighting Bai Yu. As for now, when Bai Yu shows that he can still use ninjutsu, he has already failed. Nagato climbed out of the deep pit on the ground. Just when he was about to let Bai Yu hit him and take the opportunity to fly away, he suddenly heard a voice in his heart. Don't worry, I'm still here. Nagato was stunned for a moment. He looked around on the ground. In addition to seeing a purple thin figure walking towards him, he also saw a humanoid monster shaped like a dead tree outside the rain village walking towards this side. The outer path demon statue broke free from the shackles. The voice just now was the outer path demon statue talking to him. Nagato was surprised. Didn't Bai Yu destroy the external thinking equipment he made with the power of Shura? How can the outer path demon statue still have the ability to think? But now that the outer path demon statue has arrived, it is a good thing. If the outer path demon statue still has wisdom, then this battle still has a chance to continue. Do you still have the ability to think? Nagato asked in his heart. Nagato has a black stick which is a chakra energy receiver and also has the function of transmitting chakra signals. Can connect with the outer path golem. I can feel that there is still a part that has not been destroyed. Hearing this, Nagato felt relieved. It seems that although Bai Yu found what he made, there are still a few bodies that have not been destroyed. Nagato immediately ran towards the outer path golem to meet up with it. Bai Yu connected the arm and saw Nagato climb onto the shoulder of the outer path golem. One person and one monster were walking towards him steadily. Bai Yu stopped and took another abrupt step forward. Be careful, what you are going to see now is not a giant with the same size and strength as you, but a huge ninja who can use ninjutsu. Nagato communicated with the outer path golem. Before the outer path golem could reply, the two of them seeing Bai Yu's figure suddenly disappear from sight. When a ninja uses the instant body technique, they usually attack from behind, above, or below. Nagato immediately helped the outer path demon statue to keep an eye on the back. The outer path demon statue also looked above and below. Who knew that Bai Yu did not follow the routine? Even the attack was straightforward. Bai Yu used the instant body technique to rush directly in front of the outer path demon statue and stabbed into the chest of the outer path demon statue with his palm as a knife. This hand knife was like a sharp weapon, piercing the body of the outer path demon statue. Bai Yu put both hands deep into the wound of the outer path demon statue and pried it hard to both sides, trying to tear the outer path demon statue into two halves. Bai Yu tested it just now and found that the outer path demon statue was not indestructible. As long as the strength was enough, it could work miracles. It's just that the outer path demon statue has amazing recovery ability and ordinary injuries are not a big deal at all. So Bai Yu decided to tear the outer path demon statue into two halves and then tear it into smaller pieces bit by bit. Chapter 653. The outer path demon statue trusts Nagato. Nagato did not expect Bai Yu to be so reckless. The opponent was him and the outer path demon statue, and the attack was so direct that he missed the situation, causing the outer path demon statue to be severely injured. However, the outer path demon statue has survived until now, and its life force is the strongest thing in the world. Bai Yu's chest-piercing attack can't kill the outer path demon statue at all. The outer path demon statue pinched Bai Yu's shoulders with both hands. Bai Yu tore hard, trying to tear the outer path demon statue in half. The outer path demon statue is doing the same thing, intending to tear Bai Yu's hands apart. Two huge monsters suddenly fell into a contest of strength between heaven and earth and began to wrestle with all their strength. Well done, give me some time. Nagato sensed the opportunity and immediately clasped his hands together, and a powerful force was generated between his palms. The outer path demon statue sensed the familiar power attribute and reacted immediately. Although it had just acquired consciousness, its body had experienced enough things, so it knew about the six-path sage sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki. At the beginning, the six-path sage used this move and clapped his palms with another person to form a huge seal, which carried Kagaya Otsutsuki up to the sky and formed the moon. Now Nagato wants to use this move. Although the power attribute is quite weak, the Chibuko Tensei has developed and has the strength to seal it. The outer path demon statue finally got freedom and didn't want to be sealed anymore, so it slowed down. As soon as the outer path demon statue hesitated, Bai Yu's strength increased and even tore a big hole in the chest of the outer path demon statue that could see the scenery of the opposite hilltop. The outer path demon statue is one step closer to being torn apart by both hands. The outer path demon statue made a sound of pain. Nagato noticed the outer path demon statue's movement. Don't worry, I can summon you with the spirit technique. The outer path demon statue then concentrated its energy and wanted to take revenge on Baiyu. Unlike that scary guy Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Nagato is particularly easy to bully. It was summoned from the moon to the ninja world by Uchiha Madara, and it had to spend its vitality to extend Uchiha Madara's life. But in Nagato's hands, it became it to torture Nagato. So the outer path demon statue trusts Nagato. The skin on Baiyu's arms and shoulders cracked, and the flesh and blood also split. In terms of strength, the outer path demon statue is still better, but human fights have never been a competition of brute force. When the purple giant and the outer path demon statue competed in strength, Nagato was accumulating the earth-shaking star. A figure with white skin suddenly emerged from behind the purple giant's shoulder, and as soon as he quickly appeared in front of Uzumaki Nagato. I want your samsara eye. Baiyu stretched out his right hand like lightning and put his thumb, index finger, and middle finger together to grab the samsara eye in Uzumaki Nagato's right eye socket. He wanted to take off Uzumaki Nagato's only remaining eye in one fell swoop. Baiyu had carefully planned this moment, and only his second life could be accurate enough to take off Uzumaki Nagato's eyes. Time slowed down from this moment. Uzumaki Nagato enlarged his eyes and looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't expect that a second person would appear at this time. Chapter 654 Lost Opportunity. No! Uzumaki Nagato shouted. He looked at Baiyu, who was right in front of him, and the fingers approaching his eyes. With the powerful insight of the samsara eye, Nagato's tense spirit and eyes made time seem to stop in Nagato's eyes, and he could see everything happening in front of him clearly and slowly. Even the lightning that struck down from the dark clouds behind Baiyu stopped. Nagato tried his best to move his head to avoid Baiyu's planned attack, but Baiyu appeared too suddenly and had been carefully prepared. As a result, even if Nagato saw it and reacted, he had no time to dodge it. He could only use all his strength with the insight that made time stop to desperately turn his head and try to avoid Baiyu's surprise attack. Am I going to die? Baiyu's fingers sank into Nagato's eye socket. Nagato's eyes went dark and he couldn't see anything. All of a sudden, Baiyu felt the flexibility of the flesh and blood of the eyeball. He was excited and his expression became exaggerated. The samsara eye is about to be obtained. Nagato dispersed the power in his hand, and the black sphere disappeared abruptly shortly after it appeared, without causing any ripples. Just when Baiyu was about to dig out Nagato's samsara eye, his fingertips suddenly touched the solid metal, and the incomparable pain was transmitted from Baiyu's fingers to his mind. Baiyu didn't know why his fingers hurt so much, and he couldn't think of Nagato transforming himself into a mechanical Ashura. Behind the samsara eye was not tofu like brain tissue, but a lump made of iron. The samsara eye grew on the metal. He grabbed it with one hand. Could he have a good ending? Baiyu's new body. All senses are very sensitive. 10 fingers connected to the heart. After Baiyu's fingers sank into Nagato's eye socket, they suddenly touched Nagato's metal brain, and the finger joints collapsed and broke layer by layer. The speed and force brought by the sudden attack were all returned to Baiyu himself at this time. In addition, Nagato also discovered Baiyu's actions and tried his best to twist his head. As a result, the position where Baiyu stabbed into the eye socket was deflected, and it was not at the angle that could dig out the samsara eye, but touched the eye socket. In just one move, Baiyu's index finger bone was broken. Under the terrible insight of Nagato's samsara eye, everything happening around was slow as if it was still. Baiyu failed to take off the samsara eye, and a shocked expression appeared on her childish pretty face. Nagato tried to deflect his head, and he was desperate, thinking that Baiyu succeeded. His life now depends entirely on the samsara eye. Once the samsara eye is taken away, his own balance will be broken, and there will be no sure road in the world, and there will be no Uzumaki Nagato. Baiyu's fingers had to withdraw from his eye socket, and his white fingers turned purple, and there were bone fragments on his fingertips that pierced the epidermis and exposed. A touch of bright red blood burst out from Uzumaki Nagato's eye sockets as Baiyu's fingers were withdrawn. Like red fireworks in the night sky, it fell in a beautiful arc at the height of the shoulders of two giants. At this point, as Nagato's eyes went dark, time quickly turned and returned to normal. Nagato closed his eyes and raised one hand. The power of the human way subconsciously rushed out from his palm and attacked Baiyu. This was a subconscious action when he saw Baiyu suddenly appear, intending to stop Baiyu's sneak attack, but the pain in his eyes let Uzumaki Nagato know that he failed. But the power of the human way was used after all. The human way has the power to transmit memories. This move was useless to Baiyu, but it could interfere with Baiyu's action time for a few seconds. Baiyu's body immediately stiffened and fell into a huge memory maze. Purple Hermit. In the huge memory maze, a beautiful girl with long red hair appeared beside Baiyu. The red-haired girl held Baiyu's hand and led Baiyu out of the complicated memories of others. Step by step, Nagato closed his eyes. His heart was desolate. He felt the pain in his eyes and the darkness of his vision, thinking that Baiyu had successfully dug out the samsara eye. But after Nagato used the power of the human way, he was surprised to find that the samsara eye was still there. Baiyu did not succeed. Nagato closed his eyes, waited for a few seconds, and then he opened his eyes again. The bloody samsara eye turned in the metal eye socket, and he could barely see things clearly. There was a deep scratch on the metal eye socket of Nagato's right eye. This mark was brought by Baiyu. It means that he was just a little bit away from death. It was just a little bit away for Baiyu to get the samsara eye. Nagato couldn't help but feel scared for the danger just now. He never thought that Baiyu would hide his body in the flesh and blood of the purple giant, and even exposed this weakness in order to attack him just now. And Baiyu almost took away his samsara eye. As soon as Nagato opened his eyes, he saw Bayu's expression gradually changing from confusion to rationality, and he had obviously walked out of the memory maze. Hungry ghost path. Nagato immediately slapped Bayu's shoulder with one hand, and a strong suction force was generated from the palm of his hand, which continuously drew out the chakra energy in Bayu's body. It only take 3 seconds. You will have no ability to resist. Nagato spoke loudly, encouraging himself in his heart. He almost died, which made him afraid of Bayu. Uchiha Obito had so much chakra energy, but he didn't drain it completely in just a few seconds, so that he couldn't even use Izanami, and was killed by him. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 654 Lost Opportunity. Now it's Bayu. Nagato is still confident took Bayu's life. Bayu should never give up the attack method of consciousness projection and use the real body to kill him. He also did not expect that Bayu actually deceived Kakashi, Obito, and others, and the real body lurked in the Rain Village unknowingly. Now that Bayu has walked out of the memory maze, he has added a hand of Hungry Ghost way to absorb chakra energy, which will definitely make Bayu die without a burial place. Bayu opened his eyes, and his cheeks sank a little bit as the chakra energy was absorbed. He looked cold, and his green eyes reflected the lightning. I want to kill you. In less than 3 seconds, Purple Hermit, a figure with long red hair, appeared beside Bayu and hit the real body of Uzumaki Nagato. Aura, 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 aura. The girl swung a fist shadow with great momentum. The fist shadow enveloped Nagato and hit his body. Nagato was not flying. The palm also naturally separated from Bayu's body, and the power of the Hungry Ghost realm came to an abrupt end. All parts of Nagato's body reacted to being beaten by a fist. Bayu's power and speed calculations were strange. Now it was calculated based on the physical fitness of the second life, but some key attributes still had a part of the main body. The main body was so weak that Bayu did not get the next chance to extract a substitute, but the speed and power of the second life were very strong. Nagato was hit and floated in the air for a few seconds. How is it possible? Nagato's attack failed, and his fragile heart collapsed again. He had many tricks and was extremely restrained by Bayu, so why did he still lose? Yes, from the beginning of the war to now, Bayu has been guarding his own intelligence. He didn't get much, but Bayu knew his own details clearly. Bayu seized the time and controlled the Purple Hermit to grab Nagato's eye socket. The red-haired girl stabbed the right eye of Uzumaki Nagato with her right hand like lightning. There will be no mistakes this time. But at this moment, the outer path demon statue under Bayu's feet suddenly moved, and the movement produced was a very violent vibration for the tiny human body. Bayu wanted to take out the samsara eye of Uzumaki Nagato at all costs, but he saw the outer path demon statue loosen one hand and slap him. With the power of the outer path demon statue, a slap can turn him into a ball of meat paste. At that time, even if you get the samsara eye, it will be useless. In just this second of thinking time, Uzumaki Nagato's body fell from the sky to the ground. Bayu quickly jumped from the outer path demon statue's shoulder. The girl with long red hair grabbed Bayu's body and threw it hard towards Uzumaki Nagato. She saw Nagato release the Vajra blockade in midair and cut the sky disorderly with golden cloth. The golden light bloomed like a flower in the dark environment. Bayu's face was ashen, and one hand was grabbed by the girl with long red hair, and the girl with long red hair grabbed the outer path demon statue again. The two people hung in the air and looked at Uzumaki Nagato below. If he continued to fall, the diamond seal that Uzumaki Nagato changed the method of using would cut him into pulp in a minute. The opportunity is lost. Bayu murmured. He was not a hesitant person in battle. Since he failed, he would retreat to the second body and continue fighting. Just as Bayu was about to go back, he suddenly coughed and spit out a large mouthful of blood, which fell on the white body. The main body far away in the land of fire also coughed out purple poisonous blood from its mouth. Bayu's main body opened his eyes and sat under the tree in extreme weakness, looking at the fish belly white sky and a touch of morning glow in a daze. Bayu's figure overlapped with the figure of the Purple Hermit, and his eyes seemed to receive the vision of the second life and saw the scene at this time with the substitute. Bayu himself had no eyes, but the substitute had eyes, and the substitute was connected to the second life so that Bayu could still see the scene at this time. Bayu raised her hand and tried to stand up, but she fell to the ground involuntarily. The green grass with dewdrops came into view, and there was a little purple blood on the green grass leaves. Why is this happening? You can't die. You can't die yet. Bayu propped up her body and climbed up. Before she took 2 steps, she fell down again. Bayu had no other thoughts in her mind, so she just struggled to get up, but this time, she couldn't even get up. As soon as she propped up her upper body with her arms, she fell to the ground again and ate a mouthful of mud. There was a purple outline on Bayu's cheek. Her eyes, covered by a black eye mask, seemed to have green pupils. She saw the dewdrops on the edge of the green grass in front of her, and her vision became more and more blurred. Ahem. Rain Village. The sky was covered with dark cloud. On the back of the dead tree-like monster, the red-haired boy coughed a few times. His light green eyes looked at Uzumaki Nagato, but he said to the Purple Hermit, "Let's go back to the second body. Don't use the samsara eye, and do our best to destroy the outer path demon statue and Uzumaki Nagato. Itaka, leave here quickly and return to the Uchiha clan." The black-haired boy in the Rain Village heard the message and looked in the direction of Bayu as if he had noticed it. He thought carefully for a few seconds and summoned a black crow, which flew from his fingertips to the sky. Chapter 655 100 Continuous bullets of fire. Black crows flew to the horizon. Itaka was ready to evacuate from the Rain Village. Bayu ordered him to do so, and it was obvious that the situation was not good. He had to leave the Rain Village quickly and escort the samsara samsara eye back. Otherwise, once Nagato solved Baiyu, he would not be able to keep the samsara eye in his hand and would be killed by Nagato. But what happened that made Baiyu's clone unable to solve Nagato here? You know, Baiyu's real body is in Konoha, and he should be invincible. Itachi thought that maybe Nagato had thought of some way to attack Baiyu's clone again. Only in this way would Baiyu be helpless and urge him to leave quickly. Although Baiyu is powerful, he is old and may not have enough experience in fighting enemies. I want to go and see it myself. Itachi ran out of the village. Itachi would not go there in person. Going there in person would be a trap for himself. Leaving dangerous things to the clone is the correct way to use the clone. On the other side, Baiyu notified Itachi and realized that the best opportunity to snatch the samsara eye had been lost, so he had to give up the samsara eye. But he would not let Nagato live, as Nagato's survival would pose a threat to Itachi. Baiyu had the idea of a taking Nagato away before he died, and he returned to the shoulder of the second body with the purple hermit. A large number of purple-red thin nerve fibers suddenly emerged from the purple giant's shoulder. These nerve fibers were bundled and climbed onto Baiyu's body like a living thing. A large number of nerve bundles were attached to Baiyu's limbs. These were nerve fibers produced in the second body. The second body and Baiyu's second life were born together. The two are a community, so there will naturally be places for connection. At this time, the nerve fibers are like dense wires connected to Baiyu's feet and are sticking to other places. When Baiyu returned to the second body, he saw Nagato running back to the shoulder of the outer path golem. The two looked at each other together, and they were quite cautious in their heart. At this time, Baiyu had time to check the changes in Nagato. He only saw that Nagato was still the same, but there were signs of puppets on the surface of his body. If you don't look carefully, you can't see them clearly. Baiyu suddenly guessed what Nagato had done. Nagato actually transformed himself into a metal puppet. No wonder there was metal behind his eyeballs. How did he do that? Baiyu couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment, and then he remembered that the red sand scorpion of the sand village also played with puppet, and he had red hair like Uzumaki Nagato, so maybe the Uzumaki clan had some way to strip away the life force. Moreover, Uzumaki Nagato had the 6 paths of pain and was also an expert in playing with puppet. Although this surprised Baiyu, it did not leave him helpless. After all, Baiyu didn't plan to use the samsara eye, so he could use some ninjutsu that would destroy the samsara eye to attack Uzumaki Nagato. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything. Nagato was nervous, and seeing that Baiyu didn't move, he didn't dare to act rashly. This was the only enemy he had seen in this ninja world who could stand up to the samsara eye. As for Uchiha Shisui, although he unexpectedly controlled him, he died too quickly, and he also used the tricky power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, so he could not be considered to have defeated him head-on. Only Baiyu was the one who almost killed him several times. He was the one who could really defeat the samsara eye. Baiyu returned to the second body, and his body was reconnected with the purple giant. Nagato didn't know if he saw an illusion. He found that the eyes on the cheek of the purple giant opposite the outer path demon statue lit up and became energetic. Nagato, outer path demon statue, attack him quickly. Remove his arms first. Upon hearing this, the outer path demon statue immediately grabbed the purple giant's hands again and tore the giant's arms. Just now, Baiyu and Uzumaki Nagato fought, and the outer path demon statue was worried about Nagato's safety, so he didn't dare to move too much, and could only use himself as a platform for Baiyu and Nagato to fight. At this time, Nagato resolved Baiyu's sudden attack and began to listen to Nagato's words to deal with the purple giant in front of him. Just like Nagato met Baiyu, the outer path golem also met an opponent. Of course, although this opponent is difficult for it to deal with now, it is not taken seriously by the outer path golem. After all, its strength in its heyday is too strong. If it is now in its full victory and still has wisdom, it will only take a few breaths to destroy this purple giant. Following Nagato's order, the outer path golem attacked the purple giant. Baiyu had just returned to the second body, and before he fully mobilized the second body, his arms felt torn and pulled. This is the pain caused by the attack of the outer path golem. The situation returned to the way it was just now. Unless Baiyu gave up the idea of a tearing the outer path golem, this kind of struggle will continue, and Uzumaki Nagato will definitely take the opportunity to use the Chibaku Tensei. Nagato is mentally prepared and will not be successfully attacked by him again. Baiyu immediately adopted a new strategy. Even if he could tear the outer path golem in half with a little more effort, he took the initiative to retreat and withdraw his hands. His death is approaching, and there is no time to waste. As Baiyu withdrew his hands, the outer golem increased its strength. The purple giant's shoulder skin was completely torn apart, and the bright red muscle fibers inside were like tight ropes that suddenly broke, breaking layer by layer, revealing solid dark purple bones, and people could see the purple bones under the red muscles through the wound. Baiyu pulled his hands away, trying to get out of the attack range of the outer golem. With this pull, the purple bones suddenly broke free from the layers of flesh and blood. The outer golem held the purple giant's arm and flesh tightly. The purple giant's shoulder muscles seemed like bones that had been stewed without meat, or like chicken feet that had been gnawed without a single piece of meat left. The bright red blood, the flesh, along with the purple skin, was completely separated from the bones and pulled down by the outer path demon statue. Chapter 655 Continuous bullets of fire. At this moment, the hand bone was pulled out of the sheath made of flesh and blood like a sword. Without a bit of flesh and blood, the palm was opened swiftly and forcefully, and pressed the neck of the outer path demon statue in one go. The outer path demon statue was caught off guard, and the entire huge monster took a step back and could only hold the other hand of the purple giant tightly. Bai Yu exerted his strength to pinch the neck of the outer path golem and suppress it. Under this desperate force, the outer path golem was suppressed for a while and was constantly pushed back from the ground by the purple giant. Two deep traces appeared on the ground under the feet of the outer path golem. The outer path golem is suppressed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Nagato decided to help the outer path golem. His Vajra blockade could even cut off Bai Yu's hand. Now was the time to make a contribution. Just as Nagato was about to act, he suddenly felt that the purple giant with his back to the moon had undergone an abnormal change. The purple giant's back suddenly bulged and a huge palm pierced through the skin and drilled out from the back. This palm drilled through the purple giant's back as if it wanted to hold the bright moon in the sky, and slowly clenched into a fist as if even the full moon was held in its hand. But Nagato was surprised by more than just this. Next, more and more arms rushed out from the back of the purple giant like flowers, covering the moon behind the purple giant in just a few seconds, forming a very spectacular scene. When the outer path golem saw this move, it immediately reacted and wanted to attack the purple giant, but a hand on the back of the purple giant suddenly slapped over and slapped the outer path golem's face. 5 fingers deeply grasped the face of the outer path golem and even sank into the flesh like dead wood. Then, more and more hands slapped over, and the endless palms almost drowned the outer path golem. Nagato became more and more uneasy and was desperately dodging the huge palms that slapped down. Even if his Vajra blockade could cut off the giant's palms dancing like an electric fan, how many pairs could he cut off? At this moment, Nagato saw the rest of the arms behind the purple giant stretched out like a circle of round wheels. These palms each made different gestures. A terrifying aura spread around, shocking the soul. Nagato was startled and his movements slowed down as he watched the scene in front of him. I'm actually good at water escape, but in terms of power, fire and thunder are the most powerful of the 5 elements. I have a good friend who is best at fire escape and thunder escape. Although he never said it when he used this ninjutsu, I learned this ninjutsu in a daze, and because I was worried that I would become stronger on the same path as him, I never used it. At the end of my life, I decided to let you see my fire escape. Uzumaki Nagato, watch out. This is the least powerful move in fire escape, and the ninjutsu level is only sea level. The arms that covered the sky and the sun, shaped like round wheels, each made a seal in the night sky, like a thousand-handed Tathagata, with uniform movements and a wonderful visual beauty. A purple giant, a purple weird head, stars of flames gathered. The air was distorted before the hot fire power was born. Nagato felt a sense of terror in his heart. He felt no pain, but his hands and feet felt cold. The outer path demon statue struggled even more frantically because it was tied to Nagato's life, and they would rise and fall together. This time, he accidentally regained consciousness, and it would be many years before he could have a clear judgment again. How could he return to the past state of mental disorder? Fire style, great fire, 100 bombs. A fiery red light suddenly lit up in front of Nagato's eyes, and a huge fireball appeared. It was like the sun in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area for more than 10 miles. Not good. Nagato wanted to dodge immediately. The outer path demon statue under his feet was also struggling desperately, but dozens of big hands held the outer path demon statue tightly, and it would not let the outer path demon statue escape easily. The great fireball technique was extremely powerful, but it was a rare ninjutsu in the ninja world that could hit people. Even the Uchiha clan did not expect this move to be used to kill the enemy, and it was mostly used for feint. But in Bai Yu's case, he changed his thinking. Since the great fireball technique is powerful, the enemy can easily dodge it if the attack is slow. Then why not just hold the enemy still? The moment the great fireball technique appeared, it was facing the outer path golem and Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato's red hair was instantly burned by the flames, and the whole person and the outer path golem were engulfed by the fireball and disappeared in the blazing flames. At the critical moment, Nagato immediately propped up his hands like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and used the power of the hungry ghost realm to the utmost to form a semicircular shield in front of him. The fierce flames completely engulfed Nagato, and not even a trace of his figure was seen. The iron on Nagato's body was melting, and the whole person was melting. Even the reincarnation eyes can also be driven to necrosis. Although the power of the samsara eye is magical and it has mastered many blood limit, it is only a fragile human organ. It is no better than Nagato in the burning fire. The hungry ghost can absorb chakra energy, but it cannot absorb the temperature brought by the burning of flame. The raging fire is burning around him, and the steel on Nagato's body can't stand this heat at all. He is twisting and melting. A little bit of molten iron falls on the purple arm, illuminating Nagato's desperate face, the terrifying face of the purple giant in front of him, and the sacred image of the 1,000 hands. Chapter 655. 100 bombs of fire. No, I can't die here. Nagato recalled the childhood days when the trio practiced under Jiraiya's teachings. When he thought about the destruction of the Rain Village, many villagers fled, and he was the only one left in the Akatsuki organization. If he died, everything in the Akatsuki organization and the ideals of his companions would all disappear. For a moment, a force called courage surged in his heart. Nagato evacuated the diamond blockade on his heart and took the initiative to break his own energy balance. The chakra energy of the heart, which was so strong that it was flammable and explosive, emitted a little light. This beam of light pierced the heart, illuminated in Nagato's chest, and penetrated out. The energy began to dissipate. The samsara eye received a stronger supplement and began to operate at high power. The hungry ghost path shield in Nagato's hand that absorbed chakra energy suddenly increased. I will try my best. I will not die. Nagato shouted in anger at at the fire in front of him. As time passed, the flames in front of him gradually weakened and Nagato's tense nerves relaxed, knowing that he had waited until Baiyu was exhausted. Nagato's face was covered with molten iron and he smiled stubbornly. He didn't expect that he could survive. How lucky he was. He looked at his body again and found that nearly half of it had melted and it was difficult for him to even stand. Fortunately, he finally survived. I just don't know if it was an illusion, but the vision of the samsara eye seemed to blur all of a sudden. Maybe the firepower was too strong and the surrounding temperature was too high, causing the brain in the iron shell to be cooked, but it doesn't matter. I will change it after the matter is over. Using ninjutsu as a giant, the power increases hundreds or thousands of times, but no matter how powerful your ninjutsu is, what can it do? My power of the Hungry Ghost Path is specifically used to absorb chakra energy and I am immune to ninjutsu. I am not afraid of you at all. What's more, the power of ninjutsu cannot be sustained. It will be strong and weak and it will not maintain the same strength from beginning to end. Now I have finally waited until you are exhausted. Nagato was talking to himself to cheer himself up and saw the fire in front of him light up again. Nagato's heart sank. The purple giant suddenly increased his strength and his powerful hands grasped the shoulders of the Outer Path Demon statue, preventing the Outer Path Demon statue from escaping the attack range. Fire style, Great Fire 100 Bombs. At this time, Nagato remembered that Baiyu's ninjutsu was called Great Fire 100 Bombs. It means that he will be attacked 100 times, and he only survived once with the Hungry Ghost Path. There are still 998, 997, 996 fireballs like cannonballs are constantly spit out, and Baiyu is like a pea shooter, smashing them one by one at the enemy's body. It seems that he will not stop until he sprays Nagato and the Outer Path Demon statue to death. Chapter 656. Can you be my jigsaw puzzle? I don't want your samsara eye anymore. Turn it into ashes. Baiyu was determined to kill Nagato. If it wasn't for the samsara eye, would he have delayed for so long? Now that there is no hope of getting the samsara eye, Baiyu will naturally break the jar. Samsara eye, what the hell? Let's all die. After all, I can be reunited with Izumi after death. Baiyu controlled the second body to hold the Outer Path Golem tightly, not giving it a chance to escape. One after another, huge fireballs like cannonballs hit Uzumaki Nagato and the Outer Path Golem. Although such an attack was very close and would hurt himself, but Baiyu had ignored the pain in his body and just wanted to send Nagato down as soon as possible, even if they had to die together. Under this level of attack, the Outer Path Golem could only passively take the beating. The first to be injured was Baiyu's arm that grabbed the Outer Path Golem. Dozens of arms controlled the Outer Path Golem, and the palms covering the Outer Path Golem's face were all roasted by the flames, roasted into charcoal and then roasted into ashes. After the flames burned Baiyu's palms covering the Outer Path Golem's face, they began to attack the Outer Path Golem one by one. The demon statue let out a cry of pain but was unable to break free. It looked so miserable. It was clearly the strongest biological body in the world. But because he lost all his strength, Baiyu used him as a target. The Six-Path Sage had never done such an excessive thing. Nagato was also struggling to hold on. Even though the Hungry Ghost Path of the Samsara Eye could absorb chakra energy, the temperature brought by the flame never disappeared. The rising temperature made the Samsara Eye more and more shriveled and affected his vision and strength. If this continued, when the Samsara Eye was destroyed, Nagato would also die. After all, Nagato's own existence was built on the various abilities of the Samsara Eye. After losing the most important thing, the Samsara Eye, Nagato's own balance would be broken and he would die completely. Just when Nagato was desperate, he suddenly heard the voice of the Outer Path Demon statue. Give me your Samsara Eye. Samsara Eye. Nagato suddenly realized, Outer Path Demon statue, if I use that eye, I can form a shield to compete with it and the power of the Hungry Ghost Path will be maximized. This person can use the body of a giant to amplify the power of ninjutsu. If I do it, the power will be 10 times stronger than his. I will extract all his chakra energy and then he will be killed by us. Nagato was stunned when he heard the words of the Outer Path Demon statue. He never thought that the Outer Path Demon statue would ask him for the Samsara Eye, but the Samsara Eye is related to his life. He lost the Samsara Eye and gave it to the Outer Path Demon statue. The Outer Path Demon statue can certainly resolve the current crisis, but what should he do? He will die. The Outer Path Demon statue is fulfilling himself and making him dead. Nagato instantly realized the huge sacrifice in the words of the Outer Path Demon statue. If Yahiko or Konan asked him to do this, he would do it without saying a word, but this is the Outer Path Demon statue asking him. Sorry, that can't be given even if he dies. Although Nagato wants to release the Outer Path Demon statue and collect all the tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails, what he really wants is for people in the world to see the real horror and then spontaneously let go of hatred, understand peace and unite together. If he gives the Rinnegan to the Outer Path Demon statue, he will die himself. The Outer Path Demon statue gets the Rinnegan and has the wisdom to think, who else in the entire ninja world can stop the Outer Path Demon statue? At that time, the real doomsday of this ninja world will come. The human world may be destroyed by the Outer Path Demon statue. How could he do something to let himself die and save the Outer Path Demon statue? However, the words of the Outer Path Demon statue also reminded Nagato. He himself is a mechanical Ashura, using the power of the Rinnegan Ashura Road human-machine transformation to allow the flesh and blood body to splice the machine and let the machine move as he wishes. It's just that his own mechanical transformation rate is too strong, leaving only one Rinnegan, and even the brain belongs to someone else, so he thinks that the whole body mechanical transformation is the most powerful. but this was just a move he had to make to prevent himself from being controlled by Uchiha Obito. Shura Road, the combination of flesh and blood and machinery, is the true right path. Just like he replaced his brain with someone else's and left the samsara eye on the mechanical body, there are so many magical blood limit in the world, he can transplant them all to himself, combine them with mechanical technology, and take the strongest path of combining machinery and flesh and blood. And the words of the outer path statue undoubtedly woke up Nagato. When he was transforming himself, he realized the power of everyone and the way to gather the power of the villagers of Rain Village on himself. Now the situation is dangerous. He actually forgot it. He can use what he did to the villagers to treat the outer path statue. The power of a ninja comes from chakra energy. A ninja will die without chakra energy, but I can use chakra energy to revive the dead. So people are equal to chakra energy, and chakra energy can be transformed into people. So I can borrow other people's chakra, and after the battle, I can use chakra energy to revive people. Add the transformation of Azura Road, that is to say, I can make everything in the world merge with myself. Take the strongest limbs and blood limit of humans and summoned beasts. Use the most luxurious and terrifying technological weapons of human technology, and combine the two aspect that is Azura. Chapter 656. Can you be my jigsaw puzzle? I am weak now, but I can choose to splice the outer path demon statue on my body and regard it as a blood limit and limb organ. This is the way I should go. Before, I transformed my whole body into a machine to guard against Uchiha Obito. Now that Uchiha Obito is dead, I should naturally complete my own renewal. Nagato suddenly realized that it was not him who gave the samsara eye to the outer path demon statue. Instead, he used the samsara eye to control the outer path demon statue, dominate this monster, and let the outer path demon statue join him and become one of the puzzle pieces for his own strengthening. Control the outer path demon statue with the samsara eye. Use the body of the outer path demon statue to use the hungry ghost path. The outer path demon statue really gave him a big clue. Thinking of this, Nagato immediately took action. If this continues, you will burn the samsara eye to death. In fact, if it weren't for with the hungry ghost shield, the samsara eye had long been burned to ashes by the flames. Nagato thought of this and immediately activated the power of the samsara eye Shura Road. He was a metal robot himself. When he activated the power of Shura Road, he immediately turned into a ball of metal fluid wrapped in the samsara eye and fell into the body of the outer path demon statue under the impact of a flame. The outer path demon statue thought that Nagato was obedient and gave it the samsara eye, and immediately controlled the flesh and blood to control Nagato's body to move to its forehead. There are 9 eyes on the eyes of the outer path demon statue, but these 9 eyes lack chakra energy and cannot be opened. Those chakra energies are the 9-tailed beasts in the world, so the outer path demon statue is not a complete body at this time. But even if it is a complete body, it has never had a samsara eye. This is the power of the 6-path sage, the power that can seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. The outer path demon statue knows its own fate. It is just a biological weapon of the Otsutsuki clan that takes the energy of the planet. Because of this, the Otsutsuki clan will not let it have wisdom. Individuals like it only have a muddled mind and only know madness, destruction, and plundering energy. This is also what the Otsutsuki clan wants to see. It can be said that the Otsutsuki clan is not confident that their biological weapons have the wisdom to think. And now, the outer path demon statue not only has wisdom but will also get the samsara eye. Even with the experience of the outer path demon statue, I can't help but feel happy. Although the giant on the opposite side is powerful, it is less than 10% of its heyday. Although the flame is terrifying, it is not enough to burn its indestructible body. If its body was so easily destroyed, the 6-path sage would not have sealed it on the moon. So next, after getting the samsara eye, it will be incurable. Think of the outer statue as an artifact, and I can piece it together to form my own body. Just then, the outer statue suddenly heard a man muttering, "What did you say?" The outer statue was a little confused. Is this man still alive? But the outer statue has wisdom and reason. Even if I can destroy all the external thinking equipment, the instinct of the outer statue's body will still be very crazy and difficult to suppress. Hey, what are you talking about? The outer statue suddenly panicked. What does this human want to do? Are you crazy? I am the body of the 10 tails, so I will use the power of the human path to extract all its memories, treat it like a brain, and extract it into an empty shell so that it will be a qualified artifact. I will erase all the memories in its core cells. In this way, it will be a qualified part. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm saying, can you be my puzzle piece? Chapter 657. Baiyu is defeated _ a bird passes _ the samsara eye floated from the body of the outer path demon statue to the forehead. This was not even controlled by the outer path demon statue itself. It was the spontaneous behavior of the samsara eye. Nagato's words made the outer path demon statue seem to recall the Otsutsuki clan. Those people were also looking for and cultivating instrument, but taking the 10 tails as an instrument, this kind of crazy behavior, even the Otsutsuki clan would not do it. This Uzumaki Nagato looked angry, and I don't know what he had experienced. He was even crazier than Uchiha Madara. The outer path demon statue immediately wanted to persuade Uzumaki Nagato. It was not afraid of a heart attack. After all, nothing in the world could erase it. But Nagato took a different approach and wanted to use the power of the samsara eye to erase its memory. If Nagato succeeded, wouldn't it really become a body, no different from the stones and wood on the ground? The outer path demon statue also hated the 6-path sage for separating its chakra energy, making it unable to use its full strength to fight against the samsara eye. Now it was only left with this powerless body, unable unable to resist the strange power of the Samsara Eye. But just when the outer path demon statue was about to persuade Nagato, he suddenly heard Nagato say, "Okay, now I am here, I will use the Samsara Eye. You use the hungry ghost path and we will absorb the chakra energy in the white moon ninjutsu together and we can survive the current crisis." Outer path demon statue, don't you want me to be your puzzle piece? Isn't it the same now? Nagato replied, "White moon is just an opponent in my life. I will definitely encounter more enemies in the future. It's difficult for me to go on alone. Do you want to join our Akatsuki organization and realize the ideal of world peace with me? Are you kidding?" The outer path demon statue couldn't believe it. It was a world-destroying beast and Uzumaki Nagato was going to use it to maintain world peace. The outer path demon statue was sure that Nagato had a brain problem. Nagato said seriously, "I'm not kidding. Although I can fight you and make you a part of me, I hope that all humans in this world live under your threat. Only when humans feel pain can they understand others. If there is no absolute threat to their existence, they will not know the preciousness of peace, nor will they put aside all prejudices and unite. This is something I can't do alone. Humans need despair, but also there is hope, and only hope can unite people. Just as the darkness before dawn is the dawn. Only with black and white can the Akatsuki organization lead human peace." Nagato expressed his feelings. He understood what the power of the crowd was, but he would not go astray. What he wanted was for others to understand him, join him, and become his strength rather than erasing other people's memories and personalities regardless of their wishes. Understanding is peace. This is hope, and hope is precious only in the face of despair. The outer path demon statue saw that Uzumaki Nagato was still the simple boy he used to be, but being simple is not necessarily a bad thing. The outer path demon statue could not help but be moved. It had no brain before, and only knew how to destroy blindly. It was used by the Otsutsuki clan as a biological weapon to extract planetary energy. Even Uchiha Madara did not take it seriously, and used it as a tool. Only Uzumaki Nagato would use it to achieve peace, and for the sake of his childish ideals he would use chakra energy day after day to prevent the Otsutsuki clan from sealing him back to the moon. The outer path demon statue could not help but be impressed by Nagato's charm. "Well, I also gained wisdom because of you. Before I gained wisdom, I was restless. It was because of you that I suppressed it, so I was not summoned back to the moon by the Otsutsuki clan. I promise you." The outer path demon statue agreed. Nagato sensed something from the words of the outer path demon statue, and said in a low voice, "Summoning, someone signed a contract with you. It is both a contract and a seal. There are descendants of the brothers of the Six Path Sage on the moon. They have been suppressing me for these years. They can recall me at any time." The outer path demon statue told the truth. Thousands of years ago, the Six Path Sage extracted all my power and divided it into tailed beasts, leaving me with only a shell. He also used the power of the animal path of the Samsara Eye to force me to sign the summoning seal to prevent anyone from stealing me from the moon. But the Six Path Sage probably didn't expect that the summoning he signed was used by a man named Uchiha Madara. Thousands of years later, Uchiha Madara got the Samsara Eye and used the power of the animal path to accidentally summon me from the moon. The Otsutsuki clan found out that I was not there and often wanted to summon me back, but was always stopped by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't know the situation on the moon, but he felt that I had the tendency to break free from his control, so he suppressed me with the Samsara Eye and cut off the summoning of the Otsutsuki clan. Nagato reacted after hearing this. "In other words, you would get angry every once in a while before, and it was the Otsutsuki clan on the moon who summoned you back." Gado statue, "That's right, Nagato. The Otsutsuki clan really hurt him badly. However, he was unable to fully exert the power of the Samsara Eye. Otherwise he would not have desperately used chakra energy to suppress the outer path statue for the sake of Akatsuki's plan every time the Otsutsuki clan summoned the outer path statue. Now that he has abandoned his human body, he doesn't know what state he is in. He only knows that he seems to be able to fully exert the power of the Samsara Eye. The Otsutsuki clan has no hope of summoning the outer path statue again." After the two people discussed, they worked together to use the power of the hungry ghost path. A transparent shield appeared on the hands of the outer path statue. Chapter 657. Baiyu was defeated. The shield unfolded in the amazing firelight. The purple giant sprayed fireballs one after another, all of which hit the transparent shield. The power of the great fireball technique was instantly absorbed by the hungry ghost path and became the energy of the outer path demon statue. Baiyu noticed this change and his face changed. He controlled the second body to step back a few steps, wanting to see what was going on, but suddenly found that his chakra energy was rapidly lost. He looked carefully and saw that he had dozens of arms grabbing the outer path demon statue. The chakra energy in the second body was sucked away by the outer path demon statue through these arms. "Want to drain all my chakra energy?" Baiyu immediately controlled the second body, and the purple giant roared, using brute force to tear apart the arms that hit the outer path demon statue, and then jumped back a long way. Blood and minced meat fell from the sky. The outer path demon statue and Nagato looked at Baiyu together, and walked forward a few steps together to catch Baiyu. Baiyu saw a Samsara Eye appearing on the forehead of the outer path demon statue, and understood that the Samsara Eye was sucked away by the outer path demon statue. Only in this way can it be explained why the outer path demon statue can use the hungry ghost path, one of the six paths. Now, it is no longer easy to get close. Is Uzumaki Nagato dead? Otherwise, why would the Samsara Eye be obtained by the outer path demon statue? Baiyu looked at the outer statue cautiously and found that it was hammering the ground angrily, and it pounced on him on its hands and feet like a mad beast. The outer statue tried to grab Bai Yu, but Bai Yu was gifted in physical skills after all, and immediately used a set of soft fist combos under the moon, beating the ungrateful monster back step by step. It was like teaching a grandson a lesson, beating the outer statue so hard that it couldn't find its way. Bai Yu knew martial arts, so how could he be inferior to the outer statue in close combat, who knew nothing? Unaware beast. The outer path demon statue could have won the battle if it had caught Bai Yu, but it just couldn't even touch Bai Yu, and was beaten by Bai Yu's soft fist. Uzumaki Nagato would not let the outer path demon statue be beaten passively. His physical skills were also good, and he could last dozens of rounds under Bai Yu, but he and the outer path demon statue were in a cooperative relationship, and the outer path demon statue was not completely controlled by him, so there was no good way. He could only try his best to provide the power of the samsara eye to the outer path demon statue. Use Chibiku Tensei. Nagato reminded. Understood. The outer path demon statue replied. After dealing with Bai Yu, it and Nagato would go to take back all the tailed beasts and become a complete body. As the 10-tailed beast, it knew how terrifying the sealing ability of Chibiku Tensei was. Bai Yu was beating the outer path demon statue, and suddenly saw the outer path demon statue turn around, facing away from him, pretending to be beaten. The outer path demon squatted on the ground, put his hands together, slowly accumulated strength, and a black ball appeared from his palm. Bai Yu jumped up and punched the outer path demon dozens of times on the back, and found that the outer path demon had thick skin and strong recovery ability, and it was not easy to break the defense no matter how he hit it. Bai Yu was annoyed. He was about to die, but he had to encounter this monster with thick skin and flesh. How long would it take to waste like this? But he grew up in a short time, only lived for a few years, and did not have any powerful ninjutsu. He really had no choice but to grab the outer path demon's head madly and take off the samsara eye on the forehead of the outer path demon. Without the samsara eye, the threat level of the outer path demon would be reduced. Nagato controlled the samsara eye and transferred it on the surface of the outer path demon to prevent Bai Yu from succeeding. Bai Yu was even more angry. This broken eyeball actually moved. Bai Yu grabbed the outer path demon's feet and dragged it to the rain village, trying to seal the outer path demon with the images left there in the past. Boom! Bai Yu dragged the outer path demon with all his strength to the place where the Chibiku Tensei were densely populated in the rain village. The outer path demon had been facing away from Bai Yu, with his hands clasped together, accumulating Chibiku Tensei. When the level was almost the same, the outer path demon suddenly turned around and gave Bai Yu a hard blow. The Chibiku Tensei was used as a raise nan by the outer path demon. A black ball hit the back of Bai Yu's second body. In an instant, a black hole formed in the waist. When it melted into the purple giant, all the flesh and blood it touched disappeared. It was as if it was twisted and sucked away. The flesh also became spiral and was continuously sucked into the Chibiku Tensei. Bai Yu was shocked and turned back to see the outer path demon attacking him. You trademark. Bai Yu bent over and grabbed the neck of the outer path demon. Aren't you going to die? Let's die together. As he said that, he dragged the outer path demon and pressed it against the Chibiku Tensei. The Chibiku Tensei used by the outer path demon is dozens of times more powerful than Uzumaki Nagato. Once it appears, it is equivalent to the previous stage of Super Kamui vs Chibiku Tensei. Not only Bai Yu's body was absorbed by the Chibiku Tensei, but even the outer path demon was also absorbed by the Chibiku Tensei. The two huge monsters wrestled into a ball at this time, but soon it became Bai Yu who beat the outer path demon. The size of the Chibiku Tensei continued to increase, and many gravels floated around the two monsters. Nagato was nervous. It's over. If this goes on, we will all be sealed by the Chibiku Tensei. Nagato, don't worry, I have experience. After we sleep for dozens or hundreds of years, or at most a few thousand years, we will appear one day. The outer path demon comforted Nagato. I woke up after a nap. Nagato, I don't want it. The world is still waiting for me to save it. My dead companions have not been resurrected yet. I can't be sealed. Nagato panicked. Outer path demon statue, my mind is not clear. You think of a solution. Chapter 657. Bai Yu is defeated. Although it has only been a few dozen or 100 years, or even a few thousand years, but in these years, how many people will die in the ninja world without peace? I can't just pretend it didn't happen because I didn't see it. What's more, when you are resurrected, the person who unsealed us will definitely have ulterior motive towards us. Maybe we will be sealed by evil again. The outer path demon statue knew that what Nagato said was the actual situation. Indeed, they may not be free after waking up. The person who unsealed them will use them. If they can't beat them, they will be sealed again. So the best way is not to be sealed at this time. But I can't beat Bai Yu. The outer path demon statue shouted. Use your body to use the diamond seal, and I will transfer the relevant experience to you. Nagato's own physical skills can't beat Bai Yu, and he immediately tried to transfer the diamond seal he improved for attack to the outer path demon statue. Nagato has the power of the human way. Not only can he peek into other people's memories, but he can also transmit memories to others. This makes memories in his hands like a piece of information that can be transferred to others at any time. At this time, Nagato transferred his ability to the outer path demon statue. The outer path demon statue instantly downloaded this ninjutsu and went through it in his mind, as if he had practiced it himself and knew it by heart. Outer path demon statue used the diamond seal immediately. The Uzumaki clan is good at sealing technique. The diamond seal is the crystallization of the Uzumaki clan's highest sealing technology. It was created to seal huge ninja beasts and evil things. The real way to use the diamond seal is to imprint the learned sealing technique on the diamond seal, which allows each chain of the diamond seal to impose a seal on the enemy. Once unfolded, hundreds of various sealing chains will seal everything in the world. Nagato learned this ninjutsu on the spot and did not have time to learn other sealing techniques, resulting in the diamond seal not being able to exert its full power. But there are mistakes. In order to deal with Baiyu, Nagato used the diamond seal very violently so that the diamond seal is now both offensive and defensive. The position originally used to imprint other sealing techniques was changed to add wind attribute power. This makes the diamond seal have a very strong cutting ability. It can even hurt Baiyu's second body, Nagato. This is much more useful than the tail. The outer path demon statue became excited. Golden light bloomed between heaven and earth. The outer path demon statue cut the purple giant that was suppressing it into pieces on the spot. Purple pieces of meat fell from the sky like rain. Baiyu's astonished eyes and the delicate body in the meat appeared in front of the outer path demon statue and Nagato. Nagato was excited when he saw the outer path demon statue kill the purple giant in one go, and even Baiyu's body was exposed. I am proficient in all attributes of chakra energy. In addition to wind attribute chakra, there are also fire, water, earth, thunder, and yang. If the changes in the properties of these chakra energies are integrated into the diamond seal, how strong will the diamond seal be at that time? As soon as Nagato had this idea, he was immediately attracted by this promising path. At this time, Nagato vaguely realized that the Uzumaki clan had created a chakra weapon for ninjas. It was not a weapon based on chakra metal, but a weapon formed by chakra energy. This kind of weapon can also fuse various bloodline limit. But how did such a powerful family disappear? Nagato had never thought about this question before, but he couldn't help but have this question at this time. But this is not the most important thing now. The most important thing is to seize the opportunity now. Kill Baiyu. Gaido demon statue. Understood. The golden cloth belt passed through the sky and passed through the purple flesh wrapped around Baiyu. Baiyu's body and the flesh were cut in half by the golden light, and with the attraction of the Chibuko Tensei, all his flesh and blood began to be sucked into the Chibuko Tensei. The Black Crow saw this situation from a distance and immediately knew why Baiyu asked him to evacuate as soon as possible. This huge monster that looked like a dead tree actually obtained the Samsara Eye and Ninjutsu of Uzumaki Nagato. The Samsara Eye and Ninjutsu used by the outer statue are far more powerful than Uzumaki Nagato. In this situation, how could Baiyu win? Baiyu was defeated, but it's okay. His real body is still in Konoha village, and he won't be killed by Nagato. Now I am the only one left. I will do my best to escort the Samsara Eye back. Chapter 658. Read and write the positioning. Samsara Eye turn into a butterfly. The purple giant was cut into pieces by the diamond blockade, and these pieces, as well as the blood and raindrops in the sky, floated in the air and were continuously sucked to the surface of the black ball by the huge suction generated by the Chibuko Tensei. Even Baiyu's body, which was chopped in half and floating in the air, was also led away by the Chibuko Tensei. Nagato and the outer path demon statue had these huge pieces of meat to resist the power of the Chibuko Tensei. They used the Samsara Eye to have a chance to break free from the shackles of the Chibuko Tensei and run outside with their hands and feet. Finally killed his body. Uzumaki Nagato shouted excitedly. God knows what he was beaten into by Baiyu along the way. He obviously had an advantage and all kinds of abilities were bloody against Baiyu, but he couldn't kill Baiyu. Now that Baiyu's body is dead, nothing can stop him. Justice and evil. Justice defeated evil after all. I said that after killing this purple giant, I would go to the land of fire to hunt down Baiyu's body, but I didn't expect that his body was hidden in the giant's body. Now the matter is finally over. I want to revive the members of the Akatsuki organization, rebuild the Rain Village, and then declare war on the entire ninja world. Nagato said. The most powerful enemy is dead, and Nagato doesn't think there is anything in the ninja world that can stop him and the outer path demon statue. I suggest that we recycle the 9 tails first. This is my strongest chakra energy, the outer path demon statue said. The 6 path sage said that it was a fair distribution, but the outer path demon statue could feel that the 9 tails got the largest share of chakra energy and the rest of the tailed beast combined did not have as much as the 9 tails. Recycling the 9 tails is equivalent to restoring half of its strength. Nagato nodded. Yes, first deal with the strongest tailed beast and the rest are just a mob. Just as the two were discussing things, the upper half of the corpse of Baiyu, which was attracted by the Chibuko Tensei, suddenly opened its eyes, and the light green eyes looked at Uzumaki Nagato and the outer path demon statue with thin emotions. The two fused monsters have already left the Chibuko Tensei. Range, watching him being sealed by the Chibuko Tensei. Am I going to die? This thought came to Baiyu's mind. So this is the taste of failure. No matter how hard he tries, he will still fail in the end. At this point he doesn't know how to beat Nagato. After Uchiha Obito died, he saw Lin. Lin told Obito that she had been waiting for Obito. After he died, would he see Izumi? If he could, it would be a very good thing. In the future, he could walk with Izumi on an unknown road. Baiyu wanted to see Sasuke, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that Sasuke would say something to him that made him uncomfortable, and he didn't dare to face it. Because he didn't dare to face it, he had to curl up like a hedgehog, not accepting anyone's approach, afraid of being hurt again. Baiyu wanted to see Izumi, and Izumi would love him for no reason. Although this kind of love appeared because of need, it was just right for him because of need. It was just right for Izumi. Baiyu didn't understand what love was. He understood it before, because he liked Sasuke the way he was, but Sasuke said it was fate, so his liking and love were also fate. So he didn't understand. He only knew that seeing Izumi would make him feel feel at ease and safe and he wouldn't be sad. So what Izumi said was right. Love is sacrifice. I can still read, but reading can't kill Nagato. Nagato has taken a path I didn't expect. He is too weird now. Itaka said he was dead. I have observed him and I don't know if he is still alive, but he seems to think he is alive, so he is still alive, right? I can't defeat him anymore. Should I attack him for the last part of my reading? Baiyu's body floated in the air, being swallowed and sealed by the Chibuko Tensei. The Chibuko Tensei has absorbed part of the purple giant's body and is still swallowing it. Baiyu suddenly thought of Sakura and Ino at this time. These friends don't know his situation yet. How will they look at him when they know his deeds in the future? I killed so many people but failed. Because I failed, I couldn't revive those people, so I am a bad person. I am evil and I can't redeem those mistakes. I also caused great pain to others and their families. I am not the White Moon. Baiyu accepted the fact that he was a bad person, accepted the irreparable mistakes he made, and accepted the pain he brought to others. He did not become a good person as his mother expected, a bright moon in a peaceful and serene night, but became a red blood moon, symbolizing the constant killing and grief in the world. Baiyu accepted his failure in life. After accepting this failure, Baiyu recalled his past life, the peaceful life in his dream, growing up quietly, becoming an ordinary good person, and living a dull life. That kind of thought and dream, now think of it, so childish and ridiculous. After recalling his friends, and then thinking of his own life experience, Baiyu felt no pain in his heart. He wanted to use the last power of reading and writing to see those who cared about him before he died, even though he knew that in the near future, these people would be very disgusted and hate him when they learned about his deed. In Konoha village, it was almost dawn at this time. The first person Baiyu went to see was the violent girl with pink hair. Chapter 658 Reading and Writing to Locate the Samsara Eye. Turning into a butterfly. Underscore the stand messenger in Konoha underscore a bird passing underscore. Because the first person he knew was Haruno Sakura. Sakura was the first girl who was kind to him, and she was also a very persistent girl, although he didn't know why his friendship with Sakura turned into love, and he didn't know what Sakura liked about him. But even though he couldn't understand Sakura's love, he still decided to go see Sakura and the others. Because Sakura sacrificed for him. Love is equal to sacrifice, so Sakura's love for him is sacrifice for him. He wants to respond to this feeling, even if he can't do anything now. When Baiyu saw Sakura, Sakura was not asleep. Sakura was wearing a light pink pajamas, sitting on the bed with her back against the wall and her legs hugged, her scattered pink hair covering her ears and white cheek, and her green eyes were sad. Baiyu didn't know what Sakura was sad about, but he knew that Sakura hadn't slept all night and looked dazed for a long time. Baiyu sat next to Sakura. Sakura didn't use the black stand-in, so she couldn't see him. Baiyu didn't disturb Sakura. He sighed softly, as if on purpose. You should rest early. Sakura looked towards the place where the sound came from, thinking that Baiyu was coming. She quickly used the Valkyrie to see through her black self, but she didn't see anything. Baiyu didn't talk to Xiaoying. He didn't have much time, so he naturally didn't see Xiaoying lower her head, bite her palm, and cry after he left. Xiaoying didn't cry out loud, but just hid her sobs in her palm and bit her hand hard to block the despair in her heart. After Baiyu left, he went to see Ino again. This girl, who usually had short hair and looked like a tomboy, was sleeping soundly. Ino's hair was longer than Sakura's, and she usually tied it into a ponytail. At this time, her hair was also loose, and she was sleeping in an indecent posture on the bed. Looking at Ino's situation, like the hands of a clock, she was about to fall into the empty bed. Baiyu held back his laughter. He felt the most sorry for Ino. He killed two of Ino's fathers, the combination of pig, deer, and Joe, and even almost killed Ino's father. Because he lost to Uzumaki Nagato, he was unable to resurrect the dead. Baiyu simply looked at Ino and did not disturb Ino. He was just like Suzuki now. If he talked to Ino, Ino would feel very painful, right? So Baiyu looked at Ino and planned to leave. He didn't even dare to tell Ino that he had been here. Just as Baiyu was about to leave, he unexpectedly saw an open notebook and stationery that had not been packed on the table in Ino's room. Baiyu knew that Ino had been studying hard, but now that Baiyu saw a paragraph written by Ino, he realized that it seemed to be a diary. But shouldn't a diary be hidden after writing? Why is it still placed on the table? Baiyu looked at Ino, who was about to fall into the bed without realizing it, and sighed again. It was so good to be carefree. He suddenly wanted to be like Ino. Stupid, you can live happily. Baiyu hasn't appeared for several days. I don't know what he is doing. The last time he came back, he hugged me. Xiaoying looked jealous. She was the only one who didn't hug him. Hehe. Why didn't Baiyu come back? I couldn't wait for him. I couldn't find him in the village. I could only help my family take care of the flower shop every day. It was so boring. Could it be that I am too stupid and my academic performance is not good, so Baiyu doesn't like me coming? Well, you can come back anytime. If you miss me and see what I wrote by chance, you should know that I am worried about you. Right. I am very stupid, but I won't cause you any trouble. Baiyu's heart moved. He looked at Ino and realized that Ino had been waiting for him. Baiyu fled in guilt. He didn't dare to see Ino again, nor could he respond to Ino, because he couldn't make up for his mistake. He was going to die and couldn't beat Uzumaki Nagato. How could he respond to the feelings of Xiaoying and Ino? Baiyu went to see Hinata with mixed feelings. Sakura had told him before that Hinata was taken away by the main family and never showed up. He was in the hospital at the time, sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious, and only went to see Hinata now. Hinata is a girl with short hair, gentle and kind personality, and slightly weak. When she is with Hinata, Hinata will look at you quietly and follow you. It seems that you are all in her beautiful white eyes, but when you go to see her, she will blush in surprise and smoke talk will come out of her head when she is embarrassed. She can't even speak clearly, dare not look at you, and will subconsciously poke her fingers to relieve her emotions. She is a cute girl who needs protection and care. Bai Yu had fought with Hinata before. The girl's physical skills were very powerful, but she was kind-hearted. When she attacked, she would worry about whether she would hurt him, so she couldn't exert her full strength. Later, Hinata became a branch family, moved out, and lived in his house. When they were free, they would practice physical skills together. Hinata may not know, or may be very clear that he learned a lot when they were practicing physical skills. It can be said that his current physical skills foundation was all trained by Hinata. Just now, Bai Yu used Soft Fist to teach Uzumaki Nagato and the Outer Path Demon statue how to behave. But after the Outer Path Demon statue was able to use all of Nagato's power, he could no longer beat Nagato and the Outer Path Demon statue. Bai Yu came to Hinata with loss, like a child who was wronged outside. Chapter 658 Reading and Positioning the Samsara Eye. Turning into a butterfly. He should have been a child, but in this world, children also have to go to the battlefield. He just took this path earlier than his peers. When Bai Yu saw Hinata, he had no idea for a moment. He felt cold and stood there in a daze. He saw Hinata kneeling in the dim light, facing the wall with her back to him. There were candles in the room for lighting. The fire was weak and could illuminate some of the environment in the room, but most of the room was still dark. The candles were almost burned out. The ground was wet with water, and there was a wooden barrel filled with water next to it. Hinata was kneeling on the ground at this moment, facing the wall with her back to Bai Yu. Hinata was wearing thin clothes, which were not dry and were wet with water. Bai Yu didn't know what happened, but was shocked by this situation. Hinata should be sleeping in a warm and safe room like the two girls Sakura and Ino. Why was she kneeling in front of the wall? It seemed that she had been kneeling all night. No, Sakura had told him before that Hinata had been taken back to the main family of the Hyuga clan a long time ago. In other words, this situation has continued until now. Why didn't he come to see Hinata earlier? Bai Yu felt a pain in his heart for a moment. He thought Hinata would live well. After all, Hinata was from the Hyuga clan, a branch family. What happened to the Hyuga clan? Bai Yu hurriedly walked towards Hinata, but before he saw Hinata, Bai Yu heard the sound of the door opening. A woman walked in from outside the door. Miss, it's almost dawn. Hinata's body trembled, and she didn't turn around. She grabbed her trouser legs with both hands, and her clothes were wrinkled. The woman lifted the bucket and poured the water from the top of Hinata's head. She came every hour to prevent Hinata from falling asleep. Hinata bit her lip, and the cold water washed down her cheeks and collar. The whole person was very embarrassed, but she didn't dare to get up without permission. As a branch family, you should be more sober when doing things. Did you face the wall and reflect on your mistakes tonight? The woman repeated what she said countless times. Hinata, I have realized my identity. Very good. There are still 3 days left before the punishment ends. Please remember that you are no longer a member of the main family, and you can no longer claim to be a member of the main family. Without the permission of the main family, you cannot do anything outside the rules of the Hyuga clan without authorization. The woman took out a set of clean clothes and put it aside. In order to help you better understand your situation, today, as usual, there will be an extra punishment. I hope you can understand your responsibilities well in the future and don't make mistake. I know. Hinata was a little confused and sleepy, but she had to cheer up. After possessing chakra energy, ninjas are simply two species from ordinary people. This also makes ninja children go to the battlefield to fight very early. The punishments have increased day by day in the past few days, and Hinata can hold on. It's just that starting from yesterday, she can't sleep and rest in the future. Today, she will increase the whipping to hone her will and spirit. This is also a way for ordinary people to increase chakra energy. Life force can be obtained by physical exercise, but there is no shortcut to spiritual power. It can only be increased through various painful things. This is also the reason why most ninjas have abnormal brain. From childhood to adulthood, they have lived in a distorted world. Ninjas born with good conditions naturally do not need to go through torture to gain spiritual power. Their blood is destined to make them extraordinary. But children born with bad conditions basically have endless pain on the road of life, and even this pain can be long or short, and there is no hope in the next life because this is the ninja world. Ninjas are born to fight, to experience death and pain. Hinata used to be the main family, and now it is a branch family. The change of identity is like heaven and earth, and a completely different fate has come. This is also what every generation of Hyuga branch family will experience in the past. At the woman's signal, Hinata picked up the clothes. Bai Yu quickly covered her eyes. Although Hinata is his, he still understands the way of not looking at indecent things, and he should respect girls. Hinata walked to the other side of the room and knelt down. The woman took out a whip and whipped Hinata on the shoulder. Bai Yu was still covering his eyes with his hands, but when he heard Hinata's pain, he reacted and rushed over to kill the woman. But when Bai Yu raised his hand, he hesitated. 3 days. Hinata still had 3 days to finish the sentence. He would die soon. What would Hinata do after he died? He could indeed kill this woman, but what after that? Can he give Hinata a safe future? If he couldn't give Hinata a safe future, his actions would bring Hinata more trouble. After he died, Hinata could only go on alone, living alone in this world, and Hinata could only rely on herself. Bai Yu suddenly wanted to live. He understood that people live not only for themselves, but also for others. Unfortunately, he understood it too late. He didn't spend more time with Hinata to help Hinata become a powerful female ninja. Hinata knelt on the ground, and the woman took a whip and whipped Hinata. Do you remember? Without the permission of the main family, you cannot use the blood limit privately, which will bring trouble to the Hyuga clan. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 658 Read and Write the Positioning Samsara Eye. Turn into a butterfly. butterfly underscore the substitute in Konoha underscore a bird passing underscore. Remember. Hinata hadn't finished speaking when another whip came over. Hinata showed a painful expression and a scar appeared on her cute face. The woman repeated expressionlessly, do you remember? Without the permission of the main family you cannot use the blood limit privately. This will bring trouble to the Hyuga clan. Remember? Hinata lowered her head. The process of punishment must be repeated over and over again to make it memorable. Hinata already remembered it very clearly, but she didn't expect that after becoming a branch family she would completely cut off contact with the main family. Those were obviously her parents and sister, but she could only treat them as strangers in the future. Her future life would be to protect them. They are the masters. Her mother pretended not to know her, and her father coldly told her to remember her identity. Hanabi looked down on her and said that she became a branch family because of her weak character. Those family members didn't want her anymore and left her because of her change of identity. What about her future family? Hinata thought of Bayu, and she would become a family with Bayu. Maybe she would not be very eye-catching, but she would support Bayu. Bayu was seriously injured and had been in the ninja hospital. Hinata's only thought now was to wait for the punishment to end so that she could practice soft boxing. Dad, mom, and sister probably didn't need her protection, but Bayu had no family and the other girls hadn't grown up, so she had to protect Bayu well in the future. It was because of this thought that Hinata persisted, and this was her spiritual pillar. Hinata didn't dare to think about what would happen to her without Bayu. She wanted to see Bayu when she was healed, and she couldn't let Bayu worry about her. And because she saw Bayu, she felt safe. Another whip came down. The woman continued to repeat these words expressionlessly so that Hinata would always remember them. In fact, the management of the branch family was not so strict, but who made Hinata the head of the branch family? It must be done this way to let Hinata realize her identity. Otherwise, the branch family and the head family are in harmony. How can the head family be so cruel as to abandon the branch family at the critical moment of the family's survival? How can they use the curse seal to kill their own brothers after the branch family did something dangerous? Hinata is a branch family, not a head family. Since Hinata chose to become a branch family voluntarily to protect Hanabi, Hinata and Hanabi have had two completely different destinies. Bayu appeared beside Hinata, listening to the whip in his ears. He walked behind Hinata, put one hand around Hinata's shoulders, hugged Hinata, and used his back to withstand the whipping of the maid. Because of this, Bayu's strength became weaker. He shouldn't have come to see her when she was dying. He should have come earlier so that even if he was sick he could help Hinata bear more punishment. Hinata suddenly felt no pain. When she was feeling strange, she suddenly heard a gentle voice in her ear. Hinata, thank you. I am very happy to know you and know that you like me. I like you too. It depends on you next. You must live out the firmness of a girl in your future life. Hinata was stunned. Her white eyes opened wide and the pain caused by the whip appeared on her back again. Bayu Iwan's main body on the forest road in the land of fire fell to the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his head. He looked at the ground in front of him with blurred vision. With the power of the second life and the purple hermit, Bayu could see the dew on the grass in front of him and the black and purple blood dripping from his mouth. Bayu couldn't move at all. He just went to see his friends, but after seeing them, Bayu felt even more reluctant to leave. Many figures seemed to appear in front of him. Izumi, Suzuki, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Red Bean, Itaka's sister. The scenes of his encounters with these people and the things he experienced all appeared in front of him. He went to school with a nervous mood at the beginning of the school year and had a feeling of meeting Suzuki as if it was fate. He still remembers his pounding heart. He met Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and others. Their experience together was very short but very clear. The past scenes flew past Bayu's eyes. Bayu didn't go to see Red Bean. This was also the only woman he didn't see before he died. It wasn't because he was afraid to see Red Bean, but because he wanted to save his last breath. People live not only for themselves but also for others. He wants to redeem the mistakes he made with his own hands and turn his twisted life back. Black and purple blood oozed from the corner of Bayu's mouth. He raised his hand weakly, his finger off the ground, pointing in the direction of the sky. Purple Hermit, read Rain Village. Second life. I want to turn into a butterfly. After Bayu gave the order, his breathing gradually weakened. This is a secret technique from the Akimichi clan, which requires the consumption of nutrients from the whole body to turn into strength. After successfully turning into a butterfly, one will obtain the chakra of one's own potential extreme. Burning to the extreme, the power will also be increased to the extreme, but the end of the extreme is to burn everything that can be burned and finally turn into a butterfly and die. Before, he wanted to get the samsara eye, but he couldn't hurt the samsara eye. Now he wants to destroy the samsara eye, and the outer demon statue uses the diamond seal to break the defense. If he uses this trick again, even if he can devour the remaining flesh and blood of the second body, he can't kill Nagato anymore, right? This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 658. Read and write the positioning samsara eye, turn into a butterfly. But Bayu wanted to give it a try. He was unwilling to die like this. He wanted to continue the previous plan, kill Nagato, and create a chance for Itaka to return safely. This is also what he can do with this life. A figure with long red hair emerged from Bayu and leaped into the sky. Shalokaying back at her original body, she was dying. The girl with long red hair also had many scars on her body. These scars were like broken patterns on porcelain. Thousands of them appeared on the girl's body, and some fragments even fell and disappeared little by little. They were about to die. The girl looked back at her original body and flew to the Rain Village to bring this message to the Rain Village. The girl flew all the way across the land of fire, came to the land of rain, and entered the Rain Village. Appeared next to Bayu's second life. After absorbing enough substance substances, the power of the Chibico Tensei will become lower and lower until it finally becomes a round rock. The purple giant, as well as the rocks and soil on the ground, after absorbing these things, the power of the Chibico Tensei is no longer as strong as when it first appeared. But even if the power of the Chibico Tensei weakened, Baiyu could not escape. His original body was in a bad condition, and his will was getting lower and lower. Even if the second life had enough life force and chakra, he had no energy to control it. So Baiyu did not escape after being cut into pieces by the King Kong. He suffered extremely serious mental damage. After all, the second life and the second body are connected to the main body. Baiyu endured 3 times the pain. At this time, Baiyu spent some time and saw Sakura, Ino, and Hinata with telepathy. He planned to try it one last time. In the night sky, Baiyu stretched out his hand. The girl with long red hair also stretched out her hand. The two shook hands in the air. Baiyu didn't know if he could kill Uzumaki Nagato this time. It was too difficult. The Rinnegan plus the outer path golem, both attack and defense, but he wanted to try and see if Dali could work a miracle. Might Guy could kick the 6 paths Madara to pieces with one kick. He used the remaining flesh and blood of the purple giant, and he didn't know if he could do that. Even if it didn't work, it would be fine if he could break through the outer path golem's defense. After all, his goal was only to destroy the Rinnegan and the Uzumaki Nagato, who was parasitic on the Rinnegan. Behind Baiyu was a huge black ball which gave off a strong gravitational force. There were a lot of dirt, stones, and the flesh and blood of the purple giant on it. There were more things flying towards the earth-shattering star in the sky. Baiyu was also part of it. Baiyu and the girl's hands touched each other. On the palm part, purple vines spread under the fair skin, spread all over the body, pierced Baiyu's body, and quickly grabbed all the chopped limbs. These vines immediately connected to the other half of Baiyu's chopped body, and then spread through the other half of the body to the surroundings. Vines were in the air, connecting to all the chopped pieces of meat. These vines were like spider silk, weaving a huge web in the sky, distributed under the starry sky. A strange landscape appeared above the dark earth, with the boy as the center. Countless vines emerged, covering many places in the sky like a spider web, and the flesh and blood were captured by the spider web and hung in the air. All of this was sucked away by the huge black ball. All of this seemed to be in vain. Baiyu's consciousness was low, and he tried to say, use physical skills. All the chakra energy in Baiyu suddenly emerged, and with the purple hermit's vines as the meridians, it quickly swam in all the separated flesh and blood in the sky. Every time the chakra energy passed through a vine would light up with purple light. The flesh and blood caught by the vines seemed to come alive under the action of chakra, and were taken away piece by piece by the vines, and quickly spliced a euro with Baiyu as the center. In a short time, Baiyu and his body were completely spliced, and his body was wrapped in flesh and blood again. After that, the upper body of a purple giant appeared right above the Chibico Tensei. The second body has been swallowed by half by the Chibico Tensei in this short time. Now only the part above the chest is left. Baiyu controlled the second body, grabbed the ground, and prepared to use ninjutsu. 2 huge arms pierced the earth, and 10 fingers firmly grasped the soil and rock. Baiyu was sucked away by the Chibico Tensei. His body was twisted, and 2 deep marks were dragged on the ground, but this could not prevent him from being sealed by the Chibico Tensei. Are you still struggling to death? No one can escape the seal of the Chibico Tensei. Nagato looked through the samsara eye and saw the purple giant struggling on the ground, not wanting to be sealed by the Chibico Tensei. To be honest, this struggle is really crazy. It looks like he is trying his best, but Baiyu can't escape the fate of being sealed in the Chibico Tensei no matter what. This ninjutsu has been fully formed. It's just that the power is a little lower than expected, but Nagato has experience. Next time, throw a few more Chibico Tensei, and the power should be enough. Just as Nagato and the outer path demon statue were waiting for the matter to end, the two suddenly saw the purple giant's body surface light up. Then the flesh and blood of the giant's upper body dried up rapidly, became smaller and thinner, and finally the size was like magic, getting smaller and smaller. It was so small that it seemed to have become a person. Chapter 658 Reading and Writing. The positioning samsara eye, transforming into a butterfly. But this does not conform to the laws of physics. Where did all the flesh and blood go? Was it eaten? When Nagato saw that person, he suddenly felt a strong chakra energy burst out from that person, and circles of vibrations in the air and the ripples of the mind spread around. Baiyu bent her body, floating in the air, and her red hair suddenly became longer, falling from her back to her ankles, and even extending to the soles of her feet, floating in the sky under the gravity brought by the Chibico Tensei. If the 8 gates of Dunjia is to hone the body, improve one's own strength little by little, surpass the original limit until finally bursting out with unparalleled light, then turning into a butterfly is to draw out all of one's own energy, compress, and compress again, until all the essence and power are concentrated at one point, and then suddenly burst out into wings. Therefore, once this ninjutsu is used, it is the extreme of itself, without any transitional stages. Once it is used, it means death. Red long hair fluttered on the back of Baiyu's young body, light green eyes emitted a little crystal purple light, and he slowly stretched his body in the air. He felt the power of this technique, as well as the power of Rokakaka and the ninjas of Rain Village. If it weren't for this second life that he could control to use the butterfly transformation, Baiyu would never use this ninjutsu. It would turn into ashes once used. Butterfly transformation. Purple chakra energy appeared on Baiyu's body surface, and finally turned into a purple beam of light that penetrated the darkness on the field and pierced into the sky. The person in the light beam had butterfly-like wings on his back. The wings stretched out and flapped around with a lightness that could not be ignored. Baiyu broke free from his own cocoon, broke through the body body and successfully transformed into a butterfly on the original basis. Uzumaki Nagato. Baiyu looked at the outer path golem. He clenched his fist and used the power of telekinesis to pull his fist, his arms, his body, his heavy chakra energy and his soul. Powerful power is meaningless if it is not accurate. And his stand, the purple hermit. The power of the stand happens to have unparalleled accuracy. Stand, purple hermit, telekinesis positioning. Samsara I won't miss like might guy. Baiyu's butterfly-like wings fluttered gently behind him. Under the power of the butterfly and the pull of telekinesis, the whole person shot towards the outer path golem, watching the show in the distance like a beam of light. The powerful force could not even restrain the Chibico Tensei that had swallowed half of the giant's body. Baiyu instantly broke away from the range of gravity and shot directly through the head of the outer path golem. The outer path golem was still watching the show. When it saw it, its head was gone, exploding from its neck like a watermelon. The purple light paused in the air for a moment, then reversed again and penetrated the body of the outer path demon statue again. The head of the huge monster like a dead tree was slowly recovering. The body was cut vertically again. It wailed. Inside the body, the samsara eye swam around frantically in the flesh and blood, followed closely by a beam of purple light. On the surface of the outer path demon statue, the purple light flowed like a vortex and shot outward. Baiyu looked at the samsara eye, wanting to catch it, wanting to catch it, wanting to catch this hope. All his eyes, all his thought, everything was on this attack, and he had to do his best to catch up with the samsara eye no matter what. No matter where you swim, I will follow you closely and destroy you. Even if it consumes and burns my soul to ashes, I will kill you. Only in this way will you not threaten Itaki. Itaki can get home safely. And the samsara eye in Itaka's hand. There must be the samsara innate technique. There must be the samsara innate technique. There must be a reincarnation technique. It is impossible that there is no reincarnation technique. Die. Uzumaki Nagato. If my original body had not been sick and seriously injured, you would have died long ago. This caused great damage to the outer path golem. Cracks appeared on the surface of the outer path golem, and because the enemy was inside its body, it could not attack at all and could only passively bear this kind of damage. Its recovery ability was very strong, but now it could not keep up with Baiyu's speed of destruction, and the whole person was almost cut into pieces. Uzumaki Nagato's samsara eye ran in front and his soul flew behind. He was so scared that he desperately urged his samsara eye to break away from Baiyu's lock, but he could not get rid of Baiyu no matter what. Baiyu knew his position accurately and followed him. If it weren't for the flesh and blood of the outer path golem as a barrier, blocking Baiyu the terrifying speed, he would be killed by Baiyu in almost an instant. This happened again and again, so that Uzumaki Nagato could no longer bring up the idea of a euro fighting with Baiyu. He was originally a weak and indecisive character. He used to listen to Yahiko's arrangement and later listened to Obito and Konan's arrangement. His greatest ideal in life was to follow his friends' ideals. Now that these people are gone, his character has grown and he has become stronger, shouldering his own mission and responsibility. But this strength, when he met Baiyu, the hammersmith, hammered down without life, Nagato could not bear it. He is obviously a god. He is obviously the child of destiny. Why is it so difficult to beat a ninja student? If Baiyu was a few years older, wouldn't he be dead now? Damn Konoha, even such a genius is willing to sacrifice. Why not let him study well in the ninja school? Why can you still burst out with such power now? Uzumaki Nagato said in panic. Nagato didn't expect Baiyu to answer him. This was the question in his heart. Baiyu's power made Nagato realize that if he wanted to bring peace to the world, he would encounter more resistance than he imagined. It was because of the obstruction and destruction of these evil guys that this world was so hopeless and could not be peaceful. Soon, the body of the outer path golem was riddled with holes. This terrible injury was so severe that the outer path golem could not recover. Nagato realized that if he continued like this, he would not be able to get rid of Baiyu. He moved from the flesh and blood of the outer path golem to his shoulders and flew out into the sky. A strange eye flew into the sky, and then a metal fluid emerged from the side, gradually forming a human-like shape in the air. Nagato opened the Vatra blockade and looked back at Baiyu. Baiyu followed closely behind him, and the purple light wrapped around Baiyu's body, forming a ball of light which hit him like a cannonball. Nagato quickly protected himself with the diamond seal, desperately converting all the chakra energy into earth attribute and attaching it to the diamond seal, making the diamond seal have a heavy defensive function. Bang! A loud bang. Baiyu hit the diamond seal. Nagato flew backward. Nagato wanted to struggle but couldn't get away. If it weren't for the diamond seal's protection, he would have been killed by Baiyu. Baiyu took Nagato's body away from the stone ball of the Chibico Tensei and flew into the rain village, destroying all the tall buildings on the route. It's almost there. It's almost there. The area ahead is densely populated with Chibico Tensei. Baiyu just knocked Nagato away and deviated from the largest Chibico Tensei. He couldn't turn with Nagato, so he could only rush towards the rain village. Baiyu was thinking about it just as he was about to take Nagato into the past historical picture of the Chibico Tensei. Suddenly, Baiyu realized that her body was collapsing and dissipating just like a flame without firewood. The light was disappearing and the power of the butterfly was about to disappear. No, it's almost over. Baiyu cried, looking at the bright moon in the sky with despair in her heart. I don't know when it started. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the battle between the purple giant and the outer demon statue, and the thunder disappeared. Baiyu just saw the full moon in the sky about to disappear in the dawn sky. Baiyu seemed to hear her mother's voice ringing in her ears. Just call me Baiyu, the white moon. Well, in this way he died. I don't know when. Nagato noticed the weakening of the impact force and he seemed to pause somewhere. But Nagato didn't dare to go out and didn't dare to unlock the diamond blockade. He was worried that Baiyu would blow up his reincarnation eye as soon as he went out. In this way, Nagato waited for a few minutes. He had some courage in his heart, slightly opened some gaps in the diamond blockade and looked outside. As a result, he only saw a red-haired boy staggering towards him, raising his hand like a ghost to touch him. Nagato was so scared that he quickly closed the diamond blockade. Then there was no sound from outside. It was not enough. Nagato still didn't feel safe. Nagato waited for a while longer and found that there was no movement outside. But it was not enough. It couldn't be done yet. Nagato was defeated by Baiyu's mentality and waited honestly for half an hour before he found out the attack seemed to have really stopped. Nagato opened the diamond blockade and looked at the situation in front of him. He only saw a huge detachment mark on the ground. Looking forward, some buildings in a straight line collapsed, some were shaky, and some had a big hole on the top of the building. Miraculously, they were not all broken. Chapter 659 Spiritual Summoning. The entire rain village was reduced to ruin. Nagato stared blankly at everything in front of him, not realizing what was going on, nor did he notice Baiyu's existence. It seemed like this was the end of it. Nagato couldn't believe it that this was the end of it. Would Baiyu suddenly appear from the side and hit him later? Nagato looked around like a frightened bird, on guard against Baiyu suddenly appearing to attack him. This was basically the case in the previous battles. Whenever he thought Baiyu was about to die, Baiyu would stand up again and appear again. This person seemed to have endless power. How could he die like this? Corpse. Yes, Baiyu's corpse. Nagato looked around but did not see Baiyu's corpse, only some scattered ashes swirling on the ground. Nagato looked at the ground and fell silent. His opponent seemed to be really dead. Died just before killing him. Nagato looked up at the sky with melancholy. The sun was pouring down from the sky, and the sky above the rain village was cold with the chill before dawn. Nagato is now in the building before the battle with Baiyu began. At that time, Baiyu was below the building. He jumped down from the building, and now he is standing where Baiyu is. Nagato flew up from the ground and flew towards the outer demon statue. Along the way, we saw a village that was almost in ruin. It would take several years to rebuild it. Destruction is easier than creation. Nagato sighed. I don't know what happened. After this battle, he seemed to have a deeper fusion with the samsara eye, and he could think about problems without even a brain. When Nagato flew to the place where the outer path golem was, he found that the outer path golem had disappeared. There were a lot of tree-like meat and bark scattered around. The outer path golem seemed to be dead, and there was something like a seed left on the ground. Uzumaki Nagato picked up the seed. At this moment, Uzumaki Nagato heard the voice of the outer path golem. Pay attention, that guy is not dead yet. He is still passing on. Not dead yet. Uzumaki Nagato only felt a chill from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. Although he had no body, he felt the coldness from his soul. This made Nagato shiver. Nagato looked up at the sky in a panic, and sure enough, he saw some purple mist flying towards him in the sunrise. The mist was intermittent and very thin, and it was impossible to see it without paying attention. It was completely different from the previous scene that was like a rainbow piercing the sun. Nagato fell silent and subconsciously wanted to open the Vajra seal and hide for half an hour. If he hadn't hidden for half an hour just now, he really didn't know how Baiyu would beat him. But at this moment, Nagato heard the words of the outer path demon statue. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there was still something left in the broken limbs like dead wood on the ground, which looked like the face of the outer path demon statue. Put away the seed-like thing and bury it somewhere. It will grow into a sacred tree again. The growth process of the sacred tree will inevitably absorb the energy of this planet and produce chakra fruit. At that time, this planet will no longer be easy to live on, and that by you can use the power of the animal path of the samsara eye to force him to sign a summoning contract. As long as the creatures in the 6 paths of reincarnation on this planet are under the jurisdiction of the samsara eye, this is your right. Find something related to Baiyu and spend chakra to summon him and kill him. He looks very weak. He can't resist your summoning. Such a terrible opponent must be eradicated. The outer path demon statue wanted to give some instructions, but the outer path demon statue also weakened. The body of the 10 tails is about to die. Although it is invincible and not easy to be destroyed, but it has no energy. Its power is scattered all over the ninja world, which is the power of those called tailed beasts. The outer path demon statue does not have enough chakra energy to restore itself, and Nagato does not have much chakra energy. The memories of the outer path demon statue are all things that its own cells have experienced and witnessed, so it knows a lot of things. Once it appears, its personality is complete. However, it was born only for a short time and it was about to die. After the death of the body of the 10 tails, all the tailed beasts in the ninja world could no longer merge into the 10 tails. Even if the new seeds of the divine tree can grow a divine tree, it will only become a new 10 tails and will no longer be the fate of the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Nagato expressed his condolences for the situation of this companion, but he would not let the members of the Akatsuki organization die. He picked up the fragments of the outer path demon statue on the ground and extracted all the memories of the outer path demon statue. He planned to use the seeds of the divine tree to revive the divine tree and then transfer the memories of the outer path demon statue to it. Nagato didn't know whether the outer path demon statue was still alive, but the outer path demon statue seemed to have no soul, so it should be considered alive. These memories are extremely precious things. The samsara eye is also more powerful than he imagined. After doing these things, Nagato looked up at the sky. At this time, some purple mist had already floated over, and Baiyu had obviously found him, but the mist was very thin, and it was even difficult to maintain condensation vibration in the wind and it was almost dissipated, but still, it floated towards him firmly. Nagato waved his hand to disperse it very easily. Chapter 659 Psychic. In the sky, the purple mist is intermittent. The distance between them seemed to be getting farther and farther. Are you going to die soon? It turns out that what I saw just now was still not your real body. Nagato didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe it was the pity of the winner for the loser. Nagato thought of what Bai Yu said before, that he wanted to kill him. If Bai Yu hadn't been sick, he might have really died a long time ago. How much strength did Bai Yu maintain in this battle? Did he make any mistakes in the battle? But no matter what, he survived. In order to avoid changes, cut the grass and root it out. Nagato followed the words of the outer path demon statue to find things related to Bai Yu and try to sign a spiritual contract with Bai Yu. The things related to Bai Yu are purple fragments which are everywhere in the rain village. Nagato found that it contains some chakra energy which can be used as a medium for spiritual Bai Yu. The outer path demon statue may have seen the sixth path sage use the power of the animal path, otherwise it would not be clearer than him about the power of the animal path. Although Nagato had said before that the Rinnegan that Bai Yu had snatched only had the power of Shinra Tensei and the animal path, but Nagato only knew it after he successfully used the power of the animal path and signed a spiritual contract with Bai Yu. The Rinnegan that Bai Yu had snatched really only had the power of Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tianyan, one repulsion, the other attraction. Bai Yu didn't even get the complete power of the heavenly path, but the repulsion of the heavenly path, Shinra Tensei, which he thought was invincible in the past, is just one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Now Nagato thinks that other abilities of the Rinnegan are more useful than Shinra Tensei. The power of the six paths of the Rinnegan: heavenly path, mastering gravity and repulsion; human path, memory and signal transmission; hell path, resurrection and repair of the body; hungry ghost path, absorption and transformation of chakra energy; Asura path, fusion and transformation of organisms and matter; animal path, spiritual communication and forced contract. The Chibaku Tensei is a move that is a combination of the repulsive force of the heaven and the gravitational force, which is similar to other escape technique. I have understood the full meaning of the samsara I. Except for my psychological weakness, I am already invincible in this world. What psychological weakness? The psychological weakness is Bai Yu. Nagato's mentality was broken by Bai Yu, so Bai Yu is his weakness. It is his only weakness that makes him invincible in this world, and now he wants to erase this weakness with his own hands. In this way he will be invincible. When Nagato used the power of the animal way to sign a contract with Bai Yu, a handsome young boy quietly approached Nagato from behind. As expected, except for sight, the other four senses are missing. As long as you slowly approach him in the blind spot of his sight, you can successfully approach him. Fortunately, the other panes are not here, otherwise it would be a problem to share sight between the panes. This is Itake's clone. His original body has long fled, otherwise he would not be so bold as to approach Uzumaki Nagato. Itake never uses tactics with low tolerance for error. He is a plan control. He must be foolproof before he feels comfortable. For example, if you like Bai Yu, you must really like her in your heart. Any less is wrong. Itake originally planned to remove this clone, but after he knew Nagato's weakness, he planned to sneak up and see if there was a chance to take off the samsara I. Who knew that after he approached Nagato, he heard Nagato's talk about summoning Bai Yu. This made Itake nervous, and even the clone's mind went blank for a while. Bai Yu is not an insignificant person. This is his and Sasuke's boyfriend. Itake didn't expect that the samsara I would have such unreasonable abilities. In the ninja world, summoning usually requires the approval of the summoned beast to sign a summoning contract, otherwise it is impossible to summon. However, Nagato's samsara I can ignore the wishes of the summoned beast and force the summoning contract to be signed. This is simply against the common sense of the ninja world. As long as you are in the six paths of reincarnation, you will inevitably be bound by the animal path, and the ninjutsu of summoning seems to have been passed down from the six path sage. Are all the summonings used in the ninja world now approved by the samsara I before the contract is successful? Not Nagato's samsara I, but the eyes of the six path sage. The six path sage is still alive. Chapter 660 Illusion Hard Control. The six path sage founded the ninja clan thousands of years ago, sharing the chakra energy with most people in the world, and passed down some methods and principles of using ninjutsu. After thousands of years of development in the ninja world, the power of ninjas has become stronger and stronger, and the system has become more and more perfect. From the use of ninjutsu and seals to the development of three roots of ninjutsu, body and illusion, the Uzumaki clan has created another chakra system of sealing techniques. The six path sage has the samsara I. In addition to passing down some basic ninjutsu, summoning techniques have also existed since ancient times. Itake suspected that the system of summoned beasts was also passed down by the six path sage, and the six path sage used the power of the samsara I animal path. The six path sage used the power of the animal path to sign contracts with all the powerful ninja beasts in the world, and let the families of these ninja beasts look for ninjas as partners. The summoning techniques used by these ninjas all have the same source. That source is the six path sage. If this conjecture is correct, then the summoning technique has not been cut off and is still circulating until now, which means that the six path sage is not dead and is still alive in this world. However, it is none of his business that the six path sage is alive. Itake only wants to sneak attack Nagato. If Nagato can summon Bai Yu in the original body with the power of the animal path, it means that even if he takes Bai Yu away from Nagato, Nagato can summon Bai Yu again. So he not only wants to take Bai Yu away, but also needs to hurt Uzumaki Nagato. Only if the Samsara Eye is injured, Nagato will be unable to continue to summon Baiyu. He can take Baiyu away. This is undoubtedly a very difficult thing, but Ataka still intends to try. And just now Nagato said that Baiyu was sick. What's the matter? Why didn't he know? Baiyu didn't tell him either. If Baiyu was too ill to deal with Nagato, it would mean that he, a Chunin, would have to deal with the most terrifying person in the world, a person who possessed the power of the 6 paths of the Samsara Eye. His advantage was that Nagato didn't know he was so brave, and he knew that Nagato only had vision, and that Nagato's life depended on the Samsara Eye. So he just had to hurt the Samsara Eye while Nagato wasn't paying attention. The success rate was so low that he wouldn't normally try it. Itaka looked at Nagato's back, held his breath, and approached quietly. The rain village was close to the sea. The sun rose earlier than other places. At this time, the sun rose from the sea, and a golden light sparkled on the waves of the sea. The sun shone on the bumpy ground, giving people a warm feeling. After Nagato and Baiyu signed a contract, he used the summoning technique. Baiyu's body, far away in the land of fire, was summoned. All of a sudden. Bang! A lot of smoke appeared on the ground. A boy with short red hair was lying on the ground, motionless. Baiyu was wearing a blue and white hospital gown, unconscious on the ground, with a little black and purple blood on his face and a pair of eyes covered by a black eye mask, revealing only the face below the eye mask. The black eye mask made the boy's face and skin look whiter, but on the exposed arm there were obvious traces of surgical sutures, and the whole person looked like a delicate doll after splicing. At this time, Baiyu was unconscious, and some purple fluorescent mist appeared on his body. This mist should have passed through the land of fire and read to Nagato, but because of Nagato's spiritual action, the distance between them became closer. The purple mist did not consume too much on the way. Once it appeared above the main body, it was very condensed and then floated towards Nagato. However, this incomplete reading could be dispersed by Nagato waving his hand. Baiyu is about the same age as Suzuki. When Ataki and Baiyu are together, they always can't help but regard Baiyu as the one who needs his care. Now that Ataka sees Baiyu's situation, he seems to be in a tight grip, and the whole person can't help but be more cautious. Ataka saw that Nagato's spiritual communication was successful, and immediately approached Nagato. At this moment, Nagato suddenly waved his hand to disperse the telepathic mist. The purple telepathic information had not yet condensed into a human form, and it dissipated in the air. Itaka quickly hid to the side so that he was always out of Nagato's sight. Now Nagato didn't know that there was another enemy hiding, so this is an opportunity. It's his chance to defeat the strong with his weak strength, and this action is also very dangerous. According to the ability of the Samsara Eye mentioned by the Outer Path Demon statue, as long as you are in the 6 paths of reincarnation, you will inevitably be affected by the animal path. Spiritual communication requires information from the user and the ninja beast, and chakra happens to be the energy that contains the personal information of the ninja. If the chakra energy of his clone is intercepted by Uzumaki Nagato and he signs a contract with him, his real body will also be summoned by Nagato. Nagato looked at Baiyu with a complicated expression. Maybe the power that Baiyu used to kill the Outer Path Demon statue just now was Baiyu's last power. After that, he hid in the diamond blockade and exhausted Baiyu's last bit of energy. In Baiyu's current situation, even if he didn't take action, he would not survive. However, Nagato still felt that it would be more reassuring to kill Baiyu himself. Baiyu was his weakness, and he subconsciously felt that he could not defeat him. If such a person did not die in his hands, this spiritual loophole would always exist. A black stick appeared in Nagato's hand, and he wanted to stab the opponent to death. Chapter 660 Illusion Hard Control. Just when Nagato was holding the black stick and was about to finish off Baiyu, Itaka suddenly rushed over from behind Nagato. He slapped Nagato's shoulder with one hand. Nagato felt his own weight increase and subconsciously looked back, only to see a black shadow passing over his head. He immediately chased the black shadow and saw the black shadow. A red crow flew past with its red 3 Magatama Sharingan. Immediately afterward, many black feathers fell from the sky. Uchiha Itaka, you haven't left yet. Nagato was surprised. Itaka used illusion to block the line of sight, and this trick has been used more than once. Itaka used this trick to deal with the human way before, which gave Baiyu a great assist, so that the battle between him and Baiyu escalated a lot. Because of this, Nagato shut down the human way and the hell way afterwards so as to prevent Uchiha Itaka from using the feature of sharing the line of sight of the Samsara Eye again. But who knew that this boy had not left until now? This is really excellent. No wonder Uchiha Itaka can form a team with Baiyu, Shisui, and Kakashi to come and kill him. There is no mediocre person in this team. Illusion, I only need 1 second to solve it. Ordinary illusions use chakra energy to invade the enemy's brain and modify what the enemy sees, but Nagato doesn't even have a brain, so ordinary illusions naturally cannot attack Nagato. However, Sharingan illusions are different from ordinary illusions in the ninja world. Sharingan illusions use eyes to communicate with the mind, and the way they are used is different from ordinary illusions. Eyes are windows to the mind. As long as you see Sharingan, you will inevitably fall into illusions. Nagato no longer has a human body or a brain, but he still has a heart. As long as there is a heart, it will inevitably be confused by things, and the Rinnegan saw the Sharingan, which met the conditions for the Sharingan to use illusions, allowing the Sharingan's illusions to use the vision of both parties as a communication channel to invade the enemy's mind. But this still can't work on Nagato. Itaka can use illusions on him, and whether illusions can work are two different things. Shisui's Kota Amatsukami is very scary and can control his thoughts and will through the Sharingan. Itaka's illusions illusions are very ordinary which can't work on him at all. The Rinnegan itself has very strong pupil power and has the ability to see through illusions. Even if the Sharingan illusion is used successfully, it cannot work on the Samsara Eye. Shisui's illusion is the top level, followed by the Sharingan illusion, and then the ordinary illusion circulated in the ninja world. The Sharingan illusion is not as good as the top but better than the bottom. It is just at a level that can work on the Samsara Eye, but the effect is not great, and to be able to deal with the Samsara Eye, at least you need an illusion of the same level as Kota Amatsukami. Obviously, Itaka's illusion is not as powerful as Shisui. It took Nagato not even a second to remove the illusion. He instantly removed the Sharingan illusion, and the black feathers in the sky disappeared from his eyes. But the next moment Nagato's face looked ugly again, because he saw a red-eyed crow looking at him in front of him again, and his vision was once again blocked by the feathers in the sky. Yes, he didn't need a second to remove the illusion, but every time he removed the illusion, the next second was seamlessly connected, and the time increased by the seconds. After all, there is a very short time between a person thinking and the body taking action. He was caught in the illusion and then released, and the time between them was equivalent to the time he was controlled by Itaki. As time goes on, the time will accumulate longer and longer, and he will be unable to do anything during this period, which is equivalent to being paralyzed by Uchiha Itaka's illusion. This operation may not be done by any other ninja, only because the person using it is Uchiha Itaki can he accurately complete this series of steps. It also shows Itaka's talent in using illusions and his grasp of timing. Nagato was quite annoyed. He couldn't beat Baiyu. Could he not beat Uchiha Itaki? Nagato began to focus on removing the illusion, just waiting for Itaka to make a mistake and then kill Uchiha Itaki in one fell swoop. Before coming to the rain village, Itaka made a lot of preparations. After all, his strength was not as good as Shisui, and his combat experience was not as rich as Kakashi. The only advantage was that he had a little talent for illusions, so before Itaka came, he prepared a lot of ninja crows transplanted with Sharingan illusions. As a plan control, Itaka has a very strong desire for control. In order to avoid being a burden on the team, Itaka used the transcription seal to transplant his own illusions to all his crows. These illusions are enough to support him in a long-term war-level mission. Used against ordinary ninjas, it can easily kill a large number of them. Now all of them are used to deal with Uzumaki Nagato. Even if he tries his best, he can only control Nagato for more than a minute. If he doesn't operate well during this time, Nagato may break free from the illusion chain at any time. Itaka is the first person in the Uchiha clan to use the transcription seal on the summoned beast. After Itaka discovered the ninjutsu of the transcription seal, he thought that if he sealed his illusion in the eyes of the crows, each crow would have the power to use the Sharingan illusion once. Then he would not need to use illusions specifically in battle. With the crows as an aid, he would fight very easily. This is also the secret that Sasuke did not teach Sasuke no matter how much he begged him. On the one hand, the silly brother wants but can't get what he wants, which is very cute. On the other hand, he thinks he is very handsome and wants Sasuke to admire him all the time. Chapter 660 Illusion Hard Control. This secret is very simple and unsurprising, but if it is not revealed, it is very powerful to use, making people unable to defend themselves and feel powerful without knowing it. The ninjutsu of the transcription seal is in the Uchiha clan, and everyone can see it, but no one uses it, so this secret has some value. The characteristics and terribleness of the Sharingan illusion make all non-Uchiha clan ninjas have to be killed instantly in front of the Sharingan illusion. Relying on the combination of transcription seal and ninja crow, Itaka has joined the ranks of senior ninjas and can be called the youngest illusion master. Itaka's only regret is that the strongest illusion he learned is not as good as Shisui's Kota Amatsukami. If he had an illusion of the same level as Kota Amatsukami and a very powerful attack method, he could turn anyone under his illusion into ashes. Although the three Megatama are good, they are still not as good as the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo illusion is the pinnacle of illusion. If he sealed the illusion of Kota Amatsukami in the eyes of Ninja Crow, the power of Ninja Crow would be greater, and it would be more difficult for the enemy to dodge the illusion. In addition to the transcription seal, the shadow crows and crow clones used by Itaka can greatly confuse the enemy. The combat power of summoned beasts such as crows is very weak, and the chakra energy required for summoning is also very small. A large group of summons can be summoned at a time, and they can also fly in the sky. It is very handsome when they have the advantage in the air. There is no summoned beast more suitable for him than crows. At this time, Nagato was controlled by the Sharingan illusion second by second. There is also a large group of crows queuing in the sky. When one crow finished using the illusion in the transcription seal, the next one would come on. Even if Nagato noticed the situation, he didn't have time to close his eyes after unlocking the illusion, so he could only take Itaka's illusions one by one. Itaka took this opportunity to steal Baiyu as soon as possible. He checked Baiyu's body and found that Baiyu's condition was not optimistic. His breathing and pulse were very weak. Listening to his heartbeat was almost stopped. The whole person was unconscious, which looked shocking. Baiyu's body was also in a bad state. Many messy human organs were transplanted, and there were terrible toxins, not to mention the rejection reaction. This kind of injury was very serious. Looking at the surgical mark, it was not formed once or twice. Why didn't Baiyu tell him about it? What on earth did this guy go through? Itaka's face turned cold. Baiyu never told him about his situation. Did he not want him to worry, or did he not like him at all? After checking, Itaka found that Baiyu was beyond saving, which made him very sad, but this was not the place to be sad, so he could only let the crows take Baiyu away according to the plan. When his shadow clone was released, the main body would naturally be sad on the way to escape. Baiyu's body was very light. Itaki asked several crows that had consumed the transcription seal to grab Baiyu's clothes, lift him up and fly him into the sky. Baiyu was taken away, but the crisis was not resolved. Nagato could summon Baiyu to kill her at any time afterwards, so he still needed to hurt Nagato's samsara eye, or buy some time for the main body to catch Baiyu. As long as Nagato grasps the target's information medium, he can force people to sign a summoning contract which can be resisted and suppressed by force. The reason why Baiyu can't resist is that the whole person is in a state of coma. As long as the main body can catch Baiyu, there is hope that Nagato's summoning can be suppressed. Space transmission is a delicate job. As long as there is a little interference, the summoning will react. A millimeter error can make 1,000 miles away. If the summoned beast actively refuses to summon, the ninja will waste a large amount of chakra energy in vain. With his real body suppressing Nagato's summoning of Baiyu, Nagato's energy and chakra energy consumed are definitely greater than his real body, so the first plan is to hurt the samsara eye. The second best remedial plan is to buy time for the real body to receive Baiyu. Itaka stood up. It's not enough to just take Baiyu away, but also to destroy the samsara eye. Only in this way can Nagato not pose a threat to Baiyu. Nagato was controlled by the Sharingan illusion second by second, and there was no time to rest in between. But if the subsequent Sharingan illusion can't keep up, Nagato will easily get out of control. So this action plan is undoubtedly walking a tightrope on the cliff, which is very dangerous. Itaka's chance of getting the samsara eye is very small. After all, if he goes to grab the samsara eye, his hand will inevitably cover the samsara eye. Once Nagato reacts in this time, it will be his shadow clone that will perish. In addition, controlling the crows to use the transcription seal also requires great energy. Every second must be precisely timed to the time when Nagato releases the illusion, and then continue without a millisecond of error. Itaka looks relaxed now, but the energy consumed is comparable to a brutal battle. Excessive thinking and manipulation will all be returned to the main body after the clone is broken. The situation of the main body at that time will be even worse. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 661 Accepting Baiyu _ Konoha A E degree Euro _ A Euro E _ A superscript 1 A degree EC 1/2. Nagato was held in place by Itaka's chain of illusions one second after another. The little boy with black hair ran in the crows, using the crows to hide his body. Itaka ran towards Nagato with a sharp move, and when the black feathers were scattered, he moved faster to Nagato's side. Itaka calmly calculated the time between illusions and jumped up to pick at Nagato's eyes. At this moment, Itaka suddenly saw a clear change in Nagato's pupils, and a golden light also lit up next to Nagato. Itaka had seen the battle between Nagato and Baiyu, and knew that this move was very difficult. Baiyu couldn't break the defense of the diamond blockade. Mobilize this ninjutsu bit by bit in the gap of unlocking the illusion. Itaka immediately retreated, and controlled a ninja crow to swoop down from the sky. Nagato had just woken up and saw the Sharingan in the ninja crows, and he entered the illusion again. In the process of being controlled by the illusion and removing the illusion, Nagato was not completely passive. He was still using the gap of a few milliseconds to divert his sight or mobilize the diamond blockade. But the diamond blockade did not appear completely because Nagato's consciousness was slow, so Nagato was also repeating this action, just like Uchiha Itaki. In 1 second, in milliseconds, he was fighting against the move. One seamlessly continued the illusion, and the other was hit by the illusion and immediately solved it. The two people spent the same effort in a quiet struggle. It was like a sophisticated hacker contest, fighting to the death in the invisible field of reality, switching back and forth between illusion and reality. As the weaker party, Itaka was always on guard against Nagato smashing the computer, rolling up his sleeves to fight him, and in reality he really couldn't beat Uzumaki Nagato. A flock of ninja crows was circling in the sky, and the black crows flew down one by one. Itaka did not stop, and thought of various ways to take away Nagato's samsara eye, but Nagato defended against them. As time passed, the ninja crows transplanted with the Sharingan illusion were used less and less. Itaka sighed, knowing that he could not attack Nagato anymore. His plan to seize and injure the samsara eye had undoubtedly failed. Under Nagato's defense, he had no chance to touch the samsara eye. If he went to injure the samsara eye without caring about it, no matter how he calculated it, Nagato would defend before him, leaving him no chance to get close to the samsara eye. And once he was destroyed by Nagato and his chakra energy was intercepted, his body and Baiyu would be in trouble. The Sharingan illusion was too difficult to deal with the samsara eye. If it was a Mangekyo level illusion, the attack was directed at the mind, and I believe that Uzumaki Nagato would be controlled more easily by him. Itaka judged the situation and immediately gave up attacking the samsara eye and turned to delay time. Itaka used the ninja crow to cover his body, transformed into the appearance of Baiyu, and retreated from Nagato under the cover of the ninja crow. After Itaka finished the operation, Nagato immediately woke up and saw the red-haired boy looking at him weakly more than 10 meters away. There was a black crow standing on the boy's shoulder. When Nagato looked over, he was controlled by the illusion again without surprise. However, the next second, Nagato untied the illusion again and saw the red-haired boy being pulled into the sky by the ninja crow. Want to run? Not that easy. Nagato held the black stick in his hand. Seeing that Baiyu was about to be rescued by the crow, he wanted to throw the black stick and throw it at Baiyu's back. However, just as Nagato raised his hand, his movement froze for a moment, but another crow suddenly flew in front of him and interrupted his attack. When Nagato untied the illusion illusion again. Baiyu had been taken by the crows into a building in the rain village that had not collapsed. He only had time to see a little red hair on Baiyu's hair disappear behind the building. Nagato hurriedly chased after Itaki, so naturally he did not see the sky behind him and Baiyu, who was actually taken away by the crows in the distance. Then Itaki tried every way to entangle Uzumaki Nagato and go around the maze in the remaining ruins of the rain village, neither letting Nagato lose him nor letting Nagato lose patience and not chase him. In the end, the remaining dozen crows in Itaki's hand were all used up. After Itaki waited for the time to be almost up, he estimated the distance between Baiyu and his original body, and then he released the shadow clone himself. As soon as Itaki released the shadow clone, the original body received what the shadow clone had experienced. Itaki was still running away, and Baiyu asked him to stay away from the rain village and return to Konoha. But on the way, Itaki suddenly received information from the shadow clone. Itaki's face turned pale and sweat broke out on his forehead. How could this happen? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Itaki really couldn't imagine that Nagato had the ability to force a contract, and he also successfully summoned Baiyu to the rain village. Yes, Baiyu's body was in the land of fire, fighting against Nagato online, and it should be invincible. But Nagato summoned Baiyu's body directly with a summoning technique which made him no longer invincible, and he was going to be beaten to death. What made Itaki even more flustered was that Baiyu looked very bad and was about to die. After Suzuki, Baiyu was also going to die. He was the only one left. Could he really return to the village with the samsara eye he got? Itaki was not troubled by negative emotions for long. After receiving the information from the shadow clone, he learned that Uzumaki Nagato was still looking for him in the rain village. Once Nagato failed to find him, lost his patience, and used the summoning technique, Baiyu would be summoned back by Nagato. So he had to find Baiyu's real body before Nagato woke up, and then use chakra energy to suppress Nagato's spiritual summon. Chapter 661. Receiving Baiyu _ the substitute in Konoha _ a bird passes _ Itaki thought of this and immediately ran to the place where the crow hid Baiyu. At this moment, Nagato was still looking for Baiyu disguised as Itaki in the rain village. Nagato fell into the same thinking error as normal people. This thinking error is that since Baiyu is in front of him, he can catch up with him if he works harder, so there is no need to waste chakra energy. Then he will chase and find it. There were even several times when he was about to successfully catch Baiyu and kill Baiyu, but they were all interrupted by the hateful crows with illusions, and when Nagato came to his senses, Baiyu ran away. Strange, where is the person? After searching for a while, Nagato suddenly realized, oh no, I was fooled. Baiyu's body is so sick that he can't even move. How could he hide in front of me? It must be Uchiha Itaki who attracted my attention and took the opportunity to take Baiyu's body away. I want to summon Baiyu quickly. Nagato made hand seals and used the summoning technique. However, this time, Nagato did not succeed in summoning. On the other side, someone interfered with his summoning. The only abilities of the animal path are summoning and contract. The contract is signed by force, but summoning is just summoning, not forced summoning. It can be said that the power of the animal path is summoning and signing summoning contract. There was resistance from Baiyu's side, just like he suppressed the outer path demon statue from being summoned by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. There were also people around Baiyu who helped Baiyu suppress his summoning. This made Nagato feel bad. It was really embarrassing that he was delayed for so long by a child who hadn't grown up. What's worse is that his battle with Baiyu consumed most of the chakra energy in his heart, especially the outer path demon statue. It looked mighty and domineering when using the diamond seal, and it cut the purple giant into pieces in one go, but the outer path demon statue used all his chakra energy. He had no body and couldn't extract chakra by himself. Now he had very little chakra, which was why he didn't want to use summoning and reason when he chased Itaki. These chakra energies were used a little bit less, and now they couldn't afford to be wasted, unless he found other ninjas who were willing to give him chakra energy. Otherwise, his chakra energy would never be replenished in the future. Baiyu is seriously injured, and even gods cannot cure him. Unless I use the power of Shuradeo to transform him into an Ashura, he will not survive, so I don't have to focus all my attention on him. I will first find a few ninjas to replenish my chakra energy, and then slowly look for them along the way to the land of fire. If I can't find Itaki and Baiyu, I will go to the hidden village of Konoha. If Konoha doesn't hand over Itaki and Baiyu, I will dismantle Konoha and recycle the 9 tails. Moreover, when I have more chakra energy, I can keep trying to summon Baiyu, and Baiyu can't run away. I want to see him alive or dead. Nagato thought for a while, and immediately flew into the sky to find a few chakra sources to replenish his body. On the other side, after Itaki received Baiyu, he saw Baiyu's appearance and his eyes were red with sadness. He was also so sad when Suzuki died, but Baiyu told him that the Samsara Eye could revive Suzuki. This is almost the belief that he insisted on all the way here. But now Baiyu is about to die. Itaki felt bitter and sad, but he was not someone who could not control his emotions. He knew that the current situation was special and that there was an enemy, Nagato, who was looking for them. Itaki planned to interfere with Nagato's spiritual communication according to the plan. Itaki carried Baiyu on his back and found a place to stay in the forest. He dug a tree hole from the tree and sealed the hole. The surface of the tree seemed to have no trace. Itaki and Baiyu hid in the tree hole. Baiyu was unconscious. Itaki held Baiyu and listened to the sound of rain outside the tree. It rained most of the time in the rain country. Now the sound of rain could be heard in the forest. The raindrops hit the leaves and made a rustling sound. The air was still cold and piercing. Itaki held Baiyu to prevent Baiyu's body body temperature from dropping. During this process, Itaka noticed that Bayu's heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker, and he felt even more sad. He had a cold face, suppressed the pain in his heart, and thought about what to do on the way back. Based on objective fact, Bayu was bound to die, but Itaka didn't want to hand over Bayu's body. He wanted to take Bayu back to the village. At the same time, Itaka was racking his brains to think about how to save Bayu and let Bayu survive. But no matter how hard he thought, Itaka couldn't think of a way to treat him. Bayu was terminally ill and there was no hope. Chapter 662 Companionship. Afterward, Nagato really tried to summon Bayu. Itaka released his chakra energy with all his strength beside him, and only then suppressed Nagato's summoning. This time, the conflict of chakras woke Bayu up. Bayu found that he and Itaka were in a narrow tree hole. He listened to the sound of rain and the sound of wind blowing leaves for a long time. Bayu felt Itaka sitting opposite him and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. His body hurt so much. It was as if every cell was wailing. Bayu forced himself to concentrate and used the little chakra energy left, and only then could he breathe a breath like a last gasp of energy squeezed out of his body. I felt what happened just now. Itaka, don't talk first. I'll say a few words. Itaka nodded, watching Bayu explain the aftermath. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he held back and didn't let the tears flow out of his eyes. Itaka was cold and expressionless, just waiting for Bayu to die calmly. If you ignore the red eyes with tears, Itaka is like a ruthless person who doesn't care about the death of his companion. Bayu said, I didn't expect Nagato to summon my real body. It seems that the power of the Samsara Eye is more strange and powerful than I thought, but his action of summoning me happened to allow me to do something. This is my last trick to attack him. At this time, Bayu suddenly heard Itaka's voice, looking like he wanted to ask but held back. Bayu pulled the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh but not laughing. He said tiredly, leave here quickly now and escort the Samsara Eye back. Don't go back to the ninja village. Go to your Uchiha clan's base. Itaka opened his eyes wide and looked at what Bayu said. Has there been a conflict between our family and the village? Don't interrupt me. Bayu's tone became stern. Itaka, shut up. Bayu softened her heart. I won't live much longer. Don't let my energy be distracted. Itaka nodded, indicating that he understood. His heart seemed to be firmly grasped by an invisible hand, and he felt very uncomfortable. But Itaka had grown up to this point and had learned to keep the pain in his heart and not show any extra expression on his face. Bayu said, you leave and go find the Uchiha clan's resident. After that, I will continue to recite Uzumaki Nagato and lead him to find me. After that, I will let the purple hermit eat my body and soul. You stay away at that time. I have told the purple hermit that as long as she can help me get Uzumaki Nagato's Samsara Eye, she will be free. When Bayu spoke, a girl with long red hair appeared next to him. The girl knelt beside Bayu, and like Bayu, her eyes were empty. I will listen to the original, but I don't know what will happen next. The agreement between the stand and the original is very important. It is the original's wish to get the Samsara Eye. I will also be happy to eat the original's soul so that I can always be with him. The red-haired girl apologized to Itaka. Please do what the original said. This is his last thought. Itaka, soul, how can I revive you without your soul? We don't want that Samsara Eye. We already have one. We can just go back with this Samsara Eye. Even if I am the only one left, I will find out the secret of Samsara Eye that can revive people after 10 or 20 years of research. Bayu laughed twice and said desperately in his heart, I thought about it before. Even if I wake up again and see that you have grown up, I am still a child. It's good. After all, I can see you. But why does Uzumaki Nagato still have the power of the animal way? If Nagato had the power of the animal way, I wouldn't say anything, but he doesn't have Shinra Tensei. What does it mean to have no Shinra Tensei? It means that Nagato can't use Shinra Tensei. Nagato can't use Shinra Tensei, which means Shinra Tensei is in your hand, in the Samsara Eye in your hand. Since Nagato will lose Shinra Tensei, then why won't the Samsara Eye in your hand lose the other 5.5 powers? Bayu felt as if he was being chopped by a meat grinder, and he was in agony. Why did he only get one Shinra Tensei among the Samsara Eyes? Why? This world is too unfair. The power of the eyes is not divided in half. Does Uchiha Madara have a squint eye? Is the other eye a decoration? Now do what I say. Stay away. Go directly to the Uchiha clan's residence, and the purple hermit will go directly to you after she succeeds. She will either die in the end, or she will send the Samsara Eye to you as agreed. Bayu ordered calmly. After Bayu finished speaking, he didn't hear Itaka answer him. After a few seconds, Bayu felt a pain in his head and was knocked unconscious by Itaka. He was clearly trying to regain his consciousness but was interrupted by Itaka. Bayu and the purple hermit had no eyes, and they did not use telekinesis, so they naturally could not defend against Itaka's club, and they did not even think that Itaka would hit him. Didn't Itaka say that he was the head of the family? Would Itaka listen to him? Itaka put a raincoat on Bayu and carried Bayu out. As Itaka walked out, he said dully, I'm sorry, we Uchiha clan ninjas never listen to other people's arrangement. In fact, it's not that they don't listen. Just like my mother, after getting married, she stays at home to take care of her husband and children, and she is very gentle. Chapter 662 Companionship. He didn't listen to Bayu's decision to make his own decision, and this decision exceeded his bottom line. Itaka could tolerate Bayu's death and accept this fact, but he couldn't tolerate Bayu's decision to sacrifice his soul to attack Nagato. He couldn't watch Bayu make a fool of himself. People can be resurrected after death, but how can they be resurrected without a soul? Why didn't I realize that Bayu was the same as his brother before? Suzuki is stupid, and Bayu is stupid and stubborn. Now that Nagato hasn't found them, Bayu will risk his soul to attack Nagato. This kind kind of thing is a loss for them whether they win or lose. Itaka took Baiyu with him and didn't say anything just to prevent Baiyu from cooling down. Baiyu felt Itaka running and he woke up. He realized that Itaka would not do the same as he thought to Uzumaki Nagato and he felt helpless. If he did not stay behind to cover the retreat, Nagato would definitely go looking for Itaka. If he found Itaka, he would die before that. At that time, even if he let the purple hermit eat him, he might not have time to complete the ceremony between the stand user and the stand. It would be fine if Uzumaki Nagato did not find them. Once he found them, Itaka would die with him. Baiyu realized that the reason Itaka disagreed was not that he would not watch him die, but that he did not want to see him even consume his soul, because in this way, it means that he can never be resurrected. Itaka was worried about this matter, so Itaka was still very calm. Baiyu could not persuade Itaka, so he could only obey Itaka's arrangement and feel Itaka carrying him and running away in the forest. Baiyu felt so cold. The forest outside was so cold. The air was so cold. Baiyu felt that Itaka was colder than him. He wanted to give the raincoat to Itaka, but he didn't have the strength to lift his fingers. He could only feel that Itaka was running on the branches, running all the time, and occasionally avoiding other ninjas. Baiyu was in a daze and fainted again not long after waking up. When he woke up again, Baiyu heard the sound of rain and thunder outside. He seemed to be squeezed in the tree hole with Itaka. The tree trunk was thick and the wind and rain outside could not blow in. Baiyu could feel that the sky outside had darkened. It was warm around, not cold at all. This atmosphere was really good. On a rainy day, hiding in the tree hole with a beautiful girl, listening to the sound of rain and wind outside the tree. The day was getting later and later. It was a pity that Baiyu couldn't see Itaka anymore, and he couldn't even use his reading and writing. Itaka looked at the red-haired boy opposite and didn't hug Baiyu like before to prevent Baiyu from getting cold. Itaka opened his red 3 Magatama Sharingan and ate the dry food in his hand expressionlessly. He ate while mourning in his heart. After resting, Itaka continued to take Baiyu on the road. Baiyu wanted to tell Itaka not to take him with him anymore, but he couldn't speak. He could only watch Itaka rest for a while and continue to carry him on the road. Then, suddenly, Baiyu heard a voice. Finally found you. I ate a lot of ninjas along the way, and they all chose to merge with me. I integrated the information from their memories and finally found the clues you left. It's really hard to find. After all, they didn't find anything abnormal. Baiyu felt Itaka speed up and ran out as if he was avoiding something. Baiyu faintly heard the sound of the wind. He was anxious in his heart. Leave me behind quickly. You will die like this. Then, Baiyu really found that he was left behind, and he was satisfied. There was another feeling that his wife was so scumbag, and the two of them were really the same. He didn't want to be a burden, but the next moment, Baiyu's thoughts froze. He felt blood dripping on his cheek. Very warm blood. Itaka seemed to have fallen, and then was injured again. Because he fell to the ground on his back. But why did Itaka's blood drip on his face from above? Is he dead? Baiyu heard Uzumaki Nagato's voice. No, Itaka won't die. Baiyu struggled. He couldn't see anything, and instinctively felt that Itaka had blocked something for him. He touched solid metal, which seemed to be Uzumaki Nagato's weapon, and blood dripped from it. It seemed that Itaka was pierced by the black stick. Baiyu sobbed in his heart and crawled forward in a panic, but the raincoat covered him and restrained his movement, which made it even more difficult for him to get up. The ground was very slippery, probably a dirt road with mud and weeds everywhere. Baiyu climbed behind Itaka. He clearly felt that Uzumaki Nagato's steps were in a panic and he was retreating. Uzumaki Nagato looked at the person in front of him who was lying in a puddle and wrapped in a black raincoat. He knew that this was Baiyu. Uzumaki Nagato was so scared that he quickly stepped back a few steps when he saw Baiyu moving. Then he saw Baiyu struggling to get up and falling down again and again, and he was relieved. It turned out to be a dying struggle. He said, how could a person keep exploding? Nagato walked over and kicked Baiyu away. Baiyu turned several times in the air and fell to the ground. The black raincoat covering his face also fell apart, revealing his pale face and arms. This raincoat was like a body bag, wrapping Baiyu up. U's body. Uzumaki Nagato was shocked when he saw Baiyu's face. Uzumaki Nagato has rich experience in missions. When he was young, he often accepted missions with Konan Yahiko in the Underground Money Exchange. Chapter 662 Companionship _ The Stand Messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ It can be said that they are all people who grew up earning meager wages in the war, and sometimes they even go to the dead to exchange things for money. Every time they have money to eat, they will be happy for a long time. He saw countless corpses. Baiyu's face and the feeling of cold body. There is no mistake. Baiyu is dead, and he has been dead for almost a day. Dead already. But how can he move after he's dead? Uzumaki Nagato didn't understand. The person was dead, and the body was cold. How could he move again? Nagato tried his best to retreat, worried that Baiyu would get up and beat him up again. But who knew? After he said Baiyu was dead, Baiyu's body didn't move. Raindrops fell from the sky, dripping on the face of the body in the raincoat. Uzumaki Nagato felt scared, and at this time he discovered another situation. Where's Uchiha Itaka? Uzumaki Nagato suddenly found that Itaka's body was gone. Very strange. Itaka was clearly pierced through the body by him just now and nailed to the ground. Uzumaki Nagato was sure that it was not a substitute technique, so he did kill Uchiha Itaka. Itaka tried his best to throw Baiyu away, but he couldn't avoid the black stick he threw out and was pierced through the body and died. This is what he confirmed. Why can't I see Itaka's body now? Are all the people in Konoha ghosts? When Uzumaki Nagato was looking for Itaka's body, he didn't notice that a black-haired girl was standing behind him with her head down, holding a kunao in her hand. Nagato only had vision and lost the other 4 senses. The lack of the four senses made him lose the intuition between life and death, so that even if Itaka was by his side he couldn't feel it. The rain slid down Itaka's cheek. The girl lowered her head expressionlessly, and her body followed Nagato's circle, always stuck in Nagato's sight. Suddenly, Itaka seized the opportunity and stabbed Nagato's eyes with a kunao in his hand. As long as the samsara eye was pierced, Nagato would die. However, the next moment, Itaka was knocked away by Nagato's arm, and the kunao in her hand flew out. Nagato quickly turned his head to let the kunao pass, but when he turned his head, he suddenly saw a kunao behind him flying towards his eyes and the rain falling from the air. This kunao was thrown very accurately. It was his eyes. What a joke, using a kunao to pierce the samsara eye. You really dare to think about it. Nagato shouted and protected his head with his hands. The kunao hit the metal body and bounced away. Fire style, great fireball technique. In the rain, a huge fireball flew towards Nagato. The puddles on the ground along the way were evaporated, and a large amount of white smoke appeared on both sides of the fireball. Uzumaki Nagato opened his hands and used the hungry ghost path to absorb the chakra energy in the fireball. After he finished the great fireball technique, he saw the girl carrying the person in the black raincoat and running away. The heavy rain soon covered the figures of the two people. Nagato looked at Itaka protecting Baiyu like this, and Bayu's attempt to protect Itaka just now, and suddenly recalled his miserable childhood. He, Konan, and Yahiko also lived such a hard life when they were young. Chapter 663 Method. Itaka ran in the rain with Baiyu on his back. Baiyu felt the presence of Itaka and felt relieved. He shook his hands around Itaka's neck and felt very secure. After so many days he felt safe again. Baiyu felt a little regretful. If he had let Itaka carry him around the village like this before, it would have become a very precious experience in his life memory, right? Even if he thinks about it now, it would be good. But Baiyu didn't expect that he was already dead. No wonder he couldn't speak or move. Itaka tried her best to distance herself from Nagato. She would observe the surrounding environment from time to time, trying to shake off Nagato's pursuit. When she was found by Nagato just now, Itaka knew that everything was over. She couldn't beat Nagato, and she would die if she continued like this. But at the critical moment, Itaka remembered what Suzuki had told her about the seal. This yin-yang reincarnation sealing technique has an effect, which is to carve a seal on the body, and a body opposite to the body will grow inside the seal. When the main body is in fatal danger, the seal will automatically activate and form another seal. This seal is the yang-yang reincarnation technique. Because he is a boy, after using this seal, the seal will seal his injured body, and then the intact body inside will be replaced. The other body is a girl. Her original body is in the seal, and her life is stopped at the stage of injury and dying. So Itaka deliberately let Nagato kill her, so as to get a chance to sneak attack after death. Itaka knew that the possibility of her sneak attack was very slim. After all, she had used illusion to control Uzumaki Nagato for a minute before, but did not destroy the samsara eye. This sneak attack is even less likely to succeed, but Itaka had to try, because she had no other way. Even Itaka didn't know whether the seal Suzuki said was true or false, but Itaka had no choice but to gamble once and believe that what her stupid brother said was true, so that she could use her life to exchange for a chance to sneak attack Nagato. This is the sadness of the weak. If she was a few years older and learned more ninjutsu, would the current result be completely different? No, still not. Ordinary Sharingan cannot defeat the most powerful samsara eye in the world. The gap between them is too big, and it is already beyond the level of technology. What Itaka could not have imagined was that after she was killed, Baiyu, who had been carrying her on his back, actually moved and wanted to protect her. This made Itaka feel very good, but just as Nagato said, Baiyu is dead, died last night. At that time, she and Baiyu were hiding in a tree hole to rest. Baiyu stopped breathing and her heartbeat in her sleep. Because of this incident, she was very sad. However, now Baiyu has made another move. Itaka took the opportunity to assassinate Uzumaki Nagato, but who knew that he still failed? Itaka could only take Baiyu away when he had the opportunity and live 1 minute at a time. Are you still alive? Itaka asked. Of course I'm still alive, Baiyu replied. Itaka didn't hear Baiyu's voice and felt lost. He turned to pay attention to his current physical condition and found that he seemed to be much weaker and had no strength in his body. This is normal. After all, it's another body, or the kind that has never been exercised since childhood. Baiyu felt that his wife was fragrant. Why didn't he know that Itaka was so soft before? Yes, he was very afraid of Itaka before. If he said a word to Itaka, he was worried that Itaka would ask him if he had bullied Suzuki. How could he dare to spend more time with Itaka? Just as the two were talking, Uzumaki Nagato caught up. Itaka felt that he was pushed by Baiyu, and Baiyu fell down. Itaka turned around quickly and saw Baiyu standing up from the ground. At this time, Itaka saw that there were purple vines in Baiyu's arm that pierced the skin. It was unknown when he fell and when the vines pierced out of the wound like bone residue. Drops of black blood fell to the ground along the vines and were washed by rain. It turned out that Baiyu was able to move because of the purple vines in his body. In other words, Baiyu was really dead, and only the remaining will was left to control his body. It was just like Baiyu was unconscious before, and he still wanted to kill Uzumaki Nagato again and again. Baiyu was still protecting her at the end. Nagato saw Itaka and Baiyu stop, and Baiyu stood in front of Itaka. Baiyu couldn't see Nagato, and didn't have the energy to use telepathy. He could feel that Nagato was standing not far in front of him. The rain was pouring down, and the air in the woods was a little colder. Uzumaki Nagato didn't make a move to prevent Baiyu from having any remaining strength, but it was impossible for him to retreat. Itaka still had a samsara eye in his hand, and Konan's body was still in Baiyu's hand. Bai-yu was not dead yet and was his biggest worry. If he retreated in this situation, how worried would he be in the future? Was he going to live in fear of being dominated by Bai-yu every day? So, Bai-yu must die today. He wanted the samsara eye. Conan's body must also be recovered. Bai-yu realized that Nagato didn't attack him immediately but stood in front of him and observed him, knowing that he had to hold on now. Itaka's only way to survive was him, and he had to stop Nagato. Chapter 663 Method. Once he can't hold on, Nagato will kill him and then kill Itaki. But now, how can he fight? He has used up all his strength to get up. How can he continue to fight with Nagato who has recovered? Bai-yu didn't know. He was also desperate and empty in his heart. At this moment, Bai-yu's previous thoughts emerged in his mind. Itaka has always prevented him from feeding his soul to the Purple Hermit, but now he must make a choice. Bai-yu tried to communicate with the Purple Hermit. The Purple Hermit responded to Bai-yu. Bai-yu felt relieved. Purple Hermit, our lives are connected. If I die, you will die too. But there is another relationship between the stand user and the stand. When the main body's mental state is weaker than the stand will overwhelmingly dominate the main body, or absorb the vitality of the main body, or leave the main body. Kyujo Holy's spiritual power cannot control the stand, and the stand backfires and makes her unconscious. Cheap Trick even devours the main body and keeps transferring it to others. Hirara Yoshikage broke one arm, giving Withering Heart-piercing attack freedom. After the death of the main body, the infamous BGM evolved into a masterless stand that will never give up on the enemy. Purple Hermit, you will use my body and soul as food and eat me. After that, you will be free forever. You don't have to die like me. Bai-yu's spirit was extremely terrifying. Like endless darkness, he dominated the Purple Hermit and began to devour his own body. Itaka had to survive in order to leave with the samsara eye. Bai-yu didn't know how long the Purple Hermit could stop Uzumaki Nagato after his death, but he had to buy time for Itaka to escape. Cheap Tricks and infamous BGM have no entity. They all have a common characteristic, which is to absorb the life force of others. So after I die, you will also keep attacking others for life force. You will have all the skills I know, and you will also master wisdom. You will become extremely powerful. Outside Bai-yu's heart, the rain was still falling. None of the three people moved. A quiet and eerie atmosphere permeated every corner. The terrifying purple onomatopoeia jumped and popped out in the heavy rain, appearing in the atmosphere in a dimension that the three people could not see, as if at this moment the emotion of tension had also materialized. Bai-yu's body suddenly tilted. Nagato's heart jumped, and he focused on looking at Bai-yu. He found that there were purple vines piercing out of Bai-yu's skin, but upon closer inspection, it seemed that they did not pierce the body, but a human-like mouth grew on the vines, devouring that piece of flesh and blood. After eating the meat, the vines naturally grew out of the gap. It seems that Bai-yu has launched an attack. What kind of attack would this be? Nagato was nervous. The previous experience made Nagato understand that Bai-yu's attack method was very terrible. Now Bai-yu has reached the end of his rope. What will happen to Bai-yu? Chapter 664 Desperate Situation. Heavy rain. Purple vines suddenly emerged from Bai-yu's body. This purple vine is covered with thorns, with sharp teeth growing on one end, and looks hideous and terrifying. After eating Bai-yu's flesh, the Purple Hermit drilled out of the body. Bai-yu steadied his steps and continued to control the Purple Hermit to eat himself. In the eyes of Uzumaki Nagato, in addition to seeing the hideous and terrifying man-eating plants eating Bai-yu's body, he also saw a girl with long red hair, crying and feeding Bai-yu's flesh and blood in her mouth. This is really a very weird and terrifying picture. It's like a ritual. Whether the stand is active or passive, as long as it devours the main body, it will evolve to the next stage. Bai-yu wants the Purple Hermit to use him as material, and after killing him, he will have a chance to be free. Only in this way, Itaka can leave Bai-yu. Itaka saw the clue. If it was a normal attack method, she would not be so nervous, but looking at Bai-yu's situation, it was very unusual. Itaka knew what Bai-yu was going to do. Bai-yu waved his hands backward, and he couldn't even make a sound. He was now controlling the Purple Hermit to control his body to make movement. In the past, the Purple Hermit lived in him, but now it was his remaining will that lived in the Purple Hermit. He was dead, and the Purple Hermit was gradually disappearing. The Purple Hermit did not eat his soul and body after his death, but chose to die with him. But now, Bai-yu was controlling the Purple Hermit to eat himself. That's why the girl with long red hair was crying and sobbing beside him, while doing things that she couldn't help. Bai-yu made the last arrangement before the Purple Hermit died completely. Bai-yu's actions made Itaki understand that Bai-yu was asking her to leave here quickly. If Itaki would leave alone, how could he risk saving Bai-yu? How could he leave the rain country carrying Bai-yu all the way? Itaki was cautious along the way, thinking that Nagato would not be able to find her alone, and she would leave the rain country and return to the village. Who knew that Nagato would actually kill all the ninjas in this direction? Check the memories of those ninjas, detect the traces she left along the way from their memories, and track her down. Nagato used this method. Even if she did not risk rescuing Bai-yu and escaped alone, Nagato would still find her and kill her, because she still had another samsara eye of Nagato in her hand. It was something Nagato must get, so Nagato would not let her go. Now Bai-yu had to cover her retreat and protect her with the will remaining in her body. Itaka clearly judged that this situation was the best choice, because only if she left it would be the best thing, but once she left, it would mean that Bai-yu's soul would be eaten by the substitute. Without a soul, a person really has nothing. There is no chance of reincarnation, but it is precisely because of clarity and rationality. Itaka would be so reluctant to choose this situation that he could not choose but had to choose. The current situation was painful, and she was desperate. She had to abandon Bai-yu in order not to disappoint Bai-yu. you. Is this world a hell? Why are there so many things that are beyond one's control? Itaka bit his lips and his beautiful face could no longer maintain a cold look. His face was twisted and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. She did not wipe it. If she stayed, she would die with Bai Yu and both of them would have nothing. She should be more rational and leave with the Samsara Eye so that this action would not be in vain. Itaka was a decisive person and would not let his love affect his judgment. She made a decision and left here immediately. Nagato did not stop Itaka from leaving. If Itaka ran away, he could still find him. If he couldn't find him, he would go to dismantle Konoha, dismantle all organizations and families related to Itaka. In this way, he didn't believe that he couldn't find another Samsara Eye in the end. The special nature of this eye also made those who got it reluctant to destroy it, so he would definitely find another Samsara Eye. It's really surprising. The relationship between you two has surpassed that of ordinary companions. One is willing to block the enemy's weapons with his body for the corpse of the other. The other is willing to sacrifice everything for his companions to escape. Nagato remembered his childhood with Yahiko Konan. What a pure friendship that was. Now when he sees Hakutsuki and Itaka, he remembers the memory of his hard life with his companions when he was a child, and he knows that Itaka's action of abandoning Hakutsuki is very rational, but it is precisely because of rationality that he suffers. If Itaka is a person who cares about such things, he will live in the torment of abandoning his companions, lives every day for the rest of his life, and every day he lives a life worse than death. In this state, Itaka will not live long, and his poor mental state will affect his body and then die. Nagato saw Itaka's actions along the way and knew that Itaka was such a person. Nagato continued, I can see that the power in you is eating you, and it eats your soul together. Your last attack will be launched after you disappear. Right, I won't give you this chance. Uzumaki Nagato rushed up. This thing in your body is the same as evil, but everything in the world restrains each other, and our Uzumaki clan is best at sealing evil. Before it completely eats you, I will interrupt the ceremony between you and seal you and the evil together. Uzumaki Nagato did not dare to let Bai Yu prepare the means of attack. He must pay enough attention to Bai Yu, otherwise he might capsize in the gutter. Chapter 664 Desperate Situation. In the past, every attack launched by Bai Yu on him was earth-shattering, otherwise he would not have been defeated by Bai Yu and would not have been so cautious. When dealing with Bai Yu, it is not too cautious. The Purple Hermit attacked Nagato. Nagato dodged the whip of the Purple Hermit one after another, and he came to Bai Yu. This was the most vulnerable time for Bai Yu. Bai Yu's body was dead, and the remaining will remained in the body of the Purple Hermit, and the Purple Hermit was gradually dissipating and withering due to the death of the original body. Now the Purple Hermit could not even launch the reading and writing, and could only attack Nagato through the stand, but was still dodged by Nagato and came to the original body. Uzumaki Nagato began to seal Bai Yu. He pulled out a medical bandage from his ninja bag, wrapped it around Bai Yu's body, and forcibly bound Bai Yu and the Purple Hermit, who were struggling. The Purple Hermit's spikes pierced the bandage, but he was powerless to resist. Then Nagato took a pen and wrote words on it. The rich yin attribute chakra energy turned into ink, and through the sealing runes with special meanings, a sealing technique different from the ninjutsu system turned into sealing runes and wrote on the white medical bandage. This is the seal that the Uzumaki clan used to bind the enemy, which has the effect of suppressing evil things. The yin attribute chakra energy is special and not easy to dissipate. Even if it rains heavily around, it can't wash away the black font. After that, Nagato sealed several more times in succession. The more he valued Bai Yu, the heavier the seal he imposed. He completely sealed Bai Yu as a monster, like a tailed beast and an evil thing. These seals can be regarded as the weapons that the Uzumaki clan routinely uses to treat sealed objects, not to mention the tailed beasts and evil creatures. Even stronger cage-level warriors would become like lambs if they were sealed with this seal. Inside the bandages, the Purple Hermit stopped devouring Bai Yu's flesh and soul, and the girl with long red hair cried even more sadly, unable to complete the last bit of the body's trust. Then, Bai Yu's entire body was wrapped in white bandages like a mummy, with densely packed seal talismans pasted on it, and black tadpole-like runes were written on the white bandages. Under the suppression of several layers of seal power, the Purple Hermit was no longer able to struggle. Finally, he and Bai Yu's body died in loneliness. Bai Yu died unwillingly. At this moment, Bai Yu was completely dead. Even the body was suppressed by Uzumaki Nagato. After Nagato did all these things, put Bai Yu into the ninja bag and continued to chase Uchiha Itaka. This time, Uchiha Itaka was more cautious and regarded people and animals on the road as enemies, but he was still caught up by Uzumaki Nagato after entering the land of fire. The pursuit and hiding that lasted for several days ended at this moment. When Itaka saw Nagato, the last bit of hope in his heart was cut off. Seeing Nagato also meant that Bai Yu was dead and there was no comeback. Now he was the only one left in the whole team. Itaka said calmly, the Samsara Eye you want is not with me. I know you can peek into memories, so I used a method. Now even I don't know where the Samsara Eye is. Konan's body is also with me. I can give her to you. I'm not saying so much to ask you to let me go. What we did is unforgivable. I just want to know how Bai Yu died in the end, and whether he was in pain when he died. Please kill me like that. I want to know what Bai Yu was thinking at the end. After saying this, Itaka took out the seal scroll from the ninja tool bag and put it on the ground. In order to prevent Nagato from thinking it was a trap, Itaka opened the scroll, revealing the body of a woman with short blue hair and a black Akatsuki robe. After doing these things, Itaka closed his eyes and waited for death. Being chased by Uzumaki Nagato, Itaka was heartbroken at this moment, quietly waiting for the final moment of life in this wilderness. In order to understand the mood of his companions when they they died, the enemy took the initiative to ask for death. Nagato had never encountered such a thing. This Uchiha Itachi's thinking was a bit strange, not like a normal person. Normal people can't do such a thing. Nagato walked in front of Itachi and squatted down. There was silence for a while. Nagato changed his mind. Living was the real punishment for Itachi. Moreover, he would not tell Itachi how Baiyu died. He wanted Itachi to die exhausted in despair and regret. This process is pain. The pain in people's hearts will make people want to stop being hurt and thus want to see a peaceful world. Everyone feels pain in their current life and will pursue peace. When everyone feels pain, a peaceful world will come into being. Nagato sometimes thinks that he has not violated Yahiko's ideals. The concept of Akatsuki is still mutual understanding. In the past they understood others and also wanted to be understood by others, but Hanzo betrayed their trust, which led to the destruction of Akatsuki. So this time, Nagato decided to let the whole world understand their pain and experience the pain. In this way, those who have not experienced the horror of war will more or less understand the rarity of peace. This is the most effective way of persuasion. Nagato said, I know what you are thinking. You are still trying to take away the Samsara Eye, which means you have a follow-up method to save the entire team. Let me guess, are you going to use that Samsara Eye to revive them? My Samsara Eye has the power of all 6 paths, but it only lacks the repulsion of one of the heavenly path, which means that the Samsara Eye you have only has Shinra Tensei. I won't kill you. The relationship between you and your companions reminds me of my childhood experience with Konan and Yahiko. It doesn't matter whether I have the remaining Samsara Eye or not. As long as that Samsara Eye is not destroyed, it will appear in the ninja world sooner or later. The person who gets the Samsara Eye will personally return the Samsara Eye to me, so I don't need to look for it anymore. By the way, the reason why I chased you is to confirm that Baiyu is dead. I will feel at ease when he dies. Now I feel at ease. The second is to revive Xionin in front of you and completely cut off your belief in reviving your companions through the Samsara Eye. Chapter 665 Resurrection of Xionin. Itachi suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Uzumaki Nagato in a daze, his face as pale as a dead person. No, it's impossible. How could that Samsara Eye not have the ability to revive people? It must have, right? Itachi asked Nagato pleadingly, with tears in his red eyes, revealing a frightening despair. Itachi has been mentally prepared to die with Baiyu, but resurrecting people is the goal of their action this time. Even if Baiyu cannot be resurrected, it would be good to revive Suzuki. Why can't even this be done? What Nagato said must be false. It can only be false. It can't be true. If it is true, then what is the significance of this action? Itachi will remember what Baiyu said inadvertently before, and conflicts broke out between his family and the village. Baiyu's body is scarred and has been poisoned by a deadly poison, which shows that the situation in the village is not optimistic. The only belief that supports Itachi now is to hide the Samsara Eye so that her parents at home can use it to revive Suzuki. She herself does not want to live anymore. But why is this world so painful? Is it really like what Obito said? Is this hell? Otherwise, why is life not happy but full of torture? Nagato replied, is it true? You can see it if you look at it. Look at me using the wheel resurrection technique to revive Konan. I won't watch. Itachi shook his head and closed his eyes, but the calm and rational thinking habits still made Itachi open his red eyes. She gritted her teeth and looked at Nagato, expressionless, and said word by word, heartbroken, you use the reincarnation technique. I want to see your companions resurrected with my own eyes. I'll make you give up now. From now on, your life will either become stronger until you kill me and get the Samsara Eye, or you will live in guilt and bear the pain of your companion's death. Nagato stood up and said to Itachi without any hostility, then, you who understand this pain should know how rare and precious peace is. Right, this world is hopeless, so I want to create a new world and let everyone live in fear. From now on, whether you unite others to resist me as a god, or have other plans, the whole human race will stand on the opposite side of me, or become my companion. I hope you can see the peace I created on behalf of Baiyu. After saying this, Nagato took a step back and prepared to use the reincarnation technique. He had never used this ninjutsu before. Even if Yahiko died, he did not resurrect Yahiko, because Yahiko was no longer in line with the current philosophy of the Akatsuki organization, and if Yahiko was resurrected, Yahiko would stop them. When the Akatsuki organization was betrayed by the demigod Hanzo, Yahiko's ideals had died. What remained was only his and Konan's new idea to let the world feel their pain and cherish peace. Only when true peace appears will he resurrect Yahiko, so that Yahiko, a simple and kind person, can see how true peace is born. And now, Nagato decided to use the reincarnation technique to resurrect Konan in front of Itachi, thereby strangling the hope in Itachi's heart and letting Itachi know that the other Samsara Eye is garbage. Watch it, Itachi, the reincarnation technique is here with me. Nagato made the seal with his hands. Itachi opened his eyes wide and looked at Uzumaki Nagato. Even if Nagato said that the Samsara technique was in his possession, Itachi would not believe it. She had to see it with her own eyes. As Itachi watched with his eyes wide open, the wounds of Konan's body on the ground recovered. After a few seconds, Konan opened her eyes and sat up from the ground. She turned her head with indifference to look at the girl beside her. She saw the girl looking at her desperately, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan were full of blood, and a bloodstain slid down her pretty face. What happened? Konan stood up from the ground. It was unknown whether the vines in her body were still there, but it seemed that they could no longer hurt her. Konan looked at Nagato. At this time, Nagato was wearing an Akatsuki robe. One eye was closed, and the other eye was the Samsara Eye. Did you use the Samsara technique? Konan asked. Yes. Nagato nodded. The longer a person has been dead, the more chakra chakra energy is needed to revive him, because when a person goes to the Pure Land after death, his soul will carry some of the characteristics of the Pure Land. There are many ways to revive people in this world, but the only ninjutsu that can wash away the characteristics of the Pure Land is the reincarnation technique. Only the reincarnation technique can truly revive the dead. Nagato didn't consume much chakra to revive Konan. It took the chakra energy of about 100 people to revive Konan. One is that Konan had just died a few days ago and was still a newcomer in the Pure Land. The other is that Konan's body was here, and he didn't need to spend extra energy to create a body. So, at this moment Konan came back to life after death. It also proves that the ninjutsu of the reincarnation technique is in the hands of Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato looked at Uchiha Itaki. The girl was kneeling on the ground, looking at the ground with a dull and terrifying expression, and drops of water that was not sure whether it was tears or blood fell from her eyes to the ground. Not only by you, she couldn't even revive Suzuki. Zionin walked to Nagato. Chapter 665 Resurrection of Zionin. Nagato said, "Let's go. We have to rebuild the Rain Village neck. The whole village was destroyed by them. It will take a lot of time to recall the original villagers." Zionin hummed softly and asked, "Where is my son?" Nagato was stunned. Some of them didn't react. Nagato asked, "Do you really want to recognize that guy as your son?" "I promised him." Zionin said, "You shouldn't break the promise you made." "What a promise?" Zionin really has this kind of personality. "But where is Bai Yu?" "In his bag." Bai Yu was beaten to death by him. In his bag. Nagato suddenly didn't know how to report to his superiors. He didn't dare to ask him to revive Bai Yu. If Bai Yu was resurrected in a state of complete victory, he might not be able to beat Bai Yu. It would be another bloody battle. Immediately, Nagato told what happened after Zionin's death and only concealed the fact that he transformed himself into Ashura. This was to avoid Zionin's worry. In fact, Nagato didn't know whether he was what state is he in. He doesn't know what bug of the samsara eye is stuck. He only knows that he transformed himself into Shuradu and survived by relying on the various abilities of the samsara eye. He now seems to have become the samsara eye in an eyeball of Uchiha Madara. But even if Uchiha Madara comes back to life, this eye is no longer suitable for Uchiha Madara. Nagato will also be very resistant to being transplanted into his eye socket by Madara. So let Uchiha Madara, the former strong man, wait in the Pure Land of Bliss. Maybe Uchiha Obito is next to Madara and can be regarded as inheriting Madara's will. After Nagato finished talking about what happened, he took out Bai Yu's body and said, "I will transform him into one of the 6 paths." Konan is also a woman who is not good at expressing emotions and has few facial expressions. At this time, Zionin saw that Bai Yu was dead, and there was really a bit of maternal loss and regret in her expression, but it was impossible to say how painful it was. After all, he is not a biological son, and they have not been together for a long time. It's okay if he is alive, but forget it if he is dead. Konan affirmed Nagato's opinion. Then let's transform him into one of the 6 paths so that we can see him every day in the future. Yes. Nagato and Konan left. Only the girl with blood in her eyes was left at the original place. Chapter 666 Epilogue 1. The reincarnation technique is really in Nagato's hands. She resurrected Konan. Itaka's red eyes were wide open, and his pupils almost filled his eye socket. He looked at the ground with a dull and terrifying expression, and he didn't even know that Nagato and Konan had left. Itaka couldn't hear or see anything now. His eyes and mind were occupied by the dead figures of Bai Yu and his brother. I thought it was just a temporary separation, but who knew it would become a farewell forever. With her strength, she could do nothing. Nothing could be accomplished. She couldn't even help Bai Yu, so that Bai Yu not only died, but also her soul dissipated. Itaka made a low and hoarse sound in her throat as if she was crying, and she looked at her hands tremblingly. Drops of blood fell from her eye socket, fell on the ground, and fell on her hands. It was unclear whether it was blood from the cracked corners of her eyes, or whether her eyes were injured by her emotions. Itaka was completely unaware of this. No wonder Bai Yu desperately wanted to kill Nagato. No wonder he was so obsessed with Nagato. Bai Yu had guessed that the reincarnation technique was in Nagato's hands, so he would go to deal with Nagato regardless of anything, just to get the reincarnation eye. Itaka guessed this and began to blame himself for being so weak, not being able to help at all, and letting Bai Yu fight alone. If she was a few years older than Bai Yu and had more chakra, would she be able to help Bai Yu? Would the current situation be completely different? Why is she the only one left? If she died, would she not be in such pain now? Itaka clenched his hands. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and he couldn't cry out in pain. Itaka had expected that Nagato would find her before, so he used a special method to hide the samsara eye, and sent the impure world reincarnation technique and the envelope back to the family. In this way, Nagato would find her and kill her, and he would not be able to continue to track her. There would be only 2 results at that time. One is that Nagato killed her, and she would be reincarnated by her parents at home. Her parents would see the impure world reincarnation technique and summon her to ask about the specific situation. At that time, they would be able to find the samsara eye and start the plan of resurrection. The other is that Nagato would destroy her soul after killing her to vent his anger, which she really wanted, and she also said that she could understand Bai Yu's feelings when she died. The only thing Itaka didn't expect was that Nagato didn't kill her, but let her live. When people are alive, they can feel pain, and they will not be as ignorant and insensitive as the dead. And now, after knowing that the reincarnation technique is in Nagato's hands, Itaka really feels despair. Itaka thought that he could not revive Bai Yu, so he wanted to revive Suzuki, which is also a good thing, so she can follow Bai Yu with confidence. But why can't even do this? Not only can Baiyu not be resurrected but even Suzuki cannot be resurrected. Itaka covered his heart with a painful expression and fell to the ground unconsciously. She curled up and wanted to hug herself but was afraid of this weakness. Rational and calm thinking habits told Itaka that she couldn't give up on herself like this. She should work hard to become stronger and then kill Uzumaki Nagato in the future life to get the reincarnation eye with the reincarnation technique. However, Itaka really couldn't bear the loneliness now. Except for her, all the other people in the team died and the person she loved and her brother also died. Even if she returned home, there were still big conflicts between the family and the village, and even fighting had broken out. It seemed that there was no place to stay anywhere. There was no goal, no meaning, and even life became confused. Itaka hated this reality, hated this cruel reality that forced people to recognize the current situation. But she had to recognize the current situation. She had to force herself to go on. Otherwise, the death of everyone would be meaningless. Itaka covered his face with his hands, curled up on the ground, ignoring the dust on the ground. She sobbed and cried, venting her restrained emotions in this deserted environment. In this process, the extreme mental state affected the chakra energy in Itaka's body, transformed into a special chakra, and flowed from the heart to the eyes. Tears and blood flowed out from the fingers, and strange patterns formed in the eyes. Itaka did not notice this situation. When she noticed it, part of the chakra energy in her body had disappeared. Itaka pursed her lips, got up from the ground, and did not wipe the dust off her clothes. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and walked towards the land of fire stubbornly and silently. I want to become strong enough to kill Uzumaki Nagato, and then die after resurrecting Suzuki. There are no people and things in this world that I miss. I hate this world that makes me unhappy. Itaka never thought of changing this world from the beginning. It can be said that smart people have a consistent characteristic, that is, they have self-knowledge. They will not change the world by themselves but will live with the trend of the times. Idealists like Yahiko are destined to lose less. There are more people like Orochimaru and the third generation who see the times clearly and do not break away from the times. Itaka is the same. It can be said that he is helpless, or he can be said to live in the present. However, Itaka's mentality has changed now. She doesn't want to live in the present, nor does she want to live in the future. Chapter 666 Epilogue 1. She just wanted to complete the team's plan, grab the Samsara Eye in Uzumaki Nagato's hand, revive Suzuki, Shisui, and Kakashi, leave the Samsara Eye to Suzuki, and then die. Apart from that, there was nothing Itaka cared about. It can be said that Itaka now has only one thought in his mind, which is to make up for the regrets of this plan. Admittedly, Itaka accepted the death of Baiyu and others, endured the consequences of failure, and could live well. But that kind of life is not what Itaka yearns for. Accept the failure of the mission, return to the family, grow up in the expectations of his parents, inherit the Uchiha clan, fight openly and secretly with the village, and then hand over the Uchiha clan to the next generation so that the Uchiha clan continues the cycle of the previous generations. Such a life Itaka saw through at a glance. What is the meaning of a world without Suzuki and Baiyu? After all, Itaka is a member of the Uchiha clan, and she tends to be emotionally extreme in her choices. She can be rational and think about problems calmly, but this does not affect her emotional decisions. Go back and see what the family is like now, and learn the technique of impure world reincarnation by the way, and try to see if Baiyu can be reborn. If she cannot be reborn, it means that Baiyu's soul has been annihilated. When Itaka said this, his emotions were extremely cold, as if it had nothing to do with him, and there was no expression on his face. But the tears and blood just now, who did they shed for? Itaka has learned to restrain his emotions, and it's better to keep the pain in his heart, and no one will see it. This time she can't even sigh, just because someone said that sighing will make you ugly and have wrinkles on your face. Itaka entered the land of fire and contacted the family through the communication of the Crow of Ninja. What Itaka didn't expect was that the Uchiha clan had moved away from Konoha village and did not fight to the death with the Hokage in Konoha. This was beyond Itaka's expectations. In Itaka's impression, the Uchiha clan should be ambitious for Konoha village. With the arrogance of the Uchiha clan ninjas, how could they abandon the village and leave? This village was built by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Now there is only Tsunade left in the Senju clan, so the Uchiha clan should be the master of the village. As a result, the Uchiha clan was driven out by other ninja clans. Itaka couldn't understand it. In her opinion, the people in the family would not leave Konoha even if they died. Why is the situation different from what she imagined? Or did she misunderstand her father again and have prejudice against the head of the Uchiha clan? Itaka returned to the family with doubts in his heart. Although the Uchiha clan left the hidden village of Konoha, they did not move away from the land of fire. The Uchiha clan had a good relationship with the Fire Country daimyo mansion. After getting a piece of land, they began to create the Uchiha village. The entire Uchiha clan began to survive on their own, just like the Warring States period before the Ninja Village era. It can be expected that the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan will continue to be the same as before, and there will be only one of them until death. For the Uchiha clan, this is a revenge for stealing the village. But the current era is different from the past after all. In the Warring States period, the entire world did not have such a large unit as the Ninja Village. All ninjas received tasks entered on the family and fought with other ninja families in the task. In this mode, the Uchiha clan is not afraid of any ninja family in the world. And in this era, Uchiha the Wave clan has to fight against the hostility of all the ninja villages in the world on its own, and it can be said that it is surrounded by powerful enemies. The last ninja village and country to be established in this way was the Uzumaki clan. The The Uzumaki clan has been destroyed. The Uchiha clan is in a precarious situation. In a vibrant scene, there is a crisis of destruction at any time. If the Uchiha clan can survive, they will still be the Uchiha clan of the Warring States period and dominate the ninja world. If they can't survive, there will be no Uchiha clan in the world. When Ataka failed in the team's mission, he went to the new ninja village established by the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, Nagato and Konan returned to the Rain Village after their victory and began to rebuild the Rain Village on the ruin. In the future, Uzumaki Nagato will find a place to replant the sacred tree and revive the 10 Tails so that the people of the whole world will live in fear of the 10 Tails for generations. In this fear, humans will be forced to unite and build an unprecedented peaceful world, and Ataka will work hard to become stronger and strive to kill Uzumaki Nagato one day. Ataka is not for this world. He just wants to complete the team's unsuccessful plan and die after that. Follow that person away. That's all. Chapter 667 Epilogue 2. In the village built by the Uchiha clan, the young clansmen are working hard. As soon as Uchiha Ataka returned to the village, he attracted attention. Ataka Uchiha is back. Why does Ataka look better? Stop talking so much. How can you say that a boy is good looking? Although he is a little better looking, like a girl, but to describe a man, you should say handsome, mighty, and domineering. Just as the Uchiha clan members were discussing, they suddenly saw two people running towards Ataka. The rest of the clan members thought of the clan leader's instructions and immediately stopped discussing. They showed sad and mournful expressions on their faces, as if something sad had happened in the clan. In fact, something big did happen in the clan. After all, the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha was not without cost. When the Uchiha clan and Konoha went to war, half of the ordinary clan members in the clan became sacrifices, using their own deaths to open the Sharingan for their children and relatives. Afterward, the Uchiha clan and Konoha fought and both suffered casualties. The reason why they were happy at this time was that they felt that life had a future. After all, after leaving the oppressive environment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan felt refreshed and the air was much fresher as soon as they left the village. There was no oppression and depression in Konoha village. In the future, they can set up their own ninja village, carry forward the Uchiha clan's surname again, and let the ninja world know that their family is worth a ninja village. Konoha looked down on them because it had no vision. The weak would stick together, and the strong were all unique, so the Uchiha clan would work hard to build a new village. Although the Nine Tails was lost by the clan leader on the way, the car was abandoned to save the general. But after all, the Nine Tails was not in Konoha's hands, and the Uchiha clan still felt much better. After careful consideration, the person who snatched the Nine Tails was also a member of their Uchiha clan, so the Nine Tails was not snatched away by others, and the meat was still rotten in the pot of their Uchiha clan. Thinking about it this way, the Uchiha clan would not regret it. Moreover, with their Sharingan's ability to restrain the tailed beast, they may not have no chance to get other tailed beasts in the future. Now that Uchiha Ataka has returned, they can't help but show a sad expression when they think of the clan leader's instructions and try to create a depressed and bleak atmosphere. Before, Ataka's brother died, and the elders of the Uchiha clan judged that Ataka actually opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and only had one step left. In accordance with the entrustment of the clan leader and the clan leader's wife, they will put this last straw on Ataka and wish Uchiha Ataka a helping hand. As soon as Ataka arrived at the clan residence, he saw this situation, and everyone was very sad. Ataka was smart and clever, and she judged something from the changes of the clan members before and after, but she was in a bad mood and didn't want to guess. No matter what happened, the soldiers came to meet them, and the water came to the earth dam. The things of Baiyu and Nagato made Ataka realize that in the face of absolute strength, all strategies are just flowery. Such a big rain village, Baiyu and Nagato said to demolish it. Ataka was watching the open and secret struggles between the clan and the village, which was too low level for her to be interested. Compared with the survival of the entire world, the struggle for power in the village seemed ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is that she used to be sad and depressed about such things, sighing all day long. Now Ataka thought carefully, just kill all the obstacles. Konoha will still be Konoha, and the Uchiha clan will still be the Uchiha clan. Those who died were just some stubborn people who stole high positions and were unwilling to give up power and were prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Could it be that if the Uchiha clan took control of Konoha, they would kill all the other ninja clans in the village? No. The Uchiha clan is a family that values a euro feelings and will only protect its own children. I'm afraid they will protect the village more desperately than the Senju clan, so that people will know that the Uchiha clan is not weak. Yu Jianshao is trustworthy. At that time, let alone other ninja villages bullying Konoha, as long as they dare to force Konoha, the Uchiha clan will not bully other ninja villages even if they have great love. So Ataka plans to come back to see the situation. One is to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, the power of the entire Konoha. The other is to prepare to deal with the crisis that Nagato brings to the world. Now that the Uchiha clan has left Konoha, Ataka naturally doesn't have to think about how to defeat Konoha. In the future, he will concentrate on training and lead the Uchiha clan. Just when Ataka came to the family residence, Ataka saw two people running towards him. Ataka had a cold expression and paid attention to the situation of these two people. As soon as these two people ran out, they saw each other. Damn Shuaki, did he also get the order from the clan leader to tell Uchiha Ataka that his parents are dead? Uchiha Yoshi thought unhappily. Uchiha Shuaki saw the eyes of his compatriot, gritted his teeth, and ran directly to Ataka. Uchiha Yoshira understood Shuaki's expression and cheered up. Okay, this will give Ataka a double blow. As long as you say mom, Mom, I will say Dad. One by one, let Atake fall into complete despair. The two came to Atake. Uchiha Shoaki grabbed Atake excitedly. Uchiha Yoshiro was shocked. This guy is so into the role. The emotional performance is very vivid. I can't lose to him. Atake stepped back to avoid it, frowned slightly, and was unhappy. Shoaki failed to catch Atake and shouted out of control, "Where have you been? And Uchiha Shisui, where did you take Shisui?" Chapter 667 Epilogue 2 The stand in Konoha. Do you know what happened to the family? If Shisui was in the family, how could such a thing happen? When Shoaki spoke, tears flowed out. Because the Uchiha clan went to war with Konoha without any preparation, half of the family members sacrificed themselves and opened the Sharingan for their relatives so that the remaining people in the family could go into battle lightly and would not become a burden to the family whether attacking or evacuating. The parents of this boy died because of this. Before that, Shoaki was also a dove in the Uchiha clan who yearned for peace. He was an ordinary person who did not enter the ninja school after he reached the age, nor did he become a ninja. There are many such people in the Uchiha clan. They are descendants of those who gave up the ninja path since joining Konoha. They believe in the Senju clan, think that the village is absolutely safe, and give up the path to become stronger. When the village officials launched an attack on the Uchiha clan, tragedy inevitably came. In order for the clan members to live better, some Uchiha gave their lives for the people they valued. Shoaki still remembers the scene when Mikoto transplanted Izanami to him after his parents died. This made Shoaki remember it very clearly, and he even secretly hated himself for not becoming a ninja, so that the family fell into trouble and he didn't even have the power to protect his relatives. Such pain has been tormenting Shoaki's heart. Faced with such questioning, Itaka had nothing to say. It was her and Bayu's plan to go to the Rain country to seize the Samsara Eye. Shisui went to the Rain village together to help her revive Suzuki. Before they set off, they thought the village would be as peaceful as before. Shisui also participated in the action and was allowed by the third-generation Hokage, who knew that as soon as they left the Fire country, the village launched an attack on the Uchiha clan. Who could have predicted such a thing? Now that Uchiha Shisui is dead, what else can Itaka say? Itaka looked at this person numbly and decided that if this member of the clan could not control his emotions, she would knock him out. If this member of the clan could not see the current situation clearly after waking up and could not bear the pain, she did not need anyone from the Uchiha clan to oppose her. I'm sorry, his parents died, and he was quite emotional. Uchiha Yoshiro stopped Shoaki and said to Itaka with an apologetic look. Uchiha Yoshiro's expression was calm, not like the dead relatives at all. But the Sharingan would not be fake. Only those who valued feelings in the Uchiha clan would open the blood limit. Those who were really heartless would not have the ability to become stronger. It can be said that the Uchiha clan valued feelings and the Sharingan would only open when they lost love, and these two aspects formed a special spiritual curse against the Uchiha clan. Those who opened the Sharingan would become stronger and stronger in the inner torture, and their behavior would become more and more extreme. The blood sacrifice of the Uchiha clan was a special love of the dead to the living, hoping that the living could gain strength and continue to live. Uchiha Yoshiro was also one of the people in the blood sacrifice ceremony. He got the Sharingan, and his mood was not as calm as he seemed. All for this sentence. Itaki, your parents are also dead. You came back at the right time. Go see them for the last time. Uchiha Yoshiro said apologetically. Behind the smile, there was a kind of malicious targeting. Pain is something that does not have to be endured alone, but can be shared with others. People. And this kind of sharing is the worst emotion among many human qualities. Well, where are they? Itaki asked calmly. Uchiha Shoaki, Uchiha Yoshiro, the Uchiha clan members watching nearby. Clan leader's wife, come out and take a look. Your son is really heartless. Uchiha Shoaki felt a toothache. Itaka didn't even care about the death of his parents, so how could he care about the death of his parent? Uchiha Yoshiro felt a stomachache. The clan leader and the clan leader's wife said that they put the last straw on Itaki. What's wrong with Itaka's numb expression? The other Uchiha clan onlookers immediately talked about it, fearing that Itaka had lost the qualification of a strong man, which was a pity. If it were another ninja family, the ninja would be cold and ruthless, and he might have a chance to become a jonin. But in the Uchiha clan, such people just lost the fastest way to become stronger. Every sip and every bite has its own gains and losses. Itaka saw the surprised eyes of the people around her, and she frowned slightly, not liking this kind of moral kidnapping look. Do you want to see your dead relatives resurrected? Resurrect dead relatives? Someone suddenly asked. Itaka said calmly, well, where are my parents? I'll lead the way. Some people thought Itaka was going to perform a scene, and immediately took the initiative to lead the way. More Uchiha clan members around were mentally rubbing their hands, wondering if they should pretend to be real. Let the clan leader and the clan leader's wife die once, and see if Itaka can resurrect the dead. Chapter 668 Multiple Embarrassment Technique. Mikoto, Itaka is back. Uchiha Fugaku was notified and hurried back to inform Uchiha Mikoto. Now according to the original plan, the two should lie in the coffin and let Itaka worship them properly. Uchiha Mikoto, is Itaka back? It seems that he is not dead. Uchiha Mikoto said with a tangled heart. Itaka asked Shinobi Crow to send back a scroll called the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, which can revive the dead. No wonder we couldn't summon Itaka before. It turns out that Itaka is not dead. Mikoto said with regret in her heart. Mikoto knew that this regret was not good, but in this regret there was the joy that Itaka was still alive. Mikoto was unable to summon Itaka using the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, and she was very nervous. There are only two possibilities for the Impure World Reincarnation of Itaka. One possibility is that Itaka is not dead, but with without a life-threatening situation. How could Itaka send back a special ninjutsu for resurrecting the dead such as the impure world reincarnation technique? Itaka must have a purpose for doing this. The second possibility is that Itaka's soul was destroyed. This would also make it impossible to summon the impure world reincarnation technique. After all, how could a person without a soul come back to life? So when Mikoto learned that Itaka was back, her joy overwhelmed her inner entanglement. After the joy, she had her own social death problem. After all, she wanted to use herself and Fugaku to open the main Jikaya Sharingan for Itaka. As a result, Itaka got the impure world reincarnation technique for summoning the dead. This left Mikoto speechless. Well, Fugaku was silent, not knowing how to reply. Itaka is not dead. He will come back to see us later. We want to use our own death to make Itaka open the main Jikaya Sharingan. When he sees our bodies, he will definitely use the impure world reincarnation technique to revive us, but we are still alive. The scene will be very embarrassing at that time. Uchiha Mikoto became more and more afraid and more anxious as she thought about it. How can there be a ninjutsu like the impure world reincarnation technique in the world? Even the dead cannot rest in peace. It is so evil. How can those who have done too many evil things rest in peace after death? I am afraid that they will be dragged out and die in society after death. Uchiha Mikoto decided to let Fugaku list the impure world reincarnation technique as a forbidden technique in the future. It cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. This ninjutsu has appeared in the village before, but it was listed as a forbidden technique by the first generation Hokage. I think it is the same reason. The first generation Hokage was also worried that someone would use such a ninjutsu to disrespect the souls of the martyrs. Uchiha Mikoto was struggling in her heart. Fugaku said, "Don't worry, we only need to face this problem once and we won't remember it in the future." Well, okay. Mikoto put away her uneasy mood. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Itaka, it's right here. The mourning hall has been set up. We have used the best coffins and materials. No one can be wronged, but the clan leader and the clan leader's wife can be wronged." Uchiha Yoshira brought Itaka to Uchiha Fugaku's residence. There was a large group of people following behind him. Uchiha Yoshira saw Fugaku and Mikoto sitting in the living room drinking tea. His mouth opened wide and he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. "This is different from what we agreed. How can you cheat your children?" Itaka saw his parent. A large group of people behind Itaka saw Fugaku and Mikoto. Mikoto and Fugaku held teacups and looked at their sons and clansmen outside the door. The two groups fell into silence at the same time. After a long time, Uchiha Yoshira, ha 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 ha, double happiness. Not only is Master Itaka back, but the clan leader and his wife are also. Everyone is resurrected. Congratulations, congratulations. Fugaku and Mikoto looked at Uchiha Yoshira with expressionless faces. A large number of Uchiha clan members behind Itaka also looked at Uchiha Yoshira with expressionless faces. Uchiha Yoshira hurriedly fled. "I still have work to do. I'll go to work first." Uchiha Yoshira left, but the other Uchiha clan members did not leave. They still wanted to see Uchiha Fugaku resurrected. As for how Uchiha Fugaku was resurrected if he was not dead, they are still thinking about this question, still thinking about it, still considering it. The two sides continued to confront each other. Fugaku was at a loss. When did the clan members like to watch the show so much? But as long as he is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. "Itaka, you are back." Fugaku said some useless nonsense. "Well, I'm back." Itaka took off his shoes, walked into the house, and sat cross-legged in front of the table. Strangely, there were two coffins in the living room. There were two black and white portraits on the table in front of the coffin. "Itaka, you've worked hard. Why are you so dirty? If you're not in a hurry, change your clothes first." "Right." Mikoto came to Itaka's side with concern. "This place is still built according to the original home. You can see where your room is. I've prepared all the clothes for you." The Uchiha clan is a nostalgic family. They also built a new residence here in imitation of the territory in Konoha. The house and other things have not changed much, but there are fewer people. "Haha, my brother is back." A boy with short black hair and a delicate and cute look suddenly ran out from the side. As soon as the boy appeared, he rushed towards Itaka. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, hugged his hands, turned his head and looked away and said, "I'm back. Don't expect me to hug you. I'm relieved to see that you are safe and sound." "Sasuke." Itaka looked at Sasuke in surprise. Sasuke snorted, rolled his eyes, sat next to Itaka and said, "Why do you look so surprised? I told you that I am very cool now. If you miss me in the future, you can call me at any time. Just don't tell by you." Chapter 668 Multiple Embarrassment Technique. Itaka looked at his parent. Uchiha Fugaku said, "You sent back the impure world reincarnation technique. My eyes are not clear, so you let your mother learn it. She was very worried about you. She tried her best to use the impure world reincarnation technique but couldn't summon you, so she called Sasuke." Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing black and white short-sleeved t-shirt and short. His skin was as white as milk, but there were some cracks on his body that were unique to the impure world reincarnation technique. When the cracks became more and more, Sasuke would disappear and leave the ninja world. After seeing Sasuke, the people of the Uchiha clan became agitated. They had never seen Sasuke before, but now they saw Sasuke and believed that the resurrection was not a lie. "Patriarch, may I ask if this is the impure world reincarnation technique of the second Hokage?" Fugaku nodded. "Yes. A group of people left me. I looked at you, and someone came forward and said a few words. Can you help us take a look at our former relative and my teammate in the second Ninja World War? The enemy was outnumbered and I was unable to protect them. I want to take another look at them. Patriarch, please." In the yard outside the house, a large group of people knelt down. Uchiha Uchiha Fugaku said, "This ninjutsu was brought back by my son Uchiha Itachi, and the family will be handed over to him in the future." Itachi said, "I will find you later after I have recovered. You can prepare first. To resurrect the dead, you need items related to the deceased. Blood and corpses are best. We will leave now and will not disturb you and your family." The people of the Uchiha clan stood up and left the yard. Itachi did not say anything about the reincarnation technique. She was too weak to control the situation. It would be bad if some of the clan members chose to take a shortcut and join the Akatsuki organization of Uzumaki Nagato. She wanted Nagato to die. She wanted to avenge Baiyu. Hatred was her only motivation to live. Chapter 669 How to get along with Baiyu. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan established the Hidden Leaf Village and created a system of one country and one village. It allowed scattered units like the ninja family to gather together to form a huge military organization. In the decades since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, there have been a total of 3 ninja world wars. There was very little time for peace. Many long-standing ninja families were destroyed in the wars between villages. Countless hatreds were born between villages, families, and ninjas. The Uchiha clan was no exception. After the death of the second Hokage in the First Ninja World War, Konoha, the peace of the village, is protected by the Senju clan. The Senju clan sacrificed the power of the entire clan to protect the next generation of Konoha. The Second Ninja World War, the third generation Konoha Sun and Konoha White Fang took advantage of the situation and fought against other ninja villages in the war. At the end of the war, White Fang died due to rumors in the village. Jiraiya was missing. Senju Tsunade left Konoha with Shizune to travel, and Orochimaru lived in seclusion. In the Third Ninja World War, Konoha could no longer withstand the crazy attack of the enemy. The Uchiha clan, which was originally used to protect the safety of the village, was allowed by the third generation to enter the battlefield, which won a great advantage for Konoha, and many of the clan members sacrificed. Originally, the Uchiha clan believed that in the future, when the Senju clan was gone, Konoha should be protected by the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, the Nine Tails incident happened in Konoha. The fourth Hokage died, and the Uchiha clan was condemned by thousands of people. The entire family was suspected by the village leaders. Under endless pressure, they were forced to move out of the center of Konoha town and build a family residence on the periphery. They even fantasized that one day the village would find out the truth and understand the Uchiha clan. In such a way, the Uchiha clan waited for 5 years. These 5 years were like being in prison. The Uchiha clan members could not go out at will. There was no waiting for the results of the third Hokage's investigation. It seemed that the Uchiha clan's return to the ninja village was a long way off and there was no end in sight. They could only arrange for the clan members to enter the Anbu and serve the Hokage in order to win the trust of the Hokage. The Uchiha clan's trust in the village disappeared in the deaths of the clan members in the Anbu. Now the Uchiha clan and the village have a conflict. The two groups have separated. The Uchiha clan moved out of Konoha and built a village alone, but it must be said that the Uchiha clan still had a honeymoon period with the village. In the Third Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan participated in the war, and the clan members became one with the ninjas in the village. During this process, many people in the Uchiha clan had regret, or lost their parents, or lost their relatives, or lost their lovers, lost their teammate, lost their friends. In the ninja world where wars are frequent, no one's family and environment are intact. Even for Uchiha Fugaku, how did this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan open? Itachi held a ceremony of impure world reincarnation in the square of the family's residence. Every member of the Uchiha clan took out the relics of their loved ones, met with their dead relatives and friends, and confided in each other. Those who died in the previous family blood sacrifice ceremony were resurrected again to meet the children who escaped from Konoha and learned about the current situation of the family. This time the ceremony of impure world reincarnation lasted for a long time and ended until midnight. Itachi returned to her residence with a numb mood. After washing up, she changed into pajamas and sat in the porch in front of the room in a daze. The bright moonlight fell on the clean courtyard and on the girl in white, giving people a feeling of purity and coldness like a cold mountain. Itachi learned the technique of impure world reincarnation during her escape. She judged that Shisui and Kakashi could not defeat Uzumaki Nagato, so she only used this technique as a backup after her death and sent it back to the family. Who would have thought that she was not dead? Even Itachi himself did not think that Nagato would not kill her, but living is so painful. Or maybe she didn't dare to use the technique of impure world reincarnation because she didn't dare to summon Baiyu. She was afraid to learn the truth that Baiyu could not be reincarnated and could not be resurrected. She had to keep a thought to keep herself going. Itachi thought that maybe she would try to reincarnate Baiyu after she was sure to kill Uzumaki Nagato. Baiyu is still alive, and the two can fight side by side to make up for the regret of this operation. When she grows up, Baiyu is still a little kid. It's interesting to think about it. If Baiyu can't be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, she will also hold the belief that she will die and kill Nagato. Just when Itachi was thinking about things, in the room behind him, a black-haired boy poked his head out, tilted his head, and looked at Itachi's back cutely. Brother. Itachi heard it, turned around and looked at Sasuke, also tilted his head and smiled. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Sasuke walked out with confidence, waving his hands and feet forward. Brother, have you forgotten that the dead don't need to sleep? Just now, my mother summoned me again, so I can still exist for a few hours this time. Sasuke sat next to Itachi and looked up at Itachi in confusion. Itachi didn't say anything, but raised his hand and smiled and tapped Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Sasuke puffed up his cheeks and looked away. Again. Okay, it's not that I don't want you to do this. It's okay once in a while. while. Sasuke folded his hands and said proudly, without saying that he saw his brother was very sad, so the younger brother had to comfort his brother. Itachi smiled silently and chatted, "How did Sasuke get along with Baiyu? How did you get along?" 175,773 Chapter 669 How to get along with Baiyu. Sasuke's feet swayed under the wooden board. He puffed his cheeks and said angrily, "How do I know this? Maybe he got to know me better and found this guy very good, so he was deceived, right? But Baiyu told me that when he was in school he saw me at the opening ceremony and felt that he had met me in destiny. He said he fell in love with me at first sight. Then he met me. We were classmates and desk mate. We went to school on the same road. I developed the habit of meeting him on the same road every day and going to school together." Sasuke said here, glanced at Itachi and skipped the fact that Itachi killed his parent in the previous week. After the extermination of the clan, he went to live in Baiyu's house and many things happened. Now the future has changed. The Uchiha clan has left Konoha. Baiyu is missing and Itachi brother has become Itachi's sister. Fortunately, Baiyu is still in the stage of being powerless. Otherwise, Itachi's sister will not be able to escape the clutches of the devil. With Baiyu's bad taste, he and his brother would probably be in trouble. Sasuke sighed and added, "But when I dreamed that he and I grew up together, studied, practiced, played games together, and after graduation, we also performed tasks in the same team, and then everything got better. Then I had such a dream, and it felt good." Later, Sakura pursued Baiyu, and I agreed to him in a daze. How did Itachi like Baiyu? Me. Itachi thought for a while. I don't know. When I came to my senses, I found that he was indispensable in my life. Chapter 670 Itachi's Mangekyo. Hey, you're so loyal. I'm telling you, you're trying to steal my people. Sasuke joked. He used to be very gloomy, especially after his parents died and his family was exterminated by his own brother. But with Baiyu accompanying him, he didn't feel so bad. If Baiyu hadn't been with him all the time, how could he be inferior to others? Later, he worked hard to become stronger. As soon as he graduated, he and Baiyu went around the world to seek revenge on Itachi. After winning a few years later, he knew Itachi's difficulties. In this life, it's not time for the family to be exterminated. Maybe Baiyu did something to avoid the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, so his personality is still lively and cheerful. But there has always been a question, that is, I don't know how Itachi fell in love with Baiyu. Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Red Bean are not so easy to say. After all, Baiyu was handsome and young in his previous life and was very popular with girls. Baiyu is so easy to gain favor in this life, probably because of the bad fate caused in the previous life. I don't know how Baiyu has gained the favor of Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Red Bean so that they all pay for her in this life. But his brother, what's going on? Itachi should not have time to contact Baiyu. Sasuke was puzzled by this, but that was all in the previous life. Itachi didn't remember, so let him go. Sasuke spoke to Itachi in a joking tone. Itachi held back the idea of a euro sighing. This silly brother, it's really a fool's luck. Even such a dream, she didn't have it. A little envious. Yeah, so envious. Itachi touched Sasuke's head helplessly, trying not to let Sasuke see anything. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm sorry for you. Don't say sorry, Sasuke said. If it's Itachi, I'm willing to share. Willing to share. Itachi suddenly realized that it's not bad to have such a brother. In this way, Sasuke should not know the news of Baiyu's death. The two brothers talked for a long time. Sasuke's time was up and he began to turn into fragments and disappear. But with their mother's personality, she probably would summon Sasuke out of the spirit world at any time. The family still lived together. After Sasuke disappeared, Itachi heard a lot about Baiyu and his emotions could not be controlled. He missed her more and more, and tears flowed out of his eyes. He sobbed silently in the moonlight. Didn't you say you wouldn't cry anymore? He hadn't experienced any cruel things since he came back. Why can't I stop feeling sad in my heart? She didn't have such a life. When Itachi cried, his eyes also changed. The black pupils became slender and the blade-like shapes were cross-connected, turning in his eyes like a windmill. Itachi seemed to have discovered something. She raised her head and crystal tears fell from her face and dripped into the palms of her hands. The cold moonlight illuminated the girl's astonished expression. Eyes changed. Why not earlier? Itachi punched the wooden pillar next to him, lowered his head, and his black hair covered his face and vision. After venting his emotions, Itachi's expression became terrifying again, and he laughed in a very morbid and inappropriate way. That's it. The more painful it is, the better. I have the ability to kill Uzumaki Nagato. It's no longer an invisible and intangible goal. One day I will die. One day I won't need to live. And one day I will understand his feelings when he died. I will have the same feelings as him. In this way, can it be considered that we have experienced the same with each other this life? Itachi touched his cheek with one hand and laughed with a broken expression. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku heard Itachi's laughter and ran over. Itachi, what happened? Mikoto asked worriedly. Itachi turned around and looked at his parents in the moonlight, showing an innocent smile. Dad, Mom, I opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikoto was shocked and quickly stepped forward to hug the girl. Mikoto didn't say anything but hugged Itachi with heartache. As a parent, you know how much grievance and pain your child has suffered to open these eyes, but this is something that boys of the Uchiha clan must go through. Experience. Mikoto let go of her hand and looked at Itachi's weak performance while maintaining the Mangekyo Sharingan and letting tears flow down his cheek. Now Itachi looks very fragile, but Mikoto didn't have time to share Itachi's pain. She only saw her son, no daughter, wearing pajamas with a flat figure just like the girl. No, not flat either. Still not right. What's wrong? Mikoto looked at Itaki in surprise thought about it. It wasn't a big deal. Hugged Itaki and let Itaki cry his heart out. This child has been suppressed for a long time. As the eldest son, Itaki is destined to suffer more pain than others in order to protect the family and his younger brother. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't see the situation, but he heard it. Fugaku looked at the mother and son with satisfaction, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the stone that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time was removed, and he could no longer feel the weight on his body. After waiting for so long, Itaki finally grew up. He grew into what he hoped he would be. He is worthy of being his son. Uchiha Fugaku waited quietly for a while, and when Mikoto comforted Itaki's emotions, he spoke. Itaki, have a good rest today. I have something very important to tell you tomorrow. This is the highest secret of our Uchiha clan. Chapter 670 Itaki's main Jikaya. Itaki nodded woodenly. Uchiha Fugaku saw that Itaki understood, so he turned and left. He would hand the future of the Uchiha clan to Itaki. This time, the battle between the Uchiha clan and the village. The Uchiha clan, will definitely win. With Itaki's talent and the main Jikaya, Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't think of how long Kikai lost. He could kill the third generation with a reckless attitude. The next day, Mikoto prepared breakfast feeling worried. After a heart-to-heart talk, Mikoto already knew what Itaki had experienced. But how could a good son become a daughter? Itaki can only be raised as a daughter. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, but fortunately Suzuki is still a boy, which is a blessing in disguise. Mikoto was thinking again. No wonder Itaki likes to dress up handsomely, but the ability of this main Jikaya, Sharingan, is too weird, unheard of. I hope it's not a strange skill that turns other boys into girls. But then again, so Itaki can marry Baiyu, right? Baiyu really looks like Kushina. It can be regarded as making up for some regret. After Mikoto made breakfast, she summoned Suzuki through the impure world reincarnation. Mom, have you had breakfast? Suzuki was a little confused. He couldn't have breakfast, so why did his mother summon him? Suzuki looked around and didn't see his father and brother. Well, you watch from the side, Mikoto said absent-mindedly, still thinking about Itaki's marriage. Itaki looked old, but Baiyu was still very young. Itaki was an obedient child, and he would not refuse. He would wait for Baiyu for a few more years, but he didn't know if Baiyu was willing. If she was willing, she could make the decision, and she believed that Uchiha Fugaku would not be ungrateful. Suzuki asked, where is my brother? Your brother is talking to Fugaku. Just wait for a while. Chapter 671 Change of Future. Uchiha Fugaku took Itaki out early in the morning to test the ability of the main Jikaya, Sharingan. The object of the test is naturally his own clansman. First of all, only a ninja who has experienced hundreds of battles can feel the threat of death and express it clearly. Secondly, it is to help Itaki establish prestige in the family. Uchiha Fugaku already knew what happened yesterday. These clansmen of his are all bold and daring. They are not strong enough to suppress them. Fugaku and Itaki explained the key points of using the main Jikaya, Sharingan. Itaki quickly mastered it. She needs to become stronger as soon as possible and learn all the ninjutsu that can help her become stronger. Itaki pressed according to the family's skills of using the main Jikaya, Sharingan. She activated the eyes. With the experience of her family's ancestors who opened their eyes, Itaki did not need to try to find the power of the main Jikaya. With her talent, she learned it on the spot, just like learning the great fireball technique. First, the left eye. When Itaki opened his left eye, it turned blood red, with a strange black pupil that rotated with a blade difference in the blood red. An invisible force followed Itaki's sight and hit the head of the Uchiha clan ninja. The next moment, the sky and the earth turned upside down. The whole world turned blood red, and in this blood red world there was a red full moon. The whole environment seemed to be in blood, dripping with fresh blood. Itaki and the Uchiha clan ninja appeared here. Itaki looked up at the surrounding environment and felt the same texture as reality. Tsukuyomi. It is indeed Tsukuyomi. The main Jikaya, Sharingan, is also known as the soul reflection technique. It will produce corresponding and random power according to the experience of the awakened person and the things he desires in his heart. It is a manifestation of human spiritual power to the outside world, which cannot be explained by ordinary ninjutsu principles. In short, it is an unreasonable power. The reason why Itaki guessed that this was Tsukuyomi was because she had seen the cruelty and helplessness of this world since she was a child, and under Obito's deliberate guidance, she was able to get the state of mind and thoughts of Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Obito thought he was a waste and could not complete the plan left by Uchiha Madara. It may be that he was too painful in his heart and could not support it, so he chose her from the Uchiha clan. He wanted to train her to be the third Madara, then deliberately cultivate her character and values so that she has the qualifications to open Tsukuyomi, so as to prove that the Tsukuyomi mentioned by Uchiha Madara really exists. If Tsukuyomi is a real power, then there is no doubt that the Moon Eye plan is also correct, which will strengthen Uchiha Obito's confidence in persisting. Unfortunately, Obito can't see her Tsukuyomi. According to Obito, in the Tsukuyomi space, mass, time, and space are all controlled by the caster. Itaki raised his hand, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed into a forest. Another change, Itaki and the experimenter came to the Hidden Leaf village. Everything around was lifelike, just like the real thing. Even if you get hurt here, the injury is very real. This is the real space. It's just that everything in this space, including the space itself, except the soul, will be under her control. Just like God, this absolute control over everything in the space is the strongest illusion. Itaki's eyes dimmed. Even if she got such a powerful power, she was not very happy in her heart. Itaki just thought if she had such power earlier, how good it would be. In the Rain Village, Baiyu would not be left alone alone. She could help, and she would not be so helpless to watch Baiyu get up and fight again and again. Itaka noticed the blood moon in the sky at this time. She raised her hand and held the red moon in her beautiful palm. The blood-red full moon turned white and became a normal white moon. Itaka held back a sigh and left the Tsukuyomi space. The next second, the Uchiha ninja fainted. How is it? Uchiha Fugaku asked. The other Uchiha clan members around looked at Itaki excitedly in the eyes of the girl in a cold gaze. Itaki, Tsukuyomi, which can control space, time, and quality. Uchiha Fugaku's brows relaxed and smiled. Yes, it's the top illusion, worthy of my son. Itaka did not speak. Uchiha Fugaku said again, where is the right eye? Itaki opened his right eye and glanced at the next Uchiha clan member who volunteered to take the experiment. Black flames burned on this person. The flames did not go out and the burning became more and more intense until it spread to the whole body. The figure of the ninja suddenly disappeared, and after a while, it appeared intact next to it. This is the use of Izanami. Yes, this is the fire of Amaterasu, the most powerful physical attack in the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. A strongest illusion eye, a strongest physical attack eye. With such power, no one in this world can look directly into your eyes. Yet, Itaka hummed softly. Uchiha Fugaku said, go back. The father and son went back. On the way, Uchiha Fugaku said, with such power, what kind of mood do you feel in your heart, Itaki? Do you feel excited? Itaka thought about it, shook his head, and said nothing. What's so exciting? Baiyu was able to come back to life, so she felt excited. And compared with the power of the Samsara Eye and Baiyu, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu seem too mediocre. Itaka has now figured out the weaknesses of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. If it were Baiyu and Nagato, it is still unknown how they would crack such eyes. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 671 Change of Future. Uchiha Fugaku was even more satisfied. Very good. I was not confused by the power of these eyes. Itaka listened silently. Uchiha Fugaku said, I saw you get the moon reading when I saw the power of Amaterasu. I was very worried. The Manjakaya Sharingan is called the art of reflecting the mind because the power of the Manjakaya Sharingan is the embodiment of the user's mind. Itaki, you hate this world, don't you? Itaka didn't speak. Itaki, you want to destroy things that are in your eyes, don't you? Itaka still didn't speak. The Manjakaya Sharingan is very strong, and Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are also very strong, but this is not enough. Just like this is not enough. Uchiha Fugaku stopped and looked at the winding path in the woods ahead. Itaka looked up at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku said, if the Manjakaya Sharingan is used too much, people will go blind. Once the eyes are blind, they are no longer useful. No matter how strong the power is, it will eventually disappear, just like me now. Uchiha Fugaku stopped and looked at Itaki. Even though Itaki was right in front of him, he could hardly see. Itaki was startled and looked at his father's eyes hesitantly. He found that his father's eyes were dull, but he could see that his father was only a hair's breadth away from blindness. Maybe Uchiha Fugaku would go blind if he used his eyes again. Itaka's mind seemed to flash with lightning. She said in surprise, Dad, do you have a Manjakaya Sharingan? Yes. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, this is not something worth showing off. Do you have to make it known to everyone like Uchiha Shisui? Not everyone knows about Shisui's eyes. Itaka complained silently in his heart. After Shisui opened the Manjakaya Sharingan, only she knew the power of Shisui's eye technique, and now Itaka discovered that Shisui hid the power of his eyes very deeply, but her father hid it even deeper. They didn't even suspect that her father had the Manjakaya Sharingan. Itaka felt complicated. In fact, when they formed a team to capture Obito, they didn't expect Uchiha Fugaku. It was Uchiha Fugaku who asked to participate. Later, when they went to the Rain Village, they didn't even think of inviting Uchiha Fugaku because Uchiha Fugaku was too lazy and didn't do anything in the operation to capture Obito, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan was useless. In fact, the 3 Magatama Sharingan would only be cannon fodder. Uchiha Fugaku knew that Itaka was shocked by his strength, and he felt a little relieved. Do you know why I don't care about the Moon Eye plan? Do you know why I don't care about the Samsara Eye? Do you know why I didn't go to join you when I knew you were going to Rain Village? Uchiha Fugaku complained slightly in his heart. He was so disdainful that Baiyu and Itaka didn't take him with them for such a grand event, because the things you desire and want to get are all garbage to me. The Samsara Eye is garbage. The Moon Eye is garbage. Even though you are my son, the Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu you master are still garbage. All the power in this world is not as good as 1 cent of mine. Uchiha Fugaku said arrogantly. A middle-aged man has been silent and depressed for his whole life, and now he can finally pretend to be cool. There is no time for him to be happy in his life. He should be full of energy after obtaining the Manjakaya Sharingan, but the 4th Hokage always suppressed him and made him unable to turn over. He was beaten by the 4th Hokage in his youth, and was beaten by the 4th Hokage in his youth. He was pitted to death by the 4th Hokage in his middle age, and was depressed to death by a bunch of old stubborn people. In the consideration of the overall situation, his eyes went blind little by little. The 3rd Hokage's skill of using brine to make tofu is too strong. He practiced Tai Chi while doing nothing. He hung the carrot in front of him and consumed the trust of the Uchiha clan alive, so he had to burn his boats and bet on the fate of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Itaka grew up, which made him happy. His personal strength may not be worth mentioning, and he is a combat waste, but the power of his eyes is the strongest power in the world. Samsara Eye, Moon Eye, Kota Amatsukami aside, anyway, his Manjakaya Sharingan is unique in the world, unprecedented and unparalleled. If his power is placed on a person with strong fighting talent and high IQ, an an absolutely invincible ninja can be cultivated, and Itaki is the person he is optimistic about. It is also the hope of him and the Uchiha clan. Itaki was confused and didn't know what his father had done. Even now, she can make her father face the reality. How dare her father be so arrogant? The Samsara Eye is rubbish. Does her father know how powerful the Samsara Eye is? So arrogant and arrogant, he was actually beaten out of Konoha village by the third Hokage. Itaka suddenly fell silent. Itaka thought about Sasuke's temper and understood it in his heart. He is addicted to being a loser. Fortunately, Sasuke didn't grow up, otherwise he would be beaten by others many times when he went out to perform missions. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he could not see Itaka's tangled expression, so he asked Itaki, do you think that the future of our Uchiha clan moving out of Konoha and building our own village is good? Itaki analyzed. In the short term, it is very good. The family will have new developments and will not be constrained by the village. In the long term, there will be many enemies and Konoha will even become our main enemy. Uchiha Fugaku waited for Itaka to finish speaking, smiled, and said, are you satisfied with this future? Satisfied? Itaka's heart jumped and his eyes widened involuntarily. Yes. Are you satisfied? Uchiha Fugaku asked. This time Itaka heard it clearly. But how could she be satisfied? She had many regret and the legacy that could never be redeemed. Regret. Itaka couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. Uchiha Fugaku didn't hear the answer and he felt a little regretful. He lived in the predicted future all his life, but he was not as strong as Itaki, who could recognize the reality and accept the pain. Fugaku said, you are worthy of being my son. Whether you choose to live in the present or are not satisfied with the present future, as a father, I can give you a chance to start over when you are frustrated and at a loss. This is the only thing I can give you. Itaka looked at Uchiha Fugaku. You can choose to live in this world and lead the Uchiha clan to resist the whole world, or you can choose to change a future for our Uchiha clan. Change a future. Itaka was attracted by his father's word. Yes, since you are not satisfied with this future, let's change a future. Chapter 672 The Last Breakfast. Change the future. But how is this possible? Itaka was surprised at first, then unbelievable, and then accepted the reality. She didn't understand what her father said. What's impossible? In this world there are even things like changing other people's wills and creating illusion spaces that are completely controlled by people. Why can't we have the power to predict the future? Uchiha Fugaku said meaningfully. Predict the future? Uchiha Itaka was stunned and her heart was lost again. What she needed was not to know the future, but to go back to the past and change the fate of herself and others. If there was another chance, those regret and those unfortunate things would definitely not happen again, because she would not allow those situations to happen. However, Itaka was still disappointed. It turned out that the very unique power her father talked about was just to predict the future. If her father's ability to predict the future was as powerful as it was said to be, how could the Uchiha clan be driven out of the village by the Sandame? It can be seen that her father's ability to predict the future is not strong. There may be some limitations. This does not help her what she wants, and her father will go blind after using his ability once. The past is over and the future starts from now. What else can be done? Uchiha Fugaku felt Itaka's loss and knew Itaka's choice. He walked forward and said, let's have a meal together. Mikoto should have prepared breakfast. Yet, Itaka followed. The two returned home and saw that Sasuke had been summoned and was sulking with his hands folded. Itaka sat down in his seat under his mother's strange gaze. I really want to watch you eat. Sasuke was angry. Mikoto smiled and said, today is your brother's big event. As a member of the family, you shouldn't be absent. Sasuke, is that so? Mom, what's the big deal? Sasuke thought his mother might know about Itaki. He was distracted just now. He didn't know what he was thinking about and he laughed a few times. What big deal? Itaki was puzzled. Uchiha Mikoto said, Itaki is not young anymore. In a few years, she will be of marriageable age. We should arrange an excellent ninja for her to get along with each other and wait for a few years to get married. No, don't. Itaki was very resistant. Her body tensed up. She didn't want to marry anyone except by you. This matter. Uchiha Fugaku intervened and said, Itaka seems to be not young anymore. Itaka now has a partner to marry, which is also a wish of ours. When Fugaku said this, he suddenly remembered Izumi, who was kidnapped by Baiyu. Uchiha Fugaku was speechless for a while and cursed a little redhead in his heart. Itaka was in a bad mood. She didn't want to leave. If her parents asked her to leave, she would have to run away from home because she already had someone she liked. Mikoto said, yes, so I thought. Itaki and Baiyu are a good match. Baiyu lives alone. It will be very convenient for her to come to our house or live nearby in the future. Itaki opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He didn't expect his mother to mention Baiyu. If it's Baiyu, of course it's okay. Sasuke was dumbfounded. This was a bigger blow to him than watching his family eat. Uchiha Fugaku choked and couldn't hold it anymore. What is his wife talking about? Itaki and Baiyu are two boys. Even if Kushina is your best friend, you don't have to do this, right? Itaki is his pride, but he was taken away by that yellow-haired son. No, absolutely not. I don't agree with this marriage. Uchiha Fugaku quickly made an X. Uchiha Fugaku has not forgotten that Itaka's girlfriend Izumi was kidnapped by Baiyu. As a result, the son of his enemy not only kidnapped his son's wife but also went all the way to his house. There is no such bullying in the world. Itaka felt relieved when he heard that it was Baiyu. If it was Baiyu, of course he could marry her. However, his parents did not know that Baiyu had died, so his mother was indeed considering this matter. Itaka was touched by his mother's kindness. Although Baiyu was dead, Itaka still regarded himself as Baiyu. There is nothing wrong with making up for a wedding. It's just that Itaka didn't expect his mother to fall in love with Baiyu. Yu. Shizuke was waiting to see the show, but who knew that this time it would hit him. Shizuke was anxious. He couldn't snatch Sakura and Ino outside, and he couldn't snatch Itaki at home. After Shizuke recognized the reality, he hoped that Itaki would be humble and watch Yu bullying his brother, which was his only pleasure. How could he be one step behind in such a matter? I object too, Shizuke said. Itaki looked at Shizuke unexpectedly. Shizuke was about to say that he came first and you should line up behind him, but he heard his mother's word. Opposition is invalid. The dead man will just watch from the side. Uchiha Mikoto didn't know where to put up a sign and denied Sasuke's opinion. The dead man will just watch from the side. This sentence kept echoing in Sasuke's heart, making Shizuke feel more and more like a child who was picked up. No, don't. I don't want to watch from the side. After Mikoto finished speaking, she said to Fugaku, your objection is useless. This matter has been decided. Don't forget that the choice is in Itaka's hands. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it and realized that it was true. He was so angry that he couldn't eat. Chapter 672. The last breakfast by Yu is so annoying. Not only did he kidnap Itaka's girlfriend, he even kidnapped his son. Fugaku has never seen such an excessive thing. Should an honest person be bullied? It's okay to be bullied. At most they can just take a step back and not provoke Yu. Why is Yu getting worse? Itaki, what do you think? Don't listen to Mikoto about this matter. Itaka thought seriously. I think it's okay. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you think is okay? Uchiha Fugaku felt that he could die with regret when he thought that his enemy's child would appear in front of him in the future, and Itaka would even become an accomplice. Shizuke covered his mouth in surprise. He was obviously here first. Why did his mother agree with Yu and Itaki? Mom, have you forgotten that you agreed with me and Yu when I disagreed? Shizuke panicked. When that idiot went to his house in his previous life, he asked his mother directly if he could marry Shizuke to him. The problem was that he was still a boy at that time, and Yu's eyesight was as bad as ever. So of course he was very desperately opposed. He was a boy. Why should he be treated as a girl by another boy? This matter is very strange when you think about it, isn't it? In the end, his mother thought it was very interesting and agreed. That's when he lost all his relatives. Yu carried him back as his wife. He got through it in a daze. Later, when he grew up, this bastard stole a seal from home and asked him mysteriously if he wanted to try it. This try was a tragedy, so he should have come first. By the way, Yu's opinion. Uchiha Fugaku thought of Yu at this time. When you talk about marriage, you can't not respect Yu's opinion, right? He may not agree. No, he will definitely not agree. Only if Mikoto wanted Kushina to be possessed by the devil would she pair Itaki and Yu together. Let's not talk about why Itaki was interested in Yu. If Yu knew that Itaki was a boy, she would be furious. Itaki then said, Yu's opinion is not important. Uchiha Fugaku, is that so? Mikoto sighed and then said, before the operation begins, go learn a ninjutsu first. In case Fugaku doesn't admit it, don't record me. I don't want to be depressed for the second time. Uchiha Fugaku said with a straight face. Yu was really bullying too much. Ninjutsu? Surgery? Itaki was at a loss. What's going on? You tell me. Fugaku was sulking. This time, dancing on the grave was not enough to relieve his anger. He wanted to bring the fourth generation back to life and beat him up, but that guy was a Hokage with a noble status and it was not easy to steal his body. His life was short, but he climbed to a high position. Mikoto said, it is a ninjutsu that preserves memories which can be played out in the form of illusions for others to see. There is also a transplantation of the pupil power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan combined can prevent you from going blind due to excessive consumption of power. Fugaku used to look at you, although he didn't say anything and didn't know how to teach you, but he hoped that you could make better choices after thinking. In the process of predicting the future again and again, Fugaku has always experienced things that are not satisfactory. He thought, Itaki, you are so outstanding. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to do things that he can't do, so he often says to you, you are worthy of being my son. Itaki was stunned, not knowing how to react. It was the first time she knew about this matter. It turned out that her father had such high expectations for her. Itaki always thought that this was his father's catchphrase, although his father had never told Shizuke. Uchiha Mikoto supported his cheek with one hand, looked at Itaki, and said gently, now Fugaku's last prediction in the future. We will feel relieved when we see that our Uchiha clan will win and that you will lead the clan to glory. Itaki and Shisui both have the Mangekyou Sharingan. I can't think of how the village can deal with our Uchiha clan. Fugaku was very proud, and the suppressed emotions were released and he felt much more relaxed. He really didn't expect that Shisui had the Mangekyou Sharingan, and he hit it too deeply, but he still caught it. Itaki was confused. Shisui died. Didn't his father foresee Shisui's death? Mikoto said, so next, after your eyes become eternal, you can go back to the beginning of time with the information that foresaw the future, and then the fate of our Uchiha clan will change from there. Itaki and Shizuke looked at their parents in confusion, not knowing what Mikoto and Fugaku were talking about. Shizuke didn't know even more, because his parents died early and never told him and Itaki about this situation. Itaki knew that his father's ability was to predict the future, but is going back to the past related to the future? These are two different things, right? Itaki was confused, even more confused than when his mother asked her to marry Yu just now. Uchiha Fugaku said, although Amaterasu is good, her anger is hard to extinguish, and the same is true for Tsukuyomi, which will make people too decadent. It can be said that the power shown by each pair of Mangekyou Sharingan is a person's inner weakness. The thing that your father regrets most is watching his loved ones die because of the lack of information. At that time, I was thinking, if I knew about this earlier, would it be possible to stop it? Chapter 672 The Last Breakfast. Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly, but the situation is just the opposite. My ability to predict the future is an active power, and I cannot predict it passively, which means I cannot save the tragedy that has already happened. The death of the fourth-generation couple is like this, and so are other things. Only when you notice the clues before something big happens can you use such power, but the reality is when you notice it, reality can no longer be changed. So the real weakness of my ability is that I can't change what has happened. Uchiha Fugaku said all his power. Itaka listened. Can't change the tragedy that has already happened? Do you remember when I behaved abnormally? Fugaku asked. Itaka thought about it. Her father had always been honest and loyal. He would not say much when bullied by the village and had a stern face all day long, but it seemed that there was a period of time before that her father's style of behavior suddenly became bold and radical. He killed Shimura Denzo, led the Uchiha clan to rebel against the village, and now led the family to establish a new base. Except for being lazy when dealing with Obito, he seemed to be reckless in everything he did. This style is indeed different from his father's usual style. Itaka's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She realized something. You are right, Uchiha Fugaku said affirmatively. After I realized that the family might have a major change, I used the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan so I would do things so radically and adventurously. In other words, Itaki, everything you are experiencing now is false. They are all time illusions created by my Mangekyou Sharingan, and they are the process of my foreseeing the future. Itaki opened his eyes wide, stunned by Fugaku's word. Illusions? All illusions? Itaka said in disbelief, but she was clearly far away from her father, and she didn't see her father's illusions, so how could she be caught in a time-based illusion? She also went to the Rain Village to fight with Bai Yu. Such a powerful Nagato and Bai Yu are all illusions? How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful force in the world? Uchiha Fugaku said, yes, they are all illusions. It's like you are all living in my illusion. Since I started to predict the future, everything I experienced afterwards is an illusion that did not happen in the real world. Only the information here is real. So after the prediction ends, all of this will burst and disappear like a bubble, and only reality will remain, and you will go back and protect the Uchiha clan with invincible power. Is this how time-based illusions work? Itaka couldn't help asking. Itaka knew about the Eternal Eye, and had heard Obito talk about it before, but is there really such an illusion of the time system? His Tsukuyomi seems to be this kind of illusion. No, not only that, Tsukuyomi also includes space, mass, etc. So the time system illusion is valid. It's just that the effect of Dad's Mangekyou Sharingan is different from his Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyou Sharingan predicts the future in this way. After actively opening it, the time experienced will be the process of predicting the future. Itaki asked, is it an ability like Tsukuyomi? Fugaku nodded. Yes, just like entering a deep dream. My right eye recorded the key to get out. During the time I experienced, what I saw and heard were all things that would happen in the future. Only by experiencing it once can you know what will happen in the future. So when you go back, you can anticipate the enemy's move. But all this is not just a dream, right? Itaka thought of his mother's actions just now. Her mother said that she would marry Bai Yu and keep her memory to prevent her father from denying it. So is everything she has experienced now really false? Itaka was confused by his parents. Sasuke looked at Itaki at a loss, and finally knew what his mother was talking about. Bai Yu can ride a two-legged horse to speed up the time of the entire universe. His father can actually use this method to get information about the future. Isn't this too mysterious? Why does this world feel so dangerous and weird? Uchiha Mikoto said, people grow up because of experience. After you go back, except for you, no one in the world will remember what happened during this period of time. But after you get your father's power, it is equivalent to mastering the key to get out, and you can keep the experience during this period of time. This is the result of your foreknowledge of the future. Then your father, Sasuke, and I, it is equivalent to not having this period of experience. This period of time has been deleted from the course of history, which is equivalent to us in reality. We have not lived through this period of time, but no matter what, we are all your parents, and Sasuke is also your brother. So in the end, it will only accompany you as a memory that only you know and no one else knows. As this memory that only you know, Fugaku and I also want to have breakfast with you for the last time and tell you to live happily in the future. Mikoto said, you don't have to worry about us denying it in reality. I have always known that Fugaku has this power, and Fugaku himself knows that after this prediction ends, Fugaku's eyes will lose their light. So either you inherit his power and go back, or you fail to meet the requirement. His eyes lose their light, and the Uchiha clan has no future. Chapter 672 The Last Breakfast. Itaki, this is the most precious power your father left you, and it is also the love he gave you after he saw that you can become an excellent successor. Uchiha Fugaku said, let's wait for marriage. Itaki, your life has just begun. Don't rush. Fugaku still didn't want his son to be suppressed by the son of his enemy. Uchiha Mikoto hit Fugaku. Itaki is a girl. Girl Uchiha Fugaku. Itaka lowered his head. It's a curse. Sasuke, goddamn curse. You are so happy, aren't you? You can be happy now, but you won't be able to laugh when Bai Yu grows up. He is really ignorant and fearless, thinking that the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is just a decoration. Sasuke finished complaining in his heart, and it would take a few days to finish. After thinking about this matter, Sasuke understood his father's power. He was confused for a while, but felt fortunate because he regretted saying such heavy words to Bai Yu. I only know that I was inspired by Obito at that time and wanted Bai Yu to remember him. Then, except for for wanting to die. I had no other thoughts in my mind. When I came to my senses, I had done something stupid and I only saw Baiyu crying. I felt very painful and regretful, but it can't be saved. Now that he has been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, his mind is much clearer. It was also because of guilt that he didn't want Itake to tell Baiyu that he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. So, if he could go back, Sasuke hoped that his stupid self would stop doing stupid things. If it's a curse, then there's nothing we can do. Fugaku sighed. If Itake was a girl, he would stop it. After all, in his opinion, this was the ultimate insult to him by the fourth Hokage and the violent girl. But Itake was a girl, so there was no way to stop it. It seemed that Itake was not averse to Baiyu. But why not? Chapter 673 End of Precognition _ standard user in Konoha. After breakfast, Itake received the transplant of the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was not to transplant the other person's eyes but a transfer and graft of power. Every pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was born with an absurdly strong eye technique. This eye technique is the external manifestation of the user's spiritual power, and it is also the power to protect them. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are the way to release this spiritual power. In the history of the Uchiha clan, there have been many ninjas with Mangekyo Sharingan, but these ninjas died after being powerful for a period of time. For this reason, the Uchiha clan began to study the Mangekyo Sharingan. This research was not successful until the generation of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha there is a sealing technique in the clan called the transcription seal, which can seal the ninjutsu in the eyes, which is also the key to the Mangekyo Sharingan operation. The upper limit of this transcription seal is extremely high, and even the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan can be sealed. The key lies in the transfer of this power. After the transfer, the transferee will lose the Mangekyo Sharingan, the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the light and the channel of the mind will be closed again. Even if a new eye is transplanted, if it is not a Mangekyo level eye, it will not be able to obtain the unique pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. When the transferee receives the same level of power and the same level of pupil technique, the eyes will undergo a wonderful transformation and evolution. The eyes will become more complete and more energetic, and the pupil power will become stronger. Even if it is overused, it will not hurt the eyes. It's just that during the transplantation stage, the eyes have to adapt to the new pupil power, so it cannot be used for a short time. Itake covered his eyes with a white bandage. She thought of Baiyu's appearance after losing her eyes, and she missed her very much. In the following time, Itake has been waiting for his eyes to get better, and then use the key of the Mangekyo Sharingan to return to the past. This time, it is no longer Uchiha Fugaku who ends the foresight, but Itake who ends the foresight. Uchiha Fugaku's power to predict the future has been grafted onto Itake's eyes, which is equivalent to Itake gaining this power and becoming the carrier of power. But Itake not only got the ability to predict the future, but also got a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which also means that Uchiha Fugaku's power to predict the future is not as simple as it appears. Because Itake opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the process of Uchiha Fugaku predicting the future, and also performed the Mangekyo Sharingan surgery in the process of predicting to obtain eternal light. So after Itake returns to reality, if he also has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it means that Uchiha Fugaku's plan has succeeded. Uchiha Fugaku has always known his ability, and he is not enough to lead the Uchiha clan to a better future, so he has been looking forward to Itake's growth. As long as Itake can grow, he will give the power to Itake without saying a word. After all, this power was covered in dust in his hands, and he didn't play any trick. Even if he opened a copy every now and then, he was beaten by the fourth Hokage in different ways, which made him depressed. So if Itake could get the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after he returned, it would mean that this alternative transplant surgery was successful. Uchiha Fugaku didn't feel sorry, because even if it failed, Itake didn't get the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after he returned, and his eyes would become blind after using them once. So this time was equivalent to a gamble, betting on the future of the Uchiha clan. Success. Itake woke up at the recorded time with the memory of the future, and the Uchiha clan got a strong man with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Failure. It was a failure. The Uchiha clan could only accept their fate, waiting for the time for the eyes to recover after the surgery. Itake always had hope. Itake hoped to go back to the past, back to before the tragedy began. During this time, Sasuke was summoned by Mikoto from time to time to accompany Itake. The two siblings talked a lot, but on this day, Uchiha Itake could suddenly see some scenes through the bandage on his eyes, and some scenes that made her feel horrified. When Itake walked in the family, he often saw blood on the streets of the family and corpses everywhere. These corpses looked familiar, but from the sound, these people were still alive. Right next to her, Itake seemed to see two worlds. One world was a black night, and the other world had both day and night, and the scenes of the two worlds were different and overlapped in front of her eyes. There was an lingering smell of blood in the family, and the sound of fighting and shouting could be heard. On the other side there was peace, the voices of the tribe members who were happy, and the voices congratulating her. Gradually, Itake saw a new picture again. This is what she saw at home. Itake saw that black knight in the room, another him standing in front of his parents in the clothes of the Anbu. I don't want my son and I to kill each other. Itake, I'll leave Sasuke to you from now on. Our pain will be short-lived and you will have a hard time living in the future. Right. Itake didn't say anything, tears streaming down his face, and pulled out the sword from his back. No, no, Itake shouted in his heart. The knife flashed, and blood splashed on the wall. In the moonlight, Mikoto Sato, and Fugaku fell to the ground completely dead. Itaka stood aside in a daze watching the whole process, and she said with a somewhat crazy look, "What's going on? Is it also predicting the future? Is this me in the future?" Chapter 673 End of Precognition. Why am I like this? As Itaki asked, the scene in front of Itaka changed again. Uchiha Shisui stood in front of the Nanga River, turned around and handed over the Sharingan in his hand. "Itaki, the future of Konoha and the family is in your hands." "What is this?" Itaki took the glasses from Shisui's hand and saw Shisui jump into the river. Why did Shisui jump into the river? Later, the clan members questioned him for betraying the family, and his father no longer trusted him. And one day, after seeing the illusion about the future played by his father, Itaka completely collapsed. That was the illusion of the Uchiha clan attacking the village, releasing the Nine Tails and causing the destruction of the village. At this point, Itaka suddenly understood everything. He seemed to remember something. He remembered what he had done. As a ninja from the Uchiha clan of the Hidden Leaf village, Konoha and the family had a bad relationship. This troublesome matter had always been solved by Shisui and his father. He discussed some such things with Shisui at most, but never talked to his father, because in his stereotyped impression, his father was the murderer who killed his teammates and teachers, and the masked man was either his father or his subordinates controlled by his father. One day, Shisui died. After Shisui died, he was questioned by his clan members and defected to the village. His father showed him the scene of the Uchiha clan attacking the village. In the village, Shimura Danzo issued an ultimatum. The village was bound to deal with the Uchiha clan. If he didn't help the village, even his brother would not survive. Uchiha Obito had been trying to make him gain the ideas instilled by Tsukuyomi for a long time, and at this time, he broke out. "This world is so annoying. Why can't there be a moment of rest? Why must it be forced all the time?" Itaka couldn't say whether it was for Suzuki, for the village, or for himself. Itaki accepted Shimura Danzo's order. He invited the masked man to go with him to deal with the clan members, wanting to see if the masked man was his father's subordinate or his father himself. If so, he could remind his father of the information of the village's actions. But in the end, the masked man acted with him, which just proved the innocence of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was misunderstood by the village because of false charges until the Uchiha clan was eradicated. But by then, the Uchiha clan had no chance to save themselves. They could only keep killing and keep killing. His father couldn't bear to kill him and his son, and his mother was also mentally prepared to die. Itaka didn't understand before, but now he thinks that he may have disappointed his father once in the future predicted by his father. Later, his father asked him to watch the illusion of the Uchiha clan attacking Konoha, and wanted him to come up with other ways to help the Uchiha clan, but he also misunderstood his father's intention. Later, he threatened Shimura Danzo and the third generation Hokage, and threatened to protect Suzuki, so he joined the masked man's organization. He said he was an undercover, but he never gave Konoha village any information about the Akatsuki organization. Why did he spread it? What he didn't have was a family. Was Konoha not wrong? Did they understand the Uchiha clan? Why did the pain have to be borne by the Uchiha clan, and the peace was all borne by the village? Itaka discovered that the death of his parents and the extinction of the Uchiha clan were all caused by him, because he did nothing, did not take responsibility, and only misunderstood the family and suspected his father. The Uchiha clan did not even have the ability to resist and was simply exterminated. Later, the clan members who escaped went to the settlement established by the Uchiha clan outside the village. When Itaka found them, he found that these clan members were also killed by Konoha's secret troops. In addition to him, the entire family only had Suzuki left, and there was a crazy Obito who wanted to implement the Moon Eye plan. Itaka wanted to see the realization of the Moon Eye plan, and he did not stop Obito, but he thought he was not worthy of going to such a world, and just wanted to leave his power to Suzuki so that Suzuki would have more choices. No wonder he lived in pain. This was all his own fault. He deserved it. He was not hurt enough. Compared with those clan members and parents, how long did he suffer? It was only a few years of suffering. Itaka watched Suzuki grow up, watched Suzuki and Baiyu grow up together. He saw all of this as if Sasuke's life was another of his life. If there were no family and village issues, he could grow up like Suzuki. How great would that be? Come to think of it, that would be a good future. Itaka wanted Suzuki to live a better life instead of him, but his actions not only made himself painful but also made Suzuki painful. If there was no Baiyu, what kind of path would Suzuki take, and what kind of life would he get? Suzuki was also ruined. Itaka's whole life was numb. He hated the village, hated the Hotaki Kakashi who was transplanted with the Sharingan and was called the copy ninja. What did Kakashi know? What did he know about the Sharingan? What did he know about the real power of the Uchiha clan? Do you really know what the power of the Uchiha clan is? Itaka tortured Kakashi in the Tsukuyomi space over and over again. Kakashi represented not only the ninja who got the power of the Uchiha clan, but also Konoha. If Konoha had not misunderstood the family, would the family be forced to start a war? The funny thing is that Konoha, as the perpetrator, actually thought he was the victim, but for Suzuki and the reputation of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't hurt Konoha. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of his actions and the extermination of the Uchiha clan? Chapter 673 End of Precognition _ The stand in Konoha. The reputation of the Uchiha clan cannot be humiliated, and it must be re-established in the village. In the end, he even used Kota Amatsukami on Suzuki, asking Suzuki to protect Konoha, because only in this way can Konoha be assured of Suzuki. Those who accept Suzuki will give Suzuki a safe home. When he saw Suzuki again, Suzuki told him that he would make his own decision. It can be seen that Sasuke has grown up. Itachi was stunned for a moment, feeling bitter and relieved at the same time. No one can unlock Kota Amatsukami. All Sasuke's actions will be centered on protecting Konoha, including himself. Such a younger brother told him that he had his own choice. It's really silly and cute. In the end, I can only say that I have always loved you, hiding my apologies in my heart, and in order to protect Konoha, I have to deceive you. He betrayed his family. He betrayed his parents and relatives. He betrayed his brother. He betrayed his village. His life, except for betrayal, there is no meaning. And such a person is loved by his parent, his brother, and his clansmen. Itachi recalled these things, and tears flowed from his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the early morning, Itachi was brushing his teeth in his pajamas. He suddenly woke up and thought about his experience this morning. For a moment he felt like a dream. Itachi ran quickly to the living room. In the living room, his mother was cooking in the kitchen, and his father had not gone to work yet. Instead, he was reading a newspaper on a chair, with the newspaper covering his face, just like in his memory. At this moment, Itachi saw his father put down the newspaper in his hand, looked up at him, and blood flowed from his dark eyes, which was very terrifying. Is that so? It seems that I have lost my sight. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. He planned to turn on the future prediction, kill Shimura Denzo in the future process, and then act according to the plan. Unexpectedly, the next second, his eyes went blind. This also means that his last power to protect the family has disappeared. What will happen in the future? Uchiha Fugaku heard the footsteps and thought that Sasuke ran out. Sasuke was the only one in the family who was reckless and would be reckless. Uchiha Fugaku immediately took up the newspaper to cover his eyes so that his second son would not worry. Mikoto heard the sound and came out of the kitchen. She saw Itachi standing in front of Fugaku, crying all the time and not speaking. What's going on? Mikoto hurriedly put down the things in her hands and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku said, I'm going to leave for a while. Have you seen Itachi? Mikoto looked at Itachi. Itachi said hoarsely, I'm back, Dad, Mom, back. Mikoto didn't think of this at first, and then there was a light of joy in her eyes. Itachi is back, which means Itachi knows the deepest secrets of the family and has obtained eternal light. The plan to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future and return to the present success. Uchiha Fugaku's hand holding the newspaper trembled. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Itachi, have you seen the future? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Itachi nodded. I have learned how to use illusion to retain memory. Don't worry, I'll go change my eyes. Uchiha Fugaku left the chair and couldn't wait to change his eyes. Mikoto hugged Itachi. Your father has been waiting for this day for a long time. He has been looking forward to you growing up and taking over the Uchiha clan from him. Leave it to me in the future. Itachi said. Where's Sasuke? Sasuke hasn't gotten up yet. I'll go call him. Mikoto said. I'll go. Itachi clearly remembered that when he brushed his teeth this morning, Sasuke should have gotten up, but now Sasuke didn't get up. Did something happen? Itachi opened the door and saw Sasuke still in bed, shaking with fear. What's wrong, Sasuke? Sasuke cried and said, remember, I still remember what happened. What? Itachi was shocked. Mom and Dad said that only he would keep his memory, but why does Sasuke still have memories from today onward? Itachi felt nervous. What should I do, brother? I still remember it, and you must remember it too. Chapter 674. Start over. What should I do, brother? I still remember it, and you must remember it too. Sasuke said anxiously. He did something stupid and left Baiyu behind. He also said that Baiyu didn't have him in her growth process so she could just play house, but that was because he had the wrong idea and acted rashly. After waking up just now, Sasuke realized that he was alive and no longer in the body of the impure world reincarnation, which meant that his brother had successfully woken up. Although I don't know why he still has his memory, it seems that he is the only one who has the memory of the previous round in this life. He must be special. So Sasuke didn't think about this matter. His mind was full of anxiety. He was afraid that if Baiyu also remembered what happened, then it's all over. The relationship broke down. Sasuke felt pain in his heart. He didn't know that Itachi, who was standing at the door, felt even worse, but his handsome face didn't show any expression. Itachi saw that Sasuke was anxious and asked tentatively, Sasuke, what are you talking about? Do you have any memories? Sasuke nodded, looked at Itachi and said, I still remember all of it. You must also remember. What should I do? What will he do to me next? Sasuke trembled with fear and bit his fingers. Baiyu was the one who had the best relationship with him. The two were inseparable from childhood. Even in this life they met under a wonderful fate and had the same feelings. Sasuke thought it would be the same as in the previous life and he would be Baiyu's wife when he grew up, but now it's all messed up. He left Baiyu. Baiyu was very sad. Seeing Baiyu sad was not what he wanted. Why did he do such a thing? Sasuke held his head, hating himself for hurting Baiyu, but also wanting Baiyu to care about him at all costs. This complex emotion alternated in Sasuke's heart, but Sasuke couldn't do the act of imprisoning Baiyu. Itachi walked into the house and comforted his brother. It has happened. We should not think about reversing the mistake but judge what to do next. Baiyu has many other girls around him and he won't be so focused on me. He may not want me anymore. Sasuke said. Let's go take a look first. Itachi suggested. I will help you, Sasuke. Brother, will you help me? Sasuke looked up. Itachi nodded. I will. Sasuke put away his troubled mood and got up from the bed. I know. I will cheer up. It's just that I feel so awkward. I didn't expect to meet him again like this. Sasuke was sad and felt that he was too cowardly. Don't think about it. If he doesn't like me, then I don't like him either. Will I die if I leave him? Sasuke snorted, feeling concerned about this. If Baiyu doesn't care about him anymore, Itachi didn't speak. He judged from Sasuke's words that Sasuke might have memories of his previous life. Itake was anxious and felt even more guilty about Suzuki. He said he loved Suzuki, but he never let Suzuki out of his control from beginning to end. He said he wanted to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, but he sacrificed his favorite brother. He is such a person who can't do anything well, just like his father's evaluation. Amaterasu, the fire of destruction. Tsukuyomi, hate reality, the extremely real illusion space. These two powers are what he wants, but they are also his inner weaknesses. Suzuki got dressed and went out to brush his teeth and wash his face. Itake went to the living room to wait for his parents so that he could tell them what would happen in the future. After that, Itake had to find Baihu to see how Baihu was doing. Before he came back, the situation was extremely critical, and Baihu struggled to help him block Uzumaki Nagato. Itake saw Baihu's help. Although he has now recovered his memories of the previous life, his relationship with Baihu has not changed in essence, so he naturally has to go and see Baihu's situation. If Baihu hadn't accompanied Suzuki in the previous life, Sasuke's situation would have been even more miserable. Itake was very grateful to Baihu. After all, as the object of Sasuke's revenge, he could not go out to accompany Suzuki. He could only transform into a crow and watch Suzuki grow up. Watching the two of them grow up together as childhood sweetheart. Rain Village. Uzumaki Nagato and Konan were originally gathering villagers to rebuild Rain Village, but suddenly the sky collapsed and the ground caved in, as if the whole world was as fragile as a mirror and was broken, falling, and collapsing piece by piece, revealing the bottomless darkness on the outside. Everyone was very panicked and shouted in the village, saying that the end of the world was coming. Konan looked at Nagato, and the two were getting farther and farther away. The space and time between the two had all undergone changes that could not be described by prophecy. Nagato looked at his hands and found that his steel body was gradually turning into human flesh and blood, and also had biological senses. From fingers to palms to arms, from left to right, he restored his flesh and blood body. Nagato looked at this scene magically, and he clenched his fist. After the whole world collapsed, Nagato suddenly regained his flesh and blood body, and even the lost samsara eye came back. Nagato looked at Konan, and saw that the originally collapsed world had been pieced together unconsciously to form the appearance of the Rain Village when it was intact, and he also returned to the state of sitting in a wheelchair. The current scene merged with the past in his memory. Nagato pushed the cart to the outside of the hall, and looked down on the terrace, and found that the entire Rain Village had returned to its original appearance. Impossible. What happened? Chapter 674 Restart _ the stand messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ Konan fell from the sky, and the white wings slowly folded on his back. Konan's expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. We seem to have returned to half a month ago. Half a month ago. Nagato's face changed. How could it go back to half a month ago? Nagato pushed the wheelchair into the hall, and the heavenly path, the human path, and the hell path all walked out of the dark shadows. Nagato felt relieved when he saw his former friend. Only the heavenly path could protect him at this time. It seems that our battle has not ended yet. Those guys will come again in half a month. They reset the time. Uchiha Itake is the only one who survived. He must have done something. Nagato thought that Uchiha Itake had no means to resist fate. Who knew there was such a powerful method? Although he also retained his memory, Baiyu and the others also knew his information. If he did it again, the possibility of losing was very high, especially Uchiha Shisui, who made Nagato fear in his heart. He could bypass the defense of the samsara eye and directly hit the human heart. This kind of power was so powerful that it was unreasonable. If Kakashi had not obeyed the orders of the third generation, turned against him at the last minute and stabbed Shisui in the back when he won, he would have almost been defeated. So he was very lucky to win all the way. Zionin said, "It doesn't look like time has been reset. I just saw in the Rain Village that only a few people retained their memories, and most people don't remember what happened next. If time is reset, everyone in the world should have cognitive impairment. Only a part of the memory is retained. Tell me which part?" Nagato asked. The whole world was broken and rebuilt. He seemed to have experienced an extra half month, and even Shuradu's body was restored to human physique. I don't know if time was reset or their memories returned from the future to the present. In short, the current situation is very strange and weird. Zionin immediately went to investigate and found that the people who retained their memories in the Rain Village were all ninjas, and they all had the same thing in common. They were attacked and controlled by Baiyu before they died. Zionin gave the investigation report to Nagato. Nagato's heart moved, and he took out the white mummy from the ninja bag. The body was wrapped in white bandages, and above the bandages black yin attribute chakra runes like ink were faintly visible, and it was covered with pale yellow sealing talisman paper. The mummy-like corpse exudes a terrifying aura. Just looking at it will make your heart cold. Nagato was relieved when he saw Baiyu's body. If Baiyu also followed them back to the present, it means that this terrible opponent will have another chance to attack them. However, Baiyu is seriously ill, which is a very important information. As long as they can delay and keep Baiyu dead, this terrible opponent can be wiped out by time. So Nagato is not afraid of it again. But Baiyu is always a terrible opponent, so Nagato was relieved when he saw Baiyu's body was still there. It's better not to face this thing. It's too terrible. If possible, Nagato doesn't even want to use Baiyu's body, but Baiyu's strength means that Baiyu's body will also be very powerful. If he can undergo the 6 paths transformation and become one of them, pain, the power of this pain will not even be inferior to his Shura path power. If the Akatsuki organization has him, the outer path demon statue, and Baiyu's body, there is nothing in this world that can resist him. A peaceful world will surely be established as desired. Therefore, Nagato could not overcome the idea of a euro transforming Baiyu into pain. Itaka did useless work. Bayu's body is here with me and it has not been reset and resurrected over time. So he probably used some kind of means to transmit future information back to the present, but because of the special nature of Bayu's power, all those who have been attacked by Baiyu have retained the memory of that period of time. This is a more reasonable speculation. Zionin agreed. Nagato pushed the wheelchair to the base of the central tower. This also means that Uchiha Obito has also returned from the future to the present. Our enemies are not just the Konoha group. Uchiha Obito will shut me down at any time. I'm going to take some measures to prevent Uchiha Obito. If he comes, you can help me block him. Zionin nodded to show that she understood. This experience made Nagato mature a lot and began to stand up to take the responsibility of the leader of the organization. Zionin knew that this was a good thing. After all, the actual leader of the Akatsuki organization is Nagato, but Nagato missed the past experience and always believed that only Yahiko could become the leader. But Akatsuki needs living people to grow and develop. In another place, in a wilderness, Uchiha Obito emerged from Kamui's space. He looked outside. I'm really scared. Why is Nagato so brave all of a sudden? Madara is really a pitfall. Obito will never forget that he used the backup left by Madara to control Nagato, but he controlled nothing and was later nailed to the ground by Nagato with a black stick. He tried to struggle to death but ended up playing too hard and Nagato extracted all his chakra energy, causing Izanami to fail to launch successfully. Then the game ended. If Uchiha Madara was a little more reliable, he would not be so unreliable that he was killed by Nagato. Obito didn't know whether it was a dream or something he actually encountered. His mind was a little confused, so he came out to see the situation. After Obito finished reading, he woke up and hid in Kamui again. Obito didn't forget that the boy Baiyu was still staring at him. Land of Earth. Black Zetsu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it, the longer you live, the more nightmares you can have. That ghostly thing, it really hopes it will never meet it in this life. Where's the stupid Obito? Where did he go when such a big thing happened in Rain Village? Black Zetsu complained. Obito was how can it be useless? At least it can contain Baiyu. As a result, this guy disappears when something big happens. Uchiha Madara is still reliable, but it can't control Uchiha Madara. If it is Uchiha Obito, it may even be controlled by Obito. The idiot. There is no way. Obito is a guy with a problem in his brain. Most people don't know what Obito is thinking. What should I do now? Should I go back to the Rain Village? Although I think it is a nightmare, what if it is true? I don't want to be used as clothes anymore. Chapter 675 Hungry Ghost Path. Black Zetsu thought for a moment and decided to go back to take a look. After all, the thing that caught it was gone, and it was fine, so it was just a nightmare. Now that the dream is awake, the nightmare is gone, so there must be no such ghost-like thing in reality. Otherwise, how could it regain its freedom? I'll just take a look from a distance. If Baiyu and the others are not in the village, I will go in. If they are in the village, I will leave quickly. Black Zetsu made up his mind and found a white Zetsu nearby, riding on it and leaving in a cloud of dust underground. In the Rain Village, Nagato pushed the wheelchair to the basement workshop. Nagato made pain here. Although the first pain was Yahiko Tenda, the subsequent pains were not transformed from the corpses of strong men at the beginning. The most suitable carriers for the human world and the hell world were gradually found through complex experiment. It also made Nagato understand that the carrier of the power of the six paths must have attributes corresponding to the power of the six path, which is the compatibility between the carrier and the power. Only a carrier with good compatibility can carry the power of the samsara eye. Nagato also tried to make puppet, but the power of puppets could not be compared with the corpses of ninjas. Unless the puppets were transformed into the Shura road, it would be difficult for the other six paths of the samsara eye to attach to a pure puppet. The power of the samsara eye needs to be hosted in the human body, regardless of whether the body is dead or alive. In order to avoid being controlled by Uchiha Obito, I need to transform myself into a mechanical Ashura again. But this is by no means the extreme of the Ashura road. On the contrary, this is just the beginning of the Ashura road, just a beginning. The combination of flesh and blood and machinery, the balance of the two aspects and the simultaneous exertion of the power of ninjas and the power of machinery can be integrated with any creature and machinery. This is the secret of the Ashura road. Just like my fusion with the outer path demon statue, it can make it exert the power of the samsara eye, making the power of the samsara eye increase by dozens of times. If I can control the outer path demon statue, the outer path demon statue can also be my body, but it is a companion. Nagato told himself in his heart, outer path demon statue, wait a little longer, I will resurrect you. In the future information obtained by Nagato, the outer path demon statue was killed by Baiyu, leaving behind a sacred tree seed. This sacred tree seed grew up to be the sacred tree described in the myth, that is, the 10 tails. But now the outer path demon statue has not been killed by Baiyu, so the outer path demon statue is still there. All Nagato needs is to return the memory to the outer path demon statue and enlighten the outer path demon statue. With this powerful member of the Akatsuki organization, the ideal of letting humans live in fear and gain peace is closer. As for the seeds of the sacred tree left to him by the outer path demon statue, they did not return to the present like Baiyu's body, so Baiyu is the most special existence in the world and is not affected by Uchiha Itaka's ability. Then, Nagato began to prepare other materials to transform himself into Shura road. Nagato needs to transform himself into a pure machine first and then fuse flesh and blood to keep the biological power and mechanical power balance. Nagato has an idea that he can collect all the blood limits in the world and then fuse them together with the power of Shura road to give birth to a real combat Shura body. Therefore, pure mechanization is a beginning. The most important thing now is to remove one's own flesh and blood and replace oneself completely with the principle of the ship of Theseus. The ship of Theseus, a complete ship. If we continue to replace the parts of the ship of Theseus with new part, when all the parts of the ship are replaced with new part, will this new ship of Theseus still be the original ship of Theseus? Nagato used this method to replace his flesh and blood with mechanical part until he had no flesh and blood except for the samsara eye, and only mechanical parts were left, so that he would become a brand new individual. In this process, as the parts are replaced, he will gradually transform himself into Ashura. Just like Baiyu used his power to devour his soul and flesh, Nagato's action is also a ritual of rebirth. One more time, I have more sufficient experience and theory. In the process of using the samsara eye to transform myself into the Shura path, I myself became the Shura path, one of the 6 paths of the samsara eye. It is equivalent to me being one of the powers of the samsara eye, but the samsara eye itself has no wisdom and will, so I, who became one of the 6 powers of the samsara eye, became a living samsara eye, able to use the other powers of the samsara eye too. I can build a balance to stabilize my soul and become a new creature with the samsara eye as my body. That's why my final form is so strange. In the end, Nagato can even exist in the form of the samsara eye, so it's not wrong to call it a new creature. Once again, Nagato is familiar with it and quickly transforms himself completely. Because there is plenty of time, Nagato did not abandon his original body but spent a lot of energy to piece together this body and seal it in the coffin. Nagato looked at himself in the coffin with complicated feelings, and there were no words to express his feelings, so he could only slowly close the lid of the coffin. Next is Baiyu's body. Nagato focused his attention. He had to treat Baiyu's body with caution. On the one hand, Baiyu's power was very strong and very special. He used information power to fight, which was unique in the ninja world. Chapter 675 Hungry Ghost Road _ the substitute messenger in Konoha. On the other hand, Baiyu did something to his body after his death. Although he suppressed it with a seal and interrupted the process, he didn't know what would happen after the ceremony. Maybe it was something extremely terrible, or it might be dangerous to kill him once the seal was opened. Anyway, this body cannot be treated with an ordinary attitude. It must be taken seriously. This will be a battle no less than any previous fight. My battle with them is not over yet. Konoha, Uchiha Obito, and the whole world. Akatsuki is now completely supported by me and Konan. We must find more like-minded people to join us, but before that, Pain is a strong helper. Now there are candidates for the Heaven Path, the Human Path, the Hell Path, and the Shura Path. Only the Hungry Ghost Path and the Animal Path are left. Which one should Baiyu be transformed into? Nagato thought for a moment and made a decision. The Animal Path has the power of forced contract and summoning. This power cannot be given to Baiyu, because once Baiyu shows signs of losing control, he can summon Baiyu back at any time to suppress it. Baiyu is already dead, and there is no will and wisdom in his body. At most he will run wild like an Outer Path demon statue. In this way, with the power of the Animal Path to counter Baiyu, Baiyu can be controlled at all times. Then only the Hungry Ghost Path is left. The Hungry Ghost Path can absorb and transform chakra energy. As a pure mechanical body, he will need the power of the Hungry Ghost Path to collect energy in the future. The Hungry Ghost Path is his lifeblood. However, Nagato is not worried that this power will be lost. This power is given to Pain by him. As the Samsara Eye, he can naturally take back Pain's 6 paths power at any time, so there is no problem of the lifeblood being controlled by others. Nagato initially transformed Pain's 6 paths to share the pressure of the Samsara Eye. Now that he is the Shura Path, he is the Samsara Eye himself, so he naturally does not need Pain to share the pressure. However, the Akatsuki organization is short of manpower. If there is no Pain to support the facade, the Akatsuki organization is too thin. Nagato's original plan was to create the 6 paths Pain and then start collecting the tailed beast. Now he naturally wants to follow the original steps. Nagato knows that he is not invincible in this world, and there are still many people who can threaten him, so he also needs companions. Uchiha Obito had proposed this suggestion before, and he also said that there were several candidates, but Nagato was afraid of the people proposed by Obito. When Pain was not gathered, he would naturally not agree to Obito's people joining the Akatsuki organization. Now this matter can be put aside. In addition, the future battle will be very complicated. After all, Uchiha Itachi is very likely to master the power of predicting the future. If you want to deal with this power, talent and Baiyu are indispensable. Although Nagato originally planned to make Baiyu into Pain to accompany Xionin, Uchiha Itachi's mastery of the power of predicting the future has strengthened his idea. The power of Baiyu cannot be lost. Suddenly returning from the future to the present, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the future self travels back to the present, or time is reset. Not everyone in the village has the memory of the next half month. Only those who have been attacked by Baiyu have memories. In other words, it is not that time is reset, but that a small number of us have returned from the future to the present. If it is a time reset, Baiyu's body should not be with me, but will be resurrected by Uchiha Itachi. There may be some more complicated reasons why Baiyu's body is with me, and the reason why Baiyu's body is with me is the flaw in Uchiha Itachi's power. Baiyu's power is information transmission. The fact that we can retain our memories is related to his power. Nagato guessed that Itachi had the power to predict the future, and it just so happened that Baiyu could transform the things he experienced in the future into signals and transmit them back to the present. But how can predicting the future make the whole world go along with it? When predicting the future, did another timeline open up at the same time, and then after the prediction action ended. Did the two timelines overlap again? Bayu's body is with him. It seems that they did experience a battle. Rain Village was indeed destroyed. So maybe it is possible that something happened in another time and space. Itaka created a space similar to reality, then experienced things in it, and finally returned to reality. The special nature of Bayu's power cannot be affected by Itaka's power, which enables Bayu to transmit the information obtained by predicting the future back to the present, and because Bayu is dead and cannot move, the information in that time and space remains with him. This may be the truth of the matter, but is it really so? This is just his guess. Very strange, very strange. Just like experiencing a complex illusion, Nagato can't distinguish between reality and virtuality, and can't tell which type of Uchiha Itaka's power is. He can understand that he has retained his memories, but he doesn't understand the operating principle of Uchiha Itaka's power, as well as the power of Bayu. Is it Uchiha Itaka who caused this phenomenon, or is it the combination of Uchiha Itaka and Bayu's abilities? Nagato suddenly muttered to himself, why can Itaka predict the future? He doesn't look like someone who can predict the future, otherwise he wouldn't be so desperate in the end. It must be a coincidence, right? Itaka got this power by coincidence later, but if it was a coincidence, Itaka would not predict the future from now on, but return from the future to the present. So is it opening up a new time from now, or returning from the future to the present? Chapter 675 Hungry Ghost Path _ the Stand Envoy in Konoha. If it is the former, there is still a way to deal with Uchiha Itaka, which is equivalent to Itaka getting the intelligence advantage of the future. If it is the latter, it is equivalent to Itaka having the opportunity to start over again and again, which is tantamount to being more difficult and will be a great enemy of Akatsuki in the future. If Itaka does not master the ability to predict the future but to rewind, then I must kill Uchiha Itaka. Otherwise, even if Akatsuki succeeds countless times, as long as Itaka succeeds once, it is possible for Itaka to reverse and turn the tables. Nagato's mind is a little confused. Well, he seems to have no brain, and is relying on the soul to think about problems. The human brain is not as important as he thinks. Nagato thought about it and sighed. Let's assume that Itaka can predict the future from now, and predict the end of the future from now. Then something important must have happened in the Hidden Leaf Village that forced him to do this. Fortunately, Bayu led the team to attack us, and I happened to kill him. Otherwise, we will have no way to deal with such power in the future, and we will be at a great disadvantage. At that time, the whole world will inevitably be controlled by Itaka, and there will be no peace in the whole world. And Bayu established a way to revive the whole world and let everyone live. Well, I will think about it later. Now I will transform him into a hungry ghost. Konoha has a big enemy of the Akatsuki organization. Konoha not only has the Uchiha clan, but also the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed in the plan, so it is inevitable to fight with Konoha. But Konoha is protected by the Uchiha clan, and the power of the Uchiha clan is really well deserved. I really can't imagine how powerful the Senju clan would be in the past. Take it step by step. I have the advantage now. With Bayu's body, Itaka's power cannot affect our Akatsuki organization. My advantage over Itaka is that he knows my intelligence, but he doesn't know everything about the current Akatsuki organization. I need to observe whether he will use the power of predicting the future in the future, and then accumulate the strength of the Akatsuki organization to defeat him once and for all with a thunderous force. Nagato took out Bayu's body and began to transform it. This is a strange corpse wrapped in white bandages. When it was taken out, the entire underground workshop seemed to have cooled down. Nagato could not detect this change. He stared at the seal runes on the bandages and some seal rune. This layer of seal cannot be opened now. I am not sure that I can completely control this corpse. If there is any strange change, it will be troublesome. Nagato thought about it and made black sticks with the power of the Samsara Eye. He used these black sticks like nails and pierced them into the corpse through the white bandages. At first, Nagato noticed something terrible. The black stick pierced the corpse, and a purple force inside the corpse was transmitted outward along the black stick. This was the power of Bayu's telepathy. In other words, the corpse was not completely dead but still alive. This discovery made Nagato gasp. He immediately concentrated his energy and suppressed the telepathy power with the power of the Samsara Eye, so that the signal transmitted outward from the corpse was completely suppressed and could not be transmitted. His telepathy signal is spreading along the black stick, but the black stick is the embodiment of my chakra energy, and I can stop his distress signal. You will die this time. Nagato continued to add a few more layers of seals, and then continued to transform the hungry ghost. Whether Bayu is dead or not, as the only power of the Akatsuki organization that can fight against Uchiha Itaka's prediction of the future, Bayu's body must not be lost. Even if Bayu is still alive, he must be a tool for him. Nagato used the black stick to pierce Bayu's forehead, face, shoulders on both sides, and chest. Arms, palms, leg bones, soles of feet. These chakra sticks can receive and transmit signals, and can even transmit chakra energy through the air, which is an essential process for transforming pain. However, Nagato will not let the chakra energy be stored in Bayu's body. After Bayu absorbs and transforms the chakra energy, he will use the chakra stick to transmit the energy to him through the air, or he can use the power of the hungry ghost to collect chakra energy by himself. Now, there are bandage seals and talisman seals that can completely isolate Bayu's power of reading and suppress Bayu's body. After continuing the transformation of the hungry ghost, Nagato can already control Bayu's actions. Bayu is in a half-dead and half-alive state, which is very strange. Nagato's plan to use Bayu's fighting power failed. He did not dare to unlock the seal on Bayu, and could only control Bayu as an ordinary hungry ghost. ghosts. When there is time, we should collect some of the Uzumaki clan's scattered sealing technique which may further strengthen the seal on Baiyu and the opportunity to use his power. In this way, Pain has collected 5 of the 6 paths. They are Heaven Path, Human Path, Hell Path, Shura Path, and Hungry Ghost Path. Now there is only one carrier of the Animal Path that has not been obtained. After these things are dealt with, after learning the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and perfecting the weapon level Diamond Seal, you can recruit members of the Akatsuki organization and start collecting tailed beasts. After Nagato planned what to do, he heard the sound of a woman coming downstairs. After a while, the door of the basement was opened. A woman with short light blue and purple hair wearing an Akatsuki uniform stood at the door and said in a cold voice, "Nagato, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu are here." "They are here? Did they say anything?" Nagato asked. Konan said, "No." "Where is Uchiha Obito?" Nagato asked. Chapter 675 Hungry Ghost Road. Uchiha Obito didn't come. Zionin said, "I know, it's just that I've finished my work." After saying this, Nagato noticed the mummy on Zionin's workbench. He looked back and the pupil of his samsara eye suddenly enlarged. "I saw the corpse that was originally lying on the workbench, now sitting on it with his feet hanging on the edge of the workbench." This boy, who was wrapped in white bandages like a mummy, revealed a strange and dark aura. He tilted his head and looked at the woman with purple-blue short hair above the stairs with dark eye sockets without eyes. Nagato was nervous and tried to control Baiyu, and found that he could still control Baiyu. But this situation also shows one thing: Baiyu is at risk of losing control at any time. "Is the transformation completed?" Zionin asked. Nagato shook his head. "I thought it was completed, but now it seems that it is still a little short. He still has some residual instinct. I need more information about the sealing technique. Let him follow me in the future." Zionin asked. Nagato hesitated for a moment and did not refuse Zionin's request. Nagato nodded. "Okay, you pay attention to safety and tell me if there is anything wrong." It happened that he could also see if Baiyu would attack Zionin when he was next to Zionin. If Baiyu's body was still aggressive, he would be temporarily detained. Nagato was not worried that Baiyu would kill Zionin. With his strength he could save Zionin even if his life was in danger. What's more, the two of them usually don't go out of the rain village very often and they can protect themselves in time if there is an accident. It's also good to make Zionin happy. Zionin walked in front of the boy and said coldly, "Will you leave?" The boy sat on the workbench without speaking, looking like a corpse. Zionin said, "Turn off the function of sharing vision in the samsara eye." "Okay." Nagato realized that Zionin also wanted to test Baiyu, so he turned off the function of sharing vision. In fact, it doesn't matter whether this function is turned on or not because Baiyu has no eyes, which is equivalent to blindness. Otherwise, when Baiyu sat up just now, he would have seen it through the shared vision at the first time. Zionin opened his arms, hugged the boy in his arms, turned around and walked upstairs. Nagato saw the boy with his hands around Zionin's neck, tilting his head to look at him. This guy is still able to move. Nagato gritted his teeth and watched Zionin carry Baiyu away. Nagato also followed upstairs. The two came to the top hall and saw Baizetsu and Heizetsu waiting in the hall. Baizetsu is controlled by Heizetsu, and usually Heizetsu speak. When Heizetsu saw Nagato and Zionin, he was about to ask something but suddenly saw the boy in Zionin's arms. The boy's figure made it feel familiar, but it couldn't figure out who he was. It was probably the six-path carrier that Nagato found, because the boy was covered with bandages and talismans and some places were pierced with black nails. When Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko were young, they had no parents to teach them. They depended on each other and lived in the war-torn rain country where their lives were in danger. These three people had some bad habits while growing up, such as piercing their bodies with nails. Konan had a lip nail. As for whether there are any other places, I don't know. But when Black Zetsu saw that the mummy-like child also had it, he knew that it was definitely one of the six paths. "Black Zetsu, where is Madara?" Nagato said. "Madara has something to do. He asked me to come and ask you if anything happened in Rain Village." Black Zetsu said. Nagato and Konan knew that Obito and Black Zetsu were not together. If Black Zetsu and Obito were together, how could Black Zetsu not know that Obito's identity had been exposed? Nagato said. "A strange thing happened. Some people in Rain Village have an extra half-month of memory. I observed some people through the power of the human path and found something very important." "What happened?" Black Zetsu asked. Nagato said. "The Samsara Eye has been known by Konoha. They are very likely to arrange people to enter the Rain Village to attack me. Go back and tell Uchiha Madara to gather people. We must strengthen the strength of the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible to guard against Konoha's hostility. Konoha village will be our biggest worry." Black Zetsu quite agreed with this, not to mention the Uchiha clan for the time being. The white moon made his scalp tingle. After living for thousands of years, Black Zetsu knew that there was something in the world that could restrain him. Just now, Black Zetsu entered the Rain Village and saw the situation of the villagers in the village. He knew that it was not a nightmare because he clearly knew his experience of being sealed underground by the Black Sabbath. This made Black Zetsu feel bad. In the future, he can only walk around the white moon and dare not look directly at this bare child. He. It seems that you have completed the 6 paths of pain. Black Zetsu laughed harshly and looked at the boy in Zionin's arms. Nagato said, "This is the hungry ghost path. Zionin likes it very much. Zionin will take care of him in the future." Zionin said expressionlessly, "He will be my son and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Then I will go tell Uchiha Madara." Black Zetsu controlled White Zetsu and left the hall. "Do you still want to cooperate with Obito?" Zionin asked. Nagato, "Obito's ability is too difficult to deal with. He wants to run away. I can't keep him. I need to learn some sealing techniques to seal see if I can seal the space. As for now, use him to strengthen the Akatsuki organization. When the manpower is gathered, I still have the final say in this organization. They just need to work for the organization. The Rinnegan and the Outer Path Demon statue are on our side. Uchiha Obito has no chance of winning, Nagato added. Zionin was relieved when she saw that Nagato had his own plan. Make your own decision. I will help you grasp the direction of the key things. After Zionin finished speaking, she looked down at the boy in her arms, and her cold tone softened. It was her first time to be a mother in her life. Konan said, I need to prepare a set of Akatsuki uniforms for him. Nagato was not surprised. Don't remove the seal on him. It can suppress his actions. I know. Konan took the boy away. Nagato's legs were better, but he was still sitting in a wheelchair, paralyzing Black Zetsu. Nagato pushed the wheelchair to the terrace and looked in the direction of Konoha. I will wait for the opportunity to develop Akatsuki and my personal strength. What are you going to do, Uchiha Itachi? Even if you can predict the future, when you see Akatsuki develop into a behemoth little by little, what power can resist Akatsuki's existence? Predicting the future, haha. In the face of absolute strength, it will only make you more desperate. Chapter 676. A New Day. In the morning, the sunlight shone through the window into the house, and the warm sunlight was printed on the ground. Bai Yu woke up from his sleep in a daze, with his light green eyes open, and was dazed for several seconds. The impression of being nailed into the forehead by someone dispersed from his mind. Things in dreams are like this. They are forgotten in a few seconds after waking up. Unless it is a particularly impressive dream, there will be some memories and lingering fears. Bai Yu is now in a state of lingering fear, but he can't say what he is afraid of. He blinked and stared at the ceiling for a long time until his throbbing heart calmed down and he was not so scared. Then he turned over and lay on the bed, rubbing his face against the pillow, and continued to sleep. Maybe he is a bit stupid and he wants to continue sleeping after having a nightmare. Bai Yu was not scared by the nightmare. It's just that I was really full of energy and couldn't sleep. Bai Yu stayed in bed for more than 10 minutes before getting up and stretching. He folded the quilt and walked out of the room. When Bai Yu passed by the living room on the second floor, he saw an empty room. He raised his hand and touched his hair, then went downstairs to wash up in confusion. Bai Yu felt that he might have lost a wife and thought that he might have an extra wife in his dream. Bai Yu washed his face and rinsed it with cold water. The sleepiness was dispelled by the chill coming out of his collar. He was more energetic and looked up at himself in the mirror. The self in the mirror had some dark circles under his eyes, and it seemed that his sleep quality was not good. Apart from that, his face was still white and tender, and he looked like a very cute little boy, but the hair on his head that stood up made him look like a Teletubbies. Bai Yu was stunned by his amazing idea. He quickly raised his hand to press his hair, and it stood up again. Bai Yu was embarrassed and stopped making unnecessary reactions. Kong went upstairs to change clothes, took the wallet and went out early. Bai Yu ran along the cool street for a while and went straight to Ichiraku Ramen, ordered a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, poured some soy sauce and vinegar, broke the chopsticks and started eating. First took a sip of soup, then took a bite of chewy and refreshing noodles. The whole person was so beautiful. After eating and drinking, Bai Yu paid the money and went out of the store and walked towards the ninja school. Today was considered to be very early. There were not many people in the school. Bai Yu had nothing to do, so he took a broom to clean the classroom in the class. Then he sat in his usual seat, put his hands on the desk and rested for a while. Not long after, the classroom gradually became lively and someone greeted Bai Yu, and Bai Yu responded with a smile. Then he saw Hinata walked into the classroom. Hinata wore thick clothes as if she would feel safe and walked into the classroom carefully and saw Bai Yu at a glance. Bai Yu smiled and nodded to Hinata. Hinata put one hand on her chest and walked past Bai Yu with a red face. The two did not speak. After a while, a blonde boy with blue eyes came in. There were a few cat whiskers on his face. When he saw Bai Yu, he was startled. He wanted to talk to Bai Yu but didn't dare. He had to go back to his seat with a well-behaved look of wanting to say something but stopping. The number of people in the classroom gradually increased. The seat next to Bai Yu was always empty. He looked at the empty seat next to him. He didn't know what he felt in his heart but just kept looking at it. The bell for class rang. Bai Yu heard the sound of several people running in the corridor, looked up and looked out the door. It was Sakura, Ino, and Suzuki. When Sakura, Ino, and Suzuki saw Bai Yu, they were relieved, but it was time for class again. They couldn't talk to Bai Yu, so they went back to their own classrooms. Ino made a gesture to Bai Yu, meaning to wait for her to finish class. Bai Yu didn't say anything and saw Ino's back leaving. Then he felt someone sitting down next to him. Bai Yu looked back and saw a girl with short black hair who looked like a boy sitting next to him. Her delicate face was cold and arrogant. Suzuki was wearing the short-sleeved shorts that were unique to the Uchiha clan. He noticed that Bai Yu was looking at him, nodded slightly, and then saw Bai Yu looking at him and smiling foolishly. Suzuki felt warm in his heart and didn't say anything. He didn't like to talk to begin with. He felt relieved when he saw that Bai Yu didn't care. Bai Yu was able to restart the universe and wake up from his father's time illusion. He should also retain his memory like him. And this morning Bai Yu didn't meet him on the road but came to the ninja school first, which also means that Bai Yu retained his memory. But Bai Yu didn't say anything to him, which was good and made him feel safe. If Bai Yu questioned him, he wouldn't know how to explain it. I just hope that this matter will pass and the two of them will be together like this in the future. The content of today's class is to practice ninja tools outdoors and get to know the weapons used by ninjas. Everyone in the class walked out. Bai Yu and Suzuki were together. They were always inseparable. Then it was Bai Yu's turn to try out the ninja tools. Bai Yu tried them all and found that kunao was more useful, so she threw a kunao. Irika wrote down Bayu's score, praised her a few words, and said that he needed to practice his accuracy. Bayu accepted the suggestion and returned to the team. He saw Sasuke's perfect score in Kunao throwing. The Uchiha clan is a family that is good at pupil technique. Even if they don't use the family blood limit, they only use ordinary eyes. Their dynamic vision is higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Bayu remembered that he had put on Izumi's Sharingan, and the precision of his movements was immediately improved. It can be seen how important vision is. Chapter 676. A new day. But it was just a dream, and things in dreams are not real, so Bayu didn't know whether this guess was reliable. Sasuke easily got full mark. He returned to the team and saw that Bayu didn't praise him. He was a little concerned, but he didn't say anything because Bayu had him in her eyes and was always looking at him. That was enough. After class, Bayu didn't invite Sasuke but went to the vegetable market alone to buy some vegetables and fish, asked the chef to fillet the fish, and took it home directly. As soon as Bayu got home, he saw Sakura and Ino. The two cute girls were chatting on the street at the door. Bayu also saw Ino showing a very lost expression, and Sakura pinching her chin and thinking seriously. Sakura went to look for Bayu as soon as she got up in the morning, but she found nothing and was very anxious. Later, she met Sasuke and Itaki and found that Sasuke and Itaka didn't know where Bayu had gone. When they went out to look for her, they met Ino, who was still running in a daze. When school was about to start, the three of them went to school together. When Sakura saw Bayu, tears couldn't stop coming out of her green eyes and fell. Sakura couldn't control her mood, took a step forward, opened her arms, and threw herself into Bayu's arms. That's great, it's really great. Bayu was stunned for a moment, shocked by Sakura's sudden attack. Shame, so shameful, Ino said beside her, looking lively. Sakura hugged Bayu, turned to Ino and said, stop talking nonsense, be quiet, it's your turn later. Hey. Ino's face was sweating. Hey. Ino took a few steps back and looked at Sakura in disbelief. Do you want to change me? Do you really want to see me and Bayu together? If you do this, I will open your eyes. Sakura ignored Ino. Bayu was stunned for a moment at first and didn't react. When he found that Sakura was hugging him, he smiled and responded, I'm sorry to make you worry. Sakura's voice was unclear, and she said, come with me to the hospital for a checkup later. Wait until we finish eating together. Bayu picked up the bag in his hand and said, I'll cook today and eat pickled fish. Okay. Ino raised his hand. Bayu's cooking is better than my mother's. I think I'll come every day. Of course, I won't let you go hungry. Bayu smiled and took Sakura and Ino into the house. When they entered the house, they found a girl with short black hair standing on the street. It was not known whether Sasuke had just arrived or had been here for a long time. He looked angry. Bayu turned around and smiled. Sasuke, come here. Sasuke was very upset and wanted to be angry with Bayu, saying that he would not go over, but he could not help but feel happy in his heart because Bayu talked to him, and Sasuke ran to Bayu. Chapter 677, the place where I picked up my wife _ the stand in Konoha. At noon, Bayu made pickled fish. Sakura helped by the side and learned skills. Sakura learned things very quickly, whether it was knowledge or cooking. She could grasp the key point. Bayu taught a few tricks and Sakura mastered them all, which made Bayu happy. Next time, he could let Sakura cook, but he would help Sakura deal with the ingredient. After the meal was ready, the family happily gathered together for lunch. Bayu felt that all this was just like a dream, and hoped that such a dream could continue. After dinner, Bayu took advantage of Sakura washing the dishes while Ino went to help Sakura. On the clean table, only Bayu and Sasuke were left. Bayu kept looking at Sasuke with a fond expression on her fair face, but strangely, Bayu did not speak and was much quieter than before. Sasuke was getting hot when Bayu looked at him. His dark and beautiful big eyes turned around, and then he wondered why he should avoid Bayu, so he just stared at Bayu. The two little boys looked at each other and fell into a persistent game on both sides of the table. Bayu was still looking, and his head was suddenly hit. Bayu turned around and found that it was Sakura. Sakura whispered in Bayu's ear, don't look at Sasuke, you can see him in the future. Why do you keep staring at him like this? I'm playing games with Sasuke. Bayu said, I know you are playing games, forget it, since everyone is full, let's go. Sakura said to everyone. Bayu's hair stood up. Okay, let's go home and take a nap. I still have to practice ninjutsu in the afternoon. Ino touched her stomach and said, I'm so full. By the way, why do I feel like I've practiced ninjutsu all afternoon? You must be dreaming. Okay, go back quickly. Sakura pushed Ino away and looked back at Sasuke. Sasuke felt puzzled. These two just left. Why did they look back at him? He and Bayu have lived in this house for more than 10 years. But Sasuke thought that there was really nothing to do today. According to the rules of the game, it seemed that it was still Bayu's time. Every day he would accompany Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and then him. So according to the rules of the game today, he really couldn't be here with Bayu. Hey Bayu, I'm going home too. Sasuke jumped off the chair and said, well, remember to tell Itaka that I'm fine. Bayu said, I didn't know you came to see me this morning. If I had known, I should have waited for you at home. Sasuke heard this and thought of the situation in the morning. He and Itaka came to find Bayu to make sure Bayu was safe, but they didn't see Bayu. Sasuke came to Bayu. Bayu's light green eyes were full of doubt. Sasuke raised his hand and touched Bayu's forehead. I'm sorry. Hey. Bayu didn't understand. Sasuke hugged Bayu. Nothing. Don't think about complicated things. Just live peacefully. Then I'm going back. Go back. By the way, Sasuke. Bayu remembered something else. What? Sasuke asked. Your brother came to talk to me last night and said he wanted to rent a room with you. It's this matter. If I know, my brother will compete with me. Sasuke understood what was going on and went back. Bayu stretched and thought thought that he was going to take a nap. As for what to do in the afternoon, he hadn't decided yet. Anyway, it was meaningless for him to go to the Sandame to practice. He had just offended Shimura Danzo and killed Danzo to go to the Sandame to seek reconciliation. He was going to see the Sandame now, which made him feel uncomfortable. Just take a nap and then take a walk in the afternoon? Bai Yu didn't know why, but suddenly felt that going out in the afternoon might be rewarding. He wanted to find a wife, such as picking up a wife on the street, so he planned to take a nap and go out to try his luck. In the past, Bai Yu felt that he couldn't bear too many wives, but now Bai Yu has let it go. He can't bear it anyway. He can't bear it. Just when Bai Yu was about to take a rest, a girl with short pink hair suddenly slipped into the house. Sakura entered the house mysteriously. Sakura, didn't you go home? Bai Yu asked. We said we would go to the hospital after dinner, and I deliberately sent Ino away. Where is Suzuki? Sakura asked. Suzuki went home. Then there is no time to lose. Let's go to the hospital quickly. Sakura pulled Bai Yu out of the house, feeling particularly heavy. Bai Yu touched the back of his head. Xiao Ying, why do you want me to go to the hospital? Stupid. Do you know how much I care about you? Xiao Ying puffed her cheek. I have a bad premonition. Although I don't want to believe this premonition, I can't help but face it. If I check it earlier, maybe you can still be saved. If this is all my dream, it can't be better. Dream. Bai Yu noticed this and thought about the nightmare he had had. He found that he had almost forgotten everything in the dream. He only remembered that Uzumaki Nagato took a nail and nailed it into his forehead. Now there seems to be a coldness of the nail on his forehead. It seems that this is the most impressive. Bai Yu's attention was focused because of this matter. As soon as he focused his attention, he immediately felt the presence of the direction of the rain country. This feeling, Bai Yu opened his eyes wide, and before he had time to think about it, he was dragged out of the house by Xiao Ying. Bai Yu obeyed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was doing it for his own good. He could really feel that Xiao Ying liked him among the few people, so Bai Yu did not dislike Xiao Ying's arrangement. The two came to the ninja hospital, and Bai Yu accepted the ninja's examination. The medical ninja had special ninjutsu that could replace the machine. The examination results were very detailed. Bai Yu was not sick and was in great health, even healthier than most people. Chapter 677, The Place Where I Picked Up My Wife _The Stand Messenger in Konoha. Sakura saw the examination report and felt relieved. God knows how anxious and uncomfortable she was after she got up in the morning. Although it was not good to do this for a dream, Sakura was really afraid that something would happen to Bai Yu. Are you relieved now? Bai Yu smiled. Yeah. Sakura nodded happily with the examination report. Bai Yu and Xiao Ying left the ninja hospital. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when Bai Yu left the ninja hospital, he saw many people in the hospital stop and look at him. That scene was very scary. Whether it was the nurses, doctors, or patients in hospital gowns, they all noticed Bai Yu and looked at him. But when Bai Yu looked over, these people immediately looked away. After Bai Yu and Xiao Ying separated, he went home to take a nap. He always had the habit of taking a nap. After Bai Yu woke up, he went for a walk on the street. He came to the place where he picked up his wife in his memory. He stood there stupidly, but felt too tired to stand, so he found a very familiar place and sat down on the steps. Hinata also came here. When she saw Bai Yu, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She covered her heart with one hand with trepidation, and her snow-white cheeks were red to her ears. According to her previous habit, she should have quickly avoided it, but the purpose of her coming here was just like this. Bai Yu was tired of waiting, so she rested on her arm. At first, she didn't notice someone approaching her. When she knew it, Hinata had already sat down next to her. The two little guys sat together and felt each other's presence. Bai Yu was surprised and then smiled with relief. Hinata put on her hood to cover the blush on her cheeks, lowered her head and didn't speak. Chapter 678, Do you want to practice a trumpet? On the streets of Konoha, Bai Yu and Hinata sat together. Neither of them spoke, and it seemed that they already knew what they wanted to know, and they were just waiting for a result. After a while, Bai Yu took Hinata's hand. Hinata blushed. Smoke came out of her head, and she lowered the brim of her hat even lower. She came here just to find her boyfriend. Bai Yu stood up. Hinata also stood up. The two didn't say a word. Bai Yu took Hinata home. Hinata followed Bai Yu silently, tears in her snow-white eyes. Her eyes focused on the hands they held. Her delicate cheeks were white and rosy, and she was very cute. Hinata opened her mouth slightly, and warm air came out. She wanted to muster up the courage to say something to Bai Yu, but she was worried that speaking now would disturb the atmosphere at this time. Hinata felt an unspeakable touch in her heart. She didn't forget Bai Yu, and Bai Yu didn't forget her. The person she liked came to wait for her. Hinata's sight shifted from the hands they held to Bai Yu's back, and saw a little bit of sunset glow shining from the boy's side, as if the two of them were walking hand in hand towards a new future, and even Bai Yu's profile was very beautiful. A boy with short red hair, with a girl wearing a thick cotton jacket and feeling insecure. The two of them disappeared hand in hand on the street. It was in line with what happened in the predictive illusion. At night, Bai Yu went to the house where Hinata was living now. At this time, Bai Yu knew that after Hinata became a branch family, she lived only more than 100 meters away from his home. But what about more than 100 meters away? It was not convenient for them at all. Bai Yu helped Hinata move things to his house. Hinata was like a little rabbit, but this was something they had experienced before. Hinata did not resist and took the initiative to move things with Bai Yu. Both of them were ninjas, so they were naturally very strong in physical strength and endurance. After moving daily necessities back and forth several times, Hinata's house was empty. Bai Yu took Hinata home. Hinata still lives on the second floor, next to Bai Yu's room. The two cleaned the house together, and then made dinner with the leftover ingredients from lunch, ate together, and talked about some relaxing things. Although the two people had just started to get along. It seemed as if they had known each other for a long time. This made them feel extremely comfortable. There was no discomfort or awkwardness because of the sudden getting along. Before falling asleep, Bai Yu felt very at ease. There was not only him at home but also another person, a very beautiful and lovely girl. This feeling of having someone at home made Bai Yu feel that he was not alone, and he brought Hinata home as if in a dream, and from then on he had another wife. When Bai Yu closed his eyes to rest, a sense of horror that swept through his limbs and bones arose from his heart. Bai Yu sensed that his limbs, skeleton, and forehead were nailed, and his body was suppressed by medical bandages, and he could not move a bit in the narrow environment. This feeling of horror appeared on his body and in his heart. Bai Yu seemed to have experienced this feeling firsthand. He opened his eyes in the dark environment. His eyes without eyeballs were dark and deep. He stared at the front, but he couldn't see any light clearly. He could only vaguely sense that there was a tall woman in a black and red cloud dress in front of him through senses other than vision. This woman was very beautiful, cold, and mature. The woman had a light blue and purple bun with a white paper flower on her head. When she looked back at him, her orange eyes were cold and indifferent. Catch up. Zionin found that Bai Yu didn't catch up and waited. Bai Yu found that he caught up, and every step was difficult. The two seemed to be inspecting the environment of Rain Village. Because Bai Yu couldn't fly, Zionin also walked in Rain Village with Bai Yu on purpose. It looked like a mother and son taking a walk outside after dinner. This kind of family affection was also rare for Zionin. Bai Yu felt himself moving, walking on the ground with stiff limbs, swinging his hands and feet, swinging the raincoat on his body, and every step took a lot of effort, making it very difficult for him to walk. Bai Yu had a vague image of his current image through perception. He was wearing a black raincoat, and from the cuffs of the raincoat he could see a lot of white bandages wrapped around his body, and there was a black nail on each of his left and right palms. Looking at his face, the little face wrapped in bandages was exposed from the hood of the black raincoat, and there was a black nail on his forehead which passed through the white bandages and nailed into his head. There was also a light yellow talisman paper on his forehead which looked like a sealed little zombie, one big and one small. The two of them walked on the village streets in the light rain, and passers-by all respected Zionin. Bai Yu saw the raincoat on his body and the rain boots on his feet and knew that Zionin took good care of him. But why did he move, and why could he sense here from Konoha? He did not actively use telepathy. Bai Yu almost subconsciously understood the reason. Purple Hermit. It was the subtle connection between the Purple Hermit and him that made him passively sense it after sleeping. After strengthening his attention, he felt the current situation of the Purple Hermit in person. The Purple Hermit was actually in the Rain Village. When this thought came to Bai Yu's mind, he really sensed the substitute in this body. The girl who liked to stick to him and stood in a strange posture was with him. If you like the substitute user in Konoha, please collect it. The substitute user in Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohei Novel Network. Chapter 678. Do you want to practice a trumpet? The substitute user in Konoha. At this time, it was the Purple Hermit who was controlling the body, like a child learning to walk, following Zionin stiffly. One big and one small. They look like mother and son, or like an adult and a pet. The Purple Hermit tried hard to chase Zionin, and Zionin also walked and stopped, waiting for Bai Yu. Bai Yu was aware of the situation of the substitute through the sensory sharing between the substitute and the original body. Bai Yu could feel the presence of the Rain Village by concentrating, and when he concentrated to a limit, he could know the Purple Hermit. Everything that happened to the hermit. My original body, I miss you so much, the red-haired girl said coquettishly. Her expression was full of fascination with the original body. Purple Hermit. Bai Yu gently touched the girl's face. He knew that the Purple Hermit liked him. The Purple Hermit probably learned this kind of feeling through the love between other girls and him. Bai Yu didn't really want to accept it. Although the Purple Hermit could become any woman in the world like a shapeshifter, it would make him feel like he was being teased. Sense sharing is very useful, but it makes him dizzy when used in this aspect. But at this moment, Bai Yu still accepted the Purple Hermit in his heart. The Purple Hermit is his power, and his consciousness also comes from him, which is equivalent to his female clone. But in terms of the level between the two people, he belongs to the highest level. This allows him to perceive things outside through the senses of the Purple Hermit, while the Purple Hermit cannot perceive things outside through his original body. In other words, the senses of the substitute are completely controlled by the substitute user. The senses of the substitute are completely shared with the original body, while the senses of the original body cannot be shared with the substitute. When the stand user is attacked, the stand will be implicated, and when the stand is attacked, the original body will be implicated, just because in the image of life the two are unified and fixed. After all, if one dies, the other will die too. In other words, Bai Yu can get double the feelings through the senses of the Purple Hermit, and the Purple Hermit is just a separate individual who will only feed back what he feels to the original body. Apart from death and trust, he can't get anything from the original body. When Bai Yu came into contact with the Purple Hermit, the purple vines seemed to grow out of his heart again, but because of the bandages and seals outside the body, he couldn't take the Purple Hermit back. When the two people noticed this, they were very reluctant. Bai Yu thought for a while and knew what was going on now. At this moment, the body in the Rain Village was the body that the Purple Hermit devoured his flesh and blood and forced to stay in the present world from the illusory future. This body experienced very terrifying things in the false future and existed like a spent force. First he lost his eyes, then he got a serious illness, was infected with toxins, and then he spliced a euro some of Quan's limbs and organs, which made his current body very limited. What made him feel even more was that the Purple Hermit and his ritual seemed to have changed this body. Bai Yu thought about it carefully and knew that he finally offered his soul and flesh to the Purple Hermit and ordered the Purple Hermit to eat him to gain the strongest power. But there were some of Quan's organs and limbs in his body which made the Purple Hermit eat his flesh in the ritual, leaving only Quan's organ. But this process was interrupted after all, and the false future could not hurt his soul, so the Purple Hermit only ate part of his flesh. In other words, the current body exists with Quan as the basic framework in his body. This is the current body of the Purple Hermit, which can be used by both him and the Purple Hermit at the same time. And with the disappearance of the false future, the sick future seemed to no longer exist. Based on the reality, this body has restored the recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan. This recovery ability heals the injuries on his body and makes the connection between him and Quan closer. However, due to the transformation of the Hungry Ghost realm, this body has always been on the edge of life and death. The Purple Hermit is different from normal human. It has no soul, so it doesn't matter whether this body is alive or dead. As long as it can move, it is a usable body for the Purple Hermit. The interaction of several aspects has formed the weird and terrifying thing now. It is hard to say whether it is still a human. Bai Yu looked at his current appearance. Because it was originally his body, his appearance was consistent with his original body, just as cute and handsome. It's just that he has feminine features on his body. I don't know what happened to this, but it's the same feeling that Chuan gave him. Because the ceremony was interrupted, I don't know what happened specifically. Bai Yu only knows that his current body has no eyes, is between life and death, is both alive and dead, is both a girl and a boy, just like an angel. But because the Purple Hermit ate part of his flesh and blood, Bai Yu doesn't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Bai Yu thought of the Purple Hermit's feelings for him and sighed. This body is for you to use. Just remember, you must not remove the bandages and seals in front of me. I don't know whether your existence is real or fake, but it is probably between real and fake. Once you reveal your true face, this body will probably be reduced to ashes. Bai Yu himself will be fine, because he is the reality. This body is a kind of false information, which is something that the Purple Hermit brought back from a strange world state. I don't know if there will be any problems when I see his real body. Chapter 678. Do you want to practice a trumpet? There may be something, or there may be nothing, but Bai Yu didn't want to gamble. Bai Yu was grateful for Izumi's experience and knew the feelings of the Purple Hermit for him. He didn't want this body to disappear no matter what. This was the proof of the feelings between Izumi and him. Just like he picked up Hinata, he would definitely pick up Izumi. The Purple Hermit understood and was extremely happy in his heart, knowing that he was accepted by the original body. She has a girl's personality, just like another Bai Yu. Now that she has a body, she has become a real person. Bai Yu can still use her power, and she can also return to the original body, but it is likely that she will not be willing to give up this body. The Purple Hermit vowed to protect this body well, and the time of protection is equivalent to the life and lifespan of a normal person. Since you have become an independent individual, you can no longer be called a substitute. My name is Bai Yu, and I am a member of the Uzumaki clan. You are born because of me and Izumi, so from now on you will be called Bai Chuan. Uzumaki Bai Chuan. Bai Yu gave the Purple Hermit a new life. Okay, from now on I'm Uzumaki Hakusen. Hakusen worshipped the original body. To her, the original body was like a god. Her god not only accepted her feelings but also gave her a new life. This made Hakusen's affection for the original body surpass all the love between masters and servants and lovers in the world. After dealing with Hakusen's affairs, Bai Yu also tacitly accepted that he would be in trouble in the future, which made him a little embarrassed to mention it again. Bai Yu's head smoked when he thought about it. Hakusen's original body blushed and continued to think about other things, about Hakusen's situation and the hostile relationship between Akatsuki and him. This is a matter of life and death which must be observed. The Purple Hermit was originally performing a ritual with him in order to obtain the power of freedom to attack Nagato, but the ritual process was interrupted by Uzumaki Nagato, causing the Purple Hermit to fail to evolve. After that, strange things happened in the whole world, as if time was flowing back and returning to the past, and magical changes occurred. Due to the unique ability of the Purple Hermit to obtain information and intelligence, the Purple Hermit did not disappear due to the changes in the world. Instead, it intercepted the future experience and returned to the present with the end of the unknown power. In other words, that future did happen, and it was something that people actually experienced, but no one could know that future. If it weren't for the Purple Hermit, such an experience would be as if it had never existed. However, due to the special nature of the Purple Hermit, many people who were attacked by the Purple Hermit woke up at this time and had memories of a period of time in the future. This caused people who obtained that memory to have a dreamlike feeling, thinking that those memories and experiences were just like dreams, and when they woke up the dream disappeared like an illusion. But the Purple Hermit was originally an intelligence-type stand-in, unable to cross the limitations of space to obtain intelligence, so the changes in the world were by no means a transformation in space but in time. What happened specifically is unknown, but after the strange experience ended, the Purple Hermit was still in a state of being sealed by Nagato. This made Bai Yu only able to sense the Purple Hermit but unable to take the Purple Hermit back. The seal on the Purple Hermit has a strong restraining and isolating ability. Under the seal of this power, the power of reading and writing is completely blocked and cannot be exerted at all. To unlock the seal, the only way is to tear off the talisman paper and bandages through physical means. But how easy is this? His Purple Hermit is sealed in the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. How many people in this world can go to the Rain Village and return unscathed? Bai Yu can only share the senses with the Purple Hermit and perceive the current situation of the Purple Hermit from Konoha. So that's it. Everything in the dream is real. So how did all this happen? There is no such magical power in Naruto. Who exerts it and what impact does it have on the present? The impact has already appeared. If the things in the dream are true, then the Akatsuki organization that knows the situation in the dream will have a chance to change its fate. Baiyu learned about the Purple Hermit's experience in the Akatsuki organization through communication with the Purple Hermit. After Nagato got the memory in the dream, he immediately began to prepare for the battle. Not only did he transform himself into a powerful Shura, but he also transformed the corpses of him and the Purple Hermit in his dream into the hungry ghost. This is the preparation that Nagato made after learning about the future, which can be regarded as changing his previous fate. Nagato's preparations for the battle allowed Baiyu to easily defeat the well-prepared Nagato even if he went to the rain village with Itaki, Kakashi, and Shisui again. So Baiyu has now stopped thinking about going to the rain village to fight Nagato. After all, he has lost the Purple Hermit and it will be useless to form a team to go to the rain village again, but he will die in vain. The matter of rescuing Baekun can only be discussed later. Fortunately, his mother, a woman with short light purple hair, is still in the Akatsuki organization. Baiyu did not expect Xionin to continue to acknowledge their relationship, which made him feel guilty. However, the Akatsuki organization has Xionin to take care of Baekun, which makes Baiyu feel relieved. In the future, he will work hard to become stronger and strive to take Baekun back as soon as possible. But how the Akatsuki organization will develop in the future is unpredictable. Maybe it will become stronger than any village in the world. Baiyu sighed. The Akatsuki organization was developing in the field, but he had lost the Purple Hermit. How should he respond? The Purple Hermit was sealed. Black Sabbath was his future substitute and did not exist in the present. In other words, he had no power at all. What should he do next? What? How come my main account was sealed after I slept? Baiyu just felt unlucky. Not only unlucky, but also provoked the most powerful organization in the world, Akatsuki. Baiyu didn't need to think about it. He knew that after Akatsuki fully developed, they would definitely go to Konoha to kill him on the way to save the world, because he didn't act like a human in his dreams. This was a deep hatred for Nagato. How could he not take revenge on him? His only advantage now is probably that Nagato doesn't know he is still alive, right? Nagato and Konan regarded this corpse that has stagnated from the virtual future to the present as him. Before Akatsuki finds out that he is still alive, he still has some time to develop steadily, and this requires another stand. Do you want to practice the trumpet? Chapter 679 Planning for the Future. Deciding to learn sword. Baiyu was sealed by Nagato in the dream and became the current Baekun. If Baiyu wants to get Baekun back, he will inevitably need strength, that is, to extract the next stand. After Baiyu told Baekun about the matter, he dispersed his attention from the rain village, retracted his attention, and began to judge his current situation. The Akatsuki organization will be stronger than before, and they will not let me go, so I need a new stand to enhance my strength. Ordinary stands are not enough. I must have a strong stand power to fight against the Uzumaki Nagato. Baiyu thought of Uzumaki Nagato and felt a headache. He went through a lot of hardships in the virtual future but couldn't kill Nagato, but let Nagato advance by leaps and bounds and beat him to death. This Nagato is like a protagonist with a halo. He can turn danger into safety at every critical moment and avoid his fatal blow. This cheat is giving him a headache. If you want to defeat Nagato, you may need a stronger cheat than Nagato. Only in this way can you defeat Nagato. But things like drawing a substitute depend on luck. Baiyu can't tell what the next substitute he draws will be like. What if he draws a rubbish substitute? How should he fight Uzumaki Nagato? Baiyu can't help but think about measures to make up for the lack of strength. What if he can't draw a strong substitute? How to deal with Nagato? As soon as this question appeared in Baiyu's heart, Baiyu had an idea. Even if the substitute is not good, he can learn the power of ninja. Learn ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship, and fairy art. He has already walked the path of a substitute user, so why not take the path of a ninja next? Can't he become a strong man who dominates one side with his physical talent? In the past, the demigod Hanzo could protect the rain village from the war. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama suppressed an entire era, and no one dared to offend Konoha. How could I, Baiyu, be weaker than them on the road of ninja now? I can definitely protect the people I want to protect. Baiyu's physical talent is very strong, equivalent to a human stand, with the instinct to learn and adapt to the opponent's fighting rhythm in battle. If Baiyu's brain had not been mentally stimulated when he was a child, causing nerve damage, Baiyu estimated that his wisdom and physical learning talent could be comparable to the ultimate creature Kaz. The ultimate creature Kaz learned ripples and could push the ripples to a level hundreds of times beyond humans in a short period of time. This is the result of the combination of wisdom and physical talent. Baiyu's wisdom was damaged and could not reach this level, but even if he only had physical talent, he was still very strong. He could learn the opponent's skills and experience through battle, adapt to the opponent's rhythm in battle, and become stronger to deal with him. Unless the victory or defeat can be decided in an instant, sooner or later he will adapt to the rhythm in the process of fighting, learn new skills in the rhythm, detect the enemy's flaws, and then kill the enemy. In addition to the powerful life force and recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan, he can learn physical skills and be invincible, and learn ninjutsu and dominate one side. So what is he afraid of? Uzumaki Nagato can be strong like a human. He can also surpass the limit of his own bloodline. That being said, I still have to improve the precision of my movements so that I can draw a new stand. The stand is a very strong auxiliary force and will be indispensable in the future. Then, I will give full play to my physical talent, train myself to the current extreme, and then seek ways to break through the extreme. Baiyu made a comparison in his mind. In the future, he will work hard to train physical skills, swordsmanship, and ninjutsu, and then adjust his attack method according to the strength of the next stand, and finally look for opportunities to learn fairy art. This is a more reliable way to become stronger. Of course, as a stand user, if you can draw a stand like Star Platinum, the feeling of using the stand to beat everything may be more refreshing than becoming stronger. But Bai Yu has always had bad luck, so naturally he can't dream of getting a powerful stand, and can only be prepared for the stand to be unsatisfactory. He can get a total of 4 stands. Although he had drawn Black Sabbath before, Black Sabbath was a stand he got in the future and did not exist in the present, so it is equivalent to that. After he has Baekwan, he can continue to draw 3 stands. Among these 3 stands there is always one that can greatly improve his strength, like the Purple Hermit. As for Taijutsu, I'm already very strong in terms of skills. What I lack is only physical fitness. Physical fitness cannot make up for it. I can only make up for my shortcomings in terms of skills, so I need to learn more Taijutsu's secrets to move forward. My wife Hinata is from the Hyuga clan. If I practice Taijutsu with her more, I should be able to learn a lot. Although I have learned some Taijutsu from Hinata in my dreams, I should be able to learn more if I squeeze her. Bai Yu thought about it and felt that he was a bit of a scumbag. Hinata had given her to him, but he actually wanted to learn stronger Taijutsu from Hinata during the sparring. It was really wrong. What's more, the Hyuga clan is a traditional big family in Konoha after all. It is always wrong to use the soft fist of the Hyuga clan in the village, which will bring trouble to Hinata. With the narrow-minded character of the Hyuga clan, even their own people are so targeted. If outsiders learn the soft fist of the Hyuga clan, how can this be? Bai Yu is not afraid, but he is afraid that Hinata will be in a dilemma. Hinata likes me, how can I cause her trouble? And the caged bird curse seal, I have to find a way for her. Hinata may not care, but I can't help but make preparations. When she needs freedom, give her freedom. This is what I can do for her. I hope she can be happy with me. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The stand in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 679, Planning for the Future. Deciding to learn sword. I don't want to see Hinata helpless. Although Bai Yu has many women, his favorite is still Suzuki, but he can't live up to the feelings of other girls and respond to them with the same feelings. So for some things he must be prepared in his heart, and can't wait until things really happen and be at a loss. And love is sacrifice. It is to invest the same feelings. At this point, Bai Yu concluded the matter of physical skills and stand-ins. Stand-ins must be extracted, and this is the most important thing now. This is his only cheat, but he must also be prepared for the possibility of not being able to extract a satisfactory stand-in. So physical skills and other powers must be taken seriously. As for learning physical skills, his physical fitness is here, and he is still a human cub. Even if his skills are strong, his physical fitness is not enough to support him to exert the advantages of his skills. Only when he grows up, physical skills will become stronger and stronger with the combination of skills. So the physical skills are over here, and the next is ninjutsu and swordsmanship. As for ninjutsu, Bai Yu searched for some methods of using ninjutsu in his dreams, but he didn't like ordinary ninjutsu, so he only secretly learned 2 ninjutsu. They are the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan and the butterfly transformation of the Akimichi clan. The butterfly transformation of the Akimichi clan can be said to be the pinnacle of physical skills. It can suppress all the fat and all the strength to the limit and then sublimate itself, break the cocoon and become a butterfly, and then the person will disappear while rising. Bai Yu didn't have Bai Chuan to cooperate with Luo Kakaka, and didn't have the courage to use the butterfly transformation, so this physical technique, which was as powerful as the 8 gates of Dunjia, was sealed. The shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan was the same as the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. It can be used, but there is no need to use it in front of people, which will cause a lot of trouble. There are no powerful ninjutsu in ninjutsu. The only choice I can make is swordsmanship. This thing should only need to be chopped down, right? Bai Yu touched his chin. In the ninja world, sword and swords are inseparable. Swordsmanship and so on are still useful in low-end games, but who will give you time to play sword flowers in high-end games? Generally, miracles are created by great strength. Find a fast knife, have more strength, and create miracles. Just like the death gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia and the butterfly transformation, when the strength is reached, it's done. But if it's just a simple confrontation, Bai Yu can't do it. How much strength can he use with his small arms and legs? So this can only be done in terms of energy. His chakra energy is pretty good. Maybe he can use the sword as a carrier to play it out. The Uzumaki clan used chakra energy to study the sealing technique, and the ninja has ninjutsu, swordsmanship. Well, let's try it. This thing has requirements for the sword. Chakra energy can only be transmitted in the body, and it exists in nature for a very short time, so ninjas only have physical skills and no swordsmanship. Ninja swordsmanship is really just swordsmanship, or using lightning to enhance physical fitness to gain strength and reaction speed to enhance the power of swordsmanship. The sword is an external object for the ninja, and the chakra energy cannot be transmitted to the sword, which greatly limits the growth of swordsmanship. It also makes the swordsman unable to keep up with the version and lag behind an era. A weapon made of chakra metal is too expensive. Just this threshold has stopped 99% of the people in the world who use swords, so the world is given to ninjas. Ninjas really save money, but change your mind. When a person with enough chakra energy has a sword made of chakra metal, how far can he go on this road? The reason that prompted Bai Yu to learn swordsmanship was the diamond blockade that Uzumaki Nagato danced like an electric fan. The diamond blockade was too fast, too fierce, and too sharp. If you want to fight Uzumaki Nagato, unless he has a defense that can withstand the attack power of the diamond blockade, you will lose if you defend too long. It is better to choose to attack than to defend blindly. So choosing a sword is what Baiyu need. After Baiyu finished planning for the future, he thought of Itaki and Shizuke again. Shizuke had said sorry to him before, and he seemed to understand. Now that he learned the truth from Bai Chuan, he realized that the experience in the dream was not false, but that experience disappeared from this world because of some power. In other words, Sasuke's death was true, and it was also true that he, Itaki, Kakashi, and Shisui went to the Rain Village, and it was also true that Konoha and the Uchiha clan broke up. What if the village decided to attack the Uchiha clan as in the dream? He has lost all his power now. Can he still help in such a short time? Shizuke, Itaki, and Izumi, the three women, are all related to him. He is inseparable from the Uchiha clan and cannot abandon the Uchiha clan to only care about Shizuke, Itaki, and Izumi. Baiyu thought of Itaki and wondered what happened to Itaki after his death in the dream. This thought made the longing uncontrollable. Chapter 680 Contact Uchiha Itaki Standard in Konoha. Baiyu thought of Itaki. When he first met Itaki, he was very afraid of Itaki because of the relationship between Shizuke and him. Itaki, who is a brother control, might be annoyed with the impression of Itaki in his mind. Itaki could not say when he would burn him to ashes with the fire of Amaterasu. Later, Baiyu bravely accepted Itaki and found that Itaki was not a person who frightened him so much. On the contrary, sometimes he gave him the feeling of a normal girl, like a cold boy. Itaki would occasionally be in a daze and distracted, and then he was very gentle, had few friends, and kept his thoughts in his heart. He looks very good and looks easy to bully. After getting familiar with Itaki, Baiyu no longer feared Itaki, except for the fear that he would bully Shizuke and anger Itaki. There was nothing else to fear. On the contrary, Baiyu felt that such a cold-blooded person in the original work would end up with Shizuke like him, and she wanted to bully Itaki when she grew up. If love is the mutual sacrifice between lovers, then Itaki and his experience in the dream have already gone through this process. Itaki likes him, and he also likes Itaki. That's enough. There is no need to deny this kind of feeling like in the past. There is nothing to deny. Baiyu couldn't suppress her longing for Itaki in her heart, and she was eager to know Itaki's future situation and whether Itaki retained that memory. If Itaki didn't retain the memory, then their relationship that had gone through life and death would only exist in his heart alone, and Itaki would not know what happened. Baiyu raised her little hand and tapped the ring on it with her fingers, trying to contact Itaki. Because Bai Chuan was sealed, Baiyu could no longer use telepathy, but this ring is made of Baekwan and his chakra, and Baekwan comes from him, so this ring can be regarded as not only an object but also his stand. In terms of the relationship between the stand user and the stand, there is an invisible connection between them. He can rely on this connection to notice the scattered fragments of the hermit. The same is true when Baiyu noticed Baekwan, who was sealed in the Rain Village. As long as he concentrate, he can sense all the fragments of the hermit in the world. Baiyu thought of Itaki in his heart, and when he was knocking on the ring in his hand and the ring in Itaki's hand would resonate, and then he could understand some things, but it is impossible to locate it by telepathy like before. Baiyu can only initiate telepathy through Baekwan, but Baekwan is sealed and he can't use the power of telepathy. Nagato sealed Baekwan, which was considered to be an inadvertent sealing of his big account, making him lose all his power, and he could only find a way to practice the small account. Now, Baiyu doesn't know which small account will be. At this time, Baiyu typed. Itaki sensed it immediately. Itaki was slightly surprised, and when he saw that it was the ring on his hand that was moving, he came back to his senses, and there was a smile on his calm little face. Itaki put away the sword in his hand, put the sword into the scabbard, and then stood up from the porch outside the house. At this time, the long straight black hair was scattered on the neck, and then slid down to the back as he stood up, highlighting the slender figure of the boy who looked like a girl, and the white, soft, and beautiful face under the moonlight. The boy who looked like a girl turned back to the room and closed the door. After the door was closed, the moonlight outside the house was also blocked by the door. There was some darkness in the room. Itaki put the knife aside, sat on the bed on the ground, and deciphered the message sent by Baiyu, wanting to say something to his lover. Originally, Itaki had something to do, but now he couldn't take care of so much. Baiyu contacted him, and he had to put down everything else. How are you? Baiyu asked. Itaki replied, I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine too. Baiyu replied. Itaki was happy. Baiyu was really talking to him. Itaki was in love for the first time in his life. He felt as happy as if he had eaten a dessert. What are you doing? Baiyu, I'm texting you. Itaki, me too. Itaki lay back on the pillow with a happy expression on his handsome face. His black eyes, as beautiful as Sasuke's, were brighter and full of spirit. Itaki felt like he was whispering to someone he liked. Feeling, can't you sleep? Baiyu said, I can't sleep. Why? Itaki asked, and couldn't help but put into the mode of brother caring for his younger brother. In this life he is Baiyu's daughter-in-law, and it is approved by his parents, so Itaki can't help but treat Baiyu as his man, and Baiyu is much younger than him, the same age as Shizuke, so he will also treat Baiyu as his younger brother. In the previous life it was even simpler. He was outside the village and worried about his younger brother, so he used the crow clone to take care of Shizuke. Shizuke and Baiyu had a good relationship, and finally Baiyu even took Shizuke home to live, so Itaki also watched Baiyu grow up in front of his eyes. It's not a sudden thing that he has feelings for Baiyu in this life, but the feelings and emotions accumulated over time, breaking through time and space, affecting his choice of Baiyu in this life. It's not that he is sorry for Shizuke, right? This is still Sasuke's initiative to ask him, and the relationship between the two brothers is as good as ever. Baiyu said, I had a strange dream before. Don't think I'm weird, but it was that kind of dream that made me miss you a little, so I distracted disturbed you. Well, I missed you. Missed me. Itaki opened his dark eyes wide and his snow-white cheeks raised a beautiful blush in the dim moonlight in the house. Chapter 680 Contact Uchiha Itaki _ the substitute messenger in Konoha. Itaki was a little embarrassed and felt a little shy and happy. He turned over on the tatami feeling a little cheerful and felt that his heartbeat was abnormally fast at this moment. Itaki didn't hate this feeling but liked it very much. It made him feel alive, not as lifeless as before, and his life was bright. Yes, I miss you very much. I love you. Baiyu said. When Itaki heard this, he lost all his strength and his fingers and toes were stretched straight. Itaki adapted to the change. His face flushed and one hand raised to press his forehead, happy and wondering whether Baiyu really loved him or just said it casually. It should be true, otherwise why would she chat with him? Itaki wanted to tell Baiyu that his parents agreed to their marriage, but it felt a little too early. The consent of his parents and the relationship between Baiyu and him had already made them sure. It would be bad if it put pressure on Baiyu. After all, this guy has quite a lot of girlfriends. Baiyu didn't seem like someone who would give up, so it would be better to wait until Baiyu got through the hurdles of other girls' parents and then tell Baiyu that his parents agreed to his and Sasuke's feelings for Baiyu. This would save Baiyu the difficulty of conquering him and Sasuke, and it could be considered a gift to Baiyu. Then, how should he answer? The person he likes said I love you. Should I say the same thing? Itaki covered his face, trying to stop himself from speaking, to avoid saying the words that could melt his bones and soul, which would make him so embarrassed. Because saying I love you, so shy, and felt that this was not something he could say, but if he didn't say it, would Baiyu think he was too reserved, pretending, and putting on the arrogant posture of the Uchiha clan? Itaki didn't care about other people's eyes, but he didn't want Baiyu to misunderstand him, which would be more painful than stabbing his heart with a knife. Itaki let go of the palm covering his face and his fingers trembled as he tapped the code on the ring that only he and Baiyu knew, telling Baiyu all the feelings in his heart and the words that were hard to say. Me too. Well, what I said is, I love you. This means that he is not so reserved and pretentious, and he will express his feelings to the person he liked. Then when he said this, Itaki's head was smoking, and he rolled on the bed, thinking how could he say such a thing? It would be better to die and calm down. But the excitement and uneasiness in his heart, as well as the feelings he had never had before, told Itaki that he liked such a feeling that could be responded to. At Baiyu's house, Baiyu was lying on the bed, translating this sentence, and his light green eyes couldn't help but widen, and his cute face was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect Sister Itaki to reply to him like this. Because Baiyu understood the meaning of love, he couldn't ignore his feelings for Itaki, so he said I love you, but Itaki would respond to him, which was completely beyond Baiyu's imagination. But this also indirectly proved that Itaki did retain the same memories as him. The two fought side by side in the rain village, using a raincoat to protect him from the rain, escape in the heavy rain, hiding from the pursuit of powerful enemies in a narrow tree hole. Itaki carried him on his back for a long time. Those scenes and memories appeared clearly in Baiyu's mind. Baiyu clenched his fist and a warm current rose in his heart. Itaki's response made him happy. He gave his feelings and then got his feelings in return. This is really true love. The Uchiha clan is really a family of love. He felt it. Baiyu thought, what is Itaki's expression now? What kind of changes will happen to his calm and cold appearance? Will he also be like an ordinary woman, like a child? Baiyu suppressed his curiosity. If Bai Chuan was here, he could see Itaki's current appearance, but it was okay. He couldn't see it now, but the feelings in his heart would last for a long time. The next time he saw Itaki in the village, it would be another scene. What happened after that? Do you remember? Baiyu asked, changing the subject. The feelings between lovers were too sweet, and Baiyu couldn't stand it. Some thought that it would be better if he grew up quickly. Itaki calmed down, lay on the ground, and said with his legs crossed, after that, Nagato didn't kill me and let me go back home. He wanted me to experience the despair of losing you. Is that so? Baiyu knew and empathized with Itaki. He was also desperate in the end. He couldn't kill Nagato, the cheater. This guy gave him the feeling of being the child of destiny. I'm sorry I didn't have more strength and got you hurt. It's okay, I'm used to it. Itaki replied, because of this, I got very strong power. Be prepared next time, and we can get the Samsara Eye. No, Sasuke is not dead, and I'm not very interested in the Samsara Eye now. Baiyu thought of Nagato's horror, and had a psychological shadow in his heart. Since Sasuke was still fine, he didn't want to fight Nagato. He was not sure he could defeat that lunatic. Baiyu just wanted to grow steadily in the village for a while, live a stable life with his family, have a love affair, and learn some knowledge to enhance strength. This kind of life is pretty good. Is that so? I listen to you, Itaki said. Compared to going to the rain village, I am more interested in meeting you next time. Baiyu said. Itaki felt surprised, and his mood became nervous involuntarily. It was a feeling of expectation. What will happen when they meet next time? Baiyu said. What do you say I owe you? You owe me. Itaki couldn't help but think deeply. Well, that's it, and that's how I feel now. Baiyu said quickly, afraid that Itaki would regret it. Then he got a sentence. Okay, the stand user in Konoha is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 681 Be Strong. Okay, what happens after that? Baiyu's brain short-circuited. By the way, what did he ask Itaki for? It seems that he missed Itaki, but what exactly is it? Baiyu raised his hand and knocked on his head to make himself sober so that he would not forget his soul when he saw that Sister Itaki agreed. But he was really excited. He just liked this big sister. Just like Red Bean. No matter how he retreats and resists, he is actually very excited. But just like Sasuke said, he likes to be passive because it is fun. Baiyu finally remembered, and he typed, do you Baiyu know about the Uchiha clan in the village. Itachi was not surprised that Baiyu knew about this because Baiyu's body was in Konoha in the time illusion and he experienced the war between the Uchiha clan and the village as well as the war of the Rain village. The reason why Baiyu didn't tell him was that he was worried about affecting his state. When Baiyu was about to die, he also reminded him but didn't make it clear. After he went back, he learned that his parents wanted to use fake death to stimulate him and asked Baiyu to tell him about it, but Baiyu didn't tell him, which touched Itachi's heart. After all, his experience was indeed bitter and uncomfortable. After knowing that his parents died and Baiyu died again, he might not be able to stand it. As a result, Baiyu died first and then his parents died, which gave him a transitional stage in his heart, and not all of them were pressed together. What's more, after he went back, he saw through his parents' lies and prevented them from faking their death. Instead, he learned a secret from his parents which gave him a chance to start over again and prevented him from going down the same path as before and preventing the Uchiha clan from being exterminated. After Baiyu died, her soul might be eaten by the purple hermit through a ritual, which was something that could never be saved. Itachi was also afraid that Baiyu would not be reborn through the impure world reincarnation, so he lost his fighting spirit and did not continue to fight. But his father's time illusion made all this just the future predicted by the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could be disbanded at any time. After the disbandment, nothing had happened yet. Baiyu's dead body and soul had never experienced such a tragic thing, so Baiyu was still alive and her soul was not eaten by the purple hermit. Now Itachi's heart is full of hope. Not only are Baiyu and Sasuke still alive, but his family is also fine. There is no more perfect world than this. Itachi felt that he had finally made it and that he would have to pay for his past life, pay for his mistake, atone for his sins, and take good care of the Uchiha clan and the people he cared about. At this moment, Itachi heard Baiyu talking about the family in the village, and he knew that Baiyu was concerned about him. Itachi said, "I know, I'm going to deal with it." Deal with it. Baiyu felt strange. The Uchiha clan and the village were very complicated. How did Itachi come up with a solution? Itachi was really smart and he deserved to be one of the ceilings of IQ in Naruto. Baiyu asked expectantly, "How are you going to deal with it?" There was nothing Itachi couldn't tell Baiyu. He said bluntly, "I plan to kill all the high-ranking officials of Konoha and see how they react. I plan to kill all the high-ranking officials of Konoha and see how they react." Baiyu was stunned. How else can someone react when being killed? His wife's brain circuit is a bit unusual. Baiyu didn't react for a while and his brain short-circuited. It took a few seconds to come back to his senses. Why is his wife so reckless? How else can someone react when being killed? She must be very hateful. Baiyu hurriedly persuaded, "Isn't this bad? Let's take a long-term view. When I practice swordsmanship, I will accompany you to overthrow this village." Itachi was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this and was confused by Baiyu's idea. He went to kill the high-ranking officials of Konoha because he had a way to save them. Baiyu went to kill the high-ranking officials of Konoha because she really planned to accompany him to kill. This decision to stand by him unconditionally made Itachi feel warm in his heart. He was used to being alone, but he forgot that he was not alone and Baiyu would fight with him. Is the regret of not being able to fight side by side with Baiyu to defeat the Rain village going to be realized here in Konoha? Itachi clenched his fist and was silently moved in his heart and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to practice swordsmanship, but don't you have the purple hermit? The power is already very strong. Do you need to learn anything else?" There is no end to learning. Baiyu wanted to show off in front of his wife, but he was still not good at it, so he told the truth. "Something very strange happened in this world. You should know this." Itachi thought about it. It seemed that nothing strange happened, so he said to Baiyu, "I don't know much. Can you tell me?" Of course. Baiyu told Itachi what he knew, and Itachi was shocked. Baiyu's power can actually detect what happened in his father's time illusion. This is really incredible. However, Itachi thought carefully. Baiyu's power is to search for intelligence, but Baiyu developed a way to fight, and its essence is still intelligence-type power. It was reasonable that his father was accidentally captured by the purple hermit when he activated the time-based illusion. Then, the illusion in the time-based illusion seemed to come true through the purple hermit. As a result, Uzumaki Nagato returned to reality with his memories, grew a lot out of thin air, and directly became a super boss that was hostile to them. Chapter 681. Be strong. Because the future obtained by the time-based illusion came true, Nagato sealed Baiyu's body in the illusion and brought the body with him so that he could return to the present after the time-based illusion ended. This also made Baiyu's corpse materialize from the illusion. The corpse could be said to be the purple hermit or some other foreign object. Anyway, the fact that Baiyu was sealed became real. This caused Baiyu to lose his strongest power. However, even though Baiyu lost his strongest power, he still stood by him unconditionally and wanted to assassinate the high-ranking officials in the village with him. Baiyu. Itachi controlled his inner emotions, suppressed his good feelings for Baiyu, and did not let the good feelings that were overwhelmed overflow from his heart. Itachi was reluctant to let this thing flow out of his heart at all, and he had to put it all away. At this moment, Itachi's good feelings for Baiyu in his heart had been overwhelmed. It directly broke through the full score beyond the full score. Itachi calmed down his emotions, stopped himself from falling in love, and then analyzed the current situation. In other words, your current strength is very weak. Well, I'm going to take a completely opposite path from before. Baiyu said. Itachi said, swordsmanship, like physical skills, requires strong physical support and will reach its peak combat power when you are a teenager or young adult. It's too early for you now, otherwise you can learn ninjutsu with me. Our Uchiha clan has a lot of ninjutsu that can't be learned. I will find it for you. You can choose any type of ninjutsu that suits you. And our family also has Uchiha swordsmanship. Although this swordsmanship has high requirements for chakra energy and sword, I will prepare it for you. You have a lot of chakra energy and you only lack a suitable sword. I will take you to see which one you can hold well. Bai Yu was stunned by Itaka's generosity. So generous? Is this the importance of finding a good wife? Bai Yu controlled his inner excitement. Itaka's move could save him several years of struggle. Bai Yu was unwilling to eat gigolo rice. Originally, Itaka gave him a lot of money yesterday, which made him feel rebellious, so he had the idea of a euro taking time out to work and make money, but the result after he went out was to bring Hinata back. Is he going out again? No, right? What if he finds a wife? This luck is unstoppable. Look at how much he has now. He really can't stand this kind of training. It feels like his Uzumaki clan's bloodline is not enough to recover. But if he can't stand it, won't he become a gigolo? Be strong. Don't admit defeat. Forget it. Just eat it. The food cooked by the wife is delicious. He needs to increase his strength so that he can stand out when Nagato attacks Konoha. After a painful struggle in his heart, Bai Yu accepted Sister Itaka's kindness and planned to pick a time when Brother Fugaku was not there to visit the Uchiha clan, to prevent Brother Fugaku from getting angry and killing him with one punch. Chapter 682 This Beautiful World. Bai Yu and Itaka made an appointment to discuss going to the Uchiha clan for further studies, and then talked about some emotional matters, and then reluctantly hung up the password communication. Sister Itaka gave him a really good feeling, as expected of Sasuke's brother and sister. Well, brother and sister, a big sister who is like a big brother. A tomboy is really wonderful, and there are two of them at once. How lucky life is. Bai Yu fell into a dream happily, dreaming of being hugged by girls. The next morning, Bai Yu pulled Hinata up to exercise. The little girl had just woken up when Bai Yu took her out for a run. On the one hand, she was confused after waking up from a dream, and on the other hand, she felt Bai Yu's enthusiasm, shy and happy, and ran with Bai Yu on the street. Bai Yu took Hinata away from home, and after talking to Hinata, ran along the street to find Ino. Ino loves to dress up, has an obsession with beauty, and often goes out to exercise. Bai Yu took Hinata and happened to find Ino, and the three of them did morning exercises together. Bai Yu saw the scene of Hinata being punished by the Hyuga clan in his dream, and he was very painful, but he didn't have much time at that time, so he was thinking about what Hinata would do in the future. Now that he woke up from the dream, Bai Yu decided to become stronger with Hinata. Bai Yu learns physical skills very quickly. Although he cannot use the soft fist of the Hyuga clan in front of others, he can learn the soft fist from Hinata and pass it on to Hinata. The Hyuga clan judged Hinata as a branch family, so he must teach Hinata well and make Hinata very powerful to prove that the clan's vision is wrong. How could his wife not be powerful? Bai Yu and Hinata arrived at the training ground and saw a girl with short light golden hair walking towards them in a daze on the other side of the road. Morning, Ino. Bai Yu greeted and was a little happy to see Ino. Ino woke up after hearing the voice, and the sleepiness in his brain was swept away. He waved to Bai Yu and said happily, "Morning, dear." Ino ran towards Bai Yu. Hinata hid behind Bai Yu, holding the corner of Bai Yu's clothes with her little hand, not darling to show her head, but she couldn't avoid it. After all, Ino was the girlfriend of the person she liked. Hinata poked her head out from behind Bai Yu, her face flushed, and she looked at the ground under her feet embarrassedly. Ino ran to Bai Yu and suddenly saw the girl behind Bai Yu. She was stunned for a moment and slowly put down her waving hand. "Hinata, why are you with Bai Yu?" Ino put one hand on Bai Yu's right shoulder and stared at Hinata behind Bai Yu with her beautiful light blue eyes, making Hinata panic. "Didn't you say you didn't agree to be Bai Yu's girlfriend? I invited you, but you rejected me. Why are you with Bai Yu today?" Ino raised her eyebrows, thinking to herself, could Hinata like to cheat like her? Hinata subconsciously let go of the hand that was holding Bai Yu's clothes, took a step back, touched her fingertips with both hands, and lowered her head. I think can I? Ino stared at Hinata for a while. Hinata felt nervous. Bai Yu noticed the confrontation between the two women and turned her head to talk to Ino. Ino immediately released the hand that was holding Bai Yu's right shoulder and pulled it back to cover Bai Yu's little face. "Don't talk first. I know you are worried about Hinata." Ino told Bai Yu, and then said to Hinata, "What are you talking about? I didn't hear it clearly. Are you saying that you like Bai Yu? Are you saying that you like Bai Yu?" Hinata's little face turned red and her head was steaming. Then Hinata nodded her little head without knowing it under Ino's gaze. After Hinata found that she nodded, she was even more embarrassed. She could only clench her fist, close her beautiful white eyes, and shouted with a red face, "Yes, I like Bai Yu. Please let me date Bai Yu." Hinata's voice was very loud. The voices on the training ground suddenly quieted down, and the people who were exercising around turned back to look at the three people on the street, and they were all shocked by the situation. "What's going on? It seems that there is a good show to watch." Ino didn't notice the people around her and said excitedly, "Okay, isn't that good? Just express it boldly. I accept it." Hinata's heart, which was beating fast, slowed down when she heard it, but she could still hear her heartbeat. Hinata opened her eyes and stared blankly at the light blonde girl in front of Bai Yu, hugging Bai Yu's shoulders. She felt that the other person was as pure and beautiful as an angel in the world. Ino would of course accept it. Anyway, it was Sakura and Suzuki who were green on her head. She was happy that she had another like-minded friend and could have a good time. Ino said, "But I have a condition. You have to recognize me as the boss in the future." "Yes, boss." Hinata agreed excitedly. "Okay, you will be my little brother in the future. I will take care of you, and others will not dare to bully the two of us." Ino promised. Hinata suddenly felt that something was wrong with Ino's word, but she was still very happy. As Bai Yu's real girlfriend, Ino actually agreed to her joining. feeling. It was like a dream. Yeah, it was like this in the dream. Ino is really good. The people who saw this scene on the training ground were so surprised that their jaws dropped. I thought I could see a good show like Shura Field, but who knew that it would be over in just a few words. It was still the light blonde girl who took the initiative to give in. The plot is not like this. That boy is too happy. Or two such beautiful girls. Chapter 682. This beautiful world. So jealous. The people around shouted in their heart. I was thinking again, it's not good. Yamanaka clan leader, your daughter was kidnapped and she is cheating on you. I was thinking again, it's not good. Hyuga clan leader, your eldest daughter was kidnapped and the kidnapper is cheating on you. Several people evacuated from the training ground on the spot, preparing to go back and tell the good news to the heads of the families. After being happy, Ino looked at Bai Yu. Are you here to bring your girlfriend to play with me? It's to exercise. Exercise. Bai Yu clenched his fist, raised his arm slightly, and gestured the muscles on his arm. I will teach you 2 physical skills in the future, and you must learn from me well. No, I want you to protect me, Ino said coquettishly. I can protect you. Bai Yu put her arm around Ino's shoulders, motioning Hinata to follow, and the 3 of them walked towards the training ground. When the people exercising around saw this, they quickly evacuated, unable to eat this dog food. If they continued to watch, they would have to kill themselves. But I also like that you can protect yourself, Ino, and I often practice physical skills with you, so we will have more interactions. Aren't you happy? Bai Yu said. Happy? Ino's mind turned around. This is a good thing. If it was Sakura, she would be so happy. How could she lose one thing for the other? Ino decided to practice physical skills with Bai Yu frequently in order to get along better with Bai Yu. On the other side, Hinata poked her finger and said nervously, but I am learning soft fist and my family won't let me learn other physical skills. Then I will teach you soft fist. Bai Yu said, didn't we practice against each other in the class competition before? You should have seen that I have improved quickly, right? I can be your opponent and help you practice soft fist. When Hinata thought of Bai Yu's physical talent and the scene of practicing physical skills in her dream, the blush on her face did not dissipate and she nodded excitedly. Compared with practicing physical skills with her sister Hanabi, it is more interesting to fight with the person she likes. Bai Yu said to Ino again, I can't teach you Hinata's soft fist, but I can practice physical skills with you so that you can have more self-protection ability when using ninjutsu in the future. I will listen to you, Ino said energetically. Come on, let's start. I can't wait, Ino said in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked at Ino and Hinata with a smile and felt that life in reality was really beautiful. He also had to work hard to recover his strength. Chapter 683. 2 old fathers. My lord, it's not good. Yamanaka Inoichi had just finished breakfast and was helping his wife take care of flowers in the flower shop when he saw an ordinary-looking ninja running into the shop. What's wrong? Yamanaka Inoichi is a senior ninja with rich mission experience. He was calm at this time and thought something happened in the village. But if something really happened, the Hokage would let the Anbu notify them, the senior ninjas. So Yamanaka Inoichi was very confused. What happened to the other party in a hurry? Did the sky fall? But if the sky falls, it should also fall in front of you. Without changing your expression, the person who came pointed to the door and said, just now I saw the young lady and a red-haired child on the training ground, and they seem to be dating. What? Yamanaka Hai was shocked. He didn't expect that his cabbage would be taken away. Although he expected it, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He sent Ino to the ninja school to study, not to let Ino fall in love. The matter involved himself. Yamanaka Hai hurriedly asked, where are they now? Are you sure they have a very good relationship? Brother Hai, it's not what you think. The ninja who came was so anxious that tears came out. Yamanaka Hai heard that it was not what he thought, and his heart was relieved immediately. You are really still a ninja, not mature and steady at all. You say everything you have to say, causing me to misunderstand. The young lady is indeed dating that red-haired child, but she is not alone. There is also the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. Yamanaka Hai heard at this point. The shower head in her hand fell to the ground. Outside the flower shop, a girl with short pink hair originally wanted to go to school with Ino, but she heard the news outside the door and was shocked. What's wrong with Ino? And Hinata? Didn't Hinata refuse? It seems that she didn't refuse. Sakura thought of what happened before. Hinata seemed to live with Bai Yu. This is an ominous sign, but she didn't take it seriously. Let Hinata's thing come true. Sakura hurriedly left the flower shop, and she must not let Ino and Hinata team up to brush Bai Yu. She should accompany Bai Yu today. These two people have to wait until tomorrow. The key to the matter is not that the young lady is dating that person, but that that person is also dating the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The matter involves the Hyuga clan, a big family, so it is not a small matter. Before this person finished speaking, he saw Yamanaka Inoichi with red eyes and gritted teeth saying, is the problem the Hyuga clan? The problem is that the little bastard not only abducted my lovely little princess but also cheated on 2 women at the same time. Ah, my heart hurts when I think of this. Yamanaka Inoichi hurriedly ran outside. Ino, why are you so stupid? Tell me where they are. I will break up the couple today and separate 1, 2, 3. On the other side, Hyuga Hayashi also heard about this. He paused for a moment and said indifferently, since it's Hinata's choice, let her do it. She has always been disappointing. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki doesn't like him, but falls in love with a child from a commoner's family. What can I do? I have given Hinata many chances. It's because she never seized these opportunities that she became a branch family. Maybe this is fate. Compared with Hinata, Hanabi is the heir in my mind, my jewel in the palm. But Hinata is a branch family member of the Hyuga clan after all, and she also represents the Hyuga clan outside. This matter cannot be stopped. You go find a few few people to teach that kid a lesson and let him retreat. The Hyuga clan ninja took the order and left. It is not easy to find graduated ninjas to deal with matters between ninja students, otherwise they will bully the weak and make the Hokage care. So this matter can only be dealt with by ninjas who are still studying in the ninja school. In this way, the matter became a conflict between students rather than the Hyuga clan bullying the weak, and the third generation had nothing to say. The ninjas of their Hyuga clan are all elite. Although they are not as good as the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are still very powerful in the village, and it just so happens that the genius of their Hyuga clan branch is studying in the school. The ninja came to the ninja hospital and told the purpose of his visit. At this time, Hyuga Ninkai was seriously injured by Baiyu and had not yet been discharged from the hospital. When he heard that the matter involved Hyuga Hinata, he snorted in his heart. He didn't care on the surface, but he still cared. He just said, "Why mess with our Hyuga clan when there are no good people to mess with? Who is the opponent?" "It's a red-haired child." Red-haired. Ninkai suddenly felt something was wrong and asked some more details, and immediately knew that the opponent was Baiyu. Ninkai looked at the hospital gown he was wearing. He was still sent to the hospital by Baiyu. Since then, he seemed to be very unlucky and even had a nightmare that he would die in the hospital in a short time. Ninkai vaguely remembered that at that time, Akimichi Choza was standing in the square between the hospital and the inpatient department. It was dark. He had just woken up and stood in front of the window to look when he heard the noise outside. Then he saw a lot of arms coming out of Akimichi Choza's back, thousands of them. These hands rushed to fill the entire sky, and one of the arms accidentally swept towards him, breaking the entire wall connected to the window. The whole room was directly penetrated by the huge palm, and he was gone before he could dodge. These 2 days, Ninkai was often in a trance. Before he came out of the nightmare, he heard the main family ordering him to deal with Baiyu. He complained in his heart, but he couldn't refuse. Chapter 683 Two Old Fathers. After all, this is the meaning of the existence of the branch family, but Hinata is now also a branch family, and the clan leader is still partial. At this time, Ninkai knew the reason why Baiyu beat him. It turned out that he fell in love with Hinata. Hinata was beaten by him, so Baiyu would of course beat him. Now he heard that Hinata and Baiyu were together, and the main family asked him to separate the two. He couldn't do this, but he had to deal with it. Forget it, let's go. The head of the main family is really narrow-minded. Isn't it just that his daughter found a partner? Ninkai, I will handle this matter. Then please. The ninja left. Ninkai sighed and thought, is this fate? The main family also asked him to deal with Baiyu so that Baiyu would retreat, but he was dealt with by Baiyu before the main family ordered him. If I go there again this time, I'm afraid I'll get beaten up again. I'm the strongest Hyuga ninja in the ninja school. I can't get around this matter. I can only bite the bullet and fight. Niji still has some pride. After all, he is a genius in the Hyuga branch family. In fact, his injuries had long been healed with the help of the medical ninja. He just felt safe living in the hospital. He didn't have to go to school, so he took sick leave here to rest. How could he not seek revenge after being defeated by Baiyu? It just so happened that these days, I figured out the secret of the soft fist bag with 32 palms, and I have mastered it from mastery to proficiency. Baiyu will definitely not care when he sees me, the defeated opponent, which gives me an opportunity. I just need to hit a set of bag with 32 palms when he is careless, and I can kill him. As long as Baiyu can't use that set of armor, I have hope of turning defeat into victory. Niji had a plan in mind and began to close his eyes and rest. The Hyuga clan's soft fist starts with physical training and then learns the meridians and acupoints of the human body. After learning to press acupoint, they begin to learn the secrets of soft fist physical skills. Among them, the soft fist bag with 32 palms, the soft fist bag with 64 palms, and the soft fist bag with 128 palms are the secrets of physical skills that can only be learned when you are a genin, chunin, and jonin. Ninkai mastered the acupuncture technique very early, so he was called a genius by the clan. Now he has learned the soft fist bag with 32 palms that can only be used by graduated genin. At his age, he just confirmed the name of genius. The acupuncture seal chakra was restrained by Baiu's armor because it was impossible to form a coherent attack. If he can take advantage of Baiu's inattention and attack Baiu, the victory or defeat will be in his favor. The stand user in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 684 Breaking them up. Baiu is not sick, so the things in the dream are false. But why is Hinata really like the situation in the dream now? And Baiu is getting better. Sakura hurriedly left Ino's house and killed Baiu, Hinata, and Ino. Sakura had no opinion on Hinata. After all, everyone had discussed the matter of inviting outside help. She invited Red Bean, Ino invited Hinata, and Suzuki invited her sister. As a result, Red Bean went to jail, which made her lose the pocket money that Ino had saved for a long time, and also lost a powerful assistant. She still had to go to the Sandame and ask him to return the money. Now she was the only one without outside help among the three, so Sakura especially cherished the opportunity to be with Baiu. At this moment, Ino and Hinata found an opportunity to team up to brush Baiu's favorability. Sakura was almost crying. Baiu was obviously hers today. Why did Ino and Hinata bully her? And Baiu, does she like Ino and Hinata so much? At least wait for her time to pass, right? Sakura came to the training ground where Ino usually exercises and happened to see the three of them practicing physical skills. The two girls fought Baiu alone together, and the attack was moderate, but the cooperation was not very good. Baiu was wearing short-sleeved shirt and shorts and was very good at physical combat. She fought two girls at once, making Hinata and Ino embarrassed. The two girls were sweating and panting as they stood opposite Baiu. Yu. One used soft fist and the other used fist. They fought back and forth. Bai Yu was like playing with a cat. No matter how Ino and Hinata fought, it was useless. Ino, you are very good, but you should pay attention to Hinata. Haven't you noticed? I have been moving with you and using you to block Hinata's attack route. Although it is two of you fighting me, I am always facing you alone. It's good to be eager to show off. I like your lively appearance. It's so cute. Bai Yu looked at the girl with short light golden hair and was very happy. She continued to comment on Hinata. Hinata, you have to be more decisive. When Ino creates an opportunity for you, you must quickly seal my chakra with soft fist so that your advantage will become greater and greater. Soft fist is a kind of boxing that snowballs and accumulates its own advantages in the process of fighting. As long as you can seal one of my meridians, I will feel inconvenient. If you continue, you will become stronger and stronger, and I will become weaker and weaker. You must seize the opportunity to attack and perform combos. The two girls listened to it and nodded. Ino understood her own mistake. She did feel that Bai Yu was always around her so that she could use her to block Hinata, and then she became more and more depressed. But Bai Yu is so cute. Looking at her seriously, she is very handsome. There is still baby fat on her cheek. I really want to pinch her face. When Ino heard Bai Yu say she was cute, she was floating. Hinata thought about it seriously. It was true. She also knew how to use the soft fist, but because of her weak character, she didn't dare to take the risk to attack. Ino had created the conditions for her to attack just now, but she didn't dare to cross Ino's position to hit Bai Yu, so she let the opportunity slip away. I will try hard, Hinata promised. At this time, Bai Yu noticed that a girl with short pink hair ran on the street at the edge of the training ground. The girl saw them and ran towards him in a hurry. Bai Yu was happy to see that it was Sakura and hurried to meet her. Sakura wanted to ask Bai Yu if she had forgotten the date between the two today. Why did she accompany Ino and Hinata? As a result, she saw Bai Yu coming to her. Sakura didn't know it all of a sudden. Bai Yu picked up Xiao Ying and spun her in the air. Xiao Ying, you're finally here. I wanted to go find you later. You want to find me? Xiao Ying blushed. Asked with a hint of meaning. Of course, how could I forget you? Bai Yu put Sakura down, and then Ino and Hinata also came over to look at Sakura. The few people got along harmoniously, and when they were about to say something, suddenly Ino saw her father standing on the side of the road, staring at them in amazement. Yamanaka Inoichi. Damn, that man is blind. Is this 1, 2, or 3? These are 4. Ino. Yamanaka Inoichi felt a great pain in his heart. When Ino saw her father, she shuddered. It's over. I'm going to die. After saying that, Ino wanted to sneak away. Ino, where are you going? Yamanaka Inoichi came over and said angrily, I will break you up today. No matter if you are 1, 2, 3, or 4. Bai Yu turned around and saw that it was Yamanaka Inoichi. His heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Ino was about to slip away, he quickly put down Sakura and went to block Yamanaka Inoichi. Ino didn't dare to run after being called. She turned around and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, hiding behind Hinata. Hinata was so scared that she didn't know why the boss was hiding behind her. Uncle, please stop. Don't hurt Ino. This is all my fault. Bai Yu stood in front of Yamanaka Inoichi. Of course it's all your fault. Ino is so pure and kind. How could she ignore her studies and get along with you? I tell you, separate from Ino quickly, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. Yamanaka Inoichi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He saw Ino was so scared that she lowered her head and couldn't help but vent his anger on Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu was nervous, she had to pass this level, so she said, it is impossible to separate. Ino and I really like each other. Please don't stop us. Chapter 684 Breaking them up. Really like? You really have a lot of sincerity. Yamanaka Ino said, logically speaking, let the relationship take its course and I won't stop you. After all, you are all ninjas and you may die someday in the future. If you have feelings earlier, you can get results earlier in the future. But what about these two? Bai Yu looked back at Sakura and Hinata. Of course I like them too. You like them too? Then what about my daughter Ino? Yamanaka Ino asked. Of course I like Ino too. Bai Yu thought seriously and said, Ino is very cute. After hearing this, Yamanaka Hai became even more angry. I will not allow someone as fickle as you to be with Ino. Then how can I be with Ino? Bai Yu asked. Ino and I have feelings for each other. If we separate, I will feel very painful. If you, uncle, have any conditions that can stop me without hurting the relationship between Ino and me, you can just tell me so that I will give up. I will be very unwilling to separate Ino and I. It's your own business if you are unwilling. I just don't agree with Ino being with you. Ino, come back with me. We have to discuss this matter carefully. Yamanaka Hai looked at Ino. Ino walked out from behind Hinata sadly. Hinata and Sakura looked at Ino. Sakura went up and grabbed Ino's hand, not knowing what to say. This matter was not only Ino who had to face, but they all had to face it. Ino burst into tears and was reluctant to leave. Bai Yu saw this and felt pain in his heart. He went up to comfort Ino, but Yamanaka Inoichi lifted him up by the back of his collar. Don't even think about getting over here, Yamanaka Inoichi said viciously. Bai Yu kicked his leg, but his arms and legs were too short to touch the ground, and he couldn't reach Yamanaka Inoichi's arm. When he heard Ino crying, he became even more anxious. Uncle, if you keep doing this, I can't solve the problem, so I'll solve you. Bai Yu shouted. Oh, you're pretty brave. Yamanaka Inoichi lifted Bai Yu's collar and swung him around in the air for a few rounds, just like he was swinging something in a plastic bag for fun. Bai Yu suddenly felt dizzy, but he couldn't do anything to Ino's father. Ino, stop crying. I'm doing this for your own good. It's just a boy. There are many in the village. It's hard to find a frog with 3 legs, but there are many boys with 2 legs. But I just like Bai Yu. Ino looked up at Yamanaka Inoichi and crystallized crystal clear tears appeared in her light blue pupils. I don't know why, but when I see Bai-yu, it's as if I have known him for a long time. I feel happy and satisfied when I am around him, as if I have got what I want. Dad, you don't want me to be unhappy all my life, right? Yamanaka Inoichi hesitated, glanced at Hinata and Sakura, gritted his teeth. This little bastard is quite capable. But are you happy like this, being with him with other girls? Yamanaka Inoichi asked. Ino wiped her tears. I am very unhappy, but I was not the first one to like Bai-yu. When I think that the most unhappy one is not me but someone else, I feel happy again. Sakura. Hinata. Sakura's forehead is sweating. She is not the victim. The victim is probably still in school without worries at this time. On the way. Sakura. Ah, yes, uncle. Ino and I are good friends. I don't care that she likes Bai-yu. You put Bai-yu aside first. If there is anything, we can discuss it and see how to agree to this matter. Hinata also nodded. Ino is a very good person. She doesn't mind that I like Bai-yu, so I don't mind that she likes Bai-yu. This feeling of having friends is great. I don't want to see Ino and Bai-yu sad. Yamanaka Inoichi felt embarrassed. He really didn't want to agree to Ino's matter. It was too cheap. The eldest lady of the Yamanaka clan actually had to serve a boy with other girls. So humble. This is simply a shame. But thinking of the Hyuga clan, Yamanaka Inoichi felt a lot better. Anyway, the most shameful one is not their Yamanaka clan. Compared with the size of the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan is nothing. And this world is a polygamous system, but only the nobles practice polygamy. People with multiple partners will have a principal wife and many concubines. People at the bottom are all monogamous. It's not that they can't marry more than one, but they can't afford to support them. As for their ninjas, their lives are very short and they are ignorant of even emotional matters. They don't even care about their own lives, so naturally they have no time to care about emotions because emotional flaws may cause their own death. So ninjas will be very cautious when accepting emotions. Just like the 4th generation Hokage couple, once the relationship is confirmed, it is equivalent to entrusting one's life to the other party and there is no regret. Yamanaka Hai was moved by Ino's word and he didn't know what kind of ecstasy Bai-yu gave these people to make these girls die hard, but if he continued, Ino might really hate him. When the 3 views are not fixed like this, hate once, that is really hate forever. And the life of ninjas is very short. From being ignorant of love in school to dying in the mission after graduation, there are too many regrets in this world. Yamanaka Inoichi didn't want Ino to live an unhappy life, but if he agreed to it, wouldn't it be a bargain for Bai-yu? Uncle, please make a request. No matter how difficult it is, I will try my best to do it. Bai-yu said calmly. He is not the kind of person who will give up. Chapter 684 Breaking them up. Bai-yu didn't want to use force. He planned to have a good talk with Yamanaka Inoichi. It didn't matter if the talk didn't go well. He had already told Yamanaka Inoichi that as for the matter of being with Ino in the future, it was his and Ino's business. Yamanaka Inoichi sighed. Okay, I am the most powerful ninja of the Yamanaka clan and also the jonin of the village. As long as you can beat me and get my recognition of your strength as a father, I can safely entrust my daughter to you, but if she is wronged, even if I pay a huge price, I will kill you. I understand, Bai-yu said. Although he has lost all his strength, he will become very strong as long as there is a certain recovery period. If Yamanaka Inoichi disagrees, he will not care about Yamanaka Inoichi's thoughts in the future. After all, he has the strength to be with Ino. Ino burst into laughter when she heard that Yamanaka Inoichi agreed to her and Bai-yu's relationship. Sakura and Hinata were happy for Ino, but they were troubled again. After all, they didn't know how to convince their family members. Just when things were settled, suddenly a woman came over. Seeing this woman, Ino shouted happily, "Mom, you are here too." "Well, I heard something bad, but Ino, don't worry that I will stop you. After all, this is your choice. Mom just hopes that you will be happy in the future." The woman, who looked very serious and difficult to talk to, walked to Yamanaka Kiki and bent down in front of Bai-yu. "I made a request. It was his request and had nothing to do with me. As Ino's mother, I certainly hope that Ino can marry a capable boy in the future. Ino is not very smart, so this still needs to be checked by her parent." Yamanaka Rino took out a small cloth bag, broke Bai-yu's hand and put it in Bai-yu's palm. Bai-yu and Ino looked at the cloth bag in the palm of her hand in confusion. Yamanaka Rino said, "This is a bag of flower seed. As long as you can make it grow and bloom, Ino will be yours. Hi, and I will also be very happy to see the seeds of your love take root and sprout." Bai-yu looked at the cloth bag in the palm of his hand. He didn't expect Ino's parents to be so easy to talk to. One request was to defeat the senior ninja. This matter was easy for him. Yamanaka Inoichi is not as strong as he thought. Telling him this is simply letting him off the hook and deliberately agreeing to his relationship with Ino. The other flower that allowed him and Ino to cultivate their love was not a difficult condition. This shows the intentions of Ino's parent. Bai-yu felt warm in her heart and nodded seriously. "Okay, I will make these seeds grow flowers. It depends on how carefully you cultivate them. I'm an expert in growing flowers, so don't cheat," Yamanaka Rino said with a smile. Yamanaka Inoichi said, "Growing flowers requires a lot of patience and it can also show whether you are a careful person. I will be waiting for you to challenge me at any time until you can win over me." Yamanaka Inoichi and Yamanaka Rino left. Bai-yu looked at the bag in her hand and Ino also walked up to Bai-yu and looked at it with Bai-yu. Sakura hugged them both. "Congratulations, Ino, your parents agreed. Don't worry, Bai-yu is very strong and will definitely beat your father." "Yeah, I thought so too." Ino looked at the flowers in Bai-yu's hand carefully. "Let's go and plant flowers quickly. There is still time before school. If we plant them early, they will bloom early." "Okay." Bai-yu collected the flower seed and saw that Sakura and Hinata Hinata both looked melancholy, so he said, "Don't worry, I will talk to your parents later. Let's go back and plant flowers first." Okay. Several people walked towards Bayu's house. Yamanaka Inoichi and Yamanaka Rino on their way back. "Do you really want to agree to them being together? I'm a little worried that Ino will be bullied in the future." Yamanaka Inoichi sighed and said, "Among them are girls from the Hyuga clan. Although Hyuga Hinata has now become a branch family, Hinata's identity and bloodline are the most noble among them. With the size of the Hyuga clan, it is impossible for them to agree to Hinata becoming a concubine. They will definitely make Hinata the principal wife. I know this too. It's ridiculous that the two little guys haven't seen clearly yet and think they can be together just because they like each other. But you don't have to worry, the seeds of their love will never sprout." Yamanaka Rino said. "Hey." Yamanaka Inoichi looked at Yamanaka Rino in confusion. Yamanaka Rino said, "I gave him cooked seed." Chapter 685. It's rare to be confused _ a bird passes _ cooked seed. Yamanaka Inoichi was surprised. Yamanaka Rino's mouth corners raised. "Yes, it's the cooked seed. After high temperature heating, the embryo of the seeds has died and no longer has the conditions for growth and germination. In this way, Baiyu and Ino will never be able to cultivate the flower of love. They look at the flower pots that have been unable to take root and sprout, and they will become more and more desperate day by day, resulting in separation and quarrels in their feelings. If Baiyu wants to cheat and replace the seeds with intact seed, we can just expose his lies and let Ino see the true face of the person she liked." Yamanaka Inoichi was in a complicated mood. The little cotton-padded jacket was worn by someone else. Although Yamanaka Inoichi felt very sad, he still wanted Ino to be happy, otherwise he would not have given Baiyu a difficult condition to see if Baiyu could complete it. It would be very difficult for Baiyu to defeat him, but as long as Baiyu could get his approval, he would also agree that Baiyu and Ino were together. The key was to let him see Bayu's attitude towards Ino. The problem came from Yamanaka Rino. Rino also loved Ino very much and didn't want Ino to be wronged by going to Baiyu with other girls. After all, Hinata's bloodline was too noble. The three families of Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi together could still be compared with the Hyuga clan, but the Yamanaka clan alone could not be compared with the Hyuga clan. Of course, the Hyuga clan could not be compared with the Uchiha clan. After the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan's presence in the village was unique. Yamanaka Rino said, "No matter what, Ino will inherit the Yamanaka clan. Recruiting a son-in-law is the most ideal situation and is in the interests of the Yamanaka clan. Ino is innocent, simple and kind. If I don't help keep a close eye on her, she might be deceived to death." Yamanaka Inoichi didn't say anything. The two went home together. As for Ino, it seems that they all forgot about the training ground. When the two turned around and thought about it, they ran to the training ground and could no longer see Baiyu and his group. Yamanaka Inoichi and Yamanaka Rino saw Ino who didn't go home, and they immediately felt sad. They felt that it was not too much to cook seeds for Baiyu. Baiyu and his group returned home. Baiyu immediately went to find flower pot. There were some flower pots in the yard. He took them out and washed them, and dug some soil to put in the flower pot. The quality of the soil in the village is very good, and the black soil looks very nutritious. Baiyu prepared a total of 5 pots. His family should have grown flowers before, so there were plenty of things. Several little guys squatted around the flower pot, watching Baiyu carefully open the palm-sized cloth bag, pour out a few seeds from it and put them in the palm of his hand. These seeds are so light that they seem to fly out of your palms if the wind blows them, but when you think about how such seeds will grow into beautiful flowers in the future, you can't help but sigh at the miracle of life. Ino often helps take care of flowers and plants in the store, and she recognized the seeds of the flowers at once. These are rose seed, which imply love. The flower language in different regions is interpreted differently, but they are all related to love. After the flowers bloom, they are also very beautiful. The flower language of this flower is great. My mother has good wishes for us, Ino said happily. Baiyu nodded. He didn't understand flowers, but he seemed to smell the fragrance of melon seed. This should be an illusion, which reminded Baiyu whether he should buy some melon seed, and the family sat and chatted and ate melon seed. Speaking of which, it's almost autumn, and the weather is cold and the heater has to be turned on. Eating melon seeds is a good way to kill time, right? Sakura and Hinata people squatted beside, with pea-green eyes and snow-white eyes, watching Baiyu and Ino planting flowers. Sakura and Hinata envied Ino's parents for recognizing Baiyu. Whether it was defeating Yamanaka Inoichi or cultivating flowers, it would be very easy. So Ino was the first one among them to get Baiyu, and they still had to worry about how to convince their parents. Sakura decided to study medicine hard and enter the medical department in the future. With strength and status, her parents would not be able to interfere with her decision and would definitely let her be with Baiyu. Hinata was even more timid and would be scared when she thought of that situation. Her parents were disappointed in her, and she had another powerful sister who looked down on her even more. Hinata didn't dare to tell her family about this, but she had to get rid of this trouble for Baiyu. After all, it was her business. Baiyu picked up a small shovel and dug in the flower pot, wanting to put the flower seeds in. Ino rushed to say, "I'll do it. You boys are clumsy and not careful at all. Let me take care of it." "My hands are not clumsy," Baiyu said. Ino ignored her. She happily planted a few pots with Baiyu. The climate in the land of fire is good all year round. As long as we take good care of it, it will soon take root and sprout. Ino clasped her hands and said with longing eyes, "Then I have to seize the time to practice and strive to defeat my uncle as soon as possible." Baiyu said, "In the future of the dream, he has improved the precision of his movement. The precision of movements is related to the hand-eye coordination ability. study, and it is also a kind of accumulation of experience and technology. Bai Yu now has no shortage of experience in improving the precision of movements to sea level. I believe that as long as he becomes proficient he can draw a substitute, and with his combat experience he can go to the flying dragon to ride on the face in the afternoon. Uncle Yamanaka, you wait, I will come to fight you in the afternoon. Bai Yu and Ino moved the flower pots to a suitable place. Chapter 685. It's rare to be confused. Bai Yu looked up and looked at the light blonde girl, and a cute smile appeared on his face. As soon as Ino saw Bai Yu, his heart melted and he reached out to wipe the dust off Bai Yu's cheek. Bai Yu embarrassedly wiped off the mud and dust himself, and noticed that he was a lot dirty after morning exercise on the training ground just now, so he urged Hinata to wash first, and he went to prepare the ingredients. Several girls haven't eaten breakfast yet. Sakura is used to coming to Bai Yu's place. She was very happy when she thought that Bai Yu would be her girlfriend today in the early morning. She felt happy and had a sense of being stupid. Bai Yu is pretty and tender. She looks like a boy in men's clothes and a girl in women's clothes, especially her light green eyes, which look very clear and pure. Sakura likes the way Bai Yu obeys her in her dreams. The only regret is that she is in pain and helpless to watch Bai Yu die. If it weren't for Chuan, Bai Yu wouldn't be able to survive for a few days. If possible, Sakura would rather hope that Chuan really exists in real life, because Chuan not only saved Bai Yu but also saved her. Sakura doesn't want such a person to die in the dream world. Ino went out for a run in the morning, and before she had time to go home, she followed Bai Yu to her house. At this moment, Ino felt that she had dealt with the major events in her life. She just had to wait for Bai Yu to beat his father, and then she could wait for Bai Yu to marry her. She collapsed on the sofa in a relaxed manner, waiting for Bai Yu to cook for her. She was so beautiful. As for Hinata, Hinata is washing up now. She was called up by Bai Yu to exercise early in the morning. Hinata is quite happy to get the approval of Sakura and Ino, but when she thought of the situation at home, Hinata's snow-white eyes dimmed. Ino still has a way. What about her parent? Her parents will never agree to her being with Bai Yu. Hinata didn't think of this before. Now seeing what happened to Ino, she is mentally prepared. If she is still the main family, she will have a certain say, but she is now a branch family and will not be able to help herself. Hinata felt sad when she thought of this, and understood what fate brother Niji said. Branch families cannot resist the main family. When the caged bird curse mark was branded on the forehead, the body had become a living zombie, and the soul was bound in the birdcage, and only death could free it. Hinata looked at the mark on her forehead in the mirror. Suddenly, there was a thought that she was a slave, but protecting Hanabi was her own will. What was wrong? After a while, Hinata heard Bai Yu calling her, and quickly changed her clothes and went out. As soon as she went out, she saw several people in the living room looking at her. Hinata blushed and went upstairs with her clothes in her arms. Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll be out in a while. Bai Yu was about to take a shower when someone suddenly hugged her neck. Sakura teased, I'll give you a nice dress later. What nice dress? Bai Yu asked with a blink of an eye. You'll know if you try it. Keep your word. Be my girlfriend for a day today. Sakura said. Bai Yu thought about it. Okay, it seems like he agreed. But hasn't this happened before? Why is it happening again? Bai Yu suddenly felt ashamed. He had drawn Black Sabbath in his dream, but he didn't get it in reality. That is to say, the things in the dream were real, but they couldn't be counted. Future things didn't happen now, so how could they be counted? Bai Yu felt unlucky. Today he had to risk his life again. But didn't he use Sasuke's clothes last time? Today, from what Sakura said, it seemed that she brought it to him. Bai Yu was not surprised that Sakura also had memories, and he didn't deny or ignore Sakura's request. He had to do what he promised. It's rare to be confused, isn't it? Chapter 686. Walking with Time. Bai Yu came out of the shower and changed into a refreshing summer short-sleeved short, a light pink t-shirt, black short pants, and a pair of light blue open-toed sandals. Bai Yu looked very refreshed, with water dripping from her short red hair. Ino wiped Bai Yu's hair with a towel, rubbed Bai Yu's head, and smiled at Sakura while wiping Bai Yu's hair. Sakura didn't argue with Ino, and this good friend would use Bai Yu to make her angry. However, since they said they would be together, Sakura didn't take it seriously. Anyway, Bai Yu was with her today, so wasn't Ino wiping Bai Yu's hair a preparation for her? Sakura thought carefully. Ino was so obedient. Bai Yu sat cross-legged on the sofa, with her two beautiful green eyes open, waiting for her hair to be dried. I want to kiss him so much. After Ino wiped Bai Yu's hair, she said, my husband looks so tender. Bai Yu blinked. Ino hugged her again. Bai Yu was indifferent, looking at Sakura and Hinata, and said, let's eat. Sasuke shouldn't come. Okay, let's eat. Ino let go of Bai Yu and ran to get the bowls and chopstick. Hinata also went to help. Sakura took out clothes from her school bag, thought about it, and her face turned slightly red. In the dream, she was wearing Sasuke's clothes. Sakura thought about it and felt that she was at a disadvantage. Bai Yu liked Sasuke, and her brain was like poisoned. If she didn't think about Sasuke for a day, she would lose energy. She also asked Bai Yu to wear Sasuke's clothes. Isn't this making herself uncomfortable? But she had very little pocket money, and she had to go to the library to rent books, so she naturally had no spare money to buy clothes, so she had to bring her own. It was a good idea at the beginning. Now Sakura's cheeks were as red as apples. I'm telling you, come back after school, change secretly, and I'll take you out. Bai Yu didn't think about where the clothes came from, just saw that they matched Sakura, so he said, where are you going to take me to play? I haven't decided yet. It's good for the two of us to be together, even if it's just a simple walk, just walking and talking. Sakura gave the clothes to Bai Yu, and signaled Bai Yu to go upstairs and hide them quickly so that Ino and Hinata wouldn't see them. She said again, this is my last time to relax. I will work hard to learn medical skills and strengthen my strength in the future. Let's just take a walk outside as usual today. Right, okay. Bai Yu agreed. Bai Yu put the clothes in the house, and when he went downstairs he saw 3 girls waiting for him at the dining table. 3 beautiful girls with different styles looked at him together, their eyes pure and admiring. There was a simple and substantial breakfast on the table, and the light of the early morning shone into the house. The whole picture was beautiful and unforgettable. Uchiha clan. Itaka talked with Bai Yu all night yesterday and didn't go to bed until Bai Yu said good night to him. Originally he planned to meet Bai Yu secretly today, but suddenly heard his father say that Shimura Danzo would come to the Uchiha clan today, probably for the matter of Sharingan. In the time illusion, his father burned his boats and used the power of the last Mangekyo Sharingan to predict and kill Danzo, predicting the arrangement of the 3rd generation Hokage and the future of Konoha and the ninja village. Today, Danzo will come to the Uchiha clan to apologize to them and ask for forgiveness, which is exactly what is going to happen. Itaka was ready early in the morning. He needed to continue to predict in the current time period to test Shimura Danzo's bottom line so that the Uchiha clan could gain a favorable advantage in the negotiation. I have not used this ability yet, so I will try it today. Itaka came to a forest alone. Yesterday he looked for Bai Yu to no avail, so he went to deal with other things. He didn't have time to calm down and study the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the previous life, Itaka was already very skilled in using the Mangekyo Sharingan, but his body was not good. Every time he used Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, it would put a great burden on his body. Even Susanoo could not exert a stronger power, and now his eyes have grown into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. When using pupil technique, there is no need to worry about blindness. Itaka stood in the wood. First the left eye. Itaka put one hand on his eyes and felt the power of his eyes. Start recording time from now on. There is no special phenomenon. This ability is only for him, and it will only wake him up alone. But in this world, Bai Yu's power can bring other people together. The same experience after gaining the foreknowledge. It was considered to be cracked by Bai Yu, but except for those who have the fragments of Bai Yu hermit, most other people, no matter how powerful they are, do not understand this foreknowledge, because it is aimed at the power of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no strange phenomenon. Okay, it has been successfully activated, so the next is the right eye. Itaka put his hand on his right eye and murmured in a low voice, from now on, I will walk with time. If Itaka had not activated the ability, he would not even know that the ability has been successfully activated. This time-related ability really has no signs at all. According to what his father said, this is a power different from Izanagi. It seems to be a dream in time, but it seems to be related to the human subconscious, because in this world many people will have a sense of copyright JAVU when they experience something, but they can't tell where this feeling comes from. So there must be something special in this world that affects the senses of the entire world. Human beings. My dear, there is more after this chapter. The later is more exciting. Chapter 686 Walking with Time. Just like the dream created by Izanagi, that special thing does not belong to reality but is closely related to human. His father judged that the power of this Mangekyo Sharingan is to communicate with that strange space and amplify this foreknowledge, making people seem to have really experienced the future. But only when everything is over can it be perceived. This is the effect caused by extremely strong illusions. It's just that the illusion used by his father last time, combined with the power of Bai Yu's purple hermit to detect intelligence, inadvertently caused a very strange phenomenon, which greatly increased the sense of immersion and caused 2 abnormal conditions of interweaving and overlapping time and space. And the real fact is that all this is an activity in illusion. That's why it's called time illusion. This power, from its birth to now, has only been restrained by Bai Yu's purple hermit. Purple hermit is a kind of power that radiates signals and collects intelligence in nature. Inadvertently, it can capture the predicted future. When Itaki activated the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and prepared to test Shimura Danzo's bottom line. On the other hand, Suzuki was walking towards Bai Yu's house. Today he thought of a very bad thing. His boyfriend will become someone else's girlfriend today and accompany someone for a day. That person is Haruno Sakura, and this is the second time. Sakura is really lucky. Suzuki gritted his teeth because he didn't want to see it. Suzuki deliberately slowed down his pace to Bai Yu's house just to avoid seeing the scene of 2 people loving each other. Suzuki thought that if he went later, he would see the scene that made him heartbroken later. By the time he saw it, the interaction between Bai Yu and Sakura should have ended, so he could pretend that it had never happened. Chapter 687 Confused. Suzuki thought back to the memories of his previous life and felt that he and Bai Yu were really pure love. The confused feelings are particularly real and make people miss them. Even when they were young, they didn't know each other between men and women. They just felt that everyone was the same, and even girls could chase boys and fight, and there was no difference, so they didn't realize whether the person they liked would be the same as themselves. It's a pity that he understood the feelings a little late and only told Bai Yu that if he succeeded in revenge on Itaki, there would be no meaning in living, and it didn't matter to follow Bai Yu. It didn't take long from agreeing to Bai Yu restarting the world. He was like a walking corpse, and then he was saved and redeemed by Bai Yu. But that experience has passed and cannot be repeated. Bai Yu told him that the fate of the 2 ended from the moment they met. As a result, this idiot was still willing to do it again, and did not take the initiative to end the fate and bond between them on the day he saw him at the opening ceremony. As always, there was a throbbing feeling. The only thing he didn't expect was that Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Red Bean, Itaki, and other bull-headed people existed. Suzuki Sasuke wanted to kill all the bull-headed people in the world with one punch. Damn, I can't stand it. I really want to destroy this world, but his brother had suffered too much in his previous life. Sasuke was tangled in his heart, but he just endured it. If it was attacky, there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, Baiyu liked it. It was just that when he thought of Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Red Bean, Sasuke couldn't help but feel depressed. This is really retribution. Retribution for him. Baiyu didn't care when pursuing him, and only wanted revenge. When he accepted it, Baiyu left again. Now, lost and found, consider yourself lucky, right? Forget it. I only saw Sakura teasing Baiyu on this day. This day has passed and it's over. Anyway, my brother has ended the time illusion. It's impossible for it to happen again, right? Sasuke felt much better thinking this way. Although the experience in this life is roughly the same as the previous life, because of the experience one, some people may make completely different choices, making the details different from the previous life and eventually leading to a deviation in fate. In the previous life, his father did not reconcile with his brother, and the Uchiha clan was eventually exterminated. Now his brother has inherited his father's time illusion, and the Uchiha clan can protect themselves without worries. Even if Sasuke walked slowly, he arrived at Baiyu's house. Baiyu had breakfast with Sakura, Ino, and Hinata at home, and then washed the dishes with Sakura. With beautiful girls around, things always go much faster, and people can't help but wonder how time can pass so quickly. How nice it would be if time was slower. Unfortunately, time is such a thing, it can only move forward and cannot go back. Baiyu looked at Xiao Ying and felt warm in her heart, thinking how good it would be if they were like this in the future. Xiao Ying was really suitable for life. This was the feeling of home. Xiao Ying was a little embarrassed. Her beautiful eyes kept looking away, but she couldn't help but pay attention to Baiyu. After the two washed the dishes, they cleaned up the house and left the house with Ino Hinata, who was waiting, and walked to the street outside. A boy and 3 girls came to the intersection of school. They saw a cold girl with short black hair, delicate features, and fair skin standing at the intersection from a distance. The girl was carrying a school bag in one hand and wearing only simple and clean black and white short-sleeved shorts, as if waiting for someone. Sasuke was indeed waiting for Baiyu. He didn't go to Baiyu's house because he knew that Xiao Ying Ino would definitely go to find Baiyu. It would be better to stand on the street outside to be quiet. After seeing Baiyu and his competitors coming, Sasuke turned around pretending to be indifferent, not wanting to expose what he had been waiting for a long time. He turned his back to Baiyu and walked towards the school. Baiyu saw Sasuke and hurriedly followed him. This idiot, all day long he only has Sasuke in his eyes. Sakura was speechless, watching Baiyu talking to Sasuke, and Sasuke was indifferent. Sakura didn't want to separate Baiyu and Sasuke. These two are true love and can't be separated. Sakura also thought about stopping Baiyu from thinking about Sasuke, but it didn't work, so she didn't think about stopping it. After all, Sasuke was so generous, allowing her, Ino, Hinata, Red Bean and Baiyu to be together, and even dragged Itaki into it. What else can I say? It has to be said that a girl with a cold and pure face does have a kind of idea that makes people want to climb up. No wonder Baiyu likes Sasuke very much. But Sasuke's temperament is something that others can't imitate. His noble bloodline, powerful family, and identity as the daughter of the clan leader are the highest among them. Even Hinata can't compare to Sasuke's status and identity. Sakura thought of Hinata and looked at the short-haired girl next to Ino. The girl was wearing a plush coat that she only wore in winter. It looked thick and warm. The skin color she exposed was delicate and beautiful, but it was summer. Wouldn't it be hot to wear it like this, or walking in the sun? No wonder she felt smoke coming out of her head when she thought of her boyfriend. The 3 people walked side by side, with Ino in the middle, and she and Hinata next to her. As for Baiyu, she was in front of the 3 people, chatting with Sasuke. Most of the time, Baiyu was talking, and Sasuke hummed a few times or said a few words. Hinata was on the right side of Ino, walking in the sun. Sakura felt hot just looking at her. She walked a few steps to the side, leaned against the wall, and pulled Ino over here. Chapter 687. Confused. Ino was confused and didn't react. Hinata saw it and naturally walked into the shadow of the wall to avoid being exposed to the sun. Sakura, what are you doing? I'm still thinking about something. Ino said. What are you thinking about? Sakura asked me. Ino walked carefree, holding her hands behind her head like a boy, looking at the backs of Baiyu and Sasuke. I was thinking, after Baiyu and I get the approval of our parents, will I be the boss among us? Dream on, I am the boss. Sakura clenched her fist and gestured to Ino. Do you want to challenge me? Ino immediately felt guilty. No, I just want to think about it. You can't even think about it. According to my rules, you are second only to me. If we compare strength and other things, you know we don't have the advantage. Sakura glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke noticed the sight of several people behind him and snorted. Take care of your women. I agree that they can be with you, but it doesn't mean that I will let them do whatever they want to you. If Sakura plays any tricks, I will let them know that ninjas still speak with strength. Baiyu's right cheek bulged. I know, don't worry, I will take care of Sakura. Baiyu said helplessly. Sasuke, it's not enough to just take care of Sakura. There's also Ino Hinata. You can't ignore them either. I didn't expect you didn't miss Hinata. Hinata is very cute, right? Yeah, very cute. Baiyu touched the back of her head embarrassedly. Sasuke, you also felt it, right? What we experienced is not just a dream. Like you, Sakura and the others have more or less sensed it. I promised Hinata that I would not let her go. Sasuke smiled, showing his little tiger teeth, and pointed at Baiyu next to him with one hand. Just don't regret it. What? Baiyu was confused. Be careful of the round-robin battle. After Sasuke finished speaking, he felt like he was teasing Baiyu. He immediately noticed it again, and and a blush appeared on his fair and beautiful cheek. Sasuke glared at Baiyu fiercely, quickened his pace and left. Chapter 688. Let's go together. Baiyu and Sasuke ran away, and the three girls were still walking behind. Sakura said, Sasuke's strength, identity, and appearance are all better than ours. If we don't unite together, we will have no status in the future. Don't forget that Sasuke also found her sister. Sasuke's sister. Ino was a little confused. It seemed that she knew her, but it seemed that she had never seen her. But the strange thing was that she did think that Sasuke had a sister who seemed to be called Uchiha Itaki, and she had met her. She looked very beautiful and gentle, but it seemed that she had never met her. Ino's mind was not clear for a while, so she stopped thinking about it and turned to think that the meal Baiyu made this morning was really delicious and she would eat it tomorrow. Yeah, sister, dear sister. Sakura gritted her teeth. Sasuke really spent a lot of money for Baiyu. With the attributes of Sasuke and Itaki added together, how could Baiyu beat him? Baiyu doesn't understand now. Will she understand in the future? It's a pity that she doesn't have a sister, but even if she does, she doesn't have Sasuke's courage, right? Sakura sighed. Sasuke is really amazing. Hinata heard the topic of Sakura and Ino, and wanted to say that she has a very cute sister who she swore to protect desperately. But when Hinata thought of Hanabi and her eyes that didn't care about her, her heart was a little painful. After Hanabi became the main family, she didn't seem to like her anymore. She should be despising her for giving up when she could have become the main family, right? But with such a cute sister, Hinata didn't want this ugly caged bird to be engraved on Hanabi's forehead. If one of them is destined to become a branch family, she hopes it's herself so that she can give the best to Hanabi and don't let Hanabi experience the pain of a branch family. When Hinata was thinking about something, she suddenly noticed that Sakura and Ino were looking at her. Hinata, aren't you hot wearing such thick clothes? Sakura asked. How can I not be hot? I feel hot just looking at it. It's better to wear lighter clothes in summer. Ino said, look at me, I'm so cool. Ino wore a girl's summer clothes and demonstrated it to Hinata, jumping around. Hinata felt shy. She pulled up her collar a little to cover her face. I do feel hot. Sometimes I sweat, but wearing heavy clothes makes me feel safe, Hinata said embarrassedly. Sakura and Ino understood that Hinata lacked a sense of security. No wonder Baiyu always took care of Hinata when they were together. It turned out that Hinata was a very insecure type, but if you don't feel secure, you should have a strong sense of exclusivity, right? How did she join in? Sakura asked this question, wanting to know why Hinata planned to become Baiyu's wife. Hinata smiled innocently and cutely, her big white eyes looking at the ground. As long as I see him and know that he accepts me, I don't pay attention to other things. I think it's great to be friends with you, and I will be very happy in my heart. It's a good thing for everyone to keep doing this, right? So kind. A completely different type from this guy. Sakura said, hey, what are you talking about? I'm also kind. Okay. Ino was not happy. Yeah, Sakura agreed with Ino perfunctorily, thinking about who was it when she first approached Baiyu. It looks very bad, right? Not only did Sasuke feel insulted, but even she felt ashamed. A double share of the cow, right? Fortunately, Hinata joined late, otherwise she would have cried when she saw Ino's appearance when she just came over. Anyway, strictly follow our order, so there is no need to worry about quarrels. I don't care. Following you can be second and have a bite of meat. Following others can only drink soup. Ino said she didn't care. Ino likes a positive love atmosphere. She doesn't care about Baiyu and other girls. After all, this makes her happy. It's best if her relationship with Baiyu goes smoothly. Other things don't matter. Hinata raised her hand shyly. I'm the same as you. Yeah, it seems that the three of us have reached a consensus. Sakura was about to continue talking when she suddenly thought of Hungda's matter. That heroic and good-looking big sister has been sentenced to heavy punishment since she came into contact with Baiyu. She still has to go to the Hokage building to ask the Sandame to return the money. After all, that was the pocket money that Ino had worked so hard to save, but the bodyguard she hired for Baiyu ran away. Wasn't it a waste? The reward for a mission in the village is very expensive. Sakura planned to deal with things as soon as possible, in case the Sandame forgot about it. What if the pocket money was delayed? Now Ino didn't seem to remember it yet. What if she remembered it in the future? So this matter must be done in the next 2 days. But today is a date with Baiyu, which is her exclusive time, so let's cherish this time first, right? Just as Sakura was talking to Ino Hinata, the three girls saw two people coming in front. Baiyu carried Sasuke back. Idiot, why are you going back again? Sasuke said angrily. Baiyu kept asking questions. How could he say this? And as a result, when the two of them arrived at the school gate, Baiyu carried him back again, doing these unreasonable things. Baiyu said, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata are still behind us. We have to go to school together. Is this the reason you came back? Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Baiyu said, we have to go together. Chapter 688. Let's go together. Okay. Sasuke sighed and let Baiyu let him go. Sakura and the others looked at Baiyu and Sasuke and laughed. Sasuke had a cold face and maintained his personality. He listened to Baiyu and stood quietly aside. Several people went to the ninja school together. During class, Baiyu sat next to Sasuke and he asked Hinata to come over as well. The table was just for 3 people, Sasuke on the left and Hinata on the right. Baiyu was in the middle, lying on the table while listening to Irika's lecture, thinking about the precision of his movement. His other attributes have reached the requirement higher than C level, and only the precision of his movements is weaker than C. As long as he improves his precision of movement, he will get another chance to draw. Now there are very few rewards left in the system reward pool that can be drawn. Most of the substitutes are covered by black garbled code, and even the black Sabbath he drew in his dream has turned into a black piece. It is not clear what is on it, and it is unknown whether Black Sabbath still exists. This makes Baiyu feel depressed, but he can still draw a substitute, which makes him happy. The other attributes in the attribute panel are good for physical skills, but the precision of movement is difficult to upgrade. The precision of movement is related to hand-eye coordination and the technical experience accumulated by oneself. The higher the level, the higher the requirements for these items. Sea level is the easiest, and the higher the level is the limit of human beings and the precision of movement beyond human beings. That is not a realm that humans can reach at all. So the chance to draw a stand at sea level is very important and precious. If he draws well, he will become the world's top combat force again. If he draws badly, it will take a long time to develop. Baiyu has broken through sea level once, and it is not a problem to do it again, so he plans to improve the precision of his movements after class and then go play with Sakura. Chapter 689 Men's Domain. After class, Baiyu asked Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino to go home first, and he took Sakura to the woods behind the school to practice the precision of his movement. Sasuke knew what would happen to the family today. Danzo would go to his father to discuss the Sharingan. Although the Uchiha clan was safe with his brother, Sasuke still planned to go back to take a look. He didn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan and couldn't exert his strongest power, but he could still use Susanoo. The use of Susanoo only consumed chakra energy. The Mangekyo Sharingan determined the growth limit of Susanoo. As long as this limit was opened once, it would only take enough chakra energy to make Susanoo reach that height. So, Susanoo was his strongest power now, and the perfect Susanoo. Sasuke believed that in this world, except for Baiyu and Itachi, no one could beat him. After Sasuke left, Hinata and Ino went to Bayu's house together. Hinata and Baiyu lived together. Ino went to Bayu's house to stare at the flower pot, hoping that the flowers would grow sooner so that she would be the one among her friends who would get the approval of Bayu's parents the fastest. In the wood, Baiyu borrowed a ninja tool bag from Sasuke, and he was practicing kunao throwing to improve the precision of his movement. The precision of C-level movements is still at the human level, and even ordinary ninjas can practice it, but at the higher B level and A level, it is not a realm that ordinary ninjas can reach. If C-level is called 100% accurate, no one misses, then what is the limit that humans can reach, and what realm can be reached by breaking through the signs of humans' world? Baiyu didn't know. He only knew that his growth was A level, which was inhuman. His bloodline was B level, reaching the limit of human beings. Baiyu had reached C-level movement precision once, and now he was very good at training. In Sakura's exclamation, he quickly broke through this limit, from occasionally hitting the target to hitting the target in the last case clean and neat. In the future that Baiyu had experienced, he had transplanted Quan's eyes, which gave him a huge breakthrough, allowing him to see any target within his sight clearly, as clear as if it was right in front of him. In that state, his movement precision increased rapidly. Although Baiyu doesn't have the Sharingan now, his nerve reflexes and experience in throwing kunao are still there, which allows him to easily reach C-level movement precision. And when Baiu's all attributes are above C-level, he will be qualified to draw a substitute for the second time. In the dream, Baiyu drew Black Sabbath, but Black Sabbath exists in the dream-like future, not in the present, and because the present is different, that future will not happen. Like a dream, I don't know whether it is real or fake, just like an illusion. Originally, Baiyu thought he had a chance to draw Black Sabbath again, but there was one thing that made Baiyu feel very heavy, that is, the position representing Black Sabbath in the system reward pool was covered by garbled code. Baiyu could not check the substitute or item covered by the black garbled code, which made him feel like this substitute or item was lost from the system. Most of the reward pool was covered by black code. Baiyu had a hunch that he would never be able to draw out the substitute covered by the black garbled code. It was as if, as the mysterious power that enveloped the whole world faded, his Black Sabbath also retreated. It looked like Black Sabbath was eaten by an unknown horror. Baiyu thought of Rokakaka being left somewhere in the land of Earth, thinking that it was probably lost. He drew Black Sabbath in that false future, and then Black Sabbath was lost. Baiyu had a bad feeling, but he couldn't find out the existence that caused this phenomenon after losing the Purple Hermit, so he could only keep the uneasiness in his heart. At this time, Baiyu realized the importance of the Purple Hermit. Among the many types of intelligence substitute, the Purple Hermit is really very powerful. The intelligence ability that can be traced as long as part of the target's information is known is simply unique and powerful. Baiyu believes that Uzumaki Nagato is his current threat in the open. The threat in the dark is greater and more dangerous than the open one. The person or thing that causes the system to go wrong is the biggest threat to him. He needs to have the ability to rescue Baekwan as soon as possible so that he can find out the person behind the scenes. I talked a lot with Itaka last night. He didn't know what happened in this world very well, but after I talk he understood. I will continue to discuss with Itaka when I have time. Itaka may have obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he will be my strongest helper. With Itaka, it will be easier to deal with Nagato. After dealing with Nagato, I will work with Itaka to find the guy who secretly did things. Just when Baiyu finished training, Sakura applauded Baiyu. Baiyu, you are so good. You hit the target every time in the last few times. This will achieve an excellent evaluation in the ninja school exam. Sakura saw Baiyu finish training and walked towards Baiyu. Baiyu was embarrassed by Sakura's praise. Her face was slightly red, and she said in a normal state, Xiao Ying, you can practice a few more times. I will teach you to throw kunao when I have time. Okay. Sakura agreed happily. Baiyu casually drew a substitute and was extremely looking forward to this new substitute, but when he really drew this substitute he was stunned. Chapter 689 The Domain of Men. Baiyu never thought that he would actually extract such a stand. There is no place for this stand in his list of the stand he wants most and the list of the stand he doesn't want most. In other words, this stand is neither good nor bad. It's not that this stand is not strong enough. On the contrary, it is a very strong stand power. Even among many time-based stands, it is a top-ranked ability. With this power, he will not be afraid of any battle from now on. But how can it be the domain of men? This power that can make time go back appears at this moment. How can he use it? Baiyu wanted the golden experience of being able to infuse life force into object, but in the field of men, well, it was better than cheap trick. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, even if there is a power that can reverse time, it can only delay the time of death. Reversing time can only play a role of a Jedi turnaround when the level is the same. When facing a stronger person who is higher than oneself or a weaker person who is lower than oneself, reversing time is just a kind of chicken rib, useless. It's a pity to abandon it. Baiyu sighed, but it's better than nothing. Baiyu read the man's domain and found that this stand was like a jellyfish, pink all over, with a huge pink head as the center, and a lot of eyes and slender swaying tendrils. The ability is to activate the power of the stand. Let the time go back 6 seconds, except for the original body. Everyone loses the memory of the 6 seconds, and let the timeline be reread. In other words, he can activate this ability at any time, and no additional conditions are required. But in the original work, the stand envoy Lin Guo who holds this stand needs to twist the watch like mental suggestion to make time go back, and the enemy also retains the memory of the 6 seconds. Why is this? The stand is called the man's domain. Lin Guo is a person who pursues absolute fairness. Doesn't he not only tell the enemy about the stand ability before the fight, but also use the stand power to protect his enemy to prevent the enemy from losing the memory of 6 seconds during the duel, thus causing unfairness in the duel? Baiyu couldn't believe it. Letting the enemy keep the memory for 6 seconds was equivalent to weakening the maximum power of the ability to reverse time. Doesn't this mean that both people have a chance to start over again when dueling? Lin Guo can turn defeat into victory, and the enemy can also prepare a better strategy to kill Lin Guo. Such a person, is he a real man? Although Lin Guo can reverse time, which seems unfair to the enemy, Lin Guo did not let the enemy lose the experience of the duel, but retained the enemy's memory of reversing time for 6 seconds. Moreover, when Lin Guo activates his ability, he needs to twist the watch on his wrist like giving himself a mental hint to activate the power of the stand. This happens to be Lin Guo's weakness, and the enemy can attack based on this weakness. Baiyu got the man's domain, and thought of this stand messenger with mixed feelings. In terms of ability, it is very simple, not as complicated as the deepest mechanism of the Purple Hermit, but because of this, the power of time reversal is very difficult to develop in the next step, and there is no need to develop it at all. The power of the time system is too domineering and simple. It can be very powerful without development. Baiyu came back to his mind and continued to browse the attributes of the man's domain. His stand has the same attributes as his original body, so even a weak stand can grow very powerful with his original body. It is precisely because of this that the man's domain in the original JoJo 7th part Homayero has a more complete form. Stand, man's domain. Ability, let time go back. Attribute, destructive power C, speed C, endurance B, growth A, action precision C, range C. Now that you have a stand, let's try the ability of this stand. Baiyu thought and saw Sakura still looking at him. Baiyu said, show you a magic trick. What magic? Sakura asked with interest. Baiyu took out a few kunao and threw them around quickly. My maximum range is within 15 meters. The closer you are to me, the higher the action precision, up to sea level. On the contrary, the farther away from me, the lower the precision of my movement, but it is still above D level, which can be called weak C, and the time reversal of the man's domain will be activated within my range, that is, within a range of 15 meters. It is a full 6 seconds around me, and the edge of 15 meters will be weakened accordingly. Baiyu threw the kunao and flew out, and Baiyu immediately activated the power of the stand. In Baiyu's sight, the kunao retreated back to his hand, and at the same time his movements and the surrounding scenes in the woods also began to regress, including Sakura's movement. They also regressed 6 seconds at the same time. However, Baiyu did not let Sakura forget the experience during this period, but let Sakura keep this memory. In other words, Sakura also saw the scene of time reversal completely. There was no feeling that nothing happened. Sakura looked at this scene in surprise, wanting to ask what happened, but refrained from asking. There is a rule in the ninja world that no matter how good a friend is, you cannot ask about the secrets of each other's ninjutsu, which will make the friend's ninjutsu flawed. In the ninja world, there is no lack of the ability to get information from people. Chapter 689 Men's Domain. Baiyu only saw Xiao Ying's expression that he was awesome, and did not wait for Xiao Ying's more praise, which made him a little disappointed. After Baiyu finished training, he got the second stand man's domain. He felt that there was nothing to practice, so he walked out of the school with Xiao Ying. On the way, Xiao Ying had something to tell Baiyu, but she thought about it and held it back, but Baiyu still noticed it. Xiao Ying told Baiyu about what happened in the morning under Baiu's questioning. You and Ino planted flowers together, and then put the seeds on the table. I looked at it out of curiosity, and I felt, well, you should be mentally prepared. What's wrong? Baiyu said. Sakura, that seed is a cooked seed. It may be cooked. There are signs that it has been soaked in water and dried on the surface. I wanted to take advantage of you. We didn't notice to change to raw seeds so that you and Ino can live happily together. But when I was in class, I couldn't help thinking, if you really grow roses and Auntie knows the truth, will she approve of you and Ino? I think it's better to tell you about it. I didn't tell Ino about this matter, worried that she would be hit. Baiyu heard this with mixed feelings. He touched Xiao Ying's head. Thank you, Xiao Ying. Actually, I know. When I opened the bag in the morning, I smelled a delicious smell. I thought it was melon seed. You and Ino are competitors, and you are still considering our relationship. I am so touched, but today is my time to spend with you. Don't wrong yourself. I will find a way to deal with Ino's affairs. I will challenge Uncle Yamanaka Ino in the afternoon. He doesn't agree with my relationship with Ino. I will make him agree. I believe he will recognize my potential. Xiao Ying was touched on the head by Bai Yu, blushing and worried. Can you beat Ino's father? I heard that he is a senior ninja. I will win, and then marry you all home. Bai Yu put down her hand. Xiao Ying felt relieved. In fact, I am also thinking of another possibility. Is this ripe seed a test from Aunt Yamanaka to you in another way? Are you testing me? That is to say, the real test is not to grow the seed and let it bloom, but other hidden conditions. Bai Yu became interested. He originally wanted to win the gold experience, and he would use his fist to make it bloom. Who knew that Aunt Yamanaka was so wise and had another hidden test question, which really stumped him. What exactly is this test question? Just when Bai Yu asked Xiao Ying, he suddenly saw a boy in white clothes outside the school gate with white eyes pointing at him in panic and anger. You playboy, it's not enough to have my sister Hinata, but you actually flirt with other women. How can you be worthy of Hinata? Ningji originally wanted to have a showdown with Bai Yu, the kind of duel between the masters of the school, the kind of mutual respect. At this time, Ningji saw Sakura beside Bai Yu, and suddenly he became furious. Veins popped out on his forehead and temples, and his cute little face looked ferocious and terrifying. Ningji went up and sent out both palms. Soft fist, 8 diagrams 32 palms. Chapter 690. Angry Sakura. Seeing that Ninkai was coming aggressively, Bai Yu immediately waved her hand to block Sakura and stepped forward to stand in front of Sakura. Ninkai had just practiced the 8 diagrams 32 palms. Unlike the basic acupoints, the palm of the soft fist had a larger area which could be released to seal more acupoints on the enemy's body. At this time, the body was struck and the light blue translucent chakra energy emerged from the body. The chakra energy formed a bagua-like pattern around him and slowly rotated. While the bagua pattern was rotating, the palm of Ninkai's hand had already blasted out. These palms were fast and extremely fast, and it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Only dense palms were seen attacking from various directions. If it were an ordinary ninja who could not detect the flaws between the moves, he would definitely be eliminated by Niji's soft fist, and the chakra energy on his body would be sealed, becoming a dead fish on the battlefield. But Bai Yu already knew the soft fist, and Hinata didn't know how many soft fist secrets she taught him by example, so how could she not know the weaknesses of the soft fist? Niji came fiercely. His emotions and physical skills were well coordinated, and he hit the peak attack. Bai Yu's combat experience was also not weak. Following the gap between the 32 palms of the soft fist, he directly followed the 32 punches in the gap of the fist. Bai Yu could not use the soft fist to avoid causing trouble for Hinata, but even if it was just an ordinary attack, it was very powerful. After all, if you know one thing, you know 100 things. Bai Yu also knows how to use chakra energy to activate the power of physical skills, so these 32 punches are as powerful as Niji's 32 palms, just as strong. Bai Yu hit Niji's arm under his palm with each punch, and hit 32 punches in succession. The blow directly hit Niji's wrist so hard that he stepped back. Niji was stunned and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? How could you hit my wrist with every punch? The attack is too monotonous. I am blind and can't see the gaps in the attack. If you can hit more palms, I can't find the gaps. Bai Yu commented. Niji suddenly understood that it was because the palms were too scattered, giving Bai Yu the opportunity to strike back and get in the way, so that he was defeated in one move. No, what is he thinking? Should he think of this? What he should think of is, his sister Hinata was cheated by another woman. It's you. Niji pointed at Sakura. You took Hinata's boyfriend away when she wasn't paying attention. I will definitely help Hinata get him back. Hinata is weak, cowardly, and like a coward. When she is bullied by you, she will definitely give in and retreat, not daring to say a word. She can only cry every day, thinking about the happy things between you and Bai Yu, and can only pretend that the things between you and Bai Yu do not exist. But I can't stand this. Hinata is from the Hyga branch family. How can I turn a blind eye to her being wronged? If you are sensible, leave Bai Yu quickly and return Bai Yu to Hinata. Otherwise, when I practice a stronger trick, I will definitely beat Bai Yu to death. Wrong. Ninkai forgot that the main family came to ask him to break up Bai Yu and Hinata, not to match Bai Yu and Hinata. Bai Yu, why do you want to hit him? Sakura was speechless. Did you get something wrong? Why does it sound like I'm sorry for Hinata? Go ask Hinata who is cheating on whom. This Ninkai looked at Sakura's righteous look and couldn't help wondering, is it really his mistake? But it doesn't make sense. Hinata looks like she will cry for a long time if she is hit on the head with a punch. How dare she steal someone else's boyfriend? Absolutely impossible. Ninkai shook his head and denied this answer. I don't care about it myself, and I agreed to the matter between Hinata and Bai Yu, but you, as a brother, jumped out. Sakura was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and wanted to hit Ninkai. In this world, besides Suzuki, which other woman is as generous as me? I have tolerated so many women, but you actually said that I am so despicable. I will beat you to death. Bai Yu hurriedly stopped Sakura. I can do it. I'll do it with you. You're so pissed. Sakura and Bai Yu beat up Niji with punches and kick. Niji was not a match for Bai Yu, and Sakura had a lot of strength. He was beaten up by Bai Yu and Sakura on the spot, so he was unreasonably cowed by two people in a good challenge. Bloodline limit. You actually have a bloodline limit. What is that black shadow? Ninkai called out a few words in a daze and fainted. Sakura felt scared at this moment. Seeing someone watching them on the road, she quickly asked Bai Yu to take Ninkai to the ninja hospital. Miraculously, Luckily, Ninkai actually had a record in the hospital. Now he didn't even need to go through the admission procedures. He was admitted directly on the spot, saving Baiyu and Sakura a lot of effort. Sakura and Baiyu felt guilty and slipped out of the ninja hospital. We have to go back and talk to Hinata about this matter. Let Hinata tell this guy that she is willing to do it so that he won't come to trouble us again, Sakura said. Encountering this on the date, time was wasted. Sakura felt at a disadvantage when she thought about it. When she thought about being at a disadvantage, she felt annoyed, and the time she spent with Baiyu was much less. Baiyu nodded. Yes, I won't let Hinata go home so early in the future. She will accompany us for a while so that we can explain it clearly when we meet Ninkai. Otherwise, what should we do if he goes to the hospital? The two villains returned home, and Sakura told Hinata about the situation. Hinata was very worried and said that she would tell Niji about her and Baiyu when she had the chance, and asked Niji not to care about her. What Baiyu didn't expect was that Hinata actually cooked for lunch herself. He and Sakura ate together, and the taste was surprisingly good. The dishes looked light, but they had a unique flavor, just like Hinata, gentle and kind. Chapter 690 Angry Sakura. Ino hasn't come home yet. Lying on the sofa and sleeping, it seems that she is taking a lunch break. The big electric fan above her head was turning slowly, and Ino looked so carefree. Baiyu and Sakura didn't disturb Ino when they came back. Hinata's cheeks were flushed, and shyness could be seen in her white eyes. She said Ino didn't dare to go home. She said she would live here from now on. Baiyu, can you keep Ino at home? I can stay in the same room with Ino. Ino heard Hinata stammering and finishing what she taught, so she quietly opened one eye and looked around the room to see Baiyu's reaction. Who knew that she saw Baiyu noticed her all of a sudden? Ino immediately blushed and continued to pretend to sleep, and told herself that it was a dream. A dream? How can this be? Sakura was furious. If Ino was going to move in, wouldn't that mean she was the only one who didn't come? This guy should not be underestimated. Knowing that Hinata was cute and liked by Baiyu, he deliberately let Hinata speak so that Baiyu would agree. But Baiyu agreed to this matter. Among the few people, she was the only one who didn't come with Baiyu. God knows what Ino's next move will be. Baiyu must not be fooled by Ino. Sakura rushed straight to Ino without waiting for Baiyu to answer. Ino was tickled by Sakura, and she couldn't stop crying with laughter. The two good-looking people rolled off the sofa. Stop it, Sakura. I know I was wrong. Ino was as cowardly as ever, and she couldn't even pretend to sleep. Sakura stopped at this point. The two were also very good friends, but it was not good to compete for boyfriends. Next time if you have an idea, remember to tell me. If you have this plan, why don't you take me with you? Hey, I didn't hold out any hope either. After all, I was afraid of what my mother would say about me, Ino said. Sakura's eyes dimmed. Me too. I really envy Hinata. Hinata felt dizzy under the gaze of Sakura and Ino. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she fainted from acute heat stroke. Baiyu hurriedly put Hinata down, knowing that Hinata had a long-term illness. She was obviously practicing physical skills and was very strong, but she looked weak. However, because of this, he had to take better care of Hinata. Baiyu, don't look at Hinata. You are together every day. Sakura hinted to Baiyu to go upstairs quickly. Baiyu thought about Sakura's morning, the clothes I brought him. I suddenly didn't want to go out. Chapter 691 Going out. Ino took Baiyu's hand and took Baiyu upstairs. When Ino saw Sasuke's room, she suddenly had a feeling in her heart. A feeling of copyright JAVU. Strange, have we experienced such a thing? Ino asked in a daze. Baiyu's face darkened, and she denied. No, you are wrong. Sakura covered her mouth and laughed. It seems that not everyone has reacted, and Ino's love for Baiyu has not reached its peak. Ino scratched her head in confusion, still not figuring it out, but now she felt the same as yesterday. She worked hard to exercise at home, and then worked hard to exercise at home again, as if she had exercised twice on the same day. Anyway, it seemed like she was at a disadvantage. Ino couldn't figure out where she was at a disadvantage. Ino didn't think about it any further, and pushed Baiyu excitedly. Hurry up, I'm looking forward to your appearance. Baiyu was pushed into the house by Ino, and he closed the door with a dark face. After the door was closed, Baiyu sighed with a melancholy look that was difficult to resolve, and the silly hair on the top of his head couldn't help but soften. Why is it still like this? Can't I escape this fate? It's the second time. Alas, Sakura just has such an interest. Why does she have such an interest? Baiyu couldn't help wondering. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Sakura knocked on the door. She was very happy. She was very excited. Baiyu shuddered. I know. Baiyu walked quickly to the bedside, and when she saw the clothes, her fair little face suddenly turned red from her neck to her ears, and her pair of light green eyes looked around in confusion. Why is he so obedient? Baiyu took a few steps back in resistance, sweat on his forehead. Or should he sneak away? Use shadow clones? Let the clone replace him, but the memory will still return to the original body. And how to use the shadow clone? I have never thought about learning it. Even if I searched it from someone else's brain, I was too lazy to remember it. The ninjutsu of shadow clones. If you split one, your chakra will be divided into 2 parts. If you split 2, your chakra will be divided into 3 parts, and so on. If you split dozens or 100, you will be extremely weak. Unlike chakra monsters like Naruto, Baiyu conservatively estimated that he could only split 1 or 200 at most. Once this trick of reducing the proportion of his own chakra is used, many powerful ninjutsu will not be able to be used. Only a ghost would want to learn such a trick. Only Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the 9-tail chakra, so he can use it so heroically. Divide into hundreds of shadow clones, and the main body actually has chakra to use Raise Nan or Big Ball Raise Nan. This chakra energy is simply ridiculous, almost equivalent to the chakra energy in one one shadow clone is comparable to that of a Jonin or Chunin. Other ninjas have worked hard to sharpen their spirit, experience the painful road of torturing their spirit, and exercise their bodies to obtain chakra energy only at the level of Naruto's shadow clone, and Naruto can easily divide such a shadow clone into 100. Anyone who sees this will collapse. Bayu's mind can't help but wander, and he thinks that he can't bear this kind of pain alone, and he will go to Naruto to play with it another day. A little blonde boy plus a cat girl in women's clothing. Will this be very interesting? Bayu couldn't help but dig into the bowl and look at the pot, but now he is the one in the pot. Bayu looked at the clothes on the bed nervously, as if these clothes could eat people. Bayu thought about it. It was not the first time. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. He suddenly missed Sasuke. Why did Sasuke go back? If Sasuke saw it, would he be biased towards him? No, Sasuke would watch with relish. Last time was the case. Bayu thought of Chuan and found that Chuan was much more reliable than others, more gentle and very safe. But Chuan was gone now, and Bayu didn't even know if Chuan still remembered him. Sad. In great pessimism, Bayu sacrificed himself in one go. Half an hour later, two little girls stood at the intersection of the street. One girl had short pink hair and green eyes. She looked energetic. She was holding the hand of the girl next to her and waiting for the people at the intersection to pass. The girl with short red hair wore a white dress and stood aside with her head down. The hair on her head looked listless, giving people a feeling of being soft and easy to bully, but she looked very cute. Sakura, can we not stay in the village? Bayu raised her head in a desperate struggle. It's good to go to the library to study. I love studying very much. I feel uncomfortable if I don't study for a day. No, we have something important to deal with today. Sakura glanced at the Hokage building not far ahead. This matter is also related to you. It's related to me. Bayu followed Sakura's line of sight and looked at the Hokage building. She reacted all of a sudden and her face turned pale. Sakura, you are not going to the Hokage building, are you? Of course. Sakura said. No, I don't want to die. Bayu turned around and was about to run. Sakura smiled evilly at Bayu. Yu Shen came up with a trick to force the issue. Don't worry, no one knows you. Come, put on these sunglasses. I saw them in your living room. I knew you would be shy. Sakura turned Bayu around and put sunglasses on Bayu. Under Bayu's pitiful expression, the cute little girl in women's clothing looked very cool after wearing sunglasses. Half of her face was under the sunglasses, which made her look more handsome and cute. Chapter 691 Going out. This way no one will recognize you. Sakura nodded with satisfaction. My boyfriend is very handsome. But what if he is recognized? Bayu hesitated. How can there be so many possibilities? Sakura patted Bayu on the back. If you are really worried, we won't go to the Hokage building. It's not a big deal. Well, Bayu felt bad when hearing Sakura say this. Sakura raised Bayu's right hand, put her palm together, and clasped it, saying, do you remember the matter of Hongdu? I remember. Bayu nodded. You found the person who issued the task in the Hokage building. I can't see her now. Bayu couldn't see Hongdu after losing the purple hermit. Sakura raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Bayu just likes big sisters. What's good about big sisters? Sakura was originally going to let Bayu wait for her outside the Hokage building. She would go to the Sandame to return the money and then go play with Bayu. Unexpectedly, Bayu accidentally remembered Hongdu. Sakura said, then we can't see it. Let's go to the Hokage building and ask the Sandame to get the money back. We can't let Ino's hard-earned pocket money go to waste. Wouldn't it be bad to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Bayu couldn't help asking. He didn't think of this. The most important thing is that it was not his money that was spent, but Hongdu hired by Sakura and Ino. So he never thought of asking the village to cancel the task. This matter is that the village's task failed. According to the regulations, the employer can take back the money for issuing the task. Then didn't Hongdu go to the heavy punishment room? Even if we don't go to the village to return the money, the village will not give Hongdu's part to Hongdu. Even if it is given, can Hongdu still spend money in the heavy punishment room? Bayu thought about it. That's right, but then again, without the purple hermit, how should he go to see Hongdu? Lurk in? It would be bad if he was caught. Suddenly, Bayu thought of his ability to reverse time. Although it only lasts for 6 seconds, if used well, he can go to the heavy punishment room without anyone noticing. Chapter 692 Encountering an attack stand envoy in Konoha _ a bird passing _ the man's domain can reverse time. This ability is very buggy. As long as you don't pursue a fair duel with the enemy like Linguo, the power of the man's domain will not let the enemy retain his memory, and it can be activated in a moment. This is just like the Crimson King predicting time and deleting the predicted time. The man's domain without any restrictions is as powerful as the Crimson King. In this way, it is equivalent to knowing the opponent's actions in advance and then killing in advance according to the opponent's actions, launching a fatal blow in the predicted trajectory, and having countless opportunities for trial and error. Complete time system ability, very powerful. The man's domain is as powerful as the Scarlet King. However, because he is the main body, the ability range of the man's domain overlaps with his range, which is only 15 meters at most. If you want to increase the range, you need to increase the chakra energy. It can only make the time within the range of 15 meters go back 6 seconds, which is a very big weakness. Bayu felt a headache. It seems that it is very difficult to meet Hongdu. Bayu used the purple hermit before and was also troubled by the range, but the purple hermit's reading ability is a long-range attack, and the range has little restriction on the purple hermit. But the man's domain, it is really a domain that expands outward with the main body as the center. Linguo's range is obviously very large. Bayu couldn't figure out whether the time-related abilities in JoJo were applied to a certain area or the entire world, but he was now troubled by his own range. When Bai-Yu was thinking about it, a huge noise suddenly appeared in the village. The sound was deafening. Bai-Yu and Sakura looked back at the place where the sound came from. In the direction of the Uchiha clan, a red chakra giant slowly stood up from the ground. When Bai-Yu looked back, a voice suddenly appeared in his heart. Bai-Yu, I can't stand it anymore. Danzo must die today. Bai-Yu quickly cracked the information sent by Itaki and happened to see Itaka's Susanoo. Bai-Yu was completely stunned. Wife, this is different from what we agreed on. Didn't you say yesterday that you would wait for him to grow? Why did you go it alone? When Bai-Yu was stunned, a kunao suddenly flew over from the dark. It flew towards Bai-Yu's neck. Bai-Yu didn't pay attention and his throat was pierced by the kunao. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound pierced by the kunao, staining the delicate collarbone and the white dress on his body red for a while. Bai-Yu looked shocked and felt great pain. He had an excellent fighting consciousness and immediately looked at the place where the kunao flew out. Sure enough, he saw a ninja jumping out of the dark and rushing towards him with a knife. Yu-Yu-Gai. Bai-Yu's throat hurt so much that he couldn't speak clearly and blood came out of his mouth. He was actually attacked by surprise. He was followed and succeeded in one shot. Bai-Yu. Sakura opened her eyes wide and looked at the red-haired girl next to her in panic. Sakura only saw Bai-Yu protecting her with one hand, facing the ninja who ran over. Bai-Yu grabbed the kunao stuck in his neck, opened his eyes wide, and his expression was as hideous and terrifying as a dead body. It doesn't matter, I have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and it's not that my heart and brain are injured. Just give me time, I can recover from this injury in minutes. Yes, with Bai-Yu's recovery ability, he can easily recover from this injury. Just pull out the thing that is in the way in the throat. Bai-Yu held the kunao and pulled the cold weapon that pierced his throat out of the flesh and blood. The sharp edge of the kunao cut the flesh and trachea on both sides. After it was pulled out, blood spurted out. Bai-Yu wanted to hold the kunao to block the knife swung by the ninja, but he didn't expect that after pulling out the kunao, his body lost most of its strength and fell forward. Maeda Kiichi looked at Bai-Yu's actions in surprise. You are really a devil. Maeda Kiichi raised his samurai sword and slashed at Bai-Yu. Die, devil. Bai-Yu had a premonition that he would die, but it was just a premonition. Although Bai-Yu admired this person for being able to sneak attack him, but for a master of his level, even if the battle situation is unfavorable, there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory. Whether he used the Mansfield substitute to beat the ninja away, or used his palm to catch the opponent's sword, even if his body was injured, the samurai sword split his arm vertically like firewood. He would not die. As long as he can catch his breath, he will still be the winner. It just depends on who is more ruthless before death. And now, the best plan is start. Time goes back 1 second. Bai-Yu's fallen body retreated back 2 seconds. The ninja's sword and body retreated back 3 seconds. Bai-Yu inserted the kunao back into his neck 4 seconds. All the scattered blood flew back, and the snow-white dress stained with red was gradually fading and becoming white. 5 seconds. Bai-Yu retracted his hand to protect Xiaoying, and the kunao that pierced his throat was coming out. Xiaoying's eyes showed surprise. Just like in the wood, Bai-Yu took back the kunao he threw, and everything in the entire area was moving backward. The kunao in Bai-Yu's throat came out, which was tantamount to multiple traumas for Bai-Yu, who also kept his will clear in time. Chapter 692 Encountering an attack. But how can this scene compare to the battle in the Rain Village? Bai-Yu's light green eyes turned in the reverse time and saw the kunao flying out of his neck and the ninja jumping out from the darkness in the distance and running towards this side. It's okay. 6 seconds. The time reversal ends. From this moment on, time flows normally. Bai-Yu immediately took Sakura back a step. At this moment, a kunao flew past from the side like a thin line, leaving a blood mark on Bai-Yu's neck. Even though Bai-Yu dodged quickly enough, he was still injured by the kunao, which shows the opponent's grasp of timing. Then, Bai-Yu turned around and strode towards Maeda Ika, who rushed out. His hands and feet were strengthened by chakra energy and his fists were shining red. Dare to kill me? You have the gut. I'll send you to death right now. Die, devil. Maeda Kiichi raised his sword, not knowing what had just happened. He was afraid of this unknown and terrifying power, so he could only turn this fear into anger and cut down the sword towards Bai-Yu. Bai-Yu punched directly at the samurai sword. His excellent eyesight, grasp of timing, and super fast nerve reflex speed allowed Bai-Yu to sense the trajectory of his opponent's sword. Snap! Bai-Yu's palm hit the chop blade, knocking the samurai sword in Maeda Kiichi's hand away, and then stepped over and entered the range of his own physical attack. Maeda Kiichi immediately retreated. Bai-Yu followed with a step forward and chased after him. Maeda Kiichi wanted to continue retreating, but it was too late. Bai-Yu found a perfect opportunity and punched a few times. The power of his fist, strengthened by chakra energy, was comparable to that of a normal physical ninja. At the same time, Bai-Yu eliminated the disadvantage brought by the age difference and punched Maeda Kiichi with a few punches. Maeda Kiichi kept retreating, and fist-sized dents kept appearing on his thin body. Bai-Yu remained calm, and a jellyfish-like substitute emerged from the side with dozens of pure eyes on the huge head and ribbon-like tentacles followed Bai-Yu and continued the attack. After a series of dense and continuous attack, Maeda Kiichi was severely injured and fell to the ground under the cooperation of Bai-Yu and the substitute. Bai-Yu looked at the face of this person, and his excellent memory made him realize that this was one of the people he had killed in the ninja hospital in his dream. Then, Bai-Yu recalled that he and Sakura went to the hospital for a physical examination yesterday, and when he was discharged from the hospital, everyone in the ninja hospital was staring at him. The eerie look as if the corpses were looking at him collectively made him remember it vividly. Is that so? Bai-Yu sighed. The jellyfish used its tentacles to roll up the samurai sword that had fallen to the ground and handed it to Bai-Yu. Bai-Yu held the handle of the sword and walked towards towards the man. Maeda Kiichi was seriously injured and tried desperately to crawl back, leaving blood marks on the ground. A terrifying feeling of powerlessness spread over his body. Maeda Kiichi could only watch the boy in a white dress walking towards him. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I thought it was a dream and you didn't die. I was relieved. I really don't want to kill anyone anymore. I really don't want to do this boring thing anymore. But you still died because of me. Chapter 693 Time Reversal. But you still died because of me. Bai Yu felt sorry in her heart. If I could, I would also like to be a good child. Why does this world force me to move forward again and again? Now that you have killed me, there is nothing to say between us. Let me send you to leave this world for real. Bai Yu came to Maeda Kiichi with a samurai sword longer than others in his hand. Maeda Kiichi finally couldn't control the fear in his heart. His facial expression twisted and the memories of death deeply imprinted in his mind all appeared at this time. Maeda Kiichi saw it, seeing the boy in the ninja hospital wearing a hospital gown with many suture marks on his body. That boy, the appearance of the person in the white dress in front of him overlapped. Why would he come to assassinate like crazy? Knowing how terrible this guy is, he still rushed over to die. The two of them are not opponents of the same level at all. Bai Yu raised the knife in his hand. I sensed that the fragment of the hermit is on you. It's on you. It allows you to retain your memory. After Bai Yu finished speaking in the voices of Sakura and Maeda Kiichi, he stabbed Maeda Kiichi's heart with a knife and slashed it downward fiercely, breaking a bloody wound. Maeda Kiichi's eyes widened, his pupil shrank, and as his vitality faded, his pupils gradually expanded. His hands could no longer support the ground, and he fell to the ground and died quietly on the street. Bai Yu squatted down, picked up the tip of the knife, and picked out the fragment of the hermit from the broken chest with his hand. This fragment glowed with purple light, and it was evidence of his past crimes. Bai Yu drew out the power of the stand inside. Without the support of the stand, the chakra energy could not be preserved and dissipated in the air. The power of the stand is activated, and time begins to go backward. Bai Yu said indifferently. Time within the 15-meter radius began to go backward. Bai Yu's body went back 1 second, and all the chakra energy that escaped in the air returned to his hands. The fragments of the hermit could not appear again because they were absorbed by Bai Yu. Bai Yu was the subject who used the time reversal. He retained his memories. In other words, he was not affected by time. This was the truth he had just realized, and the deeper application of time seemed to have only just begun to show signs, the kind that could be as powerful as the Scarlet King. When he could move freely in time, how powerful would the power of reversing time be? How powerful would it be? Then, except for the fragments of the hermit, everything began to go backward. The wounds of the dead healed, their eyes regained their spirit, and even the luster in their eyes went backwards in time. Finally, resurrection. Under the power of time reversal, even resurrecting the dead was something that could be done easily. The scene in Sakura's eyes returned to a few seconds ago. A few seconds ago, Bai Yu stood in front of Maeda Kiichi with a knife. Maeda Kiichi came back to life and looked at Bai Yu in horror. The red-haired boy in a white dress said innocently and cutely, "Uncle, why did you attack me? Why?" From Maeda Kiichi's perspective, he suddenly appeared and stabbed Bai Yu, but Bai Yu dodged the kunai he threw and then came up and hit him, knocking him to the ground. So it seems that he attacked first? The ninja's mind was a little confused, but he quickly made a clear judgment. Then why did he attack Bai Yu? For an ominous premonition. Yes, he wanted to come and kill Bai Yu for an ominous omen to prevent such a big thing from happening in the village, even if he would be executed by the Hokage after killing Bai Yu. But he couldn't beat Bai Yu. Bai Yu. How can you kill someone if you can't beat him? Maeda Kiichi knew very well that the matter had failed, and if he didn't find an excuse, the person in front of him would really kill him. I recognized the wrong person. Maeda Kiichi lowered his head, admitted defeat neatly, and said a reason that he didn't even believe. Well, there's no acquaintance without fighting. Bai Yu returned the knife to Maeda Kiichi. This is for you. Next time you recognize the right person, don't fight. We are all from the same village. If there is anything, we can talk about it. Fighting and killing is not good. Okay. Maeda Kiichi took the knife and couldn't believe that the other party let him go just like that. After Bai Yu returned the knife to the ninja, he turned around and walked towards Sakura. Maeda Kiichi looked at the back of the boy in the white dress and suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity. A sense of malice arose from his heart. Maeda Kiichi wanted to sneak attack and kill this kid. Short-sighted kid. You are so careless. You don't know the dangers of the ninja world. This is a dangerous world that will never end. Let me teach you today. Maeda Kiichi instinctively grasped the knife, stood up from the ground and wanted to chop Bai Yu's back. At this moment, Maeda Kiichi didn't know if it was an illusion. He saw the boy's footsteps seem to pause slightly, and he glanced back. With this glance, a terrifying pressure appeared on Maeda Kiichi. Maeda Kiichi suddenly paused, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The eyes behind the sunglasses of this child seemed to be invaded by darkness, and the eyes were filled with darkness and death that made people's hearts terrified, as if to say, if you really want to die, just do it. I will never let you go this time. Maeda Kiichi's hesitation about death made him give up the attack. The original posture of standing up was for a better attack, but at this moment he seemed to kneel down for more convenience. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 693 Reverse Time _A Bird Passes _ Maeda Megami put a knife aside, knelt on the ground, supported her hands on the ground and faced the person in the white dress with her forehead on the ground, indicating that she gave up. Bai Yu. Xiao Ying looked at Bai Yu worriedly. Bai Yu nodded, and with a cold expression he took Xiao Ying's hand and left here. After Bai Yu and Xiao Ying walked out of the street, Bai Yu stopped. Xiao Ying, today's date is cancelled first, and I will secretly make up for you another day. Bai Yu said to Xiao Ying. His schedule schedule was full and was divided up by people who liked him. Bai Yu didn't know where he could find time to make up for Xiaoying, but he could only answer like this because in Bai Yu's heart Sasuke is as important as his life. Sakura, you have something to do, right? Well, I'm worried that something happened to Sasuke and a ninja attacked me just now. There may be more and more people in the village who will attack me in the future. Bai Yu thought of the number of ninjas he killed and injured in the dreamlike future. There were hundreds, almost thousands. If these people have more or less fragments of the hermit, then these people may retain their memories and attack him. In other words, everyone in this village is his enemy. After the test just now, Bai Yu found that the fragments of the purple hermit can not only allow people to retain the memory of the future in the dream, but also retain the memory of his reversal of time. The purple hermit has grown to the power to explore time intelligence. Even if time changes, the purple hermit can bring information back to the holder in the changing time, and this power is becoming passive and being used by his former enemies. He needs to find those fragments and recycle them all. Otherwise, his power to reverse time will be restrained by the fragments of the hermit. This is a problem that Bai Yu cannot ignore, and this time, Bai Yu can only choose to kill the people he has killed before and take back the fragments of the hermit from those people and take back the other party's ability to retain memory during the change of time. This approach also means that he cannot stay in the village. If he does not do this, there will be many ninjas like the person just now who will assassinate him in the future. Bai Yu cannot guarantee that he can remain vigilant when sleeping and doing other things. He understands Diablo's fear of leaking his own information to some extent. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days in the world. As long as there is a day of slackness, even if he has invincible power, he can be easily killed by people with ulterior motive. Therefore, in order to maintain his advantage, Bai Yu must recycle the fragments of the hermit. But Bai Yu is not as cowardly as Diablo. When things are irreversible, isn't it just 1,000 ninjas in the village? Then brush them all again. Sakura touched Bai Yu's face with one hand. I can't help you. All I can do in this matter is to protect myself and tell you to be careful. Bai Yu, I wish I could fight side by side with you, but I can't. I am not strong enough to stand with you in danger. Instead, I will become a burden to you. I know it from just now when I could only stand aside and watch you protect me. Sakura, this is not your fault. Bai Yu looked at this first person she liked. His girl, with a gentle look. Bai Yu, I swear I will be a useful person to you, Xiaoying said with pursed lips. Bai Yu took off the sunglasses that Xiaoying had put on him just now and put them on his wife. Not to mention, Xiaoying looks pretty handsome wearing sunglasses. Chapter 694 Resentment and Hatred. Bai Yu and Xiaoying separated and immediately ran towards the direction of the Uchiha clan. He didn't have time to change clothes and didn't care about shame. He only thought that Itake would never use Susanoo unless it was absolutely necessary. Bai Yu was free at this time and immediately contacted Itake. Itake, what happened to you? Itake received the call, and there was nothing to do at the moment, so he said, I have killed Danzo. He can use his enemy. I plan to kill him again. In addition, the ninjas in the village seem to be alarmed. Well, I saw ninjas from the Anbu on the street running towards the Uchiha clan. Be careful, I'll be here soon. Bai Yu ran on the street. Are you coming? Itake asked. Of course, you silly girl. You choose to take action now. As your man, how can I not help you? Bai Yu couldn't help saying, Itake, stupid, what is stupid? Itake's eyes turned red. Bai Yu actually said this to him. Okay, if you say this, he will say it. I'll be there later. Well, Itake was in a complicated mood. Seeing that Bai Yu didn't contact him, he knew that Bai Yu was on the way. Itake sighed and continued to guard the body. Bai Yu ran towards the place where Susanoo appeared and saw many ninjas running towards that place along the way. Bai Yu even met a ninja who warned him to go back to the village. Of course, Bai Yu had killed many people in the village. Although it was a dream, there were many ninjas in the village who held the fragments of the hermit. These ninjas were quite suspicious when they saw Bai Yu, and they could not distinguish between dreams and reality for a while. After all, there were only a few people like Maida Kiichi who went to kill Bai Yu because of a sign. In addition, there were important things in the village at this time, and a large number of ninjas rushed to the place where Susanoo appeared. This Susanoo is the divine power of the Uchiha clan. It is a superpower that has not appeared in the Konoha hermit village for decades. It is definitely not a good thing now that it has appeared. Bai Yu saw that there were so many people rushing there, and he gritted his teeth. I must be the first one to get there. I found it early. If the village's main force also arrive, Itake will be in a passive position. Only if I go there first can I understand the specific situation and then help Itake. Bai Yu raised his hands while running. A jellyfish-like substitute appeared behind him. This substitute was looming, looking around with dozens of pure eyes. Bai Yu took a look. I need to merge with the substitute and form a battle armor to avoid my body being ground into dust by the air at a very fast speed. Man's domain. The jellyfish-like substitute approached Bai Yu and wrapped around Bai Yu's body as if it had merged into it. Bai Yu didn't know what was good looking, and he didn't care about it at this time, so he let the jellyfish wrap his body as much as possible and leave space for joint movement. Bai Yu had used the purple hermit in this way, so he knew what to do. After letting the substitute possess him, Bai Yu immediately used chakra energy to merge with the substitute and solidify it gradually. A layer of red armor appeared on Bai Yu's body, which wrapped Bai Yu's whole body and wore it. The armor itself has many cracks and is filled with a large number of eyes. These eyeballs are distributed on Bai Yu's limbs and torso, and there are even 5 or 6 eyes on Bai Yu's helmet. What's more amazing is that Bai Yu's vision can be shared with these eyes, and he can see the situation in all directions at once, which is really strange. It's like getting the Byakugan, except except that he can't see through object. He has 360 degrees without blind spot, and his eyesight is excellent and his vision is very strong. It's as strong as transplanting the Sharingan. It's not over yet. In addition to the large number of eyes, the jellyfish also has tentacles like ribbons which are concentrated on Baiyu's back and under his arms. At this moment, as soon as Baiyu's transformation ended, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas. What is this? A new ninja tool? Armor. It looks like it appeared out of thin air. It's so convenient and fast. If I can equip it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. As the Konoha ninjas were thinking, they suddenly saw the figure of the man wearing red armor shaking, and the tentacles on his back condensed into dozens of arms. These arms and hands were put together to form the same mark, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Some sharp-eyed ninjas looked up at the sky, but they could only see a light spot, and then they could not see the figure. So fast. This speed is probably the same as the 4th Hokage. Is there another person like the 4th Hokage in our ninja village? Someone looked excited. It's impossible. He used the instant body technique, which brought unparalleled speed through the power of a large number of instant body techniques superimposed together. This speed is destined to be able to rush around, not as agile as the 4th Hokage. Combat experience. The experienced ninja judged the weakness, but it also shows that the armor on his body has strong defense, otherwise it can't resist the sudden burst of driving force. It's not that no ninja has never thought about superimposing the instant body technique to burst faster, but the ninja's body can't bear the power brought by that moment. If you use it forcibly, you will only suffer serious injuries or even die. This trick can only be used by physical ninjas with strong physique, but a ninja with a strong physique can exert extremely fast speeds by himself, so why do you need to use superimposed instant body technique? Therefore, this trick has only been used by Baiyu from ancient times to the present and can turn theory into reality. No matter how the Konoha ninja sighed, Baiyu had already left this place and flew to the place where Susanoo appeared. At this time, Susanoo had been cancelled, but the breath brought by the powerful chakra energy was still diffused around, giving weak creatures a trembling sense of fear. It can be vaguely seen that the sky above the forest is shrouded in red smoke formed after the dissolution of Susanoo, and the smoke is gradually dispersing. Baiyu's armor is as strong as the Purple Hermit, but he does not have the invisibility ability of the Purple Hermit to blend into the environment. Therefore, Baiyu cannot hide his figure, and he attracts everyone's attention as soon as he flies up. Itaka sat on a tree, looking at some corpses on the forest road, quietly waiting for Shimura Danzo's resurrection. The moment he waits for Danzo to resurrect, he will end Danzo's life again. This is his hatred for 2 lifetimes. Today, he wants to quell this hatred and resentment in this illusion space. Itaki originally planned to open a copy for himself, but he did not expect Baiyu to lose all his strength and come to support him. This made Itaka's heart soften and felt that his decision was more meaningful. Chapter 695. Fighting side by side. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village is irreconcilable. When the situation was the most dangerous, Shimura Danzo ordered him to strangle the Uchiha clan ninjas from inside and outside. At that time, he was young and ignorant, influenced by the situation in the village, forced to doubt by his clansmen, and thought he was sober and thought this was the only way, so he attacked his own clansmen. After growing up and having a broader vision, he realized how stupid he was at that time. This stupidity made him suffer, and he was in great pain every day and night, and his heart was torn. He had to endure the inner pain caused by this stupidity, which was the punishment he deserved. But what was more painful was that he could not vent this hatred and murderous intent, and could only endure until the plan succeeded, endure until death, and use his death to give Sasuke a heroic future in exchange for the glory of the Uchiha clan. Sadly, in his previous life he could not avenge his enemies and could not speak of his hatred. In this life it was even more so. He could only vent his inner depression and anger in the environment created by this time-based illusion. He did not dare to retaliate against his enemies in reality, because such an action would bring misfortune to the people around him. After all, the cruel situation in reality had not happened yet, so he did not need to retaliate against the village in reality, and the things in his previous life were over, and he should not remember them until now. So the best way was to flatten Konoha once in this time-based illusion and defeat all the Konoha high-level officials to calm his resentment. Now, even if he could kill Danzo a few more times, he could reduce the pain in his heart. When the hatred in his heart was much less, he could leave this time-based illusion. Itaka was worried that he would become sick if he kept enduring, so he took revenge on the hidden village of Konoha in the illusion. When the illusion was over, he would still be the same as before and would not cause trouble to everyone, because his family is still there, and he and his brother both have the same favorite person, so he doesn't want to implicate everyone because of the pain of his previous life. For these people, Itaka is willing to use this false future copy to kill his hatred so that he can better adapt to real life. Itaka knew that Shimura Danzo would come to the Uchiha clan to explain the Sharingan to his father. In his father's prediction, he had killed Danzo in the village, and in his prediction, his father already knew the result of the previous prediction and would not leave the family, so Shimura Danzo could not see his father in the village and could only visit him. Itaka was waiting alone on the side of the road, wanting to kill Danzo to vent his anger. Although Itaka had promised Baiyu long ago that he would wait for Baiyu to learn swordsmanship to fight Konoha together, to fight side by side and make up for the regret of Rain Village. But this does not conflict with him opening a small copy. After Itaka finished brushing Danzo this time, he will also open a long-term copy for Baiyu to study how to attack Konoha, so there is no conflict between the two. At this moment, Itaka had unexpectedly killed Shimura Danzo and the root ninja who was secretly protecting Danzo. Shimura Danzo was not as open-minded and free-spirited as he appeared on the surface. He did not come to the Uchiha clan alone but brought several root ninjas with him. This shows that Danzo was also afraid of being assassinated by the Uchiha clan. These root ninjas hid around and secretly protected Shimura Danzo. But what Shimura Danzo did not understand was that these people were in Susanoo. Under the power of Nengu, it was not even as good as an ant. Itake easily wiped out the entire team. Itake was guarding the corpse at this moment, waiting for Danzo to revive and kill Danzo again. Shimura Danzo transplanted a Sharingan and could only use Izanami once. When Danzo was resurrected, he killed Danzo once, and Danzo died completely in this prediction. However, at this moment, Itake suddenly heard a voice. Itake looked up at the place where the sound came from and saw a fiery red figure in the sky falling from the sky like a falling meteor until it fell to the ground and slammed into the wood. Itake was secretly on guard. After a while, a strange man wearing red armor and with eyeballs rolling everywhere on his body walked out of the wood. Baiyu was thrown to vomit blood. The man's domain not only did not have the invisibility function of the Purple Hermit but also did not have the ability of the Purple Hermit to read and locate. Therefore, Baiyu could not accurately control his landing. He could only try his best to fly here after noticing Itake and then slammed on the ground. The bombardment that hit the ground caused him great pain and his internal organs seemed to be mixed together. If it weren't for his amazing recovery and vitality, he would not have survived. Each stand has its own role, and now Baiyu thinks that the Purple Hermit is more useful. Itake. Baiyu walked out of the woods and looked at Itake. Itake heard Baiyu's voice, relaxed, and stared at Danzo's body without saying a word. Baiyu also looked at the bodies of several people on the forest road, one of whom was Shimura Danzo, who he was very familiar with. He even killed him several times, which was really annoying. Seeing that Itake didn't speak, Baiyu sat cross-legged on the ground to rest and recover from his internal injuries, waiting for the tough battle that would appear in a while. Now he has just obtained the man's domain and mastered the power of time reversal. His strength is barely at the level of a Jonin. Compared with the strength of the Purple Hermit period, it has declined more than a little. Baiyu has no time to develop the power of the second stand, so he can only do his best to recover his condition to welcome the battle in a while. Itake killed Shimura Danzo, which would cause a big reaction in the village. Konoha would never give up like this. Even if it would not go to war with the Uchiha clan, it would force the Uchiha clan to punish Itake. Chapter 695 Fighting side by side. The village is good at cutting meat with a blunt knife like this, but can he just watch it? No. Baiyu will definitely help Itake. Itake noticed that Baiyu did not ask him the reason but just rested on the side and guarded the body with him. Itake was very intelligent and it was not difficult for him to think of Baiyu's plan. He was moved and persuaded. Many people will come later. You don't have to wait with me. Baiyu looked up at Itake on the branch. I have a grudge against Danzo. Helping you is helping myself. Yet, Itake nodded lightly, stopped standing on the branch, and appeared next to Baiyu in an instant. The relationship between the two is the best in the world. Baiyu has almost rested. After a few tens of seconds of healing, the internal injuries have been completely restored, but the internal organs are still very painful, but this pain is within the tolerance range for Baiyu. What are you going to do? Baiyu asked, wanting to know Itake's plan. Itake said, just kill Danzo. Killing Danzo doesn't have to make such a big fuss. Baiyu said, I think you are going to attack the village. Have you chosen to fight Konoha with the Uchiha clan? Itake, I want to choose this, but reason tells me that I can't do this. Besides, I promised you that I will attack the village with you when you recover your strength. Baiyu, wife, you have already started fighting? Baiyu had a question mark on his forehead. Itake couldn't help laughing and raised his hand to his mouth. This smile was very beautiful and came from the heart, which made people feel relaxed. Chapter 696 Short-term copy. Itake saw Baiyu's puzzled look and suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to tell Baiyu his current strength last night. As a ninja, he shouldn't tell others his trump card, but his relationship with Baiyu is different. They have a good relationship, so he can naturally tell Baiyu. Unlike Uchiha Shisui, Shisui used Kota Amatsukami to tell him that Shisui is a friend he can trust. Because Shisui used Kota Amatsukami, he told him the power of Kota Amatsukami, and when he was lonely and autistic and his life was meaningless, he had the courage to accept a kind big brother into his heart. Although this big brother of the same clan approached him with ulterior motive, the friendship between the two was not all exploitation but real friendship. After Shisui died, he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and knew it. He also knew that Kota Amatsukami was power. The feelings hypnotized by Kota Amatsukami are so profound that they can open the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can be said that the thought taught by Uchiha Obito is very important for him to awaken the eye technique of Tsukuyomi, and Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami also plays a vital role. There are also his experiences, his feelings and his choices, his pain in the reality and his escape mentality, which are all the conditions that led to the birth of Tsukuyomi. He has been living in the real falsehood. His father may be a masked man and his family may want to fight for the rights of the village. Shisui used Kota Amatsukami to tell him about the conflict between the family and the village and asked him to find a way. Uchiha Obito told him about the pain and incurable reality, the distrust of the clan members and the double-faced agent of the family and the village. Who knows how old he was at the time. His friendship with Shisui ended when Shisui died and entrusted the future of the family and the village to him. Because he has done this for Shisui, not only giving the Uchiha clan Suzuki a future, but also maintaining the stability of the Hidden Leaf village, and he also atones for his sins, painful for a lifetime. These are all things of the past. Itake has let go. Fortunately, he met met Baiyu in this life. He completed the redemption in his heart and his life has meaning again. Even if Baiyu knows his power and will use the weakness of this power to kill him in the future, it doesn't matter. Don't you understand? Itaka said with a smile. Baiyu was a little stunned. Usually he only saw Itaki and Suzuki with cold faces, but he didn't expect Itaka to look so good when he smiled, which gave him a healing feeling. In the future he will let Itaki and Suzuki smile more. Iceberg beauties are great in everything, but the moment when the iceberg melts for you is even better. I don't understand. There are contradictions in your word, Baiyu said, but it doesn't matter. I will follow you. Even if it's just the two of us, I'm not afraid of the strongest village in the world. Baiyu has just obtained the man's domain and has not yet developed it. In terms of combat power, it is not as good as the purple hermit. Baiyu has developed the purple hermit to the extreme, and it is very convenient to use. In addition to time reversal, the man's domain can only be combined into a battle armor, but with such ability, it is still very dangerous to face the Konoha hermit village. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid either. When Itaka was talking, some people came over one after another. He opened his main Jakaya Sharingan, and strange patterns turned in his eyes. When Baiyu saw it, he was shocked. This is not the main Jakaya Sharingan. It's the eternal main Jakaya Sharingan. How could it be? How did Itaka get these eyes? Baiyu was surprised, but something even more surprising happened. Baiyu saw red chakra coming out of Itaka's body. These chakras spread outward like mist, condensed, and formed a huge arm wearing armor. This arm held a knife. This knife went straight up to the sky, almost higher than the surrounding trees. Then, Baiyu saw Suzanu's arm sweeping the ground forward. The trees in front collapsed in large areas, and the ground cracked as if it had encountered an earthquake. The ground formed a very deep crack, and the action of hitting the ground raised a large amount of sand, and the power was almost equivalent to an S-level ninjutsu. What's more terrifying is that the red chakra Suzanu, the red knife, burst into a fiery red flame. The flame swept forward, extending for unknown kilometers, and all the ninjas who came from the direction of Konoha village were turned into ashes with one sword. If possible, we can flatten Konoha now. Itaka looked down at Baiyu. Baiyu was very surprised. He didn't expect Itaka to be so powerful. Itaki only said yesterday that he had obtained the main Jakaya Sharingan, but who knew that he would get the eternal main Jakaya Sharingan? And what did Susanoo use just now? Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Baiyu suddenly didn't know how to complain. His account level was reset to 0, but his wife's account was directly maxed out. She was so powerful that he would not dare to play against her in the future. Itaka was very happy to see Baiyu's surprise, and said, although we can flatten Konoha now, it's not the best time. Let's wait until we have time to do such a grand event together. Don't you want to fight? Baiyu asked. Itaki, no more fighting. I want to teach you Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Choose a good sword for you, and wait until you grow up, and then do this thing like going on an outing. Baiyu suddenly felt that his wife was so scary, just like a demon king. But he was not a warrior, and Itaki was scary, but it was none of his business. Chapter 696 Short-term copy. But, Itaki, aren't we going to fight Danzo? Baiyu asked in confusion. Before, you told me that you wanted to kill Danzo and guard his body here. Are you leaving now? No, your business is more important than mine. Itaka looked into Baiyu's eyes and squatted down and said, we'll go back now. I heard that you are going to play with Sakura today. Suzuki looked angry when he came back just now. You should coax Suzuki when you have time, and then well, remember to observe carefully. Observe what? Observe my power. Before Baiyu finished asking Itaki, she saw Itaki floating up, and then her whole vision was blurred. She only felt that the sky above was like a broken mirror, breaking into pieces and falling down, revealing the deepest darkness on the outside. Baiyu's home. In the morning, in the restaurant, several girls gathered together for breakfast. As a big family, the breakfast atmosphere was very good, and several people gradually got along with each other. Although they all had the same feelings for Baiyu, they had already become friends. Wow, this noodle is delicious. Ino took the chopsticks and slurped a big mouthful of noodles with soup on her fair face. Ino ate while giving Baiyu a thumbs up. Baiyu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his cooking skills had not declined. Suzuki should also like this sour soup noodles. By the way, why hasn't Suzuki come yet? Baiyu was eating with Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. Suddenly, the restaurant became quiet. Several people were stunned. They all kept eating noodles without moving, even Ino. Then, several people turned their beautiful eyes and looked at each other and the neighbors. Baiyu, suddenly I felt like I was wearing women's clothes again. Sakura, although I don't know why, it feels so good. Hinata, it seems familiar. Ino, wow, this noodles are so delicious. Ino just finished this sentence and became confused again. Strange, why do I have to say it again? Puchi. Sakura was amused by Ino. Stupid Ino, haven't you reacted yet? What are you reacting to? Ino blinked in confusion. Baiyu and Hinata also laughed. Hinata's face turned red after she finished laughing. She secretly covered her face with her hands and looked at Baiyu next to her. Baiyu nodded to Hinata and said, don't panic, I roughly know what happened. When Baiyu said this, her expression was a little complicated and she felt relieved. I didn't expect Itaka to be so powerful. It turned out that the changes in the world were led by Itaki, but this guy really couldn't help it. He only told him now, and told him about such things, which shows that he really entered Itaki's heart. Baiyu was happy for Itaki and happy for himself. At this moment, Baiyu received Itaka's communication. How is it? Am I awesome? Itaka said. Baiyu, so awesome. I was shocked. How are you now? Are you injured? Itaka felt warm in his heart. No injuries. My eyes are already eternal main Jakaya Sharingan. Well, I just finished testing my ability, and the situation is the same as I thought. It will be very convenient to fight in the future. future. Yes, I understand what you said just now. Bai Yu thought of his silly look just now and felt a little embarrassed. Bai Yu saw his girlfriends looking at him again and said, I'm having breakfast. Sakura and the others looked at me. Let's talk later. Okay, let's talk later. Itaki and Bai Yu ended the communication. He looked at the ring on his hand and felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Chapter 697 Explanation. Bai Yu hung up the call and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the power to change the world was caused by Itaki. When did it start? Bai Yu couldn't figure it out, but he knew one thing. With Itaki's power, they would be very convenient in the future. But Bai Yu glanced at the stand system and smiled bitterly. After the Black Sabbath, the man's domain was also covered by black garbled code. It turned out that this power was the real reason why most of his stand-ins in the reward pool were black. Fortunately, the person who possesses this power is not an enemy. Otherwise, if he draws too many substitutes in the changing timeline, he will probably lose this golden finger that accompanies him in the end. But it's not right. Bai Yu suddenly looked puzzled. He got the system a month or two ago, and he only drew the purple hermit. Before the purple hermit, many things in the system reward pool were black. Did he draw many substitutes before he drew the purple hermit? Then it means that the power to change the timeline existed long before. In other words, Itaka did not have this power early, but inherited it recently. Bai Yu was thinking of Itaka's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. If Itaka got the Mangekyou Sharingan in the last operation in the Rain Village, how did he make the Mangekyou Sharingan evolve into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? Sasuke died at that time, and the closest blood relationship is Itaka's father and mother. Bai Yu took a breath of cold air. He didn't know whether his guess was right or not, but if it was right, then Itaka's parents were hiding too deeply. As for now, what should I do? Bai Yu thought for a moment, and things changed. Now the most important thing is to recover the fragments of the hermit who walked out of the village. The fragments of the hermit can restrain Itaka's power, so they must recover them. In addition, at noon today, the ninja may sneak attack him again. Although Bai Yu is not afraid, but that the ninja had a good grasp of the timing and attacked him just when he was distracted. If he wasn't careful, he might die. So he had to deal with that ninja in advance. That ninja was the only one who was hostile to him and was planning to attack him. I killed him once just now and took out the hermit fragment. Even if he retained his memory, it was the experience of the Rain Village. Judging from the looks of Ino and Sakura, not everyone will remember that experience so deeply. Bai Yu thought for a while, finished dinner with Sakura and the others, and went upstairs alone for a while. Bai Yu told Itaki about the matter. Itaki was awed in his heart, and then he knew that in addition to the people of the Rain Village who had the hermit fragment, there were also people in the village who had this kind of fragment. Fortunately, you told me in advance. When Shimura Danzo comes over, I will also open the time-based illusion to get his information and gain some bargaining chips. If I don't know this news, I will be very passive, Itaka said, and he put away the idea of a euro showing off in front of Bai Yu just now. That was the only time since he was a child that he proudly showed off his strength in front of others and wanted to share his ability with those he cared about. Itaka did not forget that this time-based illusion was restrained by Bai Yu's purple hermit. He was happy, just wanting to tell Bai Yu that he was now able to stand with Bai Yu to face difficulties. Instead of watching the battle from the back like the actions of the Rain Village, he could not help at all. Since there are also fragments of hermits in the village, he will start collecting fragments of hermits in the village after dealing with Shimura Danzo's affairs. Otherwise, this time-based illusion is equivalent to everyone having it, and everyone can get information from the future they have experienced, which will undoubtedly weaken his own strength a lot. This power is not only for him to protect himself, but also the greatest guarantee for the Uchiha clan in the village, allowing the Uchiha clan to practice countless times and find the right path. His father was looking for a way in the limited time-based illusion until he was desperate, and then he would fulfill his approach. Itaka's eyes dimmed, thinking of the things in the previous life. He couldn't imagine how disappointed his father and mother were to give up their lives. Bai Yu said, just now you killed Danzo and the others. I sensed that one of them has the hermit fragment. You need to kill him before he tells Danzo about the matter. Who is it? Itaki asked. Bai Yu told Itaka the coordinates of the body. He could sense all the hermit fragments, so he naturally remembered who the body was. Itaki analyzed it and knew who held the hermit fragment. I'll go over now. We just woke up not long ago. Shimura Danzo is too much pressure on his subordinate. His subordinates may not dare to tell Danzo about this magical experience. I want to go over and kill them early, pretending that Danzo is very angry about taking the Sharingan. Itaka stopped going back to the family, turned around again and ran towards the road where Danzo would come. Bai Yu said, be careful. If necessary, open the ability just now again. It's called time illusion, right? It's like a dream. Well, if I open it, it won't affect your recovery of the hermit fragment. Itaki asked worriedly. No, the purple hermit can bring back information from the future, which means that it has the power to pass through illusions. This is a change in time, not a change in space. As long as you get the fragments of the hermit, the fragments will be in your hands and will not return to the starting point when your time illusion ends. I can absorb the power in the fragments back so that a recycling is completed. Chapter 697 Explanation. Bai Yu thought of Baekwan in the Rain Village. If Itaka's time illusion is a train, then they can take this train to the future. They will return to the starting point when the time illusion ends, but if they deliberately leave the purple hermit behind, the purple hermit will stay at the end and will not return with them. The purple hermit has grown to the point where he can cross time to obtain information. Bai Yu was happy and disappointed. This strongest power was sealed in the Rain Village, and he was now at his weakest. Bai Yu did not delay Itaki. The two discussed about the future fight for the hermit fragments in the time-based illusion copy and then ended the communication. Itaka's ability is equivalent to opening up a timeline outside the real world and using this timeline as a copy for activities. With such power, they can recover the hermit fragments in Konoha village without disturbing reality. As for the Rain Village, alas, it's out of reach, so I can only ignore it. Now I just need to take care of the small piece of land in front of me. Bai Yu began to consider the second problem. This problem is that if he draws a substitute in reality, this substitute can be kept in his hands. But if he draws a substitute in the time-based illusion, after the illusion ends, the substitute will disappear, and the position representing the substitute in the system will also be black. Bai Yu didn't know what happened to the substitute, but it was obvious that he needed to make a judgment now. The ninja who killed me in the dungeon before will also do something in reality. This kind of action, that is to say, for me, it is most cost-effective to draw a substitute in the real world. Not only can it be used in reality, but also can be taken to the dungeon to fight monsters. But if you draw a substitute in the dungeon, the substitute will disappear after the dungeon ends and cannot be brought back. But if I draw again, can I draw a substitute like the one in the man's domain? Bai Yu felt that the chance was very slim. He had successively drawn Purple Hermit, Black Sabbath, and man's domain, but the black screen in the system reward pool indicated that he had drawn a lot of substitutes and props when Itaka's father used the time-based illusion, but those substitutes and props disappeared with the end of the time copy. For example, the Rokakaka in his hand was scattered in the land of Earth more than 100 years ago, and he was only born a few years ago. Who knows where those substitutes went with the end of the time-based illusion copy? Bai Yu was very troubled. At that time, he did not get the Purple Hermit and could not retain his memory after the copy ended, so he did not know the situation, and now the truth is revealed. He was really pitted by Uchiha Fugaku. The Crimson King, Heaven's Gate, Stone Mask, and Pillar Man bloodlines in the system reward pool are all gone. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise I don't know how many powerful substitutes I would have lost. Bai Yu thought about it, thinking about Itaka's actions in Konoha, and someone in the Rain Village also had the fragment of the hermit. What do Nagato and Konan think about this? Bai Yu focused his attention and looked towards the Rain Village. It was early morning in the Rain Village. The sky was dark and there was no sunlight. After Bai Yu focused his attention, he observed Bai Chuan and then possessed him. Bai Yu could sense Bai Quan's location and control him with his attention, but he could not activate his telepathic ability. His stand power was isolated by the seal and could not be transmitted. At the same time, Bai Yu felt that Bai Chuan seemed to be in a deep sleep. The stand is something that depends on the main body to exist. If it leaves the main body, it will inevitably fall into a state of exhaustion. This made Bai Yu feel helpless. He did not have the strength to welcome Bai Chuan back. Fortunately, this body has no disease and its recovery ability is good, which can provide Bai Chuan with what he needs to survive. The reason why Bai Chuan fell into a deep sleep is that he was too far away from him and could not get replenished. Secondly, the seal suppressed the stand too strongly, and Bai Chuan could not stay awake all the time. At this time, it was unknown how long Baekwon had slept, and he didn't even notice Baihu coming. Baihu didn't wake Baekwon up. He looked up and looked around. His neck was stiff and difficult to turn, making a clicking sound. Baihu found himself in a dark room. He couldn't feel the air flowing. The room was closed and a little warm. There was only a little light in the room. Baihu could see the grey sky outside from the window. Now he was sitting on a stone step, leaning against the wall like a puppet. He looked like a figurine. Baihu's body was blind, and he could barely sense something. A woman with short blue and purple hair was staring at the white paper on the table in a daze. There was a folded paper crane next to her slender and beautiful hands. Zionan seemed to be thinking about what to fold. At this moment, Zionan suddenly noticed Baihu. Noticed that this sun had not shown signs of being alive for some time. Zionan had an inspiration for a while. She folded a paper airplane with the white paper on the table and walked towards Baihu. Zionan came to Baihu, holding a paper airplane in her hand and waved it in front of Baihu, then put the paper airplane in Baihu's hand, as if to teach Baihu to play. Baihu felt complicated to perceive the woman in front of him. Zionan's mother. Yeah. Chapter 698 Attack kills Danzo _ a bird passes _ There was some silence between the two. It seemed that the conversation just now was an illusion. In fact, Baihu couldn't speak, and the communication between the two was more like an understanding of thought. Zionan didn't like to talk. She stared at Baihu with her light orange eyes, as if to encourage Baihu to pick up the paper airplane to play. Baihu raised his hand stiffly, which wasted a lot of his strength, and he finally raised his hand. Zionan made way for Baihu, pointed to the small room, and asked Baihu to throw a paper plane. Baihu felt warm in his heart. He tried to throw the paper plane, but he didn't have enough strength. It only flew a little and fell to the ground. Zionan walked over to pick it up, came back and gave it to Baihu, held Baihu's hand, and taught Baihu how to throw it. Baihu felt ashamed. He knew how to throw a paper plane. If this body was not inconvenient to move, how could he fail? But Baihu couldn't speak, so Zionan could only teach him step by step. Gradually, Baihu forgot the purpose of coming in the first place, and was only immersed in this moment of family affection without blood ties. Konoha Forest. On the road in the forest, Shimura Danzo walked towards the location of the Uchiha clan with a heavy face. The damned third Hokage insisted that he apologize to the Uchiha clan. Isn't it just a few Sharingan? If the Uchiha clan has the gut, they can go find him. Why should he come here to explain? Oh, because he was being hunted by that kid named Bai Yu. He had to ask for the protection of the Sandame Hokage. In order to exchange conditions and reassure the villagers and the Uchiha clan, he came to the Uchiha clan and explained to Uchiha Fugaku the origin of the Sharingan in his hand. It was all because of that damn kid. Shimura Danzo cursed Baiyu in his heart. He had never seen such a vengeful ninja. Not only did he not wait for revenge overnight, but he was also surprisingly persistent. If he didn't use the Sandame as a shield, he really couldn't deal with Baiyu. But blindly giving in was not his character. Danzo decided to take the initiative. Danzo had already planned a plan in his mind. He wanted to tell Uchiha Fugaku that the second dam gave the position of Hokage to Uchiha Kagami before his death, and it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who seized the fruits of the Uchiha clan's victory. In this way, the Uchiha clan might fight with the village, and he could also take the opportunity to weaken Baiyu. After all, with Baiyu's character, once the village is in chaos, he will definitely find a chance to kill him, and as long as he can escape Baiyu's attack, he can ask the third generation to do justice. The village has the Uchiha clan as its enemy, and the third generation will never be indecisive. He will definitely seal Baiyu's strength and imprison Baiyu to reflect on himself. At that time, he can use his power and his fearless subordinates to assassinate Baiyu, who has no ability to resist. So what if you are strong? Under my power and amazing wisdom, you can only be killed by me. Wait, I will kill your genius. Shimura Danzo was walking on the road. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air appeared in front of him. Danzo looked up and saw a black shadow flying towards him quickly. Hidden weapon. Shimura Danzo immediately left in an instant. The Uchiha brat who can't wait has come out. Do you think you can kill me by throwing a quick stone? You underestimate my strength. When Shimura Danzo was speaking, a ninja in the woods behind him looked at Danzo on the road in horror. He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest. The stone that just appeared pierced his chest at once. Then, the ninja saw a young boy appear on the road. This scene seemed familiar, but there were differences. The difference is that in the Omen, he did not die like this. He was not the first to be killed by Uchiha Itachi. The first to die was Danzo. Why is the future different? The ninja died unwillingly, and his body fell from the tree like a flying bird hit by a slingshot. Danzo heard the sound, looked back, and saw that someone on his side had died, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Itachi appeared, and red chakra-like flame smoke began to emerge from his body. This chakra enveloped the body, forming a huge skeleton. Go, Susanoo! Itachi commanded. Susanoo immediately slapped Danzo. Danzo moved away instantly, but his movements were too slow, and he only had time to escape from Susanoo's palm. Immediately afterward, Danzo was killed by the chakra that emerged from the red palm. This chakra was like a flame with extremely high temperature, and it burst out from the palm and burned Danzo. Danzo, who escaped in midair, was burned into ash and charcoal in an instant. But Itachi knew that Shimura Danzo had taken the eyes of their Uchiha clan and knew the forbidden technique isn't a key, so it was not easy to die. He would have to kill Danzo again later. When Itachi fought with Sasuke in his previous life, he was already tortured by illness and his condition was only 1/10 of his original state. Even in the battle, he could only use tricks with more illusions than ninjutsu, and the power of ninjutsu and Susanoo could not even be exerted. Even after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, Itachi had no intention to fight, not to mention that the body of the impure world reincarnation could not exert its full strength at all. In this life, not only did he not get sick, but he also possessed the Uchiha clan's strongest eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With his attainments in illusion coupled with his combat experience and grasp of timing in his heyday, the next battle against the Root Guard was almost a one-sided kill. How could you have such a strong chakra? Someone shouted in disbelief before dying. Chapter 698 Itachi kills Danzo. Itachi said calmly, do you know how much pain I have experienced? And do you know how strong my mental strength is in this pain? This person died unwillingly. The chakra energy of a ninja is composed of two parts. One part is mental power, which requires extreme mental training, that is, torture, pain and other negative experiences. So most ninjas' brains are not very normal, because the normal ninja chakra energy will not be very strong. This is also the reason why the ninja village controls ninjas harshly, that is, to use extreme management and oppression to force ninjas to grow in desperate situations so that they can keep up with the consumption of war. The other part of chakra is life force, that is, physical strength. Itachi's mental power is now greater than his physical strength, but he has the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. It is different from the use of Sharingan by foreigners like Kakashi. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan will not backfire on itself. Therefore, the stronger their spiritual power is, the more powerful their power will be. This is also the reason why his illusion is stronger than that of ordinary Uchiha ninjas. Itachi's chakra energy has now reached the limit of what it can hold. If it wants to grow further, it needs to continue to grow. Mentally, it does not need painful torture, because Itachi's whole body is numb, and his tolerance for pain is extremely high, so the growth of mental power has reached its limit. After Itachi easily dealt with Shimura Danzo and the Root Ninja, he did not continue to guard the corpse, but followed Baiyu's instructions to find the hermit fragment, and soon found it. Itachi contacted Baiyu. Baiyu, I got the hermit fragment. Well, next you end the prediction, and no one in Danzo's team will control the future. But we still have a very troublesome thing, that is, in the last copy, you used Susanoo to kill many ninjas who came over. Among those ninjas there are people who hold the hermit fragment. That death will deepen their impression and may attack us in reality. We need to deal with them as soon as possible. Baiyu and Xionan played with paper airplanes and discussed things with Itachi. Itachi said, I understand. Now I will make a noise, attract those people and clean them up, and then end the dungeon. Itachi also used the word dungeon. After all, he and Baiyu really seemed to be playing a game. Itachi was overjoyed for a while. Okay, I estimate that we can recover about 200 fragments this time. You need to recover recover these fragments as soon as possible and then continue to play the rest in the next dungeon. The others are all over the village. We need to take the initiative to find them. Then I will go with you. Got it, Itaka said. Baiyu had just finished talking to Itaka when he suddenly felt someone shaking him from the main body. Baiyu, wake up. Why did you fall asleep? Baiyu opened his eyes and saw Sakura, Ino, and Hinata looking around him, looking very worried. Baiyu had just gone upstairs to contact Itaka to discuss something and he didn't come back downstairs for a long time, so the three girls came to find him. Baiyu had to end the game with Zionin and cut off contact with Itaka to avoid being too busy and unable to cope. At this moment Baiyu suddenly heard the door downstairs being pushed open and he sensed that Shizuke had come to his house. Shizuke was unhappy with a cold expression on his pretty little face and he had the urge to go home and complain to his mother. Itaka had such a strong power but he used it so easily without telling him in advance. Will he have to live a life where one day is like several days in the future? Chapter 699 Sudden Attack. Itaka's use of pupil techniques will interfere with the time in the real world, which is imperceptible to most people, but for Shizuke, if Itaka plays like this often, his time will undoubtedly be disrupted by Itaka. It is very likely that one day can be like several days. If it was his turn, Shizuke would be happy to live several days in one day. The problem is, it's not his turn yet. Shizuke went into the house gloomily. He felt that the time had changed. Baiyu could sense it and might not wait for him at the intersection, and he found that after the time changed he came to Baiyu's house faster than before, and Baiyu should not have left the house with Sakura and the others. After Shizuke entered the house he heard a sound upstairs and looked up. He only saw someone walking down the stairs and could see clothes. When Baiyu heard Shizuke coming he suddenly became energetic and ran downstairs. Before he completely went down the stairs he jumped to Shizuke. Shizuke, you are here. Catch me. Shizuke, shouldn't you catch me? Shizuke met Baiyu. Baiyu's forehead was sweating and he landed smoothly. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Sakura saw the situation below from upstairs and anxiously pointed at Baiyu and Shizuke and said, Shizuke, put Baiyu down. Hey. Shizuke looked at Sakura and became unhappy. Why should he put it down? I didn't say anything when you stole my boyfriend, but now you are so arrogant. Today is my time, Sakura announced loudly. Shizuke reluctantly put Baiyu down. Baiyu said happily, have you had breakfast? Yes. Shizuke lowered his head and said in a bad mood, didn't you ask once? Because I want to cook for you. Today's breakfast is really delicious, Baiyu said. Shizuke looked at Baiyu with concern and saw Baiyu waving upstairs. Sakura, Ino, Hinata, come down and play. Don't go to school today. Not going, Ino said. I've learned it once. Just treat it as skipping class. Baiyu waved. Great, Ino cheered. He went downstairs first. Hinata poked her finger nervously. Will this be bad? No, since Baiyu said so, you can be bold. Sakura patted Hinata's shoulder. Hinata looked at Sakura with her white eyes and Sakura went downstairs with a smile. Sakura felt that good things would happen early in the morning, but she didn't expect it to be such a good thing. If it was true, then this day would be too cool. Usually, Baiyu, Shizuke, Sakura and Ino were together. Today, Hinata was welcomed and it was more lively with more people. Baiyu let Sakura and the others play and brought Shizuke to the dining table. Let Shizuke wait. Sakura did not disturb Baiyu and Shizuke, knowing that Baiyu would not listen to her no matter how she persuaded her after she got too excited. But today Baiyu still belonged to her alone, so let Shizuke like her first. We will know who Baiyu belongs to later. Baiyu knew that Shizuke liked to eat sour things and he and Shizuke had the same taste. Today he tried it and found that the sour soup noodles tasted very good and Ino also liked it. Shizuke waited for Baiyu to bring the noodles to the table and asked Baiyu to take another bowl. I had breakfast in the morning. I picked some for you. Okay. Baiyu sat next to Shizuke. Shizuke shared the noodles with Baiyu and when he saw Baiyu looking at him he smiled. Just as he was about to say something he suddenly heard the window vibrating in the wind and the gorgeous rays of light outside dyed the window red. Baiyu curiously leaned over to look and looked out the window only to see a flame covering half of the sky above the forest. Itaka has already started. I hope he can collect some hermit fragments as soon as possible. What are you doing? Shizuke walked over with a bowl and said, taking a big sip next to Baiyu. He was not nervous about the situation in the village at all. With such a powerful brother like Itaka, Shizuke felt that he could lie down. Shizuke took a bite of noodles and he was very happy in his heart and on his face. After so many years the sour soup noodles made by Baiyu still tasted as good as ever. If he hadn't eaten breakfast at home he could have eaten a full bowl. Baiyu said, your brother has magical powers and can open up an alternative time copy alone, but my purple hermit can allow people to retain their memories during time changes. Baiyu glanced at Sakura and others in the house. The house was very solid. The momentum formed by the Uchiha style flame sword emitted by Itaka was only equivalent to a strong wind here. Sakura and others had not yet noticed that the sky outside the house had turned into a fiery red, just like the most beautiful sunset glow. Just like Sakura and the others, and you all retain the memory of time changes because of my hermit purple. Baiyu said here, his expression solemn, but you are not the only ones who have the hermit fragment. There are many people in the village who have them. In order to ensure that your brother can keep the Manjakaya Sharingan pupil technique at its maximum power, we need to recycle the hermit fragment. Shizuke understood. He died too early last time and didn't know what happened afterward. He asked Itaka, but Itaka didn't say. Shizuke wanted to ask Baiyu, but he hadn't finished the noodles in the bowl and heard Baiyu continue to talk. When this short-term copy is over and I return to the real world, I can get a new understand. At that time, your brother and I will collect the remaining hermit fragments in the village. Do you want to play together? Baiyu asked. Sasuke thought for a while. Okay, add me. What about Sakura and the others? They are still. Baiyu didn't finish his word and suddenly felt a great crisis. He subconsciously had an idea in his mind. It's that ninja. No, he has recovered the fragments of that person. Even if that person has memories, they are the memories of the copy in the Rain Village. Even if he wants to attack him, he will do so after school at noon. Baiyu immediately looked in the direction of danger, only to see a quiet backyard and a fiery red sky. Itaka needs to use powerful ninjutsu to collect more than 200 hermit fragments at a time. If he kills them one by one, he doesn't know when he will be killed, so the most convenient way is to use a powerful AoE ninjutsu to attack. Suzanu's attack cannot be concealed in the village. In addition, the power of the hermit fragments allows many people to retain their memories. At this time, someone may find that something is wrong and chase him here. After all, Itaka is very dangerous. He was also dangerous after attacking in the ninja hospital. It's normal for a ninja to notice him. At this time, the yard was quiet and looked no different from usual. But Baiyu's intuition would not be wrong. Even if he couldn't sense that there were people outside, a kind of intuition in his heart told him that the danger was outside. Have you found it? The visitor no longer hid, and while speaking, the glass window connected to the backyard was smashed by a huge hammer. Chapter 700 Trap. Sakura. Baiyu opened her eyes wide and saw a sickle-like hammer smashing the window, flying into the house, and smashing towards Sakura, who was talking to Hinata Ino. Sakura heard the noise and looked towards the place where the sound came from. She saw a hammer hitting her face, followed by a beautiful scene like ice flowers scattering. The sky outside the window was red, and translucent glass shards were scattered in the air with the hammer falling down one after another. Sakura was stunned for a moment and even forgot to dodge. When Baiyu spoke, Sakura was suddenly knocked down by Hinata beside her. The two girls rolled to the side and avoided the hammer's bombardment. Hinata, well done, Baiyu praised, and then said, Sasuke, I leave this to you. Don't worry. Sasuke put down the bowl of noodles, his face serious. Although his Sharingan level is not up to the main Jakaya, it only has 3 Megatama, but the 3 Megatama Sharingan plus the combat experience in the previous life gave him the strength of no less than a Jonin. Protecting several lone person is still more than enough. At this moment, the iron hammer on the ground was dragged out of the window. When they looked, they saw that the handle of the iron hammer was connected to a thick black iron chain. As the iron chain swayed, the strangely shaped iron hammer was being dragged back by a thin figure outside the yard. How could Baiyu give the other party this opportunity? He stepped on the iron chain with one foot to stop the other party from dragging the iron hammer. Then he stimulated the chakra energy with both hands, strengthened his wrist strength, grabbed the iron hammer on the ground, and tried his best to attack the person outside. But no one is strong enough. Even if he uses chakra to stimulate the wrist strength of both hands, his strength is limited, which is only equivalent to the strength of an adult. It is so difficult to lift it up. How can he attack? Hehe. The thin figure outside laughed, accelerated the action of dragging the iron chain, and suddenly pulled Baiyu in the house out of the broken window with the iron hammer. The unbroken glass on the window frame was knocked open by Baiyu again, piercing into his skin. Blood flowed from the injured area, and multiple wounds appeared on his body. Baiyu was dragged out with the hammer, and now Baiyu could see clearly who attacked him. This was a ninja wearing a Konoha green vest. According to the rules of Konoha village, only Chunin and above can wear ninja uniforms, and ninja trainees and genin are not even formal ninjas for the village. This person is actually a Chunin. I really have a lot of enemies in the village, and your reaction speed is surprisingly fast. I just don't know if anyone will hand over the hermit fragment to the third generation, otherwise it will be really tricky. If the third generation gets the hermit fragment as the most powerful person in the village, he can master both the copy and the reality of the information, which will undoubtedly cause very big consequences. He will also know the secrets that the Uchiha clan has hidden until now. If Baekun had not been sealed by Nagato, he would have easily recovered the fragments of the hermit scattered in the village. However, it was precisely because Baekun was sealed that he could not use his telepathic ability. That made what should have been easily accomplished become a greater crisis for him and the Uchiha clan. When Baiyu said this, the thin ninja opposite him froze in his smile. Do you know the reason for the change in the world? The reason why Yamaguchi Mitsumi came to kill Baiyu was that Baiyu had killed him before, and the hatred between the two was that simple. Yamaguchi Mitsumi was not a person who cared about evidence. After the strange changes in the world happened one after another, he immediately knew that the previous experience was not an illusion, and that this person named Baiyu posed a great threat to him. So after Yamaguchi Mitsumi found Baiyu's information in the ninja hospital, he immediately came to assassinate Baiyu. Even because the time had changed several times, he did not go to the ninja hospital this time, but directly knew Baiyu's information, which was why he rushed over to chase and kill so quickly. According to Baiyu, it seems that they have a more important reason to retain their memories. Is that reason something in them? Yamaguchi Mitsudamo's face became solemn. Baiyu did not answer. He sensed the hermit fragments near the third Hokage. Although he could not sense where the third Hokage was, there were no hermit fragments near the Hokage building. The nearest fragment to the Hokage building was about 300 meters away. In other words, the third Hokage has not mastered the hermit fragment. This world is still in the hands of a few of them. Baiyu no longer hesitated and immediately released the hammer in his hand to kill the ninja. Yamaguchi Mitsudamo immediately jumped back, and the iron chain in his hand rolled like a snake's body, whipping Baiyu. Baiyu immediately dodged. However, at this moment Baiyu suddenly noticed that two more people people appeared behind him. Are there others? Bai Yu opened his eyes wide. Yes, that's right. One of the two people who took action said. One person pulled the wire apart and the other tied the wire around Bai Yu and ran to the sides in two directions trying to cut Bai Yu's body with the wire together. The guys in the yard are just to attract your attention. The real killer is us two brothers. Bai Yu's body was tied up with wire and his hands were immediately stuck together, unable to move on his own. If a ninja cannot make a seal, he cannot use ninjutsu. Even if he has powerful chakra energy, if he cannot use it, he is no different from an ordinary person and he will die if he is attacked by a fatal attack. The two brothers pulled and cut Bai Yu's body with wire. Chapter 700 Trap. Bai Yu couldn't bear this strong force. His arms, hands, and legs were all bleeding from the iron wires. The iron wires even broke his skin and sank into his flesh. Bai Yu even felt the pain of his bones being scraped by the iron wires. The pain was like an electric current stimulating his cerebral cortex. No, I'm falling into their trap step by step. If I continue like this, I'll die. Do I have to extract a stand in this fake copy? Most of Bai Yu's strength revolves around the stand, mainly developing the ability of the stand, supplemented by chakra energy as a means of attack. At this time, he didn't have time to transform. He was suddenly caught in the most dangerous moment. Originally, Bai Yu and the Purple Hermit had formed a complete set of offensive and defensive combat method, which even made him the world's top combat force. But as the Purple Hermit was sealed by the version boss Uzumaki Nagato, everything came to nothing. Bai Yu thought that with his personal strength he could easily deal with the guy using the hammer in the yard, but he didn't expect that this person would team up to brush him. 3 Chunins beat him, even shamelessly used tactics on a child like him. This is not good. If he doesn't extract a substitute, he will die. Ha ha ha, where is your weird thing? Use it quickly. If you don't use it, uncle will treat you to a hammer. Yamaguchi Mitsutomo laughed, raised the hammer in his hand, and looked at the man who was tied to the middle of the yard by the two brothers with wire. At this time, the body of the little boy with short red hair was stained with blood, and even pieces of flesh were cut by the wire. These pieces of flesh were connected to Bai Yu's arms and body like broken lotus root, just like the scales of a fish were spread out one by one, which made people feel extremely painful. Here comes the hammer. Yamaguchi Mitsutomo threw the hammer in his hand at Bai Yu.